Gu Ming, let's break up. Jianghai University. Gu Ming had just returned from the cafeteria, carrying lunch he had packed for his roommate, when he was stopped by someone. The person who stopped him was Su Manny, a well-known beauty in the broadcasting department. Today she wore a pleated skirt with a very low neckline, the white fabric dazzling to the eye. The boys passing by couldn't help but steal a glance. No, were we ever together? Gu Ming asked, looking puzzled. How to break someone's defenses with just one sentence. Upon hearing this, Su Manny blushed instantly. She imagined many different scenarios. Either Gu Ming is anxious to persuade her to stay, his eyes red as he begs her not to leave. They either get angry and start swearing. I never expected this kind of answer, and it completely broke her down. Then what kind of relationship did we have before? Su Manny was so angry that her chest heaved, and she couldn't help but raise her voice. Gu Ming said, "We're just ordinary friends who have slept together. I never accepted your confession. You, Su Manny giritit hartit. By the way, I heard you've already found your next boyfriend. I hope you won't bother me anymore. I'm afraid your partner will misunderstand." After saying that, Gu Ming turned and left, his back view exuding a dashing air. Behind me came Su Manny's furious cursing. Gu Ming had already said everything she wanted to say, so what else could she say? Walking back to his dormitory, Gu Ming felt no emotion whatsoever. He had already heard from his classmates that Su Manny had hooked up with a new boyfriend, Zhao Tianyu, a rich second generation from the next class. Aside from being a bit chubby, a bit ugly, a bit short, and liking to play alphabet games, there are no drawbacks. These minor drawbacks cannot overshadow the advantages of money. Therefore, Gu Ming was not surprised at all by what happened today. Don't miss out on good girls, and don't waste bad girls. A girl like Su Manny isn't worth wasting a single second of his emotions on. The National Civil Service exam is just around the corner. Studying for exams is the most important thing. I don't have time to play materialistic games with young girls. Just as he stepped onto the stairs, Gu Ming's phone suddenly started vibrating wildly in his pocket. "Because you're so beautiful. Oh, baby." The catchy ringtone sounded, and the caller ID showed Xiao Wanqing. Gu Ming answered the phone. "Hello?" He and Xiao Wanqing had previously worked together on a final project. However, were not very familiar with each other. Gu Ming's deepest impression of her was that of a little girl. Xiao Wanqing usually wears her hair in pigtails and likes to wear white knee-high socks. She's petite with a soft, cute voice and quite popular at school. "Gu Ming, come to the First People's Hospital of the city right away." Xiao Wanqing's voice sounded anxious on the other end of the phone. Shen Qingyuan is about to give birth. The hospital requires a family member's signature before they can perform the surgery. You're the child's father. Come and sign the papers. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming was completely stunned. He denied it 3 times on the spot. "No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I don't even know what Shen Qingyuan looks like, yet you're saying she's pregnant with my child. Isn't this bullying honest people?" Gu Ming was somewhat familiar with the name Shen Qingyuan. "I heard she is the most beautiful campus belle of Jianghai University in the past decade." However, Gu Ming usually studies hard, and Shen Qingyuan never posts photos on social media. Therefore, Gu Ming had no idea just how beautiful she was. "You?" Xiao Wanqing was speechless for a moment and quickly sent a photo. Gu Ming clicked to view out of curiosity. The woman in the photo is wearing a black halter dress. She is tall, and her fair neck and skin are exposed. Her long, jet black hair cascaded down her shoulders to her waist. Her oval face was flawless, with delicate features and a cool, aloof demeanor. Even with clothes covering her, her voluptuous curves were still clearly visible, round and firm, making them difficult to grasp with one hand. Beneath her slender waist, which could be encircled by a single hand, lies a suddenly expanded, perfect peach-shaped curve. Her slender, long legs aroused a strong desire to explore them. At first, Gu Ming only felt that the girl in the photo looked somewhat familiar. But soon, he remembered who the other person was. I almost didn't recognize her after she put on her clothes. If the person in the photo is indeed the school beauty, Shen Qingyuan, so he really had a relationship with her. This dates back to a late night last year. That day, he went out to dinner with his roommate and walked back drunk. They happened to witness a group of young thugs blocking Shen Qingyuan's path and pulling and tugging at her. Driven by passion, Gu Ming rushed forward and rescued the person. However, after being rescued, he was also under the influence of alcohol and could not even stand steadily. In the end, Shen Qingyuan helped him to a nearby hotel to rest. It was then that Gu Ming realized that Shen Qingyuan was in a very bad state, She was burning up and her mind was hazy. It must have been something those people did. What followed naturally spiraled out of control. Guming vaguely remembered the way Shun Qingyuan swayed while sitting. When he woke up the next day, Shun Qingyuan was already gone. Only a stain of crimson remained on the bedsheet. Since he didn't know the other person's identity, Guming thought it was just an accident that would never be mentioned again. Do you remember? Xiao Wanqing quickly asked. I remember now, but you said she's pregnant? And the child is mine? Guming's voice was a little unsteady. Otherwise, why would I be looking for you? She's about to give birth. It's triplets. You'd better come and sign right away, or it'll be too late if something goes wrong. Xiao Wanqing was both anxious and angry. Triplets. Guming's mind went blank, and he was completely dumbfounded. Just then, a pale blue, semi-transparent light screen suddenly appeared before them, and golden characters rapidly appeared. The Perfect Timeline Convergence Project has been launched. Monitoring key nodes. Detection indicates that the key figure Shin Qingyuan is about to give birth to your child, marking a significant turning point in your destiny. A convergent world line has been generated. World Line 1. Immediately go to the hospital to sign the papers, assume the responsibilities of a father, and accompany the mother throughout the delivery process. Award: 1 million renminbi in cash, and a 320 square meter Riverview penthouse in Jiangjing No. 1, cash only. World Line 2. Refuse to go, deny the child's identity, and completely sever ties. Reward: lifetime Sugar Heart membership, a bottle of ice-cold Coke, so you can enjoy it even more. Please make your first World Line selection with caution, as it cannot be changed once selected. Guming, this is a cheat code? I never thought that a plot from an online novel would actually happen to me. On one side is a $1 million cash prize plus a Riverview luxury apartment. On the other side is a membership plus Coca-Cola. Comparing these two rewards, even a fool would know which one to choose. What's more, those are his children, 3 of them. I'll be right there. Guming hung up the phone and turned to run towards the school gate. When passing by the dormitory building number 4 in Nanyuan, he also casually handed the lunch he had brought for his roommate to the dormitory supervisor. Auntie, something came up and I can't have lunch. Please take this lunch. The dormitory supervisor couldn't stop smiling. Oh, you're such a thoughtful child, always thinking of your aunt. The roommate, still hungry and waiting for food in the dorm. How could you be so selfish? Guming ran all the way to the school gate, hailed a taxi, and rushed to the hospital. Sitting in the back seat, he belatedly realized what was happening. The First People's Hospital of the city. Isn't that the hospital where his mother, Li Min, works? Fortunately, my mom said a few days ago that she went to another city for training and won't be back until next week. The two are unlikely to meet for the time being. Otherwise, if I suddenly told her that I had 3 children, she would be furious. We need to lay the groundwork gradually. Chapter 2: The surgeon was actually my mom. The First People's Hospital of the city, the obstetrics doctor's office. Li Min was looking down at the medical records, her brows slightly furrowed. She returned home 3 days early from what was originally a week-long training program. Recently, there has been a shortage of staff in obstetrics departments due to a surge in the number of pregnant women since the relaxation of the 3-child policy. She simply returned to work early after her leave. Shun Qingyuan in bed 903 is scheduled for a C-section soon. Has her family signed the consent form? She looked up and asked the nurse next to her. The nurse looked conflicted. Directorly, she said the relative isn't here. Could a friend sign on her behalf? Li Min's face darkened. That's ridiculous. A C-section is a major surgery. How can a friend sign the consent form? Who is this child's father? He's so irresponsible. She was deeply impressed by Shun Qingyuan, not only because she was carrying rare triplets, but also because the girl was exceptionally beautiful. From the time she was admitted to the hospital to prepare for childbirth until now, only one little girl has been running around taking care of everything. The child's father has never been seen. Li Min cursed this irresponsible man in her heart countless times. The risks of childbirth are unknown, and family members must sign all informed consent forms before a child can enter the operating room. Li Min put down the medical record, got up, and walked toward the ward. I'll go talk to her. In Ward 903, Shun Qingyuan lay on the hospital bed, her face pale and her forehead covered in cold sweat. The contractions came in waves, and she bit her lip, trying her best to keep quiet. Where are your family members? Why haven't they come to sign the papers yet? The dilation is already 3 centimeters. If we delay any longer, the risks will increase. We must have surgery as soon as possible. Li Min led a nurse into the ward, holding the informed consent form for the surgery in her hand. Doctor, is it really not okay for my friend to sign? Shun Qingyuan's lips moved slightly, her voice weak. Of course not. Looking at her pale face, Li Min softened her tone, but still insisted on her principles. Giving birth is like walking through the gates of hell. If anything goes wrong, your friends can't take responsibility. Call your husband or your parents right away. Don't risk your life. Just then, Xiao Wanqing, who had just finished making a phone call, rushed in and quickly took over the conversation. Doctor, I've already notified the baby's father. He'll be here soon. Really? Li Min nodded. That's fine then. Come to my office to sign as soon as you arrive. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked out of the ward. The ward fell silent again. Wanqing, will he really come? Shun Qingyuan turned her head to look at Xiao Wanqing, her tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. Because she was pregnant out of wedlock, she didn't dare ask her parents to come and sign the papers. She originally just wanted Xiao Wanqing to help her make a decision, but she didn't expect her best friend to go directly to Gu Ming and confront him. Not long ago, Shun Qingyuan came across Xiao Wanqing's old video of her final assignment. Only then did she realize that the person she had an accident with that night was Gu Ming. Don't worry, he said he would come. After all, he is his child. Xiao Wanqing comforted her. Shun Qingyuan's emotions were extremely complicated at this moment. Will Gu Ming think that he is trying to extort money by faking an accident using the child? All sorts of thoughts surged up. Shun Qingyuan felt that the pain of the contractions was not as obvious anymore. A little while later, the ward door was pushed open. Gu Ming stood at the door, panting, his forehead covered in sweat. After taking a taxi to the hospital entrance, he practically ran all the way there, not even waiting for the elevator. Upon seeing Shun Qingyuan for the first time, a hint of surprise flashed in Gu Ming's eyes. It's been almost a year since I last saw her, and she seems to have become even more beautiful. Moreover, it's a different kind of mature charm than before. If I had to describe it, it would be a sense of being a wife. I'm here. How are you feeling now? Gu Ming walked to the bedside, his voice unconsciously softening. It's all right. Shun Qingyuan also turned her head somewhat awkwardly, but her heart started pounding uncontrollably. Seeing Gu Ming again after so long, she vaguely recalled that chaotic night. If it weren't for that last hug being so tight, it's unlikely that she'd be pregnant with triplets now. Thinking of this, Shun Qingyuan's face immediately turned red. Have Shun Qingyuan's family members arrived? Come and sign the papers. Li Min's voice came from outside the door again. They're here. The child's father has arrived. Xiao Wanqing quickly agreed and reached out to tug at Gu Ming's arm. Gu Ming was still concerned about Shun Qingyuan's condition, so he turned around and walked out without thinking much about it, but he felt that the voice sounded strangely familiar. When he reached the door and saw who was standing in front of him, Gu Ming froze on the spot, his eyes wide open. Didn't Mom say she was going to another city for training? Why did you come back early? Li Min was still holding the consent form in her hand. The moment she saw Gu Ming, her pupils dilated, and she almost dropped the pen in her hand. You brat? You're Shun Qingyuan's family member. Li Min has been an obstetrician for over 20 years and has seen countless ups and downs. But at this moment, she felt like her brain was a little slow to process what was happening. The scumbag I was secretly cursing in my heart. It was actually her own son. It's me, I'm the child's father. Gu Ming swallowed hard and nodded with a forced smile. You. Li Min pointed at him, so angry that she couldn't speak for a long time. You know each other? Xiao Wanqing, who was standing next to her, was also dumbfounded. She looked at Li Min and then at Gu Ming, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg in it. She is my mother. Gu Ming looked helpless. Xiao Wanqing was completely numb. What kind of magical turn of events is this? The child's father is Gu Ming, and the surgeon is Gu Ming's biological mother? Li Min took several deep breaths before suppressing the urge to beat her son on the spot. She's an experienced doctor, after all, and she knows what's important. Right now, the mother and baby are the most important things. The accounting can wait. She glared at Gu Ming and stepped into the ward first. Looking at Shun Qingyuan, Li Min's expression instantly changed from serious to gentle. Don't be nervous right now. Is anything bothering you? She patiently inquired about Shun Qingyuan's health condition. After asking the question, Li Min turned back and glared at Gu Ming. What are you standing there for? Take good care of Qingyuan. Have you prepared everything the new mother needs? Huh? What do I need to prepare? Gu Ming asked blankly. Wash basins, foot basins, maternity pads, disposable underwear, straw cups. Ugh, I really want to beat you to death. How could you do something like this? You don't even know how to prepare a maternity bag? Go downstairs to the supermarket and buy it right now. If you're missing even one item, I'll hold you responsible. Li Min was so angry that her liver hurt. Looking at the mother and son, Shun Qingyuan realized that the surgeon who operated on her was actually Gu Ming's mother. Her cheeks instantly turned bright red, and she wished she could burrow into the blankets. Andy, it's not Gu Ming's fault. I was the one who wanted to keep the baby, and he didn't know. Shun Qingyuan offered a soft defense. Silly child, no matter what, it's this kid's responsibility. Li Min immediately softened her tone and patted her hand. Qingyuan, don't worry. I will take responsibility for you. After you give birth, we will get our marriage certificate. Gu Ming nodded earnestly beside him. After saying that, he quickly turned around and ran out to buy things. If he stayed any longer, he felt like his mother's gaze could poke holes in him. All the preoperative examinations were completed one by one. At 7 p.m. sharp, Shun Qingyuan was wheeled into the delivery room. Don't be afraid, I'll be waiting for you outside. At the operating room door, Gu Ming held her slightly cool hand tightly, his voice gentle. Shun Qingyuan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense for several months, suddenly felt relieved. She looked at Gu Ming and nodded gently. Inside the operating room, Li Min put on her surgical gown and sterile gloves and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Having performed over 1,000 surgeries, this was the first time he had delivered his future daughter-in-law's baby. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. Time passed second by second. Gu Ming paced back and forth in the corridor, his palms sweaty. Chapter 3. 3 little ones arrive, rewards received. 2 hours later, the operating room lights finally went out. The door was pushed open, and the nurse came out first. Gu Ming quickly went to greet him. How is it? The nurse smiled and said, Shun Qingyuan's family? Congratulations, triplets, 2 boys and 1 girl. The first baby weighs 5.2 gene. The second and third babies weigh 5.1 gene each, and both adults and children are safe and sound. Gu Ming's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, instantly settled down, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. According to hospital regulations, newborns need to be sent to the observation room to monitor their vital signs first. The new mother also needs to stay in the observation room for 2 hours to confirm that there are no abnormalities in her body before she can be transferred back to a regular ward. Gu Mingxian walked quickly to the observation room and glanced at the 3 little ones in the incubator. The 3 little ones were all wrinkled and had sparse hair. They also had paper rings with their identification information written on them on their wrists and ankles. Newborn babies are a bit ugly, but as Gu Ming watched, his heart suddenly softened completely. A sense of responsibility arose spontaneously. This is his child. He's a father now. Just then, my phone vibrated slightly in my pocket. He took it out and saw it was a bank deposit SMS. Your account ending in 2675 has received a deposit of 1 million yuan. The 1 million reward has also arrived in my account. A crisp system notification sound rang in his mind. World line convergence successful. Rewards have been distributed. Not long after, Li Min also came out of the operating room, took off her sterile mask, and her tense expression relaxed a lot. The surgery went very smoothly, and the wound was stitched up perfectly. You need to take good care of Qingyuan when she comes out. She cannot eat or drink for 6 hours after the surgery. She must lie flat without a pillow throughout the entire procedure. Do not let her use a pillow. Okay, Mom. Gu Ming nodded quickly and earnestly. Would you like to hold the baby? Seeing Gu Ming staring intently at the observation room, Li Min's tone softened considerably. Come, I'll teach you. Support the child's head and neck with your left hand, and support the bottom and waist with your other hand. Hold the child gently and slowly. Gu Ming carefully followed the posture his mother had taught him and gently picked up the bow. The little guy is soft and fluffy, a tiny bundle, as light as a ball of cotton when held in your arms. Gu Ming was tense all over, not daring to breathe too loudly, for fear of accidentally hurting the child if he used too much force. Detected the first close contact between the host and the baby. Bonus rewards. Expertise in childcare, postpartum recovery solution, can triple recovery efficiency. A wealth of parenting knowledge flooded my mind instantly. Gu Ming's eyes lit up instantly. Moreover, the effects of this postpartum recovery solution are extremely powerful. With 3 times the recovery efficiency, Shun Qingyuan, who had just undergone a cesarean section, would suffer far less pain. He held the child with increasing gentleness and care. Seeing Gu Ming's serious expression, Li Min's anger subsided considerably. A moment later, Shun Qingyuan was wheeled out of the observation room. She was already awake. Her face was still pale and weak. When she saw Gu Ming standing by her bedside, she weakly curved the corners of her mouth. "Thanks for your hard work." Gu Ming leaned closer and gently stroked Shun Qingyuan's forehead. After the group returned to the ward, Li Min glanced at the time and called Gu Ming to the corner of the corridor. As soon as she stopped, she reached out and grabbed Gu Ming's ear, lowering her voice to question him. "You tell me the truth. What exactly happened? How did 3 more children suddenly appear out of nowhere? And they kept it from me all along. That young woman has been hospitalized for so long awaiting childbirth, and you haven't shown your face even once? You're getting bolder and bolder." Gu Ming winced in pain and quickly begged for mercy. "Ouch, Mom, be gentle. It's a long story. Then let's get straight to the point." Li Min glared at him, her expression serious. She wasn't a rigid or unenlightened parent, but suddenly having 3 grandchildren would require a period of adjustment for anyone. Previously, she had to consider Shun Qingyuan's feelings in the ward and had kept quiet about it, but now she finally couldn't hold back anymore. Having no other choice, Gu Ming recounted the whole story of how he only learned about the child's existence today. After hearing the whole story, Li Min sighed deeply and released her grip on his ear. "You're not so bad. You still have some conscience, knowing to come and take responsibility." Her tone still carried a hint of displeasure as she solemnly instructed. "We must treat Qingyuan well from now on. That young girl is carrying triplets. It's not easy for her." Gu Ming nodded emphatically. "Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely take good care of Qingyuan." Li Min waved his hand, telling him to go back to the ward to take care of Shun Qingyuan and the child. He walked to the end of the corridor, took out his phone, and dialed his wife's number. "What's wrong?" "Still not off work." As soon as the call connected, Gu Jianfeng's deep voice came from the other end. "Old Gu, I have some good news for you." Li Min suppressed her excitement and said, "You're a grandfather." "What?" Inside the ward, Gu Ming stayed quietly by the hospital bedside. Shun Qingyuan had just undergone surgery and was extremely weak. She soon fell into a deep sleep. In the crib next to it, the 3 little ones lay side by side, breathing evenly, sleeping soundly and obediently. After briefly explaining the precautions to the nurse, Li Min returned. She came specifically to give Gu Ming instructions regarding his rest and recuperation in the hospital ward. Cesarean section wounds heal slowly, so the recovery environment is very important. It's noisy and crowded in regular wards, making it hard to get proper rest. I'll talk to the head nurse later and have Qingyuan moved to a VIP private room. I'll cover the cost." Gu Ming shook his head. "Mom, you don't need to pay. Just arrange an SVIP ward." Shanghai City has a developed economy, and its hospital wards are clearly categorized by grade. The standard VIP single room has a private bathroom and a companion bed. With a daily cost of nearly 3,000, it is already the top-of-the-line option for most families. The top-floor SVIP exclusive care suite is equipped with a separate living room, a small kitchen, and a dedicated area for accompanying patients. There is also 24-hour one-on-one nursing care, with a daily cost of up to 10,000 yuan. You're still a student. Where did you get so much money? Don't try to impress others by spending what you don't have. Li Min looked completely surprised. "I recently made a profit by investing with a friend. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing and won't do anything reckless." Gu Ming made up an excuse on the spot. "With a $1 million bonus that just arrived in my account, this hospital bill is nothing." Seeing that Gu Ming looked determined and didn't seem to be putting on a brave face, Li Min stopped trying to dissuade him and nodded in agreement. Soon, the medical staff transferred Shun Qingyuan and her 3 babies to the top-floor SVIP suite. The room is spacious, bright, clean, and elegant. When Shun Qingyuan woke up, looking at the exquisite and luxurious hospital room, she couldn't help but whisper, "This hospital room must be very expensive, right? Actually, it doesn't need to be so wasteful." Gu Ming sat on the edge of the bed, gently held her hand, and said with a smile, "It's not expensive. Your husband is rich. Don't think about anything right now. Just lie down and rest." Xiao Wanqing had been busy all day and was already exhausted, both physically and mentally. Gu Ming told her to go back to school and rest first, and to contact him by phone anytime if there was any problem. Li Min did not leave either, but stayed in the ward to help take care of the patient. With 3 newborns and 1 postpartum woman, Gu Ming alone simply couldn't handle all. Chapter 4. Inducing lactation and naming the baby. Shun Qingyuan fell into a deep sleep again. Gu Mingkai took out his phone, took a picture of the three little ones lying side by side, and posted it on his WeChat Moments. Caption: "Three little ones have arrived, my dear. You've worked so hard." Shortly after the post was published on WeChat Moments, the comments section exploded. "Wang Bian, what the hell? How come you already have 3 kids so quietly? Lu Fei, congratulations. You've been keeping your skills hidden, brother." Counselor: "Guming, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation." Su Manny: "I can't believe you even have a child. You cheated on me. You owe me breakup compensation." Guming briefly replied to a few well wishes from relatives and friends, then turned off his phone. Just then, the baby in the crib suddenly pouted. She hummed softly twice, then burst into tears with a loud wah. Gu Ming was afraid of waking up the sleeping Shun Qingyuan. She quickly and quietly got up and carefully picked up the bow. Following the familiar childcare techniques in his mind, Gu Ming gently patted the baby's back with his cupped hands to soothe him. It's quite amazing. The little one, who had been crying incessantly, sobbed for a short while before smacking his lips and falling back asleep. Gu Ming gently placed the child back into the crib and sat quietly by the bed, watching the sleeping mother and her 4 children. The ward was very quiet. Gu Ming felt incredibly strange. He never imagined that the school beauty, Shun Qingyuan, would suddenly give birth to 3 adorable babies for him. But this feeling isn't bad at all. The next morning, Li Min came in after finishing her rounds. "Has Qingyuan started breastfeeding yet? It's best to start feeding colostrum as early as possible. It's good for the baby's health." Gu Ming shook his head. "Not yet. She's not feeling well, so I made some formula for the baby first." Breast milk production varies from person to person. Some women produce milk immediately after giving birth, while others have to wait several days for it to come in. "Okay, then you could try feeding the baby. Don't let him go hungry. I'll go arrange the morning's checkup first." Li Min left in a hurry after giving her instructions. The ward fell silent, leaving only Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan. Shun Qingyuan's face flushed red as she looked at the 3 crying babies in the crib beside her and bit her lip. She reached for the buttons on her clothes, then glanced at Gu Ming and said shyly, "You turn around." Even in broad daylight, she felt shy, even though he was the child's father. Gu Ming cooperated immediately, turning his back to her and thoughtfully walking to the window. Several minutes passed, but there was no sound behind me. Instead, I heard the baby crying pitifully. Shun Qingyuan's eyes reddened with anxiety. She massaged the milk for a long time until her hands ached, but she couldn't squeeze out more than a few drops. The baby sucked for a long time, but couldn't get any milk and started crying for hunger. A mother's heart is connected to her child's. Seeing her child cry, she felt extremely distressed. "Gu Ming, what should we do?" Her voice was trembling with tears, and she no longer cared about being shy. Gu Ming turned around and immediately saw 2 fair skins. "Wow, snowflakes are so milky white." Gu Ming quickly shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions. "Don't worry, there's another way." Shun Qingyuan looked up, her eyes red-rimmed. "What method?" "I'll help you with lactation." "Huh?" Shun Qingyuan's face instantly turned bright red, the redness spreading all the way to the roots of her neck. She knew what inducing lactation meant, of course, but it didn't involve using her hands. Shun Qingyuan bit her lip, her mind a complete mess. "Is this all there is to it?" Her voice was barely audible. "You wouldn't want the baby to go hungry, would you?" Gu Ming said in a serious tone. Thinking of the child, Shun Qingyuan could only nod in agreement. She unbuttoned 2 more buttons on her clothes. "Then be gentle." Gu Ming first went to the bathroom and washed his hands 3 times with hand sanitizer before returning to the bedside. His knowledge of childcare also includes complete lactation induction techniques. After all, lactation support is also part of the responsibilities of a childcare worker. Shun Qingyuan already had a good figure, and after becoming pregnant, her breast developed a second time, making them even more substantial now. Gu Ming could barely hold it in both hands. Shun Qingyuan clutched the blanket tightly, lowered her head, and dared not look at Gu Ming. Her cheeks were burning, and she tried her best not to make a sound. But the strange sensation in her chest kept her tense all over. The sensation was a mix of numbness and swelling, along with a strange feeling that was hard to describe. After a few minutes, milk finally started to seep out. "It's connected." Gu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and then let go of the big toy. "You have successfully unblocked Shun Qingyuan's mammary glands and induced lactation, earning you the reward, max level cooking skill." In an instant, A vast amount of culinary techniques flooded into Gu Ming's mind. The essence and culinary skills of various cuisines are all imprinted in his mind. He instantly reached the level of a top chef. Shen Qingyun didn't dare look at Gu Ming, turned her head away, and whispered, "And then quickly bring the baby over here." Gu Ming quickly handed a bow to Shen Qingyun to breastfeed. The little one forgot about crying and immediately started sucking on it greedily. Shen Qingyuan's long eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing that her inner world was far from as calm as it appeared. Gu Ming sat beside him watching and suddenly felt his throat get a little dry. He got up, poured himself a glass of warm water, and took a big gulp. This postpartum period seems to be getting a bit tough. The 3 babies were fed in turns, and it took more than 10 minutes for them to be full. Fortunately, Shen Qingyuan had plenty of breast milk, so the baby didn't go hungry. The little ones yawned and fell asleep contentedly. Shen Qingyuan was also exhausted, with a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. "You should lie down and rest. After you pass gas, you can eat something." Gu Ming took a towel and wiped her sweat. Not long after, a nurse pushed in a cart to collect blood for newborn screening. Just after the blood was drawn, Gu Jianfeng, Li Min's father, walked in with her. He glared at Gu Ming as soon as he entered the room, his eyes filled with both anger and helplessness. Gu Jianfeng is a high school Chinese teacher. I have the most dislike for irresponsible and reckless people. But who would have thought that his son would cause such a big incident? When he turned to look at Shen Qingyuan on the hospital bed, he immediately composed himself and put on a kind smile. "You must be Qingyuan? I'm Gu Ming's father. Our family is sorry for what happened to you. Don't worry, if that brat Gu Ming dares to treat you badly, I'll break his legs. Uncle is fine. It's not his fault," Shen Qingyuan said softly, feeling a little embarrassed. "Have you chosen a name for the child? We need it for registering the newborn's household registration and obtaining the birth certificate, so we need to finalize it as soon as possible." Gu Jianfeng looked at the crib, his tone filled with anticipation. "Not yet." Gu Ming shook his head. The day was so chaotic that he hadn't had time to think about anything. "Do you have any thoughts?" Gu Jianfeng was eager to try and was about to say a few names he had thought of when Li Min gently tugged at his arm. He immediately realized what he meant and quickly changed his words. "Hey, you young people can decide for yourselves. Qingyuan, you're the mother, so the naming rights are yours to decide. You decide." Shen Qingyuan pondered for a moment, then said softly, "The eldest child is named Ans, the second child is named Anshin, and the third child is a girl. So let's name her Anua. I hope all 3 of them are safe and sound." Chapter 5. Preparing confinement meals for Shen Qingyuan. Just as Shen Qingyuan finished naming her 3 babies, a system notification sounded in Gu Ming's mind. The names of the 3 children have been officially named and are now in effect. Eldest child Gu Ans, second child Gu Anshin, and third child Gu Anuo. Reward: 1 customized Cullinan. The vehicle is bulletproof and blast-proof, pre-installed with an infant safety carrier, and has been parked in a designated parking space in the hospital's underground garage. Gu Ming thought to himself, "Goodness, it's not just a top-of-the-line luxury car. It's also equipped with bulletproof and explosion-proof features. Even the details of the baby carrier have been considered. This system reward is truly thoughtful. A good name. It means peace and good fortune, and it sounds nice too." Upon hearing the name suggested, Gu Jianfeng immediately smiled and nodded. After sitting for a short while, Gu Jianfeng was about to leave. He only took half a day off and still had to go back to school. Before leaving, he took out a red envelope and handed it to Shen Qingyuan, his expression showing a hint of guilt. "Qingyuan, we only just found out about this ourselves. This is a small token of our appreciation from your aunt and me since it's our first meeting. Please accept it." Li Min also took out a red envelope and handed it over, saying, "Qingyuan, please accept this." "No need. Uncle and aunt, you're too kind." Shen Qingyuan was at a loss. "Just accept it, otherwise they'll keep pushing it back and forth for half an hour. And in the end, I'll be the one who suffers." Gu Ming spoke up with a smile from the side. Shen Qingyuan blushed and accepted the red envelope shyly. Gu Ming saw Gu Jianfeng out. As they reached the elevator, Gu Jianfeng took out another bank card and handed it to Gu Ming. "You usually seem like a very honest kid, but I never expected you to cause such a big mess. This card contains over 500,000 yuan, which is the money your mother and I saved for your wedding. Take it for Qingyuan and the child. Don't make them feel wronged." After saying that, he glared at Gu Ming again. "Okay, Dad." Gu Ming took the card and smiled. Back in the ward, Gu Ming picked up the 2 red envelopes, counted them, and said to Shun Qingyuan with a smile, "Both are 10,001, which should mean 1 in 10,000. Shun Qingyuan felt a warm feeling in her heart. Gu Ming's parents' attitude did indeed dispel many of her previous concerns. She originally thought that Gu Ming's family might think she was immoral because she was pregnant out of wedlock. But now it seems that this family treats her very well. Just then, the baby in the crib suddenly whimpered twice. Gu Ming immediately went over, carefully picked up the child, and skillfully patted his back. Shun Qingyuan looked at his serious expression, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved up. It seems this is actually quite good. That evening, Gu Ming began to help Shun Qingyuan get out of bed and move around. You can't lie down for too long after a C-section. You should walk around a bit 24 hours after the surgery. This not only helps release gas, but also reduces the risk of bloating and adhesions. Shun Qingyuan had surgery last night, and now it's time for her to get out of bed and move around. Gu Ming carefully helped her sit up, supporting her arm as they moved slowly, step by step. Not long after, a not so loud, but clearly audible sound came from behind Shun Qingyuan. Puff! A blush instantly spread across Shun Qingyuan's face. It's called venting, but it's really just like farting. But Gu Ming showed no sign of disdain. Instead, he smiled and helped her to bed. Great! Now that I've released the gas, I can eat something properly. Shun Qingyuan gave birth to 3 babies. Faced with this situation, how could Gu Ming possibly complain? On the contrary, he was overjoyed. Passing gas means that her gastrointestinal function is gradually returning to normal, and Shun Qingyuan no longer needs to eat liquid food. Seeing that Gu Ming didn't mind at all, Shun Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. The SVP ward has its own private kitchenette, fully equipped with pots, pans, and utensils. You can choose to have a kitchen deliver your food or cook it yourself. Gu Ming chose to do it himself without hesitation. You shouldn't eat greasy or nourishing foods right after giving birth. You need to gradually transition to light, easily digestible foods to nourish your body step by step. Just then, Li Min delivered fresh ingredients early in the morning. Free-range chickens, fresh crucian carp, pork liver, and some seasonal vegetables. These are all suitable for postpartum women. Gu Ming was preparing the ingredients. Xiao Wanqing brought fruit and baby supplies to visit Shun Qingyuan. She leaned over the crib and looked at it for a long time, her eyes filled with surprise and delight. Wow, the baby's eyes are just like Qingyuan's. He's so beautiful. They'll definitely all be handsome young men and beautiful young women in the future. Turning her head, she saw Gu Ming with his sleeves rolled up, ready to cook, and she immediately went over to help. Gu Ming, let me help you. In the kitchen, Gu Ming was preparing chicken. Xiao Wanqing picked up a piece of pork kidney, stood by the sink, rinsed it briefly, and prepared to slice it. Gu Ming glanced back and saw it, then quickly reached out to stop him. Don't cut it yet, it's not cleaned up yet. Huh? Xiao Wanqing looked puzzled. The outer membrane has been removed, so can it be boiled after a simple wash? It's not that simple. Gu Ming walked over and took the pork kidney. Pork kidneys have a very strong, fishy smell. The fascia and the inner kidney fat must be thoroughly removed, otherwise they will taste terrible. Qingyuan has just passed gas, and her stomach is fragile, so eating like this will easily make her feel uncomfortable. As Gu Ming spoke, he laid the pork kidneys flat on the cutting board. He first cut the pig kidney in half and carefully removed the pinkish-white kidney fat from the middle. The movements were clean, crisp, and executed in one smooth motion. Then Gu Ming used a diagonal knife to cut the pork kidneys into even, thin slices and then made shallow decorative cuts. Then it was soaked in water with a little diluted vinegar. Soaking it for a while can remove blood and reduce purine levels, which is better for your health. Gu Ming explained casually. You're so professional. I thought it was just a matter of washing and chopping. Xiao Wanqing was dumbfounded. She had initially thought she could lend a hand. As a result, he came in like an idiot, standing aside, watching Gu Ming perform all by himself. Gu Ming took out a clay pot and put in a small piece of ikamiya bark and a few pitted red dates. Then placed the soaked pork kidney slices in the pot and covered them with hot water. What kind of soup is this? Xiao Wanqing asked curiously. Ukamiya almoids and pork kidney soup can nourish the kidneys and is suitable for both men and women. Qingyuan just gave birth and is prone to back pain, so this is perfect for her. Gu Ming explained as he closed the lid. Xiao Wanqing listened, completely stunned. She now seriously suspects that Gu Ming may have secretly taken the exam for a postpartum caregiver certificate. This is so professional. No, you're a directing student. How do you even know this? She couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering her. I just searched for the recipe and followed it, Guming explained. After all, he couldn't very well say that the system just stuffed it into his brain. Guming turned around and went to deal with the free-range chicken. This kind of chicken needs to be stewed slowly. It's best to drink it later. Not long after, the Ukamiya almoids and pork kidney soup was ready. The soup is light brown and clear, not cloudy at all, and has no fishy smell whatsoever. While serving the soup, Guming secretly added some of the postpartum recovery fluid provided by the system. The recovery solution is colorless and odorless, and it is completely invisible when dissolved in soup. It smells pretty good. Wow, Guming, your skills are even better than the postpartum nannies at the postpartum care center. Xiao Wanqing sniffed and exclaimed in genuine admiration. Guming smiled and carried the soup toward the hospital bed. He carefully helped Shun Qingyuan sit up, placing 2 soft cushions behind her back and adjusting it to the most comfortable angle. Drink slowly. It's a little hot since it's freshly cooked. Shun Qingyuan took a small sip, her eyes brightening slightly. The soup was light and not greasy, and after drinking it, her surgical wound seemed to hurt less. It's delicious, Shun Qingyuan said softly. Xiao Wanqing sat to the side, munching on an apple, and joked with a smile. I'm truly impressed. I never expected Guming to be such a professional dad. Qingyuan, you're so lucky. Chapter 6, Shun Qingyuan is discharged from the hospital and goes home. Over the next few days, Shun Qingyuan's appetite improved day by day. The paleness from childbirth had faded from her face, and her complexion gradually became rosier. Guming prepared a variety of postpartum meals for Shun Qingyuan. The meal gradually transitioned from soft, mushy porridge to rice and home-style stir-fries. It has a light flavor, yet is incredibly fresh and delicious. Eat more. Guming placed a piece of stewed pork ribs, cooked until the meat was falling off the bone, on Shun Qingyuan's plate. Shun Qingyuan took a bite, her eyes curving into crescents. So delicious. When she looked at Guming, her eyes were soft, with a hint of unconscious dependence. The two had just finished eating when 3 loud cries rang out from the crib. Wow, wow, wow. The 3 little ones were served dinner on time. Little gluttons. Guming smiled and picked them up one by one, handing them to Shun Qingyuan. They've been feeding each other more these past few days, and they've gotten the hang of it. Shun Qingyuan first cleaned the baby food container with warm water and then fed the 3 babies in turn. After the little ones have all eaten, Guming took them again, held them upright on his shoulder, and patted them one by one with his cupped hands to help them burp and fall asleep before putting them back in their cribs. Shun Qingyuan leaned against the headboard, watching Guming's busy figure, feeling as if the past few days had been a dream. Guming's thoughtfulness and attentiveness were things she had never imagined before. With meticulous care, Shun Qingyuan recovered exceptionally quickly and was able to walk freely just a few days after the surgery. Even Li Min and the attending nurse were surprised, but in the end they could only attribute it to her youth and good physical condition. It's true that young women recover faster after giving birth. The nurses smiled and remarked during their rounds. He made me postpartum meals every day and took good care of me. I feel like I've gained a lot of weight now. Shun Qingyuan smiled and glanced at Guming, who was changing the baby's diaper next to her. The nurse looked at Shun Qingyuan with envy in her heart. She didn't receive this kind of treatment when she was in postpartum confinement. Moreover, Shun Qingyuan has a very good foundation. Although she has just given birth and looks a bit haggard, her eyebrows and eyes are still beautiful and charming. She was enveloped in a soft maternal glow, possessing a unique charm that set her apart from ordinary girls. Not only is she beautiful, but her husband is also so considerate and capable. They've won so many times they're practically ecstatic. Time flew by, and it was time to be discharged from the hospital. Xiao Wanqing came over specifically to help pack her things. After checking the rooms in the morning, Li Min pulled the 2 of them aside and repeatedly explained the precautions. Be careful when you go home to recuperate after childbirth. Avoid drafts and cold water. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if it developed into a chronic illness. Understood. Guming and Shun Qingyuan nodded quickly. After glancing at Guming, Li Min added seriously. And most importantly, you absolutely must not touch Qingyuan during this period. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingyuan's face flushed bright red, and she almost buried her head in her chest. Okay, Mom, we've got it all covered. Guming felt a little awkward and quickly responded. Xiao Wanqing was trying not to laugh when Shun Qingyuan secretly pinched her arm, making her wince in pain. The discharge procedures went very smoothly. Li Min escorted them all the way to the elevator, repeatedly reminding Gu Ming to pay attention, and Gu Ming agreed to each and every word. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, Gu Ming pushed the stroller and headed straight for the innermost parking space. Xiao Wanqing's eyes widened the moment she spotted the modified Cullinan, which was all matte black and exuded a powerful aura. She reached out and grabbed Gu Ming's arm. "Wow, this is your car? It must have cost over 8 million, right?" "Well, I made a small profit from selling some novel copyrights through investment and other means a while ago, so I bought it." Gu Ming casually agreed and pressed the car key. He has already told his parents about his income in the past few days. The funds for system rewards all come from legitimate channels and are traceable. Although Li Min and Gu Jianfeng were surprised, they accepted it after muttering a few words. Gu Ming opened the car door. The back seat had already been modified to meet the standards for infants and toddlers, and 3 safety carriers were already securely fixed in place. The car has a spacious interior and the shock absorption has been specially upgraded, making it much more comfortable than ordinary family cars. The 3 of them carefully placed the baby inside. Shun Qingyuan sat in the passenger seat, while Xiao Wanqing squeezed into the back to take care of the child. Gu Ming started the car and slowly drove out of the hospital. A dozen minutes later, the car stopped in the underground parking garage of Jiangjing No. 1. This is a top-tier riverside luxury residence in Jianghai City, with an average price of over 80,000 yuan per square meter, inhabited only by the wealthy and powerful. After verifying the property ownership information, the security guard immediately and respectfully allowed them to pass. Xiao Wanqing was amazed the whole way, her mouth never closing. Even Shun Qingyuan, who came from an extraordinary background, couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. She took the elevator straight to the top floor, and the moment she pushed open the door, Shun Qingyuan froze. The 320 square meter apartment is spacious and airy, with floor-to-ceiling windows offering expansive views of the river. The afternoon sun streamed in, making the whole room bright and cheerful. The house that the system rewarded even had a nursery pre-furnished. All furniture is made of formaldehyde-free solid wood, and it includes a crib, diaper-changing table, and constant temperature sterilizer. You arranged all of this in advance?" Shun Qingyuan couldn't help but ask. "Yes, it was all taken care of beforehand, so we can move in right away," Gu Ming said with a smile. Shun Qingyuan's heart was instantly filled with happiness. For the rest of the time, Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan stayed with the 3 little ones, changing diapers, feeding, burping, and soothing to sleep. The 2 of them are getting along better and better. At first, I would be flustered and confused, but now I can tell what the other person is going to do with just a glance. The awkwardness between Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan had faded from their initial meeting, replaced by a more intimate atmosphere. Sometimes when she gets up at night to breastfeed, Gu Ming stays with her, and the 2 of them take care of the baby together. Xiao Wanqing would often run over here. Ostensibly, she was visiting her best friend and godchildren, but in reality, she was always there for the postpartum meals prepared by Gu Ming. She always ate to her heart's content, praising Gu Ming's cooking skills as being even better than those of a professional chef. "He's handsome, rich, and can cook. Why can't I meet a man like Gu Ming?" Xiao Wanqing munched on a small cake made by Gu Ming, speaking indistinctly. Shun Qingyuan laughed and patted her. "Even food can't shut you up." Just as the 2 were nestled on the sofa, eating and chatting, Gu Ming's phone suddenly rang. It was Professor Zhang, his advisor in directing, who called. "Hello, Teacher Zhang." Gu Ming answered the phone. "Gu Ming, I heard you became a father, and it's triplets. How lucky you are." Professor Zhang's voice was tinged with laughter. It's clear that the counselor has already spread the word about this in the department, and many teachers are discussing it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Professor Zhang changed the subject and got down to business. "I'm calling to ask you what your plans are now, since you haven't submitted your graduation project proposal yet." Hearing Professor Zhang's words, Gu Ming belatedly remembered that he was graduating. He is studying directing, and he has basically finished his courses in his senior year, so he doesn't have to sit in the classroom every day and his time is relatively free. However, the graduation requirements are very strict. In addition to a graduation thesis, students must also submit an original film with a runtime of at least 30 minutes. Only those who meet both requirements can receive their graduation certificate and degree certificate. Gu Ming was somewhat conflicted. Strictly speaking, his graduation certificate is no longer of much use to him. Even a master's degree, let alone a bachelor's degree, wouldn't have helped his career much. But after 4 years of university, if I can't even get a diploma, I feel like something is missing. And if my parents found out, they definitely wouldn't agree. Just as Gu Ming was pondering this, a semi-transparent light screen popped up in front of him again. A key life turning point has been detected, triggering a branch in the world line. World line 1. Giving up the diploma to focus on career. Award. 3 million yuan in cash. World line 2. Carefully polishing the graduation project and successfully obtaining 2 certificates. Rewards. Maxed out director skill, script love letters to grandma. Gu Ming's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, I chose option 2. 3 million in cash is tempting, but a top-tier directing skill combined with a mature, high-quality theatrical script is not enough. Its long-term value is far more than this amount of money. It's not even in the same league. The next second, a wealth of directing knowledge, camera language, and scene mise-en-scene experience flooded into his mind. Gu Ming seemed to have been working on film sets for decades, and he knew every detail of filming by heart. At the same time, a complete script also clearly emerged in his mind. Chapter 7 Graduation Project. Gu Ming quickly went through the plot of Love Letters to Grandma in his mind. This is a Lingnan-themed film. The script is of very high quality. It would be competitive even if it were shown directly in theaters. Using it as a graduation project would be a complete game changer. Professor Zhang, I will go back to school tomorrow to submit my thesis proposal, Gu Ming said with certainty. Professor Zhang hesitated for a few seconds, still a little worried, and gave the instructions. Okay, keep track of your progress and don't delay your defense. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang, it won't happen. As soon as she hung up the phone, Shun Qingyuan tilted her head curiously and asked, What's wrong? Who called? Xiao Wanqing, holding a cake fork in her mouth, looked over with a curious expression. It's nothing, it's my supervisor calling to ask about my graduation project proposal. Gu Ming smiled and sat down next to Shun Qingyuan. Graduation project? Do your directing majors have to make a movie for their graduation project? Xiao Wanqing suddenly perked up, stopped eating her cake, and leaned over to ask curiously. Yes, in addition to the thesis, we also have to submit an original film. Gu Ming nodded. So what are you planning to film? A short campus movie? Xiao Wanqing blinked, looking expectant. I don't plan to make a short film. Gu Ming smiled. I plan to shoot a feature film directly and submit it as my graduation project. A theatrical film? Xiao Wanqing almost choked on the cake in her mouth, her eyes widening as she stared at Gu Ming in shock. No way, Gu Ming. You're that awesome? Did I hear that right? Yes, if it gets released in theaters, we can make some money. Gu Ming nodded, speaking casually. Xiao Wanqing was already incredibly excited, squirming and twisting on the sofa. She has dreamed of becoming an actress since she was a child. I also filmed quite a few campus microfilms and commercials during my university years. Unfortunately, they were all small-scale operations and never actually made a theatrical film. The opportunity is right in front of you. Have you found someone yet? Female lead? Do you think I'm suitable? Xiao Wanqing rubbed her hands together, looked at Gu Ming expectantly, and volunteered. Let me tell you, I've filmed several short films before. I don't need a salary. Just meals are fine. Really? After speaking, Xiao Wanqing shook Shun Qingyuan's arm, signaling her to speak up for her. Why are you looking at me? Gu Ming just needs a nod. Shun Qingyuan was amused by her expression and nudged her arm. Gu Ming looked at Xiao Wanqing, lost in thought. While he was going through the script in his mind, he was still thinking about who would play the female lead. Xiao Wanqing's reminder was indeed quite appropriate. Xiao Wanqing has a bright and charming appearance and exudes a youthful vibe. More importantly, she happens to be from Lingnan, so her performance felt completely natural. You really want to act? Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. Of course I want to. Xiao Wanqing nodded vigorously, patting her small chest to assure him. I'll definitely give my best. I'll do whatever you ask me to do, and I absolutely won't hold anyone back. Xiao Wanqing was indeed suitable in every way, so Gu Ming had no reason to hesitate. Okay, then you're the one for the female lead. I'll organize the script and send it to you in the next couple of days, Gu Ming said with a smile. In his view, this movie needed exactly amateur actors. However, filming will probably have to wait until next month. I still need to take care of Qingyuan and the baby. No problem. Xiao Wanqing was so excited that she jumped up from the sofa. Look at you, so pathetic. Don't mess it up. Shun Qingyuan teased her with a smile. Don't worry. Absolutely not. Xiao Wanqing said with great confidence. I'll go back and practice my acting skills properly. I promise I won't embarrass myself. The next morning, Guming drove back to Jianghai University. He went directly to his supervisor, Professor Zhang's, office and handed over the printed thesis proposal. Teacher, this is my thesis proposal. Professor Zhang took it with a smile, flipped through a couple of pages, and suddenly froze. A feature film for theatrical release? You're planning to make a theatrical film for your graduation project? Professor Zhang looked up at Guming, his face filled with disbelief. The film production process is very complicated. First, you have to register the project and get the film license before you can start filming. After filming, it still needs to pass censorship and be edited before it can be released to the public. Professor Zhang simply felt that the young man was overly ambitious and wanted to achieve great things overnight. Teacher Zhang, please take a look at the script first. Guming then took out a complete script from his bag and placed it in front of him. Professor Zhang paused for a moment, then picked up the script with a mixture of belief and skepticism. He originally just wanted to flip through a couple of pages casually and then advised Guming to be more pragmatic. After reading just the first 3 pages, his expression turned serious. Professor Zhang unconsciously sat up straight, sometimes frowning in thought, sometimes nodding in admiration. I was completely immersed in the story. Professor Zhang finally breathed a long sigh of relief after reading the last page. Great, that's wonderful. Professor Zhang nodded repeatedly, unable to hide his excitement. With his decades of experience in the industry, he could see the potential of this book at a glance. As long as the filming is decent and the actors are competent, it will definitely have a good market response. If his students can produce such a work, and it becomes a hit, he, as their mentor, will also feel proud. They can also benefit from the department's awards and commendations. You silly child, why didn't you tell me you had such a good notebook sooner? Professor Zhang immediately said, don't worry, I'll take care of all the troublesome things like filing and project approval for you. Our department has a green channel for supporting film and television project for college students, so I went to apply to the department. If you need any support from the school, just let us know. We'll give you priority access to facilities, equipment, and anything the department can lend you. Compared to before, Professor Zhang's attitude has made a complete 180-degree turn. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. I'll trouble you then. Guming smiled and said, I can handle the funding and the production crew. I just need your help with the project approval process. With Professor Zhang's help to go through the school's fast track, it really saved a lot of trouble. No trouble at all. Not trouble at all. Professor Zhang waved his hand, full of interest. Just focus on filming. After you're done, I'll help you review the first draft. With this script alone, the chances of winning an award are huge. After chatting with Professor Zhang for another half hour about the filming details, Guming got up to say goodbye. Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. I'll start working on the project approval tomorrow and let you know when I get any news. Contact me anytime if you encounter any difficulties. Professor Zhang escorted Guming to his office door, giving him a few words of advice. Okay, Teacher Zhang. Guming nodded, turned and left the office building, heading towards the parking lot. Not far from the school gate at this time, Su Manny was clinging to Zhao Tianyu's arm, acting coquettishly. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of a black Cullinan driving out from the direction of the parking lot. The matte paint finish has a subtle texture under the sunlight, and the little Golden Man logo is very eye-catching, making it look very valuable. Su Manny's eyes lit up instantly. Anyone who can afford a Cullinan is definitely a real tycoon, far wealthier than Zhao Tianyu's family. Tianyu, I'm going to buy a bottle of water over there. Wait for me a moment. She quickly let go of Zhao Tianyu's arm and made an excuse to leave. As she spoke, Su Manny quickly walked to the roadside shop, pretending to buy water. She even tidied her hair and skirt and straightened her chest, just waiting for the driver to pass by for a chance encounter. If you can strike up a conversation, it will be much more promising than following Zhao Tianyu. As the car slowly approached, a sweet smile appeared on Su Manny's face. Her smile froze when she saw who was in the driver's seat. Guming, the one driving the Cullinan. Isn't that Guming the one she used to look down on? How is that possible? How could a poor student like him possibly afford a Cullinan worth millions? Su Manny stood there, her face turning pale and then red, her mind a jumbled mess. Guming didn't even notice Su Manny by the roadside. The car drove smoothly past, and he stepped on the gas and drove out of the school gate. Zhao Tianyu walked over, followed her gaze, and was still amazed. Wow, Cullinan? When did our school get someone that rich? This car must have cost close to 10 million yuan when it was first purchased. Hearing Zhao Tianyu's words, Su Manny's feelings became even more complicated. Is that car really Guming's? If it really is his, then Guming isn't poor at all. He just hasn't flaunted his wealth before. How could I have been so blind to reject such a low-profile millionaire and break up with him? Thinking about this, Su Manny was filled with deep regret. Chapter 8. Daily Life with a Child, That Touch of Charm. Guming Gang had just returned home when he opened the door and heard a chorus of crying coming from the living room. Shen Qingyin was sitting on the sofa, holding her eldest child, frantically trying to soothe him. The second and third babies in the crib also whimpered, their little faces scrunched up. Seeing Guming enter, she instantly breathed a sigh of relief, pouted, and let out a slightly coquettish gesture that she herself didn't realize. You're finally back. Before, when Guming was at home, the two of them divided the work and cooperated, so she didn't feel that taking care of the child was that difficult. Now that she was all alone, with the three little ones taking turns making a ruckus, she truly understood what it meant to be flustered and overwhelmed. Guming quickly put down what he was holding and went over to take the bow. He only needed to smell it briefly to figure out what was going on. He must have pooped. I'll go change his diaper. He carried the baby to the changing table in the nursery. Gently hold the baby's two ankles with one hand and slightly raise the buttocks. First, remove the soiled diaper, then carefully wipe it clean from front to back with a warm, damp cotton cloth. After wiping the baby clean, Guming didn't rush to dress the baby in new clothes. Instead, I let it air dry for about 10 seconds before applying a thin layer of diaper rash cream. Then I put the new diaper under the baby's bottom, aligned it with the waist tabs, and smoothed out the leak guards on both sides. Babies can't talk, so they cry for only a few reasons. They're either hungry, need a diaper change, or are sleepy, or they have an itchy head and feel uncomfortable. Sometimes they'll fuss because the diaper feels stuffy. Guming put the baby back in the crib while explaining with a smile. Trigger a daily dose of caring dad service and receive a cash reward of 100,000 yuan. The system notification that suddenly popped up in his mind startled Guming slightly. I didn't expect that such routine care could trigger a reward. It came quite unexpectedly. Shen Qingyuan stood beside Guming, watching his actions with eyes full of admiration. She's so clumsy at changing diapers, it takes her ages to get it right. Guming, on the other hand, got it done in no time, and the baby didn't cry or fuss. You're amazing, Shen Qingyuan couldn't help but say. Guming turned around, smiled at her, and reached out to ruffle her hair. This is nothing. I have many other strengths that you'll see later. Guming then picked up the whimpering erbao. He skillfully checked the temperature of the baby's neck, and then touched the diaper. After confirming that erbao was just fussy and had no other problems, he put erbao back in his original position. As her body recovered day by day, Shen Qingyuan paid more and more attention to managing her figure. With the help of the systemic recovery fluid, her recovery speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. Not long after giving birth, her lochia stopped and she recovered. However, Guming still dared not have any wicked thoughts. The morning light streamed through the large French windows, casting a pale gold hue on the floor. Shen Qingyuan was wearing loose maternity clothes and doing postpartum recovery exercises on a yoga mat. Even the loose-fitting clothes couldn't hide her voluptuous figure. With just a slight bend, her neckline droops, revealing her full breasts. A deep, unfathomable, white abyss exuded an irresistible allure, drawing Guming's gaze to explore it. However, Guming had great self-control. He only glanced at it once and then looked away. Why are you staring at me? It's been almost 10 minutes. Shen Qingyuan shyly covered her chest. Guming then looked away in disappointment. It must be said that Shen Qingyuan has maintained her figure very well. Although her waist was a bit softer than before her pregnancy, her curves were still graceful and beautiful, making her even more alluring. Every move she made exuded the gentle charm of a new mother. However, Shen Qingyuan herself was still somewhat dissatisfied. She secretly weighed herself a couple of days ago and found that she weighed 115 pounds. Shen Qingyuan didn't want to lose her shape after giving birth. But in Guming's eyes, Shen Qingyuan was not fat at all. He is 1.68 meters tall with a well-proportioned frame. This weight is just right for a plump and healthy state. Moreover, she still has the foundation from years of exercise, so childbirth did not cause too much damage to her figure. In this condition, she's already better off than most women her age who haven't had children yet. Next, Gu Ming went to the crib and interacted with the three little ones one by one for early education. He gently placed his clean index finger into the baby's palm. Using the newborn's grasping reflex, gently lift along the direction of the force. He is training the baby's tactile sense and grasping ability. After practicing grasping, Gu Ming picked up the black and white cards, held them about 20 centimeters in front of the baby's eyes, and slowly moved them left and right. Guide the little one's eyes to follow the cards, thus exercising their visual tracking ability. Early education for newborns should begin as early as possible to better stimulate sensory development. However, one must also be mindful of boundaries. Each session should only last 1 or 2 minutes at most. Prolonged sessions can easily cause visual fatigue in babies. Shen Qingyuan originally wanted to continue learning, but Gu Ming persuaded her to go back and focus on recuperating. Of the 3 babies, Gu Ming loves his youngest daughter, Anua, the most. The 3 babies are so cute and cuddly. They occasionally wake up and smile, revealing shallow dimples at the corners of their mouths. They are absolutely adorable. Looking at the 3 little ones in front of me with their big, bright eyes, Gu Ming couldn't help but look up and smile at Shen Qingyuan on the yoga mat. Qingyuan, look, the baby's eyes are just like yours, so big and bright. Let me see. Shen Qingyuan stopped what she was doing and walked over. She looked down at the 3 adorable little ones in the crib and couldn't help but smile. This is all thanks to you. Not long after, the doorbell rang. Li Min entered the door, carrying 2 large bags full of things. These are the free-range eggs she bought from a farmer, along with a bunch of health supplements. Mom, why buy so much? We have everything we need at home. Gu Ming reached out and took the bag. It was quite heavy. If I bought it as a grandma, could it be the same as what you prepared? Li Min rolled her eyes at him, then went inside to change her shoes and wash her hands. She grew increasingly satisfied with her daughter-in-law, Shen Qingyuan. It's not just because the girl gave birth to 3 healthy babies at once. Furthermore, her gentle and sensible nature makes her all the more endearing and pitiful. Therefore, Li Min would often bring gifts to visit Shen Qingyuan. She also wanted to show off more in front of her daughter-in-law. She was afraid that her son was careless and might not take good care of her, causing Shen Qingyuan to suffer. Li Min had seen this kind of thing many times in the obstetrics and gynecology department. If you suffer grievances during your postpartum period, you can really remember them for a lifetime. Li Min had originally planned to cook for herself when she came over today. As a result, Gu Ming didn't let her into the kitchen and took charge of Shen Qingyuan's postpartum meals himself. Shen Qingyuan is now able to transition to a normal diet, as long as she avoids oily, salty, spicy, and cold foods. Gu Ming made boneless chicken legs with scallions, braised beef brisket, and baby bok choy and broth for lunch today. The dishes looked simple, but their aromas were enticing and made them exceptionally appetizing. When did you learn to cook like this? Li Min exclaimed repeatedly as she ate. It's not easy to make a nutritious meal with little oil and salt so flavorful. Many chefs rely on heavy oil and salt to enhance flavor, but they don't actually do well when making light, home-style dishes. I specifically learned this during this period because I have to take good care of my wife and children. Gu Ming casually replied. He said wife very naturally. Shen Qingyuan's face instantly flushed red. She lowered her head and picked at the rice in her bowl, her ears turning bright red. Li Min saw this and smiled happily, feeling even more satisfied. After finishing her meal, Li Min couldn't wait to go to the nursery to see her grandchildren. As an obstetrician and gynecologist, she had a strong sense of propriety. Before getting close to the child, Li Min washed her hands with hand sanitizer. She didn't dare touch the baby until the disinfection was complete. The child's parotid glands are not fully developed yet, and they are located in a shallow area. Pinching a baby's face frequently can cause them to drool more and damage their glands. So you and Qingyuan should both be careful not to pinch the baby's cheeks, just because the baby is cute. Li Min gently touched the baby's little hand with her fingertips while giving him earnest instructions. Okay, Mom, Gu Ming replied with a smile. Li Min played with the children for a while, then made a video call to Gu Jianfeng. Come quick, come see your grandchildren. She pointed the camera at the crib. Oh dear, quickly call him Grandpa. Gu Jianfeng on the other end of the video call smiled so hard his eyes narrowed. How old is the child? How can he talk? Even if he can talk, he'll say Daddy and Mommy first. Li Min rolled her eyes. Gu Jianfeng was itching to try it. The saying grandparents love their grandchildren more was truly accurate. But now he's teaching senior high school students and is also their homeroom teacher, So he's busy from morning till night every day. It was already 10 p.m. after my evening self-study session, and I didn't want to come over and disturb the young couple's rest. So these days I can only see my child through video calls every day to ease my longing. After chatting for a short while, Li Min decisively got up to say goodbye. She made a point of giving the young couple some private time together. Chapter 9: Homelander's Bewildered Face. GIF. Taking care of triplets is indeed quite troublesome. Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan have to get up 3 or 4 times every night. The 3 little ones took turns waking up and getting hungry, as if they had planned it together. As soon as one was put down after being fed, the others started whimpering and crying. Sometimes, after feeding the last person, Shun Qingyuan would be so sleepy that she couldn't even keep her eyes open. So, sometimes she would fall asleep with her neckline still open, head tilted to one side. Gu Ming woke up and turned around to see this scene. A patch of snow-white skin was exposed to him without any defense. The light pink fabric clung tightly to her fair and voluptuous curves. Viewed from the side, it's a mountain range. Viewed from the front, it's a peak. The view varies depending on distance, height, and perspective. Just then, Shun Qingyuan turned over unintentionally. As she turned over, the thin fabric of her clothes rolled up to her waist. Her plump, snow-white thighs and the curves of her lower waist were exposed. Gu Ming swallowed hard. "You're using this to test your cadres?" Which cadre couldn't withstand such a test? "Okay, I really can't handle it." If it weren't for the worry that the babies wouldn't have enough to eat, Gu Ming would have loved to steal their food. He just couldn't fall asleep. So he quietly tucked the blanket around Shun Qingyuan, then tiptoed out of bed and crept into the bathroom. After using the restroom, Gu Ming went straight into the kitchen. A cash reward of 6,666 yuan was given for proactively preparing postpartum meals for Shun Qingyuan. A system notification sounded in my mind. This system really does give out rewards all the time. Gu Ming sighed inwardly and continued preparing breakfast. He was very particular about preparing postpartum meals, and the ratio of carbohydrates, protein, and fat had to be very precise. After all, the quality of breast milk is directly related to diet. Only when Shun Qingyuan eats a balanced and healthy diet can her breast milk be nutritious enough. Today he made Hondu beef soup. First, marinate the beef with sweet potato starch until it is well mixed and flavorful. Then cook it in a pot. Before taking it off the heat, sprinkle with minced ginger, cilantro, and chopped green onions for an incredibly fragrant aroma. According to the authentic way of eating it, a spoonful of chili should be added. But Shun Qingyuan was still breastfeeding and needed to recover her digestive system. So Gu Ming simply stopped letting her go. Because he was worried that she wouldn't have enough to eat, Gu Ming cooked an extra small bowl of thin noodles. Just as the soup was placed on the table, a commotion came from the room. "Wow! Wow!" The cries, like a trio, rose and fell, each one louder than the last, just like a competition. Shun Qingyuan was also woken up by crying. She sat up and realized that her collar was open. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she hurriedly pulled her clothes back up. Looking up, I saw Gu Ming carrying a basin of water and hurrying into the room. Her shyness dissipated considerably in an instant. Shun Qingyuan herself didn't even realize it. Since Gu Ming came to her side, her nerves, which had been tense for several months, gradually relaxed. I even slept much more soundly at night. Wipe it off first before feeding. I use lukewarm water. It's not hot. Gu Ming placed the basin on the bedside table, wrung out a clean cotton towel, and prepared to wipe the baby's food storage area. Who knew that the moment the soft cotton towel touched that patch of white cream, Shun Qingyuan's body trembled slightly, unable to hold back. A stream of warm milk sprayed directly onto Gu Ming's face. The air was silent for a second. Gu Ming stood there, stunned, his eyes filled with a clear, bewildered look. Is this facial cleanser? A bewildered face of a Homelander.GIF. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. It's been bloated for too long, and it's a bit out of control. Shun Qingyuan was extremely embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed red, and she frantically grabbed a towel. It's all right, it's all right. Gu Ming realized what was happening, subconsciously touched the corner of his mouth, and even tasted it. It smells good. Let's feed the baby first. Shun Qingyuan's face turned bright red, almost as if it were about to bleed, while the 3 little ones in the crib were still whimpering and crying incessantly. She didn't have time to dwell on this little embarrassment, and quickly picked up the most mischievous baby, adjusted his position, and started feeding him. The baby calmed down immediately as soon as the milk entered his mouth. Her big, dark eyes were wide open, and her little fists were clenched around her clothes. While eating, she kept turning her eyes to look around, looking innocent and adorable. This little incident will soon be over. Gu Ming then took the opportunity to conduct early education training for the babies. The first few months are the golden window for brain development in newborns, and this time should not be wasted. However, Gu Ming did not have the mentality of tiger parenting and force his child to be successful in the future. After all, he himself is already able to provide a safety net for the children. However, it's always good to start early during the golden period of development, as it's a good start in life. You provide early education for your babies, laying a solid foundation for their future growth. Reward: Intelligence Gene Optimization Baby Version. An invisible warm current gently caressed the three babies. Gu Ming could vaguely sense that the baby's eyes had become much more lively. He raised an eyebrow. The reward was pretty good. After completing a set of early education activities, the three little ones were still very energetic. The little hands reached out and grabbed in the air, and the little feet kept kicking like riding a small bicycle. Shen Qingyuan's heart melted at the sight, and she quickly grabbed her phone and started snapping photos nonstop. Shen Qingyuan used to think it was a bit exaggerated when she saw other people posting pictures of their kids on social media. They're just kids. What's so special about filming them? They always make the same few expressions over and over again. You only realize how adorable your own baby is when it happens to you. She finds even a yawn incredibly cute, and she'll take out her phone to film a tiny bubble for ages. She wanted to capture every moment of her baby's life. Gu Ming stood beside her, watching the three adorable little ones on the bed with her. Seeing Shen Qingyuan taking pictures of the baby with her phone, Gu Ming couldn't help but smile and pinch her cheek. The weather is nice today. Why don't we take the baby out to get some sun? Gu Ming reached out and tidied up the little blankets for the babies. Getting more sun can help you get vitamin D, which is good for eye development. Okay. Shen Qingyuan immediately nodded and turned to get the baby's sun hat and blanket. The two of them carried the three little ones into the custom-made triplet stroller. After putting little hats on the babies, I pushed the stroller downstairs to the community garden. The afternoon sun was just right, warm and pleasant, but not too hot. Many residents strolling in the garden couldn't help but gather around to look at the strollers they were pushing. Wow, are these triplets? They're so beautiful. An Annie who was taking a stroll came over and couldn't stop smiling as she looked at the three little babies with their round, bright eyes in the car. Look at these three little ones. Their eyebrows and eyes are exactly the same. They're so cute and adorable. Thank you, Auntie, Shen Qingyuan replied with a smile. A young couple passing by also stopped in their tracks. The girl stared wide-eyed, excitedly shaking her boyfriend's arm. Oh my God, they're so cute. I want adorable triplets too. The boy adjusted his glasses and weakly added, child trafficking is illegal. Get out. The girl playfully punched him, her face turning red, which made everyone around them laugh. Look, their parents are so good-looking. No wonder the baby is so good-looking. Their genes are so strong. Absolutely. With a handsome dad and a beautiful mom, it's no wonder their baby is so good-looking. I'm so envious. The surrounding chatter was filled with praise and envy. Shen Qingyuan felt a little embarrassed and moved closer to Gu Ming. Gu Ming reached out and naturally put his arm around her shoulder, then looked down and smiled. Don't be shy. Our baby is naturally the most beautiful. He squatted down and carefully put Sanbao's little hat back on. I moved the stroller to the shade of a tree to avoid direct sunlight on the baby's eyes. After basking in the sun for about 15 minutes, the three little ones felt comfortable all over from the warm sunshine. They rubbed their eyes and yawned, their little heads nodding, looking like they were about to fall asleep. Look at them. They're so sleepy from the sun. Shen Qingyuan covered her mouth and laughed, then reached out and gently touched Bao's soft little face. Gu Ming raised his hand to check the time and nodded. It's almost time. Newborns shouldn't be exposed to the sun for too long. It's time to go back. Gu Ming carefully pulled down the stroller's sunshade a little to block the oncoming sunlight. Then he and Shen Qingyuan pushed the stroller home together. Chapter 10. You can do whatever you want. Time flies. That evening, Shen Qingyuan sat on the sofa and skillfully lifted her clothes to breastfeed her babies. After the three little ones had eaten and drunk their fill and were fast asleep with little yawns, Gu Ming gently carried them back to their cribs and settled them in before finally sitting down with a sigh of relief. Beat? Gu Ming picked up his phone and turned to look at Shun Qingyuan. Cool me. Shun Qingyuan spoke with a hint of anticipation as she also took out her phone. The two opened a 4-character game and logged in to play together. Gu Ming moved to the side so that Shun Qingyuan could lean closer to him more comfortably. The two snuggled side by side on the soft sofa, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Postpartum women experience significant hormonal fluctuations, coupled with the exhaustion of caring for their babies day and night, making them prone to emotional lows. In severe cases, it can lead to postpartum depression. So even if Gu Ming is very tired, he will always make time to chat and play games with Shun Qingyuan every day. I didn't want her to be alone and overthink things. Under Gu Ming's meticulous care, Shun Qingyuan lived a happy and fulfilling life every day. She showed none of the signs of postpartum depression that had been rumored. As time went by, Shun Qingyuan gradually got used to this rhythm. Every night, Gu Ming and I would put the baby to sleep together, then rest side by side on the sofa for a while before finally going back to the bedroom to rest together. She just watched Gu Ming busy every day, taking care of her postpartum meals and helping to take care of 3 babies. Shun Qingyuan always felt guilty. She often wanted to volunteer to do some housework to help out, but Gu Ming always stopped her. Your task now is to rest well, and you don't need to worry about anything else. Gu Ming gave Shun Qingyuan no chance at all and sent her to rest. During this time, the 3 little ones' appetites grew bigger and bigger. Even though Shun Qingyuan had plenty of breast milk, she couldn't keep up with the 3 little mouths taking turns feeding, so she inevitably had to supplement with formula. Babies grow up so fast, their little faces getting rounder and rounder every day, so delicate and adorable. Early the next morning, Gu Ming then drove Shun Qingyuan and the 3 babies back to the hospital for a postpartum checkup. Li Min had been waiting at the department door for a while. When she saw the 3 chubby little ones, her eyes narrowed with a smile. The test results were satisfactory. All 3 babies met all the required standards and are healthy. Its development is even better than many singleton babies of the same age. Shun Qingyuan's wounds are healing very well. It's rare to see someone recover so well after childbirth. You've recovered really well. Your husband really loves you. Even the nurse in charge of the examination couldn't help but sigh. He really loves me. Shun Qingyuan smiled. In the corridor, Gu Ming was waiting for Shun Qingyuan to come out after her examination. The system prompt then appeared again. You accompanied Shun Qingyuan throughout her postpartum period, ensuring a smooth recovery for both mother and baby, achieving a perfect health rating. Perfect life milestone achieved. Reward: max-level medical skill. In an instant, a vast amount of medical knowledge flooded into Gu Ming's mind. Traditional Chinese medicine, syndrome differentiation, Western medicine diagnosis, pharmacology and pathology, clinical emergency care. It encompasses everything and integrates it instantly. Gu Ming felt a slight throbbing in his temples, but his mind cleared up the next second. He subconsciously looked up and scanned his surroundings. Gu Ming could tell at a glance who was the young man next to him who was looking down at a novel. His kidneys are extremely strong. He doesn't get weak even after staying up late for a long time. Even the nurse walking over from a distance, Gu Ming could tell at a glance that she had a problem with her cervical spine. This is max-level medical skill. Gu Ming clicked his tongue. This reward was more useful than any amount of money. After all, who doesn't get sick sometimes? With nothing to do, he casually opened Douyin, TikTok. I happened to come across a knowledge-sharing streamer who was doing a live broadcast. The anchor looked energetic, but her lips had a faint purplish-blue tinge. A clear diagnosis instantly formed in Gu Ming's mind. Cyanosis of the lips is mostly caused by insufficient blood supply to the heart muscle, indicating that the body is in a state of chronic hypoxia. There is a high probability that there is a hidden danger to the heart. Gu Ming kindly sent a comment. Host, your lips are turning purple, which may indicate a heart problem. I suggest you go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, when the streamer scanned the live chat, his expression changed instantly, and his tone became sarcastic. I have a heart condition. You think you can outrun me? Gu Ming rolled his eyes and simply turned off the live stream. Do whatever you want, it's not my heart anyway. Just then, Shun Qingyuan came out of the examination room, with a nurse beside her, jokingly teasing Gu Ming. Don't worry, handsome, your wife is recovering very well. Now that your postpartum confinement period is over, you can do whatever you want. The implication in his words couldn't be clearer. Gu Ming looked embarrassed. Shun Qingyuan's face turned so red it was almost bleeding, and she kept her head down so low that her toes were completely hidden. Guming looked closely at Shun Qingyuan. Her complexion was rosy, and she had indeed recovered very well. In fact, with the help of the system recovery fluid, Shun Qingyuan had almost recovered 20 days ago. Guming was cautious and always told Shun Qingyuan to rest for a while longer before making any decisions, not daring to let her get too tired. Back home, Guming Gang closed the door. Shun Qingyuan suddenly turned around, stood on tiptoe, and placed a warm and soft kiss on Guming's lips. Guming's eyes widened immediately. As Shun Qingyuan's movements became more intense and passionate, her loose loungewear clung tightly to her body. It instantly outlined her breathtaking figure. Her towering peaks and full hips contrasted sharply with her slender waist. Her arms were like jade lotus roots, and her buttocks were like a full moon. Every line exudes ultimate sexiness. No wonder werewolves transform when they see the moon. Who can withstand that? This thought suddenly popped into Guming's mind. After a long while, their lips parted, and a glittering silver thread appeared between them. Husband, Shun Qingyuan looked up at Guming, her eyes slightly red. Her watery eyes looked as if they were filled with morning dew. From initial anxiety to current dependence and attraction, Shun Qingyuan was incredibly grateful that she had met Guming that night. Guming was stunned for a moment, then reached out and hugged her firmly. That look in his eyes. Brothers, we've turned into wolves. The three little ones in the crib were blowing bubbles and looking over with their eyes wide open, their innocent gazes like they were watching. Guming carried the baby straight to the bedroom. Today he was going to compete with the baby for food. Even Jesus couldn't stop him. The room was warm and cozy. Guming decisively went for it. The monkey, fully equipped with 6 powerful items, landed a critical hit with a single blow. On the vast sea, a fierce wind whips up dark clouds. Even the slightest movement can create waves. More than half an hour later, the storm gradually subsided. Shun Qingyuan's cheeks were flushed, and she leaned weakly against Guming's chest, her fingertips unconsciously drawing circles on his chest. As the two were whispering to each other, Shun Qingyuan's phone suddenly rang. It was her mother, Su Yuaqin, calling. Shun Qingyuan glanced at Guming. "It's my mother." "Then answer it quickly," Guming said. When she answered the phone, Shun Qingyuan sounded a little nervous. "Mom." "Qingyuan, how are you feeling? Are the children all right? Is the money I transferred to you a while ago enough for you?" On the other end of the phone, Su Yuaqin's voice sounded a little cautious. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingyuan felt a lump in her throat. During the past 6 months of her pregnancy, she had a very strained relationship with her family. Her father was stubborn and felt that being pregnant out of wedlock had brought shame to the Shun family. So he was so angry that he said he would sever ties with her. Her mother would secretly send her money every month, helping her both openly and secretly. "Mom, thankfully, all 3 babies are healthy." "She gave birth?" "Triple." "You child, you didn't even tell your mother about something this big." Su Yuaqin's voice first rose a few decibels, then softened, and she continued. "Your dad said he wants to see you. Don't be angry with him. He knows I've been sending you money, and he's tacitly approved of it. He was just too angry before, and he couldn't bring himself to admit it. Do you have time to go home and see him?" Shun Qingyuan subconsciously looked at Guming. Guming nodded, indicating that she agreed. During this past month, he had already known that Shun Qingyuan had a conflict with her parents because of her pregnancy. Now that there's a chance to ease tensions, it's best to agree. "Then I'll bring the child's father with me," Shun Qingyuan said softly. "You found the child's father?" Su Yuaqin asked in utter surprise. When Shun Qingyuan first found out she was pregnant, her family wanted her to have an abortion because they didn't know who the father was. But Shun Qingyuan couldn't bring herself to do it. The thought of 3 little lives inside her made her decide to bear it all alone. "Yes, I found him. He's very good to me." "Okay, then you can bring him home with you," Su Yuaqin said with some delight. Shun Qingyuan responded softly. However, when she thought about her father's stubborn temper, she couldn't help but feel worried for Guming. She'll probably have a hard time getting past her father. Chapter 11 Gifts for My Future Parents-in-Law. The next day, when Guming woke up, Shun Qingyuan was still fast asleep. Her flawless, delicate face was flushed with a lazy blush. Her eyelashes were long, and her breathing was even. Guming couldn't resist leaning over and kissing her on the cheek. Then take a deep breath, and a faint body fragrance mixed with the smell of milk lingers around her nose. Top-tier lung capacity. Shun Xing'en let out a soft moan. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were still glistening with tears as she looked at Gu Ming, her voice soft and nasal, as if she had just woken up. "What are you going to do?" "I want it." Gu Ming chuckled mischievously, his large hand wandering over and over the place. But before he could succeed, the baby crib next to him started whimpering. "Okay, the baby will be hungry soon." Shun Qingyuan blushed and quickly nudged Gu Ming. Gu Ming had no choice but to get up. "Come again tonight." Seeing Gu Ming's disappointed expression, Shun Qingyuan added in a low voice, her cheeks turning even redder. "You said it." Gu Ming's eyes lit up, and he instantly felt fully revitalized. He gently carried the 3 babies to the big bed one by one. Shun Qingyan leaned against the headboard, prepared the formula, and fed it to the babies while complaining to them. "It's all your father's fault. He made you drink milk powder today." The baby in my arms seemed to understand, waving his chubby little fists and puffing out his cheeks as he drank milk. His pouty look is especially cute. After last night, Gu Ming could clearly feel that. Shun Qingyuan felt more at ease with him and was no longer as uneasy as she had been at the beginning. The atmosphere between the two is becoming more and more like that of a real married couple. After a moment of tenderness, Gu Ming leaned against the headboard and began to think about the gift he should give on his first visit. During this period, the system's daily rewards have been arriving in his account one after another, and he now has more than 6 million yuan in liquid funds. However, Shun Qingyuan's family was not ordinary. They couldn't afford to offer her ordinary cigarettes, alcohol, or jewelry. "My father-in-law loves tea, so why don't we start with tea leaves?" Gu Ming searched through all the high-end tea shops online. The top-grade tea he found cost only around 100,000 yuan per kilogram, which he felt wasn't high enough. When visiting someone's home for the first time, the gift should be substantial. After all, Shun Qingyuan's premarital pregnancy and conflicts with her family were all due to her own actions. Just as he was struggling with this, a familiar system notification sound suddenly rang in Gu Ming's mind. Host detected preparing to visit in-laws, triggering key-node reward. Rewards have been issued. 50 g of Da Hong Pao tea from the mother tree, and 3 bottles of secret garden honey. The item has been stored in Vault Number 1 at the Jianghai branch of Daxia Bank. Please retrieve it with the key and deposit slip. Gu Ming was taken aback, then overjoyed. This cheat code is so thoughtful. The drop rate is really high. He had also heard about the value of this mother tree, Da Hong Pao. Only the tea produced by those 6 mother trees on the cliff can be called the true mother tree Da Hong Pao. Harvesting of this tea was completely stopped 20 years ago, and it has been listed as a key protected species. In the last public auction that year, just 1 kilogram fetched a sky-high price of over 10 million. At that time, the price of housing in Beijing was only a few thousand yuan per square meter. You could say that a single sip of tea costs as much as half the price of toilet in Beijing. It can be said that it is truly a case of having a price, but no market. Even if you have money, you have no way to buy it. As for the secret garden honey, Gu Ming searched online and learned about the relevant information. This is produced by wild bees in the primeval rainforest with an annual yield of less than 100 kilograms. A single bottle once fetched over 300,000 yuan at an international auction. Although not as precious as the original Da Hong Pao variety, it is still a rare and valuable item. It has excellent effects on regulating the stomach and intestines and nourishing the skin, making it the perfect gift for my mother-in-law. Looks like I'll have to go to the bank myself. Gu Ming packed his things, said goodbye to Shun Qingyuan, and drove straight to the Jianghai branch of Daxia Bank. Daxia Bank, Jianghai branch. Gu Ming had just parked his car and walked to the door when he heard a hesitant yet delighted voice behind him. "Gu Ming?" Gu Ming turned around and looked. A girl in a bank uniform stood on the steps, her hair tied in a bun, with a look of surprise on her face. Gu Ming paused for 2 seconds before recognizing her. Li Jiaping? Li Jiaping, his junior high school classmate. They sat at desks in front of and behind each other when they were in school. In their 3rd year of junior high, Li Jiaping even secretly slipped him a love letter. However, at that time Gu Ming was focused on his studies, so he politely declined her offer. The two lost contact after graduation, and it's been almost 10 years since they last saw each other. "Wow, it really is you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. What are you doing here?" Li Jiaping walked quickly down the steps. "I'm here to take care of some business." Gu Ming smiled. "You work here?" "Yes, I got in right after graduation. It's been almost a year." Li Jiaping's tone carried a hint of barely perceptible smugness. She graduated from junior college and managed to get a permanent position at a bank, which is already considered quite successful. Li Jiaping subconsciously glanced at Gu Ming. He still has that handsome face I remember, only much more mature than he did in junior high. But his outfit was very ordinary. He looked like a college student. She remembered that Gu Ming had excellent grades back then and eventually got into a top-tier university. But so what? There are tons of undergraduates these days, and even after graduating, they still scramble to submit their resumes. Unlike her, who works 9 to 5, has 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and enjoys a secure, stable job. These thoughts only lingered in her mind for a moment, but Li Jiaping remained enthusiastic. What kind of service do you need? Deposit money or open a new account? There are a lot of people today. How about I take you in to get a number? That way it'll be faster. No need to trouble yourself. I'm just retrieving something from the safe. Gu Ming waved his hand. A safe? Li Jiaping nodded, not thinking too much about it. Bank safe deposit box services are very common. The annual fee for a regular account is only a few thousand yuan. Many families get one to store things like property deeds and gold jewelry. Okay, if you need to pick up your things, just go inside and find the front desk. Li Jiaping laughed and said, I won't keep you company. I just came out for some fresh air and I have to go back to work. Okay, you go ahead and do your thing. The two walked in the hall together, and Li Jiaping turned around and went upstairs. She works as a clerk in an office on the 2nd floor and doesn't need to handle business in the lobby. The hall was now packed with people. There were long queues in front of 7 or 8 regular windows. Gu Ming didn't join the queue. He went straight to the front desk. Hello, I'm here to retrieve the items from safe number 1. He placed the brass key and the deposit slip on the counter. The receptionist was a young woman in her early 20s who was busy organizing the receipts. Hearing Gu Ming's words, she was immediately startled. Please wait a moment. I'll get our bank manager right away. Please have a seat. The little girl stood up and almost tipped over the chair because she moved too quickly. Safe number 1. That's a top-tier safe deposit box, the kind used by the head office. The annual fee starts at 500,000, and those who know how to rent it are definitely either rich or powerful. Gu Ming nodded without saying anything, sat down on the nearby bench, and waited quietly. Chapter 12 Mother Tree Big Red Robe. Less than 2 minutes. A series of rapid high heel sounds came from behind. Bai Jia walked over quickly. She wore a well-tailored off-white suit skirt that accentuated her curvaceous figure. As the branch manager of Jianghai branch, she was usually stern and rarely smiled, and everyone in the branch was afraid of her. But at this moment, she had a perfectly timed smile on her face, and her steps were a bit faster than usual. Hello, sir. I am Bai Jia, the branch manager of Jianghai branch. Bai Jia walked up to Gu Ming, extended her hand, and lowered her posture considerably. I will be in charge of your number 1 safe throughout the entire process. Please follow me. Please rest in the VIP room for a while. Thank you for your help, Director Bai. Gu Ming reached out and gently shook hands. No trouble at all. It's nothing. Bai Jia smiled and stepped aside, personally leading the way as she led Gu Mingqiao upstairs to the VIP lounge. Meanwhile, in the 2nd floor office, Li Jiaping had just finished organizing a stack of reports when she was stopped by the department head. Jiaping, go to the VIP lounge and pour yourself a cup of tea. Use the box of Jinjun Mei tea from the cabinet. An important client came today, and President Bai personally received him. Okay, Brother Wang, Li Jiaping quickly replied. She carried the tea set out, still lost in thought. What kind of client is making such a grand entrance? Why does the bank manager have to personally receive them? I guess he's the boss of some listed company or a local bigwig. She rarely even has the chance to meet someone of that caliber. The VIP lounge was at the end of the corridor, and the door was ajar. Li Jiaping knocked twice before pushing open the door and tiptoeing inside. Hello, sir. Your tea. She froze in place, having only spoken halfway through her sentence. The young man sitting on the sofa wasn't that Gu Ming who was chatting with her at the door just 10 minutes ago. Li Jiaping almost dropped the tray in her hands. This is a place only top VIPs can enter. Did Gu Ming go into the wrong room? Li Jiaping was a little confused, completely unaware that Gu Ming might be that VIP. After all, she knew very well what kind of family Gu Ming's family was like when she was in junior high school. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the courage to write that love letter back then. What a coincidence. Gu Ming was also taken aback when he saw Li Jiaping, then smiled. Li Jiaping hesitated for 2 seconds, but still felt she should remind her. They're all old classmates. We can't just stand by and watch Gu Ming cause trouble. What if a real big client arrives later and he gets escorted out by security? That would be so embarrassing. Li Jiaping lowered her voice, her tone carrying a hint of goodwill. Gu Ming, what are you doing here? This is the VIP lounge. It's not a place you can just walk into. I'm telling you, a very important client is coming over in a little while. How about I take you somewhere else to sit first? She spoke very tactfully, afraid of hurting Gu Ming's pride. Upon hearing this, Gu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Before he could even explain, the door to the lounge was pushed open again. Bai Jie walked in holding a verification document in her hand. She walked straight up to Gu Ming, handed him the documents and keys with both hands, and spoke respectfully. Mr. Gu, the information has been verified. If you find nothing wrong, I will take you to the underground vault now. Gu Ming glanced at it and nodded. No problem. Okay, this way, please. Bai Jie's attitude was unusually humble. Only then did Bai Jie notice Li Jiaping standing beside her, and her brows furrowed slightly. Why aren't you leaving after pouring the tea? Isn't there anything else? Li Jiaping's heart tightened, and she quickly lowered her head. President Bai, I'm leaving now. When she left, her steps were unsteady. Mr. Gu. President Bai calls Gu Ming Mr. Gu. He even personally took him to the underground vault. Li Jiaping walked out of the lounge, feeling her mind buzzing and completely blank. Who is Bai Jie? He is usually decisive and efficient, and rarely smiles. But now Gu Ming is actually making her speak so humbly. Li Jiaping recalled the secret sense of superiority she had felt at the door earlier. What kind of official position? What kind of iron rice bowl? Looking back now, it's simply laughable. When someone comes to the bank to do some business, the bank manager personally receives them and accompanies them throughout the entire process. The gap between them is more than 100,000 miles. Underground vault. One heavy alloy door after another opened. The security measures comparable to a gold vault. Safe no. One was stored separately in a separate compartment. Mr. Gu, please check it. Bai Jie carefully took out an exquisitely crafted sandalwood box and presented it to Gu Ming with both hands. The wooden box felt heavy in my hand, and it was carved with intricate cloud patterns, clearly indicating that it had been around for a long time. Gu Ming opened the box. Both items inside were carefully packaged. On the cover of the brocade box containing the tea are 5 gold leaf characters handwritten with vigorous strokes. Mother, Tree, Da Hong Pao. The honey was stored in 3 glass jars. The bottle is also inlaid with tiny diamonds, and the packaging alone exudes a sense of luxury. That's right. Gu Ming nodded and closed the box. Bai Jie personally escorted Gu Ming to the bank entrance. Take care, Mr. Gu. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything. Bai Jie bowed slightly and watched Gu Ming leave. Only after Gu Ming drove away did she let out a soft sigh of relief, and her tense body relaxed. She was nervous about receiving such a high-level mystery client and dared not make the slightest mistake. She never judges people by their appearance. After all, some wealthy people have such quirks. They don't like wearing various luxury goods. The second floor of the bank. Li Jiaping stood by the window and saw Gu Ming get into a Cullinan. I couldn't help but give a wry smile. She had just thought she was so great for having a government-affiliated position. They were secretly comparing themselves to others and thinking they were doing pretty well. Now it seems like he's just a clown. Jiaping, what are you daydreaming about? The director wants to see you. A colleague passing by nudged her arm. Ah, okay, I'll be right there. Li Jiaping snapped out of her daze, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. But the shock and disappointment in my heart lingered for a long time. When Gu Ming returned home, he had just put the sandalwood box away when Shun Qingyuan curiously came over. Honey, what is this? It's so mysterious. This is a gift I prepare for my parents-in-law. Gu Ming smiled as he opened the box. Upon seeing what was inside, Shun Qingyuan's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at him. This is the mother tree's Da Hong Pao. She comes from a wealthy family and was exposed to tea from a young age by her father, so she naturally knows about tea. This is a legendary treasure in the tea world, truly priceless and unavailable. Shun Qingyuan still remembered what her father had said. He attended a top-notch tea party in his early years and was only given a small half-cup. He has remembered the taste for more than 10 years. For Shun Sanshur, who loved tea more than anything, this gift was more precious than anything else. Now my dad definitely won't have anything to say. Shun Qingyuan was overjoyed. She trusted Gu Ming completely. Since he claims it's from the original Da Hong Pao tree, it can't possibly be fake. Chapter 13, Satisfying Your Bad Thoughts. And this honey, it's good for regulating blood and qi and nourishing the skin. My mother-in-law will definitely like it then. Gu Ming then took out some honey and smiled. Husband, seeing how thoughtful Gu Ming was in everything, Shan Qingyuan was deeply moved, her eyes glistening with tears. She gently bit her lower lip, then suddenly leaned in and kissed him. That proactive enthusiasm surprised Gu Ming for a moment. But he reacted quickly and immediately reached out and put his arm around Shan Qingyuan's waist. After a long while, their lips parted. Under Gu Ming's surprised gaze, Shan Qingyuan knelt down on the carpet. She raised her hand and tied her loose hair into a low ponytail, tilting her head slightly back, her cheeks flushed with an alluring blush. You did a good job, so I'll indulge your wicked thoughts. Springtime warmth gradually filled the room. Just then, Shan Qingyuan's phone rang on the bedside table. It was Xiao Wanqing calling. Gu Ming's eyes darted around, and with a wicked grin, he picked up his phone, answered the call, and then held it to Shan Qingyuan's lips. Shan Qingyuan's eyes widened suddenly, both angry and ashamed, and she subconsciously exerted force. Hiss! Gu Ming gasped, his whole body going numb. While Wanqing, what's wrong? Shan Qingyuan tried to remain calm, but her voice trembled slightly. Xiao Wanqing's carefree voice came from the other end of the phone. Qingyuan, what's wrong? Your voice sounds strange. Do you have a cold? Nothing, I'm just eating them. Oh, I called to tell you that Zhou Yu and the others said they want to have a get-together this Saturday, and they asked me to ask you if you're going. I thought you'd finished your postpartum confinement, so I was just checking if it was convenient for you. Zhou Yu and the others were Shan Qingyuan's college roommates. After her pregnancy became noticeable, Shan Qingyuan moved out under the pretext of an internship and never returned to the dormitory. Fortunately, I didn't have many classes in my senior year, which is why I've been able to keep it a secret until now. I'm sure, it's been a long time since I've seen them. Shan Qingyuan answered vaguely. What delicious food are you eating? Xiao Wanqing immediately perked up. She's always been a foodie, and she used to enjoy free meals during her postpartum period. Hearing Shan Qingyuan eating so heartily, their curiosity was immediately piqued. And nothing. Good friends should share. How could you eat alone without me? Xiao Wanqing persisted relentlessly. Gu Ming couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Your husband is here too? Did he cook something delicious again? Xiao Wanqing immediately recognized Gu Ming's voice and pressed for an answer. Oh no. Okay, we'll talk when we meet, bye. Shan Qingyuan couldn't hold back any longer and hurriedly hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Wanqing stood there, still puzzled. What delicious food is so mysterious? You won't even share it with your best friend. Inside the room, Shan Qingyuan glared at Gu Ming, her eyes filled with shyness. It's all your fault. What if Wanqing finds out? She wiped her mouth with a tissue and couldn't help but punch Gu Ming. We didn't find it. Gu Ming quickly pulled the person into his arms to comfort him, stroking his fur while changing the subject. Don't be angry. Let's get down to business. How about we visit your uncle and aunt today? As soon as the topic of meeting the parents came up, Shan Qingyuan's attention was indeed drawn away, and she no longer cared about what had just happened. Wouldn't it be a good time to go? Gu Ming said, let's pack up and leave now. The timing is just right. According to custom, one should visit elders in the morning to show respect. It was still early, and Gu Ming didn't want to be impolite in such trivial matters. Okay, let's hurry up. Shan Qingyuan also wanted to put this heavy weight off her mind as soon as possible. She immediately picked up her phone and called her mother, Su Yueqin. As soon as the call connected, Shan Qingyuan got straight to the point. Mom, I'll bring the baby's father home with me later. Su Yueqin was stunned for a moment, then said, okay, you guys come back quickly. Let me check it out too. After hanging up the phone, Shan Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Today, I can finally introduce Gu Ming to my parents in person. Royal Green Garden Villa District. This is Jianghai's long-established, top-tier detached villa district. A single mansion there costs hundreds of millions, and they are inhabited by business celebrities and industry tycoons. In the living room of the Shun family villa, Shin Sanshur, dressed in dark gray loungewear, sat upright on the sofa drinking tea, his expression not very pleasant. That kid has finally shown himself. So much time has passed, and this is the first time he, as the father, has shown up. Is that appropriate? He put down his teacup, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Say less, the child is coming today. Su Yueqin sat next to him, tidying up baby supplies, and rolled her eyes at Shin Sanshur. Besides, when Qingyuan was pregnant, who said they would break her legs? How dare she come back to you? I'm just angry. He got Qing Yuan pregnant before we were even married. What kind of good person is he? Shen Sanshi said, sticking out his neck. He continued, having a child out of wedlock is one thing. But I only have one daughter. What if she marries the wrong person and gets scammed? Shen Sanshi is a traditional person. Under his strict discipline, Shen Qingyuan, now in her 20s, has never been in a relationship. When he learned that his daughter was pregnant, he was so angry that he almost died on the spot. The reactions of the man's and woman's parents to this matter were vastly different. What's more, after his daughter became pregnant out of wedlock, he didn't even know who the father of the child was. He had told Shen Qingyuan that as long as she aborted the child, everything could be pretended never happened. But Shen Qingyuan was stubborn and couldn't bear to part with the little life in her womb. In the end, it even escalated to the point where they wanted to move out. With so many things piling up, how could Shen Sanshi possibly feel at ease? All right, they'll be here soon. You better control your temper, Sui Weqin instructed. Don't give people a hard time right away. Observe what kind of person they're first. I still trust Qing Yuan's judgment. Shen Sanshi snorted, said nothing, but also stopped complaining. He wanted to see what kind of person this kid who had kidnapped his precious daughter really was. Half an hour later, Gu Ming drove smoothly to the entrance of Yu Chui Yuan residential area. Hello, do you have an appointment? The security guard stepped forward and politely stopped the vehicle. Security at Yu Chui Yuan is very strict. Non-residents must make an appointment and be verified before entering or leaving. Otherwise, they will not be allowed to pass. However, the security guard was very respectful. Just kidding, this is the Cullinan. Even if someone who drives this kind of car isn't a resident of Yu Chui Yuan, he certainly wouldn't dare to slight them. I've already made an appointment. Gu Ming spoke up. Sui Weqin had already instructed the gatekeeper in advance, and after the security guard verified the information, he quickly raised the barrier to let her through. Chapter 14, The Son-in-Law is no ordinary man. The royal garden consists entirely of detached villas. The earlier the number, the more expensive it is. Villa number 10 of the Shun family already belongs to the first tier in the park. After parking the car in the garage, Gu Ming, carrying the sandalwood box, and Shen Qingyuan, pushing the stroller, walked into the villa together. The servants in the courtyard stopped to greet Shen Qingyuan when they saw her. Their gazes fell upon the stroller with a mixture of curiosity and respect. Shen Qingyuan took a deep breath and led Gu Ming inside. As soon as they entered the hall, Sui Weqin came out to greet them and grabbed Shen Qingyuan's hand. You finally decided to come back. Look at you, you've lost weight. Haven't you been eating properly? I've gained several pounds, but you always think I'm thin, Shen Qingyuan said helplessly. Silly child. Mom is just worried that you won't be able to take good care of yourself. Having 3 babies must have taken a huge toll on your body. Sui Weqin scolded her. Then her gaze fell on Gu Ming beside her. Seeing that Gu Ming was tall and handsome, Sui Weqin nodded in approval. He is indeed a handsome man. Hello, Auntie. Gu Ming greeted her at the right time. All right, come in and sit down, Sui Weqin greeted with a smile. However, her gaze was quickly drawn to the stroller. She walked over and bent down to take a look, and her heart melted instantly. The 3 babies lay quietly. Dabao and Air Bao stared wide-eyed at the world, while San Bao was still asleep. The babies' chubby little faces bear a striking resemblance to Shin Chan's round face, making them exceptionally adorable. Oh my, these are my little grandchildren. So cute. She looks exactly like Qing Yuan when she was little, those eyes, that little nose. Sui Weqin lowered her voice, afraid of disturbing the child, and looked at the child again and again, liking him very much. Let's go, your dad is waiting inside. Sui Weqin looked at the child and reluctantly beckoned the 2 of them to go inside. On the living room sofa, Shen Sanshi sat upright in the main seat, wearing a serious expression. Hello, uncle. Gu Ming took the initiative to step forward and greet him. Sit down, don't be shy. Shen Sanshi nodded, his gaze carefully scrutinizing Gu Ming. His first impression of Gu Ming was fairly good. Good looks are also a form of strength. Good-looking people naturally make it easier for others to lower their guard. Shen Sanshi's dissatisfaction subsided somewhat, and his tone softened. But we still need to conduct an investigation. Regardless of the circumstances, he has abducted his daughter. We need to see if this kid is reliable or not, and whether he's after the Shun family's wealth. He wasn't that concerned about material conditions, since the Shun family was never short of money. He values ability and attitude most. The group sat down, and a servant brought tea. Sui Wechin spoke first, gently inquiring about Gu Ming's studies and family situation. Gu Ming answered truthfully. Through casual conversation, Shin Sancher roughly learned that Gu Ming's parents were just ordinary employees. Shin Sancher put down his teacup and posed a crucial question. What are your plans for buying a house and settling down after graduation? Which city would you like to develop your career in? These words, though seemingly ordinary, were actually a test of Gu Ming's ambition and planning. They only have Shun Qingyuan as their daughter, and the family business will eventually belong to her. They don't ask their son-in-law to be rich and powerful, but he must be ambitious and responsible. He can't be a gigolo who only lives off women. I've already bought a house and a car. Gu Ming said with a smile. It's right here at Jiangjing No. 1, not far from here. You've already bought a motorhome? Shin Sancher was taken aback. Gu Mingkai is only 22 years old and has not yet graduated from university. The current entrepreneurial environment is not as favorable as it was during the early boom years. Starting from scratch is now extremely difficult. How can a student from an ordinary family buy a nice house and a nice car before even graduating? Yes, Dad, Gu Ming bought a large apartment in Jiangjing No. 1, and the car he just drove was a Cullinan. He paid for both in full. Shin Qingyuan quickly chimed in, looking quite proud. Shin Sancher was suddenly startled. In Riverview 1, even the cheapest unit costs nearly 10 million yuan, while the Cullinan costs more than 8 million yuan to build. These two things combined amount to nearly 20 million. A college student who hasn't even graduated yet, without relying on his family, bought all of these things outright. This is beyond just being excellent. It's practically a monstrous ability. Sui Yuechin's gaze towards Gu Ming grew increasingly satisfied. A son-in-law who is capable is better able to take care of his daughter. Shin Sancher remained silent for a few seconds, then picked up his teacup and took a sip to hide his surprise. This kid is much more capable than he imagined. After chatting for a while, Gu Ming placed the sandalwood box he had brought on the coffee table. Uncle and Aunt, this is my first time visiting. I didn't bring anything valuable, just a small token of my appreciation. You're welcome to come. There's no need to bring gifts. It's too formal. Sui Wechin was polite in words, but she didn't have high expectations. However, in her opinion, it's enough that the young people have this sentiment. Shin Qingyuan smiled and reached out to open the box. Mom, look, Gu Ming put a lot of thought into it. The lid was lifted, revealing 2 gift boxes. Shin Sanchi's gaze had just swept over the mother tree, De Hong Pao, on the left when his pupils suddenly contracted and he sat up abruptly. He loved tea more than anything, and his greatest wish in life was to taste authentic De Hong Pao from the original mother tree again. He pulled countless strings to get into a top-notch tea party back then, but he only got a small half cup, and he still remembers it fondly. This is the mother tree's De Hong Pao? Shin Sancher carefully picked up the brocade box, his voice trembling with excitement. This stuff has been completely discontinued long ago, and you can't find the real thing on the market at all. It's hard to even see it, let alone buy it. I happen to know a friend who collects tea. Knowing that you love tea, I asked him to help me share some. Gu Ming said with a smile, it's not much, just an ounce or 2. Please have taste. 1 or 2. Not enough. Shin Sancher was in turmoil. At the tea party he attended that year, the host went to great lengths to acquire only 20 grams. It's been treated as a prized possession, and I'm usually reluctant to drink it. Shin Sancher held the brocade box with great affection and was also a little curious. If someone of his status and position couldn't get his hands on something, how could a young man like Gu Ming really obtain the genuine article? After hesitating for a long time, Shin Sancher finally couldn't resist the temptation and looked up at Gu Ming, his tone somewhat impatient. How about we brew a pot and try it now? Regardless of whether it's real or fake, he couldn't resist trying this tea. He also believed that someone who could earn so much money at such a young age wouldn't stoop to using fake tea to fool people. Even if it's not the original De Hong Pao tree, it should still be a purebred De Hong Pao. Uncle, please make yourself at home. Tea is meant to be drunk. Gu Ming nodded with a smile. Shin Sancher immediately got up and went to the tea table to get busy. He specially brought out a set of his treasured purple clay teaware that he usually wouldn't use. The moment the tea canister was opened, a rich and mellow aroma of Wui rock tea wafted out, filling the entire living room. Just by smelling that aroma, Shin Sancher knew what was going on. This is definitely genuine. He couldn't bear to throw away the wastewater when rinsing the tea, carefully keeping it to smell the aroma. The first infusion produces a bright orange-red tea liquor, like amber. Shin Sancher picked up the glass, took a sip, closed his eyes, and savored it carefully. After a long while, he let out a long breath, his face full of admiration. Absolutely amazing. This rock-bone floral fragrance is the real Da Hong Pao. The way he looked at Gu Ming completely changed. Getting 1 or 2 pieces of Mother Tree Da Hong Pao tea is definitely not something that can be done just by having money. The connections and resources required behind this are unfathomable. His future son-in-law was far more capable than he had imagined. Chapter 15: Father-in-law's Approval. While Shun Sanshur was captivated by the tea, Sui Wuqin opened another gift box. 3 exquisite glass bottles lay quietly inside. The bottle contains amber-colored honey, and a faint, elegant floral fragrance wafts out as soon as the lid is opened. Annie, this is honey from the secret garden. It's made by wild bees, and eating it regularly is good for your skin. You can try it. Gu Ming explained in a timely manner. Sui Wuqin has been eating all sorts of nourishing and beautifying foods for years, and she has a very good eye for them. She could tell at a glance that this was something special, far superior to ordinary health supplements. Oh, you're such a thoughtful child. Sui Wuqin couldn't stop smiling. She was already quite satisfied with Gu Ming's appearance and demeanor. Now that I see that he is not only sensible and steady, but also so generous and proper, I have already accepted him as my son-in-law. Shun Qingyuan sat beside them, watching her parents' attitudes completely change, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She winked at Gu Ming, her eyes filled with undisguised joy. Shun Sanshur brewed the tea and personally poured a cup for Gu Ming. Then I pulled him to sit at the tea table, and we started chatting. Soon, Shun Sanshur discovered that Gu Ming not only understood tea, but also had considerable insight into traditional Chinese medicine, health preservation, pharmacology, and medicinal properties. Many of his views were insightful and clearer than those of the traditional Chinese medicine doctors he knew. After a cup of tea, Shun Sanshur found Gu Ming more and more pleasing to the eye, and his tone became much more friendly, completely losing his initial seriousness. Uncle, do you have kidney deficiency? As they were chatting, Gu Ming suddenly asked a question. He diagnosed this through visual inspection. Shun Sanshur's expression changed, and he subconsciously glanced at Sui Wuqin, who was holding Debeo beside him, and quickly lowered his voice. Don't talk nonsense. I'll sue you for defamation. No matter what a man is like, he can't accept the label of having kidney deficiency. Okay, I was going to tell you some ways to strengthen your kidneys. Gu Ming sighed. On another note, Shun Sanshur cleared his throat. Although my kidneys are still okay, I have a friend. It seems he has some kidney problems. I'll tell him what to do later. Gu Ming smiled and continued. This method is quite simple. Your friend just needs to massage a few acupoints every day. These are Guanyuan acupoint and Taishi acupoint. Massaging these 2 acupoints can invigorate the kidneys, strengthen the lower back, and restore virility. Gu Ming explained and demonstrated at the same time. The Guanyuan acupoint is located 4 finger widths below the navel. The Taishi acupoint is located in the depression between the inner tip of the ankle and the Achilles tendon. Just massage it more often when you have free time, and you'll see results gradually, Gu Ming said. I'll let my friend try it then. Shun Sanshur coughed twice and said, trying to appear calm. Gu Ming smiled but didn't expose him. However, pressing acupoints is only an auxiliary method. In your friend's case, it is most likely because he is busy with work and stays up late a lot. In addition, drinking strong tea often can easily aggravate internal heat. I'll write you a simple prescription for conditioning. Just follow it to get the medicine and take it, and you can gradually improve your condition. As he spoke, Gu Ming casually picked up a notepad from the tea table and wrote down a few medicinal herbs. Cinnamorium sangaricum, Epimedium poria cocos. Gu Ming handed over the note and added, pay more attention to your diet. Eat more black sesame seeds and mulberries. This way, your kidneys can be gradually restored. Shun Sanshur carefully put away the note, but still stubbornly insisted on keeping quiet. Okay, I'll tell my friend later. However, Shun Sanshur's slight embarrassment quickly vanished without a trace. His attention was entirely focused on the babies. The 3 little ones were so cute and cuddly that Sui Wuqin held the eldest child tightly, reluctant to let go. Although Shun Sanshur didn't say anything, his eyes kept glancing towards the stroller. Later, unable to resist any longer, he carefully picked up the second child. The usually serious boss couldn't maintain his composure when he held a soft, cuddly baby. Shun Sanshur couldn't help but laugh. The little one in his arms stared at him with his big, dark eyes, his little mouth moving slightly. Shun Sanshur felt his heart melt. He was furious when he first found out that Shun Qingyuan was pregnant. But right now, he's the one who loves the babies the most. Sam Baoanhua is a bit shy around strangers. Shun Qingyuan tends to cry when held by anyone other than her parents, so she usually holds herself. Quickly, bring out the gifts we prepared. Sui Waqin held the baby tightly, reluctant to let go, and hurriedly urged Shun Sanshi. She had prepared a gift for Shun Qingyuan as soon as she knew she was going home. Okay. Reluctantly, Shun Sanshi handed Erbao to Gu Ming and took out 3 exquisitely packaged brocade boxes from his side. When the box was opened, 3 silver locks and 3 gold locks were neatly arranged inside. The lock is engraved with auspicious clouds and inlaid with tiny gemstones. There are also 3 safety buckles next to it, which look quite valuable. Originally, we only wanted to buy the gold lock. As Shun Sanshi spoke with a smile, he picked up the silver lock and gently hung it on the clothes of the babies. Later, the people at the gold shop said that according to custom, a silver lock is worn on the full moon to symbolize locking in peace. Wait until the baby is 100 days old before wearing the gold lock, which symbolizes locking in wealth and prosperity. Keep these 3 gold locks for now, and let the babies wear them when they are 100 days old. The 3 little ones seemed to sense the little thing on their bodies. They shook their little heads curiously, reaching out their chubby little hands to grab at something, babbling softly and adorably. So cute. Sui Waqin was overjoyed, and Shun Sanshi, standing to the side, couldn't help but smile as well. However, the babies got sleepy quickly and fell asleep one after another in no time. Before long, it was lunchtime. The servants brought the dishes to the table one after another. 8 treasure duck, crystal shrimp, 3 cup chicken. The table was full of dishes that Shun Qingyuan had loved since she was a child. Eat quickly, eat more. You need to nourish yourself even more after giving birth. Sui Waqin kept putting food on her daughter's plate, her eyes full of heartache. At the dinner table, Shun Sanshi suddenly looked at Gu Ming, his tone becoming much more serious. Gu Ming, what are your plans regarding Qing Yuan and the child? Gu Ming sat up straight, his tone solemn. Uncle, I really want to be with Qing Yuan. I've come here for 2 reasons. First, to formally visit you and Auntie, and second, to discuss with you my intention to marry Qing Yuan. I promise I will treat her and the children well, and I will never let them suffer any injustice in my life. Shun Sanshi stared at Gu Ming for a few seconds, and seeing his open and honest gaze, he slowly nodded. I'm glad you think that way. Shun Sanshi also had some mixed feelings. This son-in-law is outstanding. He had previously considered finding a husband for his daughter so that he could spend more time with her. It seems impossible now. The precious daughter I cherish will eventually get married. But then he thought that it was a blessing for his daughter to have found such a capable and reliable person. Shun Qingyuan held Gu Ming's hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. Shun Sanshi looked at her and asked, what about you? Have you made up your mind? Dad, I've made up my mind. I want to be with Gu Ming forever. Shun Qingyuan's voice was firm and persistent. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't interfere. Looking at his daughter, Shun Sanshi sighed. He paused, then looked at Gu Ming. However, marriage is no small matter. Both families need to sit down and discuss it formally. Chapter 16. Meeting of both parents, dowry, and betrothal gifts. Shun Sanshi looked at Gu Ming and asked, when are your parents free? Let's set a time for our 2 families to have a meal together and finalize the details of the wedding. Gu Ming thought for a moment, then said, my parents are both in Jianghai. My dad shouldn't have any classes today. How about today? I'll call them now, and you can choose the location. Today? Shun Sanshi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, tonight it is. No need to look for a place, I'll arrange it. He immediately took out his phone and called a private restaurant near Yuchui Yuan to reserve a private room. This kind of occasion, where the parents of both sides meet for the first time, is not suitable at home. A restaurant is more formal. Gu Ming also called his father, Gu Jianfeng, and asked him and his mother, Li Min, to meet at the restaurant that evening. 6 p.m., Guanlan Pavilion Private Kitchen. This is a well-known high-end restaurant in Jianghai City, with an elegant environment and good privacy. They usually only come for business banquets or important family gatherings. Gu Ming arrived first with Shun Qingyuan and the baby. He pushed the stroller, and Shun Qingyuan linked arms with him. The 2 were led into the private room they had booked in advance by a waiter. Before long, Gu Jianfeng and Li Min also arrived. Both of them had made a special effort to tidy themselves up and change their clothes. Dad, Mom over here. Gu Ming went out to greet them. Just then, footsteps came from the other end of the corridor in the private room. Shin Sanshur and Su Yuqin also arrived. The two families met at the entrance of the private room, and Gu Ming quickly stepped forward to introduce them. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Gu Jianfeng said, extending his hand. Hello, hello, please come in. Shin Sanshur smiled and shook hands with him, his posture very calm and without any hint of condescension. Su Yuqin smiled and took Li Min's hand. Mother-in-law, I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but I haven't had the chance. Please come in and have a seat. The group entered the private room, while the strollers for the three babies were placed in the rest area inside. We were supposed to be the ones paying a visit, but instead you've gone to all the trouble to make arrangements. I'm so sorry. As soon as he sat down, Gu Jianfeng apologized. Don't say that. We're all family. It doesn't matter who makes the arrangements. Shin Sanshur waved his hand, his tone amiable. Besides, the food at Guanlan Pavilion is quite good, so I took the liberty of deciding to book here. At first, the atmosphere was a little awkward. After all, it was the first time they met. But as they chatted, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, Shin Sanshur put down his chopsticks and got down to business. Father-in-law, the main reason we're sitting together today is to discuss the marriage of our 2 children. As you all know about the children's situation, they haven't even gotten their marriage certificate or had a wedding yet, but they already have 3 kids. To be honest, it was our Qing Yuan who was immature and didn't discuss it with the family before. Shin Sanshur said helplessly. You can't say that. It's all Gu Ming's fault that Qing Yuan has suffered. Gu Jianfeng quickly interrupted. The children are of one mind, so we, as their elders, have nothing to say. I just hope they can live a good life from now on. Shin Sanshur waved his hand. Gu Jianfeng sat up straight, his expression solemn. We are very satisfied with Qing Yuan and truly regard her as our daughter. The bride price will be in accordance with your local customs. Our family will definitely not mistreat Qing Yuan. Gu Jianfeng meant what he said sincerely. Before they came, the couple had discussed it and decided that since the Shun family was so well off, the bride price should not be stingy. Even if it means scraping together more money, we can't let our daughter-in-law suffer any injustice. But Shin Sanshur shook his head. We won't accept any bride price. That's not our family's custom. I can also tell that Gu Ming is genuinely good to Qing Yuan. Shin Sanshur said frankly, so let's forget about the bride price. We can't treat it like selling our daughter. Gu Jianfeng and Li Min were both stunned for a moment. They often heard their colleagues talk about how couples broke up after negotiations over the bride price fell apart. I used to think that the wealthier a family was, the more they cared about making a show of things. They had already mentally prepared themselves to grit their teeth and pay more. Unexpectedly, Shun Qing Yuan's parents didn't want a single penny. If other people knew, they would be incredibly envious. By the way, I heard from Qing Yuan that you're preparing to shoot a movie. Su Yuqin then smiled and took over the conversation, looking at Gu Ming. Yes, Annie, it's a romance movie, Gu Ming replied truthfully. That's perfect. Shin Sanshur smiled and continued the conversation. I invested in a film and television company called Tianyuan Entertainment in my early years. The scale is not very large, but the business qualifications, production team, and distribution channels are all readily available. Let's treat it as Qing Yuan's dowry and transfer it to your name. Having an existing company will save you a lot of trouble. Gu Jianfeng and Li Min exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Not only did she not ask for any dowry, but she also gave a company as part of the dowry. This in-law's gesture is truly extravagant. The couple had lived most of their lives, and this was the first time they had ever seen anything like it. Other families receive a bride price when their daughters get married. Here it is, not only do they not accept it, but they also have to pay out of their own pockets to a company. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Gu Ming didn't stand on ceremony and readily agreed. Having a company would indeed make things much easier for him later on. We'll all be family from now on anyway, so making too many distinctions will only create distance. Shin Sanshur nodded in satisfaction. He liked Gu Ming's attitude, neither humble nor arrogant, nor pretentious. If Gu Ming keeps making excuses, Shin Sanchi's opinion of him will actually drop a bit. After the meal, the general direction of the wedding was basically settled. The date was set for October 2nd, which was an auspicious day for marriage according to the Chinese almanac. We'll hold a wedding banquet in Shun Qing Yuan's hometown first and invite her relatives and friends there. Afterwards, we will hold a grand wedding banquet in Jianghai, inviting friends and colleagues for both sides. After finishing their meal, Shun Sancher and Sui Wechin went to see the babies again, played with them for a while, and then reluctantly left. On the way back, Sui Wechin leaned back in her chair and started talking about Gu Ming again. I think Gu Ming is a really good kid. He's steady, sensible, and good to Qing Yuan. What do you think? It's really good. Young and capable, shrewd, and tactful in speech and action. Shun Sancher nodded, his tone carrying a hint of approval. Today, Gu Ming left a very deep impression on him. Both his economic strength and his network of connections far exceeded his expectations. Shun Sancher said slowly, "In the future, perhaps we can gradually let him get involved in company matters. Anyway, we only have one daughter, Qing Yuan. Sooner or later, all these family businesses will belong to them. With a capable son-in-law helping out, Qing Yuan can have an easier time." Sui Wechin wholeheartedly agreed. "I think it's a good idea. Gu Ming is a reliable kid." Chapter 17, Taking Wedding Photos. River View Number 1. As soon as she got home, Shun Qingyuan relaxed completely, slumped onto the sofa, and let out a long sigh of relief. "I finally made it through. I was worried that my dad would stay angry." Gu Ming smiled and sat down next to her, then casually pulled her into his arms and let her lean on his shoulder. "I think it's fine. The uncle and aunt are both very easygoing. As long as you're happy, they won't make things difficult for me." Shun Qingyuan looked up at him, her face beaming with a sweet smile. "It's all thanks to you. You got my dad completely charmed by the Hong Pao tea and honey." Gu Ming lowered his head and kissed her forehead. "That's so I can marry you. Of course I have to behave well." Shun Qingyuan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she snuggled closer into his arms. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling. "Honey, let's get our marriage certificate tomorrow." The wedding banquet was originally scheduled for October 2nd, but the marriage registration could be done earlier. At this moment, she couldn't wait any longer and wanted to become Gu Ming's rightful wife as soon as possible. "No rush," Gu Ming said with a smile, shaking his head. "What's wrong?" Shen Qingyan was a little confused, and her tone carried a hint of grievance and coquettishness. Gu Ming was amused by her appearance and pinched her soft cheeks. "We haven't taken our marriage certificate photos yet. I don't want to be randomly photographed by the registration office's camera." Gu Ming said seriously, "The marriage certificate photo is for a lifetime, so of course it has to look good. When I'm old and look back on this, I'll see that my wife was beautiful." Shen Qingyuan burst out laughing. "That seems to make sense. You can bring your own photos for the marriage certificate or have them taken at the registration office." However, the headshots taken at the registration office were poorly lit and not professionally retouched. She didn't want her marriage certificate photo with Gu Ming to be so ordinary. "Hee, that works too. So when are we going to film it?" Shen Qingyuan asked with a smile. "I'll book a photographer. Since we're going to have photos taken anyway, we might as well take wedding photos at the same time." Gu Ming suggested. "Wedding photos?" Shen Qingyuan's eyes lit up. Every girl dreams of what she'll look like in a wedding dress, and she was no exception. But with one thing after another happening, she hadn't had time to think about these things. The wedding is in October, so the wedding photos have to be taken in advance. "We haven't taken the full month photos of the 3 babies yet, so let's take them all together and then take a family photo," Gu Ming said with a smile. "Oh right, I forgot. This is a good keepsake to show the babies when they grow up." Shen Qingyuan slapped her forehead and immediately nodded. Now that it was decided, Gu Ming didn't delay. He took out his phone and started contacting the photographer. Finally, through Professor Zhang's connections, he successfully arranged a meet with Zhou Zhibo, a well-known portrait photographer in the industry. Zhou Zhibo is a top portrait photographer in the industry and has a personal column in professional photography magazines. He has photographed many A-list celebrities and created many viral photos. His work is of the highest quality and has a top reputation in the industry. Normally, his schedule needs to be booked at least 3 months in advance. But with the help of money, the other party immediately made their schedule available for tomorrow. "It's arranged. I'm available tomorrow. After we take the photos, we'll check the time. If we have enough time, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate." Gu Ming put down his phone. "Can we finish filming in one day? We also need to take care of the baby." Shen Qingyuan blinked, a little worried that there wouldn't be enough time. His team is very efficient, and we don't do anything fancy. 3 outfits plus a family photo are enough, Gu Ming said after thinking for a moment. "Yay." Shen Qingyuan happily gave him a kiss on the cheek. She was already looking forward to what was to come. "I took wedding photos with Gu Ming, took family photos, and then went to get our marriage certificate. Just thinking about it makes my heart race." Shun Qingyun nestled in Gu Ming's arms like a little squirrel, giggling foolishly. She scrolled through other people's wedding photos on her phone for reference, occasionally glancing up to say a few words to Gu Ming. This style looks great. I also want to wear a wedding dress with a train like this. She chattered away like a happy little bird. Gu Ming responded casually, his gaze fixed on her radiant face, a smile playing on his lips. Time Impression Photography Studio, located in the center of Jianghai City. After breakfast, Gu Ming brought Shun Qingyuan over, pushing the triplet stroller. He chose to shoot entirely indoors. The main problem is that it's been too hot lately. Although outdoor shots are good, the back-and-forth travel is too much trouble. He didn't want Shun Qingyuan and the baby to suffer. Moreover, the controllable indoor lighting and well-placed light and shadow make it easier to create high-quality photos. Gu Ming led Shun Qingyuan by the hand and pushed the stroller inside. Mr. Gu, Ms. Shun. Zhou Zhibua quickly came out from inside to greet him and shook hands with Gu Ming with a smile. He had medium-length hair, tied into a low ponytail at the back of his head, giving him an artistic air. You two are truly a perfect match. Zhou Zhibua's gaze swept over the stroller beside him. He paused for a moment, then smiled. These must be the 3 little ones? They're so cute. The family photo we take later will definitely turn out great. Shun Qingyuan laughed when she heard this. She loves hearing people compliment her baby on being cute. It makes her happier than hearing compliments on her own looks. Zhou Zhibua was extremely satisfied. In the photography world, there's a saying about the 3 elements of portrait photography: light, composition, and pose. However, there's a joke in the industry that the real 3 elements are beauty, beauty, and more beauty. If you have a good foundation, even if the photographer isn't very skilled, the photos won't turn out too bad. This couple is incredibly good-looking, and even their baby is exquisitely beautiful. They're practically blessed by God. Today we're shooting 3 themes: a Western-style wedding dress, a Chinese-style show dress, and a campus-style dress. I've arranged the time to take family photos and the baby's 1-month-old photos in between. Zhou Zhibua is indeed a professional. Although the schedule was finalized at the last minute, he prepared a complete shooting plan overnight. Led by him, the two walked inside. This shop is nominally called a studio, but its scale is comparable to that of a top-tier photography studio. The entire 3-story building is divided into more than a dozen themed areas with different styles. The lobby features a minimalist art style with a high ceiling and wabi-sabi soft furnishings, creating a sophisticated ambience. Besides Zhou Zhibua, the chief photographer whom Gu Ming had arranged, the store also has lighting technicians, makeup artists, and several independent shooting teams, each busy with their own tasks in an orderly manner. The 3rd floor is Zhou Zhibua's exclusive photography area, which is not open to the public. There's also a custom clothing store next door, where you can take the clothes home immediately after taking photos. At Zhou Zhibua's level, most of his clients mind wearing clothes that others have worn. Therefore, except for a very few high-end gowns that need to be rented, they are basically all brand new. Soon, Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan had chosen their clothes and went to get their makeup and change separately. When the female staff at the studio heard that there were triplets, they couldn't help but sneak over to see them, and they were all so charmed that they covered their chests. Oh my God, all 3 babies look exactly alike. They're so cute. Look at that little girl. Her eyes are round and bright, like little grapes. This family has such good genes. The parents are good-looking, and the baby is good-looking too. I'm so envious. Chapter 18, An Unexpected Encounter with a Classmate. When Gu Ming came out after changing his clothes, a series of barely suppressed gasps of amazement rose and fell, and the eyes of the female staff present lit up. Holy crap, who is this celebrity? He's so handsome. His bone structure is amazing. He's got a bit of John Lone's look. He's so manly. I'm totally a fan now. No, I need to go to the restroom. Wait, Xiaya, you're going too far. Wait for me, I'm going too. Gu Ming was wearing a dark gray suit with sharp, clean shoulder lines, long legs, and a narrow waist. Just standing there, he exudes an aura of power. Although the clothes weren't custom-made, they fit Gu Ming exceptionally well. Even the tailors in charge of altering the clothes couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Sir, your figure is simply a natural clothes hanger. Your proportions are just perfect. Gu Ming smiled, but didn't say anything more. He used to be on the school basketball team and would train regularly. Therefore, the body lines are clear and sharp, making it very suitable for clothes that accentuate the figure. Clothes make the man, and wearing this formal suit completely changed Gu Ming's aura. even if it's just casually leaning against the wall outside the dressing room. Female staff members passing by couldn't help but turn around and steal glances, making it incredibly popular. Zhou Zhibo walked over with his camera and was stunned at first glance. He has been in the industry for over a decade and has worked with many male celebrities. However, most male celebrities on the market nowadays follow a gentle and refined style. Handsome men like Gu Ming, with his well-proportioned bone structure and sharp features, are extremely rare. With a face like that, you don't need much editing just by standing in front of the camera. Zhou Zhibo's mind instantly conjured up more than a dozen composition and lighting schemes, and his hands were itching to get started. Not long after, the door to another dressing room opened gently. Shen Qingyuan walked out, lifting her skirt, instantly drawing everyone's attention. She wore a light pink trailing tulle dress, embroidered with delicate three-dimensional petals. The off-shoulder design accentuates her delicate collarbones and slender, fair arms. A touch of light peach pink tint at the corners of her eyes made them appear even more captivating, with their almond-shaped eyes sparkling. Even Gu Ming, who was used to seeing Shen Qingyuan in all her different forms, was somewhat stunned at this moment. Even without makeup, Shen Qingyuan is still considered a top-tier beauty. Not to mention that she had carefully applied light makeup and put on a wedding dress, making her even more stunning. Shen Qingyuan's first reaction upon emerging from the room was to look for Gu Ming. The moment she saw Gu Ming, she couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Zhibo almost instinctively raised his camera, and the shutter clicked away. Amazing. This eye contact is so natural, there's no need for posing at all. Quick shoot. Third floor photography area. Mr. Gu, hold me tighter and put your arm around Miss Shun's waist. Yes, be natural. Good. Keep this in mind, and don't let your eyes wander. Zhou Zhibo held up his camera and pressed the shutter button rapidly. He has been taking portraits for over a decade and has seen countless celebrities in the entertainment industry forcing smiles in front of the camera. Such a natural sense of being a couple is so rare. After the wedding photos were taken, Zhou Zhibo said, "Let's take a family photo. The babies are in great spirits, but they'll get sleepy soon." The two babies changed into matching white blazers, while the third baby wore a tiny tulle dress. The three little ones, with their round, bright eyes, looked around curiously, their cuteness melting hearts. Gu Ming and Shen Qingyuan sat on the sofa, each holding a baby, with three more babies lying on their laps. Mr. Gu, lean a little closer to Ms. Shun and smile at the baby. Ms. Shun, you don't need to look at the camera, just look at your husband, be natural. The sound of camera shutters kept ringing. Midway through, Sambao reached out and grabbed Shen Qingyuan's wedding dress hem, blew a small bubble, and made Shen Qingyuan laugh out loud. Zhou Zhibo quickly captured this moment and couldn't help but admire it. It's perfect. This is definitely the best-looking family photo ever. After taking the family photo, Zhou Zhibo also took separate one-month-old photos of the three babies. The little ones were very cooperative and didn't cry at all. When they got tired, they would just yawn. They were so soft and well-behaved. It took more than 7 hours to take all the photos. Zhou Zhibo enjoyed shooting each set of photos immensely. Finally, let's take one more marriage certificate photo. You two come closer. Zhou Zhibo arranged for the two to sit in front of the red backdrop. Shen Qingyuan sat upright with her hands on her knees, looking a little nervous, like a primary school student listening attentively in class. Gu Ming found it amusing and quietly reached out to hold her hand. Shen Qingyuan instantly relaxed, and the smile on her lips became even sweeter. After taking the photos, Zhou Zhibo showed them to Gu Ming and Shen Qingyuan. Shen Qingyuan nodded repeatedly. She was very satisfied with these photos. That completes the process. Zhou Zhibo put down his camera and said with a smile, "The retouched wedding photos will be ready in about 3 days. I will send the photos to your email at that time, and we will deliver the album to your door. The clothes are all brand new. You can just pack them up and take them with you." Gu Ming nodded and changed back into his everyday clothes with Shen Qingyuan. As soon as I changed her, the baby in the stroller started whimpering and pouting, wanting a nurse and turning her little head back and forth. Shen Qingyuan smiled and coaxed the baby for a couple of minutes, then pushed the stroller and took the baby to the mother and baby room. Gu Ming waited for her by leaning against the wall in the corridor. "Gu Ming?" I had only been standing there for 2 minutes when a woman's voice rang out behind me. Gu Ming turned around and saw a woman in a halter-neck mini dress standing behind him, looking at him with a surprised expression. The woman has a hot figure and is quite attractive. But compared to Shen Qingyuan, she is still far inferior, like a fluorescent light compared to the bright moon. Who are you? Gu Ming frowned. The person in front of him looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place him. I'm Wang Bunbun. We were desk mates in the first year of junior high. You used to secretly slip me love letters back then. Don't you remember? The woman walked forward with a smile, looked Gu Ming up and down, and her eyes grew brighter and brighter. So cool. Back in junior high, she thought Gu Ming was handsome, but too quiet and his family wasn't well off. Compared to the boys in her class who were pursuing her, she had no advantage, so she threw the love letter away without even reading it. I never expected that after so many years, Gu Ming would grow up to be so handsome, with a calm and noble demeanor, and he looks like he's doing quite well. Gu Ming then remembered the other person's identity. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he nodded. Haven't seen you for a long time. Yes, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to run into you here. Wang Bingbing brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and deliberately leaned closer to him. It's rare to run into an old classmate. How about we exchange contact information? Let's get together sometime. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. She took out her phone, a touch of just the right amount of shyness on her face. I'm sorry, I'm married. It's not convenient for me. Gu Ming refused without even thinking, and subtly moved half a step to the side to create some distance. Really? You got married so early? Wang Bingbing's smile froze for a moment, a look of disbelief on her face. She thought that Gu Ming, being such a quiet person, would definitely not date until much later, but she never expected that he would already be married. She was still unwilling to give up and wanted to say something more when a gentle female voice came from behind her. Husband. Shen Qingyuan had just finished breastfeeding and was pushing the stroller out when she naturally stood next to Gu Ming. Her gaze fell on Wang Bingbing, somewhat puzzled, but she nodded politely. Wang Bingbing stared at Shen Qingyuan, instantly stunned. This is so beautiful. Her skin was so fair it practically glowed. Compared to her, even my carefully applied makeup looked tacky. She subconsciously looked down and met the three little faces in the stroller. The three babies were staring at her with their round eyes wide open. Wang Bingbing's pupils dilated in shock. Her mind went completely blank. These are all your babies? Triplets? Yes, she just turned 1 month old. Gu Ming didn't say anything more and reached out to pull the stroller from Shen Qingyuan's arms. Gu Ming nodded slightly to Wang Bingbing, then pushed the stroller with one hand and turned to walk toward the parking lot. Wang Bingbing stood there, staring in the direction they had disappeared, and remained in a daze for a long time. She remembered when Gu Ming handed her a love letter back in junior high school, and she complained about it to her best friend at the time. She felt that Gu Ming was not her type at all. And now, he's not only getting more and more handsome, but he also looks incredibly rich. He married such a beautiful wife and had triplets in one go. He's definitely a winner in life. Thinking about this, Wang Bingbing was filled with deep regret. I should have agreed back then. If I hadn't looked down on him back then, wouldn't I be the one living such a good life now? Chapter 19, Shun Sanchi Show-Off. At the same time, in a private room of Jianghai's top tea club, a group of business leaders were sitting together, enjoying tea and chatting. Shun Sanchi took a sip of tea, looking relaxed. He hasn't liked attending these kinds of gatherings lately. Every time I came before, these people always loved to talk about their children. He hadn't told anyone about Shen Qingyuan's premarital pregnancy, and he was always very upset when asked about it, so he simply stopped coming. But this time it's different. His son-in-law is not only very capable, but also exceptionally thoughtful, sending him a gift of Dahong Pao tea from the mother tree. Just in time for this tea gathering, Shen Sanchi casually brought over a small jar. It wasn't exactly a deliberate attempt to show off. I just wanted to share it with my old friends. Old Shun, it's been so long since I've seen you. A strong, resonant voice rang out, and Lu Xiefeng walked over with a teacup in hand, his face beaming with undisguised pride. He and Shen Sanchi were old acquaintances. They were about the same age and both had daughters. So I love to compare things from a young age, comparing grades in schools. After more than 20 years of competition, Lu Xiefeng has never truly beaten Shen Sanchi. Now that their daughter is older, they've started comparing sons-in-law. His daughter recently started dating a guy who runs a building materials business, and they're currently discussing marriage. Since his son-in-law has finally shown off his talent, he's determined to make a good impression. Old Shun, how's Qingyuan doing lately? Does she have a boyfriend yet? As soon as Lu Xiefeng sat down, he got straight to the point, feeling quite pleased with himself. He said with a smile, "You know, my husband, he just brought his girlfriend over last week. Knowing that I like to drink tea, he specially asked someone to get some Beidou de Hong Pao, saying it was a descendant of the purebred mother tree." Lu Xiefeng took out an exquisite purple clay teapot from his bag and gently placed it on the table, his tone feigning humility. Young people like to be particular, but this sentiment is quite rare. As soon as Lu Xiefeng said this, several tea friends nearby immediately gathered around. The Big Dipper red robe? That's a real gem. Genuine Beidou 1 satellites are produced in very limited quantities now. They must cost tens of thousands of yuan per kilogram, and you might not even be able to buy a real one. Old Lu, you're really something. Your son-in-law is so thoughtful, much better than my husband, who only knows how to send cigarettes and alcohol during holidays. The group of people praised Lu Xiefeng, making him feel quite flattered. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. His vanity was greatly satisfied. Lu Xiefeng picked up his teacup, took a sip, and looked at Shun Sanshi with feigned curiosity. "By the way, Lao Shun, what about your Qingyuan? Does she have a boyfriend yet?" Lu Xiefeng held a teacup, crossed his legs, and looked extremely smug. In the past, when he asked this question, Shun Sanshi would either change the subject or have a displeased expression. Today, he thought he could still beat the other party and show off. To Lu Xiefeng's surprise, Shun Sanshi didn't react much to his words. Instead, he slowly took a sip of tea, his expression calm. Shun Sanshi chuckled inwardly. In the past, he might have actually gotten a bit angry, but now, his son-in-law, Gu Ming, gifted him a genuine de Hong Pao, a type of traditional Chinese robe, from the mother tree of the Zhulang, a type of ancient Chinese tree. Beidou is nothing. Shun Sanshi wasn't angry at all. Instead, he nodded. "We talked. I just visited the parents recently." "Huh? They've already come to our door?" Lu Xiefeng was taken aback, somewhat surprised. He thought Shen Qingyuan was too picky and hadn't found a partner yet. "I never imagined it would come to the point of meeting the parents." Lu Xiefeng then pressed on with another question. "So what's your son-in-law like? What does he do? Is he good to your Qingyuan?" Lu Xiefeng thought to himself. Shun Sanshi is hiding his true nature so well. His son-in-law's conditions are probably not that great, otherwise he would have already brought it out to brag about. That's good. The young people are quite reliable. Shun Sanshi slowly picked up his teacup, took a sip, and casually said, "He knows I love tea, and he brought me some tea leaves a couple of days ago." "Oh, what kind of tea did you send?" Lu Xiefeng immediately perked up. People around looked over curiously. "It's nothing, it's just a Hong Pao," Shun Sanshi said calmly. "Hey, to Hong Pao tea, there are different grades too." Lu Xiefeng immediately put on airs. "Ordinary to Hong Pao tea can cost several hundred yuan per kilogram, which is nothing compared to my Beidou tea. By the way, how many kilograms did he give you?" Shun Sanshi shook his head helplessly and sighed. "Not much was given, only an ounce." "1 ounce?" Lu Xiefeng frowned immediately, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible disdain. "That's incredibly stingy. A mere ounce of tea leave for the first visit to your father-in-law? Is that even presentable?" Several other executives nearby echoed this sentiment. "Yes, 1 or 2 ounces is too little. Young people are not very reliable. Old Lu, your son-in-law is so generous. This jar must weigh at least a pound, right? That's very thoughtful." Hearing the praise from everyone, Lu Xiefeng straightened his back a bit more. Shun Sanshi wasn't angry. He smiled, took out a small wooden box about the size of a palm from his bag, and placed it on the table. Whether it's stingy or not is another matter. The main thing is that there really isn't much tea. He said there was only this much, and he brought it all to me. Shun Sanshi opened the wooden box as he spoke. Inside was a small tin tea canister. The packaging looked simple, without any fancy decorations. "I don't really understand either. It's called something like Mother Tree de Hong Pao." Shun Sanshi spoke in a light and casual tone, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. The moment the words left his mouth, the private room fell silent for a few seconds. Mother Tree, red robe. "Old Shun, are you sure it's the original de Hong Pao tree?" President Wang of the Tea Association, who was sitting in the main seat, stood up, his voice trembling, and quickly walked over. Lu Xiefeng's eyes widened, and he quickly said, "How could that be? Those 6 mother trees have long been off limits for harvesting. You can't buy them even if you have the money. How could I just give it away like that? It can't be fake, can it?" Before Lu Xiefeng could finish speaking, Chairman Wang had already carefully picked up the tin can. He opened it, took a sniff, and then his expression changed drastically. "It really is. It smells like the original De Hong Pao tea tree. Chairman Wang's hands were trembling slightly as he looked up at Shun Sanshur, his voice filled with excitement. Old Shun, this is a truly priceless treasure. What Beidou and Qidong are not even in the same league as the real mother tree De Hong Pao. With just this 1 or 2 ounces, let alone tens of thousands of yuan, even millions would be offered, and people would be fighting over it. Chairman Wang's words left everyone present stunned. Everyone turned to look at the small wooden box on Shun Sanchi's table, their expressions changing instantly. What started as indifference has turned into intense longing and envy. Lu Xiefeng's smile froze instantly, and he almost dropped the teacup in his hand. Beidou Da Hongpa, compared to the real mother tree of De Hong Pao, it's not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Old Shun, just who is your son-in-law? How could he even get his hands on a mother tree's De Hong Pao tea? This is incredible. I've lived most of my life, and I've never even seen a speck of the original De Hong Pao tree. Old Shun, your son-in-law is quite something. He casually gifted his father-in-law a tail of De Hong Pao tea from the mother tree. That's quite a generous gesture. I'm so envious. The tea I drank before was just leaves compared to this. Brother Shun, may I have a sip of this tea? If I could drink De Hong Pao from the original tree in my lifetime, I'd die happy. A group of CEOs gathered around, chattering away, their voices full of envy. Lu Xiefeng, who had been so smug just moments before, now stood to the side, his face flushed red, so embarrassed that he was digging his toes into the ground. He originally wanted to show off his Big Dipper red robe. As a result, they directly pulled out the original De Hong Pao tea, which was a resounding slap in the face. The key point is that he also wants to taste the flavor of the original De Hong Pao tea tree. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Shun Sanshur felt incredibly pleased, but he remained outwardly calm and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's just a small token of my appreciation. I didn't know it was so valuable. He just handed it to me casually, telling me to brew it and drink it regularly. These words made everyone even more envious. Did you just grab it, soak it in water, and drink it? This is the original De Hong Pao tree. It's just like Versailles. While it's admirable, no one can find fault with it because the son-in-law is so capable. Shun Sanshur wore a smile throughout, speaking modestly, but inwardly he was overjoyed. After the tea party ended and they got into the car, Shun Sanshur finally couldn't hold back anymore and couldn't stop smiling. This show-off is even more satisfying than when I closed a billion-dollar project back in the day. Gu Ming, that kid, really made himself look good. Chapter 20 Shun Qingyuan in JK uniform, the epitome of pure desire. After leaving the studio, Gu Ming pushed the stroller, and Shun Qingyuan linked arms with him as the family slowly walked toward the parking lot. After getting into the car, Gu Ming glanced at the time. It's 4 p.m. now, and the Civil Affairs Bureau is still open. He opened his phone and checked the marriage appointment numbers at the nearby Civil Affairs Bureau, only to find that there were still appointments available today. So Gu Ming turned to look at Shun Qingyuan in the passenger seat. The ID photos are done. Why don't we just go and get the certificate? Shun Qingyuan was stunned for a moment, and then her heart started beating rapidly. Okay. Gu Ming smiled and called his mother, Li Min, asking her to come over and help take care of the baby, saying that they had some things to take care of. Li Min didn't ask any more questions and agreed immediately. The two went back to Jiangjing number 1 first, handed the 3 babies over to Li Min, and then rushed to the Civil Affairs Bureau with their ID cards. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, while waiting in line with her number, Shun Qingyuan turned her head to look closely at Gu Ming beside her, still feeling a little unreal. Finally, we're getting our marriage certificate. Just a few days ago, she was worried that her parents would not agree and that Gu Ming would be wronged. Before she knew it, she was about to get her marriage certificate with Gu Ming. Are you nervous? Gu Ming noticed the sweat on her palms and reached out to hold her hand. A little Shun Qingyuan responded softly, the tips of her ears turning red. What are you nervous about? I'm here for you. Gu Ming chuckled softly and squeezed her hand. Soon it was their turn. The staff at the window took the 2 people's ID cards, glanced at their dates of birth, and were somewhat surprised. The legal marriage age is 22 for men and 20 for women. Nowadays, young people generally marry late, so it's quite rare to see couples who get married right at the age limit like this. Gu Ming had just celebrated his 22nd birthday not long ago, which was right on the line. Reviewing documents, filling out forms, signing, and affixing fingerprints. The process was quick, and when it came time to get the stamp, the young lady at the window smiled, looked up and asked, "Would you like me to take a picture of your autographs as a souvenir?" The rules at the marriage registration window are much more lenient. Not only can ID photos be retouched with makeup, but staff are also willing to help take photos to record the entire process of obtaining the certificate. "Thank you for your help." Gu Ming smiled and handed over the phone. The young woman took the phone and snapped a photo while the two men were signing their names. "Congratulations to the two of you. May you have a long and happy marriage." The young lady smiled and pushed the two red marriage certificates towards her. When the two small red booklets with gold lettering were handed to her, Shun Qingyuan was still somewhat dazed. She really did marry Gu Ming. From this day forward, she is Gu Ming's rightful wife. "What are you thinking about?" Gu Ming ruffled her hair. Shun Qingyuan looked up at him, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up. "Nothing, just a little happy." Gu Ming smiled and took her hand, their fingers intertwined. "Let's go home and celebrate, Mrs. Gu." Mrs. Gu. Hearing these three words made Shun Qingyuan feel sweet inside, and her cheeks flushed slightly. You have successfully obtained your marriage certificate with Shun Qingyuan, marking a significant milestone in your perfect life. Reward: 1x10x cashback coupon. After use, all purchases made within the next 3 hours will receive 10x cashback. As soon as Gu Ming stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a system notification popped up in his mind. Gu Ming's eyes lit up immediately. Tenfold return. Don't underestimate the fact that it's only 10 times. He currently has over 6 million yuan in liquid funds in his account. If you can spend it all, you'll have over 60 million in hand. Gu Ming was incredibly excited inside, but he remained outwardly calm. He looked down at Shun Qingyuan, who was still immersed in joy beside him. He couldn't resist reaching out to pull her into his arms and kissing her twice on the cheek. "What's wrong?" Shun Qingyuan was a little stunned by Gu Ming's sudden kiss and looked up at him. "Nothing." Gu Ming couldn't help but smile. "I just feel so good to have married you." River view number 1. The two opened the door and went inside. Li Min was sitting on the playing mat in the living room, playing with the baby. "Mom." They both called out in unison. "You're back. How'd things go?" Li Min smiled and looked up, her gaze falling on the red booklet that Gu Ming was holding in his other hand. She was stunned for a moment, then realized, "You two got your marriage certificate?" "I just got back from the Civil Affairs Bureau. I got my marriage certificate." Gu Ming nodded with a smile. "Oh, that's great." Li Min stood up abruptly, her face beaming with joy. "Great. We got our marriage certificate. I can finally relax." She walked over quickly, took Shun Qingyuan's hand, and looked her over from left to right, becoming more and more satisfied with what she saw. "Qingyuan, from now on we're family. Don't worry, when it comes to your wedding, Mom will definitely make it a grand affair and make sure you don't suffer any grievances." "Mom, it's okay. We've already discussed it," Shun Qingyuan replied obediently. "Let's eat at home tonight. I'll cook and we can celebrate," Gu Ming said. Fine. I won't disturb your romantic time together." Li Min waved her hand cheerfully and picked up her bag. The babies were very well behaved this afternoon. They were just fed and are now tired from playing, so don't worry. After saying a few more words of advice on taking care of the child, Li Min happily picked up her bag and left. In the kitchen, Gu Ming, wearing an apron, skillfully processed the ingredients. Oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were added to the pot one by one, and the aroma quickly wafted out, filling the entire house. Shun Qingyuan leaned against the kitchen doorway and watched for a while. The more she looked, the more she felt that her husband was outstanding. Even his back view while cooking was so handsome. Before long, a variety of delicious dishes were served. Braised pork ribs, steamed sea bass, garlic broccoli, tomato beef brisket. A table full of food, a mix of meat and vegetables, with an irresistible aroma. "Wow, it smells so good." Shun Qingyuan sat down, almost drooling. "If it smells good, eat more." Gu Ming picked up a piece of fish belly for her and carefully removed all the bones. "I want to lose weight, but if I keep eating like this, I'll gain weight again," Shun Qingyuan muttered, but her mouth betrayed her by picking up another piece of fish with her chopsticks. "It's okay if you're a little chubby, since you've gained weight in all the right places anyway. I still prefer the feeling of being a bit chubby." Gu Ming glanced at her, his gaze lingering on her neckline with a meaningful look. Shun Qingyuan followed his gaze and looked down, immediately understanding what he was talking about, and her cheeks flushed red. "Even food can't shut you up." She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Gu Ming. "Who says it can't be shut up? Didn't the steamed buns from last night shut my mouth up?" Gu Ming said in a very serious tone. "Steamed buns?" Shen Qingyuan was a little confused. When did they eat steamed buns yesterday? After a 2-second pause, she suddenly realized what was happening, her face instantly turning bright red, even the tips of her ears turning pink. You're so mean. What's wrong with me? Gu Ming asked innocently. It's bad everywhere. For example? Gu Ming leaned closer, lowered his voice, and his warm breath brushed against Shen Qingyuan's ear, making her feel a ticklish sensation all over her body. Stop fooling around. We're eating. Shen Qingyuan quickly dodged to the side, her ears burning. After teasing her for a while, seeing Shen Qingyuan blush with embarrassment, Gu Ming decided to stop while he was ahead and serve her a full chopstickful of food. While eating, Gu Ming suddenly remembered taking photos during the day. When shooting the campus-themed photos during the day, Shen Qingyuan originally chose a JK uniform, a white shirt with a pleated skirt. But when she tried them on, she always felt they were too figure-hugging and was embarrassed to wear them. In the end, they switched to regular, loose-fitting school uniforms. Although we didn't get to photograph that JK outfit, it was brand new, so we packed it up and brought it back with us. Honey, why don't you change into that JK uniform and show it to me? No. Shen Qingyuan refused softly, her head bowed, looking a little embarrassed. It's just for a short time. There's no one else around. Gu Ming pinched her cheek, his tone slightly coaxing. Have you ever heard the saying, beauty is food for the eyes? I could eat 2 extra bowls of rice just by looking at you in that dress. Shen Qingyuan couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Is this what you mean by beauty is food for the eyes? I don't care. I want to see it anyway. Despite Gu Ming's persistent coaxing, Shen Qingyuan finally blushed and took her clothes into the bedroom. A few minutes later, the bedroom door opened gently. Shen Qingyuan walked out with her head down, her fingers clutching the hem of her skirt, too embarrassed to look up at him. The top button of the white shirt was undone, but the collar was still stretched taut, outlining a full and rounded silhouette. The black pleated skirt barely covered her thighs, and she wore a pair of black stockings underneath. The sock cuffs left faint marks above the knee. A small section of fair and delicate skin peeks out between the hem of her skirt and the top of her stockings, forming a perfect absolute territory. Gu Ming couldn't help but swallow. That's so unfair. The two completely different qualities of innocence and sexiness are perfectly blended in Shen Qingyuan, creating a powerful impact. Is it pretty? Shen Qingyuan asked in a low voice, her toes unconsciously rubbing against the floor, extremely nervous. Nice. Gu Ming's gaze was fixed on her, unable to look away. She's exceptionally beautiful. Feeling his intense gaze, Shen Qingyuan's cheeks flushed, and she turned and headed towards the kitchen. Since you've cooked, I'll do the dishes. She wanted to find something to do to ease the awkward atmosphere. In the kitchen, Shen Qingyuan stood in front of the sink, carefully washing the dishes. The water was flowing loudly. Her back was slender, and the hem of her skirt swayed gently with her movements. Viewed from the side, the shirt's waistline is taut, just right, breathtakingly so. Gu Ming leaned against the kitchen doorway and watched for a few seconds before finally unable to resist. He walked over and gently hugged her waist from behind. Wife. The warm breath fell on her ear, and Shen Qingyuan trembled all over. Hey, what are you doing? She twisted her waist, trying to break free, saying, I'm washing the dishes. But this twist caused the person behind him to gasp in surprise. Unable to restrain himself, Gu Ming tightened his arms, holding the person firmly in his embrace. It's still in the kitchen. Shen Qingyuan's voice softened, tinged with helplessness. Fine. Gu Ming lowered his head and kissed her neck. That's exactly what I wanted, the kitchen. Night was falling. After some fussing, the two finally fell asleep in each other's arms. Chapter 21. My wife's best friends. Saturday arrived quickly. Because she had arranged to have dinner with her roommates, Xiao Wanqing skipped and hopped over to their door early in the morning. She still wore her energetic pigtails today and sniffed as soon as she entered the door. Wow, what smells so good? Gu Ming steamed some buns. They just came out of the pot. Shen Qingyuan said with a smile. Xiao Wanqing's eyes lit up, and without any hesitation, she washed her hands and headed straight for the restaurant. He picked one up, took a bite, and his eyes instantly narrowed. Delicious. So delicious. She wolfed down her food while mumbling a complaint. Qingyuan, you're so stingy. Last time you ate something delicious, you didn't even tell me what it was. Shen Qingyuan, do you want to hear what you're saying? If you found out, what would happen? Go eat your steam bun. Why can't you stop eating in peace? Shen Qingyuan stuffed another one into her mouth. Hey. Xiao Wanqing's mouth was stuffed full, but she still couldn't resist making sarcastic remarks. Don't worry, nothing, no matter how big, can shut my mouth. Guming walked over with the dipping sauce, paused upon hearing this, and silently wiped his forehead. This girl, how come she keeps spouting such vulgar and offensive language? After breakfast, the three of them tidied up and took the babies out. The dinner was to be held at a restaurant near the school called Shuiyuan. It was a place that Shun Qingyuan and her dorm used to frequent. The food was authentic and the prices were reasonable. Guming was driving, while Shun Qingyuan and Xiao Wanqing chatted away. The three babies lay quietly in their car seats. When I arrived, my other two roommates were already there. They are Zhou Yu, the room leader, and Zhang Ya. They were all Shun Qingyuan's roommates in college. Qingyuan, the group hadn't seen each other for a while, and they chatted warmly as soon as they met. At first, Shun Qingyuan was a little embarrassed because she had a child out of wedlock. But now that they've gotten their marriage certificate and met each other's parents, she feels at ease. After getting her marriage certificate, she mentioned getting married and having children in the dormitory group chat. Her roommates were shocked, but they were also happy for her. You've recovered so well. She doesn't look like someone who has given birth to 3 children at all. Her waist is still so slim. Zhou Yu looked her up and down, her face full of surprise. Yes, her skin is even better than before. It's fair and rosy. Zhang Ya echoed this. Shun Qingyuan smiled and exchanged pleasantries with them. Xiao Wanqing then proudly showed off. Of course, just look at who's cooking for her every day. Guming's cooking skills are no joke. Just then, Guming pushed the stroller over. Wow, are these the babies? The 3 girls immediately surrounded the stroller, their eyes widening as they stared at the 3 chubby little babies inside. So cute. 3 of them look exactly alike. This is so well-behaved, it doesn't even cry. Sambao Anua felt a little embarrassed by the stares, made a couple of cooing sounds, and waved her little arms. Iya, oh my god, she even greeted me. Zhou Yu was incredibly excited. Guming smiled and said, you guys go in and order first. I'll push the baby outside to get some fresh air. It smells too strong inside. Okay. Shun Qingyuan nodded. Then let's go in first, and I'll go order what you like to eat. The meal was a lively and enjoyable affair. Her roommates bombarded Shun Qingyuan with questions about the details of her pregnancy and childbirth. She would also praise Guming from time to time for being handsome, good at cooking, and considerate, which made Shun Qingyuan blush. Qingyuan, you are so lucky. My husband is handsome and rich, and I even had triplets. I'm a winner in life. Zhang Ya looked on with envy. Exactly. So many people were pursuing you at school before. We thought you would take a long time to choose, but we didn't expect Guming to win you over. Zhou Yu said with a smile. Shun Qingyuan couldn't help but smile and secretly glanced at Guming beside her. Guming was serving her food when he noticed her gaze, so he turned his head and smiled at her. After the meal, the group continued their conversation. Since we have nothing to do anyway, how about we go to IFC for a stroll? It's been a long time since I've gone shopping. Xiao Wanqing suggested. IFC is Jianghai's financial center, with luxury stores on the 1st and 2nd floors. Sure. The group immediately agreed. Because there wasn't enough room, Zhou Yu and Zhang Ya had to take taxi. Upon seeing the Cullinan, they were once again filled with admiration. Guming pushed the stroller, and the group headed towards IFC in a grand procession. On the way, Guming was still making plans in his mind. I haven't used the 10x rebate coupon I received when we got our marriage certificate yet. With over 6 million in working capital, spending it all at once would result in a rebate of over 60 million. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity, you might as well. I'm going shopping today, so I might as well use up my credit limit. IFC Mall. There were quite a few people on Saturday. Guming pushed the stroller in the middle, and the 3 babies, who were fair-skinned and tender, attracted a lot of attention. Look, triplets. So cute. All 3 are exactly the same. This family is so happy. I'm so envious. Passers-by couldn't help but take a second look. Shun Qingyuan and her roommates strolled around and tried on clothes in several women's clothing stores. Guming followed behind, swiping his card without even blinking. The more you spend, the more you get back. Shun Qingyuan tried on a dress, came out, and twirled in front of the mirror. Does it look good? It looks good. Guming replied without hesitation. Wrap up. Isn't it too expensive? Shun Qingyuan glanced at the price tag. The dress cost over 20,000 yuan, and she felt a pang of heartache. It's not expensive. It's worth it if you look good in it. Guming handed the card directly to the shop assistant. Qingyuan, your husband spoils you way too much. Zhang Ya watched from the side with an envious expression. Shen Qingyuan couldn't help but smile. When the group reached the jewelry section on the second floor, Shen Qingyuan was about to go and look at the new earrings when she heard faint sounds of arguing coming from inside the store. Why should I? I was the one who greeted Mrs. Wang first. I've been introducing her to people for almost half an hour. A woman's voice, trembling with sobs, rang out, filled with grievance. What do you mean yours and mine? In the end, they signed a contract with me, so of course the sales revenue belongs to me. Another shrill voice was full of disdain. Zhou Yu suddenly stopped in her tracks, her expression changing. That voice, it sounds like Xiao Xiao's. Your cousin? Shen Qingyuan turned her head in confusion. Yes, it's my aunt's daughter. She just graduated and said she's interning at a jewelry store here. Could this be the one? She told me a few days ago that the senior employees were always taking her orders. Zhou Yu frowned. The group exchanged glances, then pushed open the door and went inside. Inside the shop, two female sales representatives were standing to the side of the counter. The younger girl had red eyes and still had a youthful air about her. She was Zhou Yu's cousin, Lin Xiaoxiao. Standing opposite her was a woman in her 30s, arms crossed, with an arrogant expression. Several shop assistants stood far away, watching the commotion, and no one went forward to offer a word of advice. Sisterly, Mrs. Wang added me on WeChat yesterday, and I invited her to come over today. Lin Xiaoxiao was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. So what if we added each other on WeChat? Salespeople rely on their own abilities. Li Mei rolled her eyes. Lin Xiaoxiao bit her lip, tears almost falling. This is not the first time. She had only been with the company for 3 months, hadn't been officially hired yet, and had no connections or experience. The store's long-term employees always pushed all the odd jobs on her. She hadn't closed many deals this month to begin with, and if this deal was snatched away, her commission for the month would be minimal. It will be difficult to get a permanent position by then. Chapter 22, Tenfold Return. I want them all. Xiao Xiao. Zhou Yu walked over, with Gu Ming and the others following behind. Lin Xiaoxiao looked up and saw Zhou Yu, then paused for a moment. Cousin, I was shopping with my friend, and we were passing by here. Zhou Yu turned to look at Li Mei, somewhat angrily. How could you just steal someone else's clients like that? Li Mei glanced at Zhou Yu, then at Gu Ming and his group. Seeing that they weren't wearing any designer brands and were pushing 3 strollers, they didn't seem like people who could afford high-end jewelry. So her tone became somewhat perfunctory and impatient. Miss, we don't need outsiders to worry about what's going on in our shop, do we? This is a jewelry store. If you're not going to buy anything, please don't interfere with our business. How dare you talk like that? Xiao Wanqing, with her quick temper, exploded on the spot. What's wrong with coming into the store to take a look? What rule says that you have to buy something just because you come into the store? Of course you can look, Li Mei said slowly. Things here are quite expensive, so please be careful. If you break something, it'll be a hassle to pay for it. Li Mei said sarcastically. Gu Ming frowned as well. That salesperson is so snobbish. Just then, the store manager came out of his office, frowning. What's wrong? Li Mei immediately went to greet them, her face beaming with smiles. Manager Zhang, it's nothing. It's just a few young people who came in to wander around. I was just about to ask them to leave. The store manager frowned and first glanced at Li Mei. Clearly, they were somewhat dissatisfied with her behavior of arbitrarily labeling customers. He then turned and looked at Gu Ming and his group. He has worked in luxury goods sales for over a decade and has a very keen eye for business. Although Shen Qingyuan was dressed modestly, she possessed an extraordinary demeanor and did not seem to be there to cause trouble. Please feel free to look around. Our shop does not stop customers from visiting. The store manager spoke politely, then turned to Sister Li and said in a low voice, Little Li, just do your job and don't talk nonsense. The implication is that you shouldn't look down on others. Li Mei pursed her lips, unconvinced, thinking the store manager was just being overly cautious. If these young people can afford something worth tens of thousands, she'll write her name backwards. Gu Ming looked at Li Mei's snobbish manner, and then at the aggrieved Lin Xiaoxiao. An idea immediately came to mind. Fortunately, his 10x rebate coupon was still valid. Gu Ming took a step forward and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Your name is Lin Xiaoxiao, right? Hi, sir. Lin Xiaoxiao paused for a moment, nodded, and was still sniffling. Okay, then you can introduce yourself to us. Gu Ming's tone was flat. Bring out all the high-end jewelry and the latest limited edition watches in your store for us to see. Li Mei had just picked up a necklace to polish it when she heard this and almost burst out laughing. High-end jewelry? Limited edition watches? Does this kid even know how much money it costs before he dares to say it? She turned her head and smiled. Sir, our high-end jewelry starts at $1 million. Are you sure you want to take a look? If we see it but can't afford it, it will waste everyone's time, which would be quite embarrassing. Lin Xiaoxiao panicked too, secretly tugged at Zhou Yu's sleeve, and whispered, Cousin, it's not necessary. Zhou Yu patted her hand and gave her a reassuring look, signaling her to do as she was told. She didn't fully understand Gu Ming's abilities, but she knew they were definitely extraordinary. After all, he's already driving a Cullinan, so buying jewelry is definitely not just talk. The store manager immediately instructed Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, go to the warehouse and bring over the new product from the high-end section and the 3 Patek Philippe limited editions that just arrived. Be careful. Remember to wear gloves when handling it. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and quickly put on gloves before going to the warehouse. Li Mai's smile froze instantly. The store manager actually told me to go get it? That can't be right. This kid looks ordinary. How could he possibly afford something worth millions? Li Mei didn't believe it, but since the store manager had spoken, she didn't dare to say anything. He could only stand aside, arms crossed, waiting to see Gu Ming make a fool of himself. A short while later, Lin Xiaoxiao and 2 shop assistants carefully displayed the jewelry and watches. A 3-carat diamond necklace, pigeon blood ruby earrings, an emerald ring. Li Mei watched with envy. If she can sell even one of these items, the commission will be enough for her to live on for several months. It's a pity this kid wanted to show off, and we'll have to take it back untouched later. Wife, come and choose. Gu Mingqiao waved to Shun Qingyuan. Take whichever one you like. Shun Qingyuan walked over and whispered, There's no need to buy something so expensive. I don't usually wear jewelry anyway. It's such a waste. It's okay. Just wear it for fun. Here, let me put it on you and let you try it on. Gu Ming smiled, picked up the 3-carat diamond necklace, and personally put on Shun Qingyuan's neck. The brilliance of the diamond accentuated Shun Qingyuan's long neck and fair complexion. Her cool and aloof demeanor was enhanced by a touch of nobility, making her incredibly beautiful. This one is nice. Gu Ming nodded and then picked up the pair of pigeon blood ruby earrings. Try this one too. Red suits you and makes your skin look fairer. Shun Qingyuan obediently put it on. Then Gu Ming picked up a women's diamond watch and put on her wrist. This one looks good too, and I can wear it when I go out. It's also convenient for telling the time. He helped Shun Qingyuan try on each item one by one, carefully observing the results. Li Mei's expression gradually changed. This posture doesn't seem like it's an act. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a young man afford jewelry worth millions? They're definitely just putting on a show to make a scene. When it's time to pay, they'll make up excuses like not having enough money or not liking the style, and then slip away. Li Mei gritted her teeth and stood there, her eyes fixed on Gu Ming, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The middle-aged couple who were looking at jewelry nearby stopped looking and came over to watch the spectacle. I want to know if this young man is really rich or just showing off. After trying on 7 or 8 items, Gu Ming felt that was enough and looked up at Lin Xiaoxiao. Wrap up this diamond necklace, these ruby earrings, this emerald ring, and this women's watch. I'll take that other piece of nautilus for men too. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart pounded wildly, and she almost couldn't breathe. She quickly did the mental calculations. The total is 6.42 million. This is a super order that she never dared to dream of since she started her internship. Okay. I'll settle the bill for you right away. Her voice was trembling, but she still tried to remain calm and professional as she turned to get the POS machine. Gu Ming took out his black card and handed it to Lin Xiaoxiao. Beep. Transaction successful. Li Mei looked at the successful transaction record on the POS machine. Her vision went black, and she almost fainted. It's a done deal. 6,420,000. A commission of over 300,000. It just flew away right under her nose. She was so regretful, she wanted to slap herself twice. If she had known this young man was a top-tier tycoon, she would have been too busy trying to curry favor with him to dare to mock him. Isn't this pushing the god of wealth away? Chapter 23, Because I'm a foot fetishist. The store manager was also a little surprised, not expecting to actually close such a big deal. His smile grew even warmer, and he personally went over to help verify the orders. Don't worry, sir. We'll pack it up for you right away and arrange for someone to deliver it to your home shortly. Tenfold rebate triggered. This purchase totaled 6.42 million yuan, with a rebate of 64.2 million yuan, which has been credited to your account instantly. Gu Ming was secretly delighted. He made a net profit of over 60 million yuan, and also got a bunch of jewelry and watches for free. This is a huge profit. He remained outwardly calm and collected, putting the card back into his wallet. It felt as if I had just swiped not 6 million, but 600. The store manager personally handed Gu Ming his business card. Hello, sir. I'm Zhang, the store manager. Next time you come to the store, just look for me. We guarantee you the best price and the best service. Gu Ming didn't take the business card. Instead, he pointed to Li Mei, whose face was pale, and asked calmly, "Are all your employees like this, treating customers differently based on who they are and poaching new customers?" The store manager's smile froze. Of course, he knew what kind of person Li Mei was. He usually steals orders from newcomers and bullies interns because of his seniority and good performance. There's a lot of discontent within the team, but since she had good performance before, he turned a blind eye to it. But things are different now. What does Li Mei matter if she offends a big client who can casually pull out more than 6 million? I took this opportunity to fire her. It can also help to improve the atmosphere in the store and make a good sale to major customers. Li Mei. The shop manager turned around, his face instantly turning cold. You maliciously mocked customers and stole customers from your colleagues, which seriously violated store rules and damaged the store's image. You're fired, effective today. Go to the finance department to collect your wages and leave. What? Li Mei looked up abruptly, in disbelief. Manager, you can't fire me. I've worked here for 5 years. I've always been a top performer. Even if the sales performance is good, it's useless. The store manager's face was ashen. We can't keep an employee like you. Pack your things and leave. Don't bother our customers. Seeing the store manager's resolute expression and then looking at Gu Ming's indifferent face, Li Mei knew that nothing she said would make a difference. She was both angry and regretful. She glared at Lin Xiao, packed her things, and slunk away. Several sales assistants around her watched her retreating figure, secretly feeling relieved. She always bullied newcomers and stole their orders. Now she's finally getting her comeuppance. Lin Xiao stood to the side, still somewhat dazed. She never expected that not only would she land a huge order, but even Li Mei, who had always bullied her, would be fired. As the group walked out, Lin Xiao saw them to the door, feeling a little excited. Mr. Gu and Ms. Shun, thank you both for today. She bowed deeply, her waist bent very low. If it weren't for Gu Ming, not only would this deal not have been made, but she would have continued to be bullied by Li Mei. Mr. Gu, I can't accept the commission for this order. I'll transfer it to you later. Lin Xiao raised her head and said seriously. She couldn't possibly accept a commission of over 300,000 yuan. This was something Gu Ming specifically did to help her. No need, Gu Ming smiled. Consider it a tip for your hard work. This Lin Xiao wanted to refuse, but Shun Qingyuan stopped her with a smile. Just take it. It'll be good if no one bullies you anymore. Lin Xiao nodded vigorously, her eyes reddening even more, and she kept this favor in her heart. Damn, that's so satisfying. That Li Mei deserved to be expelled. As they walked out of the jewelry store, Xiao Wanqing excitedly spoke, gesturing wildly. Her face turned green just now. It cracked me up. Fortunately, Gu Ming helped. Otherwise, Xiao would have suffered a lot of grievances. Zhou Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Her eyes filled with envy as she looked at Shun Qingyuan. Lin Xiao has a sick mother who takes medication regularly, putting her under significant financial strain. With this 300,000, the situation will be greatly alleviated. Wow, Qingyuan, your Gu Ming is really good at hiding his identity. Over 6 million yuan was swiped in a flash, without even blinking. That's so effortless. Zhang nudged Shun Qingyuan's arm and smiled mischievously. Exactly, Xiao Wanqing chimed in. Handsome, rich, and doting on his wife. What an amazing husband. Qingyuan, you're so lucky. Shun Qingyan linked arms with Gu Ming, her lips curving upwards involuntarily. After strolling around for a while, the group dispersed. Zhou Yu and Zhang took a taxi back to school, and Xiao Wanqing also hitched a ride with them. Gu Ming drove Shun Qingyuan and the 3 babies home. By the time I got home, it was already getting dark. Shun Qingyuan bent down to change her shoes, her slender ankles exposed, and her white socks accentuated the beautiful lines of her calves. She had been walking all day, and her legs were a little sore. When she changed her shoes, she unconsciously tiptoed. Gu Ming watched from the side, his atoms apple bobbing. You must be tired after walking all day. Shall I give you a leg massage? No need. Shun Qingyuan's cheeks flushed slightly. I'm afraid I'll smell if I sweat. Although she doesn't have sweaty feet, Wearing shoes and socks all day in this hot weather is bound to be a bit stuffy. Gu Ming didn't say anything, but simply bent down and picked the person up in his arms. "Ah!" Shun Xingyuan exclaimed in surprise and quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. "What are you doing? It's only natural to massage my wife's legs." Gu Ming carried her to the sofa, speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. After placing her on the sofa, Gu Ming knelt down and gently took off her shoes. The small feet were encased in pure cotton white socks, revealing slender ankles and fair insteps. Because of shyness, her toes curled up like 5 cute little seashells. Gu Ming reached out and grasped it. The texture was delicate and smooth, warm and soft, like warm, lustrous white jade. "It doesn't taste like anything." He leaned closer to smell it, then looked up and smiled. "It smells nice." "How could you do this?" Shun Xingyuan was so shy that she tried to pull her foot back, but Gu Ming held it firmly. "Because I'm a foot fetishist." Gu Ming showed no embarrassment whatsoever and spoke in a serious tone. He began to gently massage her calves. Shun Xingyuan was extremely embarrassed upon hearing this, her cheeks turning as red as ripe apples. Actually, there are several types of foot fetishists. One type is like me, who likes beautiful legs and feet. There's an even more perverted type who just likes smelly things. Huh? Shun Xingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. There are people who like smelly food? She couldn't believe that anyone could have such a strange fetish. Thankfully, my husband isn't. Otherwise, wouldn't we have to find a way to make our feet smell bad? It's terrifying to even think about. The world is full of wonders. Gu Ming smiled and gradually increased the pressure on his hands. "Don't think about it. Relax. Let me give you a massage." Chapter 24 Admiration from Shun Xingyuan. With his maxed-out medical skills, Gu Ming's massage techniques were incredibly professional. The fingertips gently massaged along Shun Xingyuan's calf muscles. The pressure was just right, a pleasant soreness mixed with a feeling of comfort. Shun Xingyuan couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly bit her lip. "That's so embarrassing." Gu Ming's massage felt so good. The soreness and swelling were gradually relieved, and my whole leg felt light and airy. "Is it comfortable?" Gu Ming looked up at her and asked with a smile. "It's all right," Shun Xingyuan said stubbornly, but her ears turned bright red. Gu Ming didn't expose him and continued pressing the button. Shun Xingyuan's legs were white and straight, with delicate and elastic skin that felt wonderful to hold. After massaging one leg, they moved on to the other, and Shun Xingyuan gradually relaxed. He slumped on the sofa, his eyes almost closed into slits. "Honey, your massage feels so good." She mumbled incoherently. "It's even better than the massage therapists at the massage parlors." "That's right. Your husband is a professional." Gu Ming smiled and pinched her calf. "If you massage it more, your calves won't develop muscles, and they'll become slimmer. Then please massage me for a little longer." Shun Xingyuan became increasingly greedy. "Yes, my dear wife." After massaging her legs, Shun Xingyuan felt completely weak. "My shoulders are a little sore too," she muttered to herself. Gu Ming chuckled, walked around behind the sofa, and placed his hands on her shoulders. Shun Xingyuan often looks down while taking care of the children, so her shoulders and neck are indeed very tense. Her eyes, right here, it's so sour. Gu Ming's technique was precise, pressing on the most sore and swollen spots with each stroke, which was both painful and comfortable. After massaging the shoulders and neck, massaged the back from top to bottom. Shun Xingyuan felt as if her whole body had been thoroughly massaged. She lay on the back of the sofa, looking completely satisfied, like a cat that had just been petted. "It feels so good," she said lazily. "Honey, is there anything you can't do?" "Yes, I have." Gu Ming leaned down and whispered in her ear. "There's another spot that feels even better when you press it." Shun Xingyuan turned around curiously. "Where?" Gu Ming smiled and whispered a few words. Shun Xingyuan's face flushed bright red, and even her neck turned pink. Her voice was barely audible. "How do you even know this?" "I read it in a book." Gu Ming said with a serious face. "This is a traditional Chinese medicine technique to unblock meridians and improve complexion." "Really?" Shun Xingyuan asked, half believing and half doubting. "Of course it's true." Gu Ming pinched her cheek. "Want to try?" Shun Xingyuan hesitated for a few seconds, looked at Gu Ming's serious eyes, and finally blushed and slowly nodded. "Then let's give it a try." Night was falling. The living room lights were dimmed, casting a warm yellow glow that created an ambiguous atmosphere. Shun Xingyuan's voice was broken and trembling. until it finally softened completely. When it was over, she collapsed onto the sofa. She was too lazy to even move her fingers, her eyes were red, and there was a hint of water in the corners of her eyes. Guming picked the person up and carried them towards the bedroom. Fraud. She nestled in Guming's arms and muttered softly, "It's not some kind of beauty or skincare product." Guming chuckled. "How could it not be? Look at you now. Your complexion is rosy and you look great." Shen Qingyuan punched him, but it was too weak and had little force. After placing her on the bed, Guming lay down as well and pulled her into his arms. "Take a nap if you're tired." Shen Qingyuan snuggled closer to him, found a comfortable position, and soon drifted off to sleep. The next day was Sunday. Guming slept in late, a rare occurrence. When he woke up, Shen Qingyuan was still asleep beside him. She was exhausted after yesterday's massage and other activities. Guming tiptoed out of bed and went to the nursery to see the baby. The three little ones had just woken up and were lying in their cribs, playing by themselves. Upon seeing Guming approach, Sanbao Ana was the first to let out a iya sound, waving her little hands to be held. "Good morning, little ones." Guming smiled and picked up the three babies one by one, checked their diapers, and fed the milk one by one. After feeding the three little ones and patting their backs to burp them, Guming carried them to the bathroom for a bath. The baby bathtub was filled with warm water. The temperature was just right. Guming put the Bao in first. Newborn babies love water the most. Soaking in warm water feels just like being in your mother's womb. The Bao wasn't afraid at all. He kicked his little feet in the water and showed a comfortable expression on his face. "So happy." Guming smiled and splashed water with his hands, gently washing his arms and legs. The baby's skin was as tender as tofu, so I moved very gently. After bathing the first baby, I took him out and wrapped him in a bath towel, then put the second baby in, and finally the third baby. Sanbao Anua is the most lively. He jumped into the water and danced around, splashing water all over Guming, and kept laughing. "Naughty." Guming tapped her little nose. After their bath, the three babies were all wrapped up like little rice dumplings, smelling sweet and soft. Guming put them on the big bed, just as Shen Qingyuan woke up. "You finished washing it all?" She sat up groggily, her hair a mess like a lazy little cat. You were sleeping so soundly, so I didn't wake you." Guming sat on the edge of the bed and handed over the three treasures, saying, "Your daughter splashed water all over me." Shen Qingyuan took the baby and kissed her on the cheek. "Our Anua is the best girl, isn't she?" Sanbao let out a ya sound and reached out to grab Shen Qingyuan's hair. The mother and daughter bickered for a while. Then Guming went to make breakfast. With his superb culinary skills, even simple sandwiches and millet porridge are made to smell delicious by Guming. The sandwiches were fried to a golden brown and crispy perfection, while the millet porridge was cooked until thick and soft. The aroma alone was enough to whet one's appetite. "It smells so good. Honey, your cooking is amazing." Shen Qingyuan walked over carrying the baby, her nose twitching. "That's right. Don't you even know whose husband he is?" Guming smiled and pressed her down into a chair. "Eat quickly. It'll get cold soon." After dinner, the family of five played in the living room. Guming performed passive exercises for the babies, moving their little arms and legs. The three babies lay obediently, letting him do as he pleased, and would laugh a couple of times when they felt comfortable. Shen Qingyuan leaned against the side and watched, a smile playing on her lips. Sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the entire room with a warm and inviting atmosphere. She suddenly felt that she was the happiest person in the world. "My husband is handsome, rich, gentle, considerate, and can take care of children and cook. The three babies are all healthy and incredibly cute. I wouldn't trade this kind of life for the whole world." "Honey, you're so good to me," Shen Qingyuan suddenly said. Guming looked up at her and smiled. "Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" "I just feel." Shen Qingyuan tilted her head, looking at him with eyes full of admiration. "You could do everything. You can make money, take care of children, cook, and give massages. I feel like I've struck gold." Shen Qingyuan's extreme admiration for you has been detected. Trigger the perfect life achievement. Super Dad. Reward received. Baby's physique enhancement. Results. Baby's constitution far surpasses that of ordinary people. Immunity is greatly improved, and development speed is increased by 20%. Achievement bonus. Daddy affinity. Effect. When the host interacts with infants and toddlers, their affinity increases by 100%, making the baby easier to soothe. A series of system notifications suddenly rang in his mind. Gu Ming was stunned for a moment, then smiled. This reward comes at just the right time. Strengthening the baby's physique is equivalent to giving 3 children a permanent boost. Getting sick less often and staying healthy is better than anything else. And that dad's approachable personality will make taking care of the baby much easier in the future. What's wrong? Seeing that he suddenly smiled, Shun Qingyuan asked curiously. Nothing. Gu Ming shook his head and reached out to pick up her bow. I just feel that our baby will definitely be very healthy and have a great appetite in the future. Shun Qingyuan was amused by him. Of course, it doesn't matter whose daughter she is. She paused, then added softly, it's mainly because dad has good genes. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, I have good genes? Shun Qingyuan's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still nodded earnestly. Yeah, you're handsome, smart, and good at everything. The babies will definitely be as amazing as you in the future. Seeing the look of adoration in his wife's eyes, Gu Ming felt a surge of pride. This stay-at-home dad role was definitely worthwhile. Chapter 25: The Surprise from Shun Qingyuan. Night fell quickly, and the 3 little ones were all put to sleep. Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan took a quick shower. As soon as Gu Ming entered the master bedroom, he smiled. At the foot of the bed was a bright red foot bathtub, steaming. Shun Qingyuan squatted down beside her, pouring mugwort sachets into the container. Her little face flushed from the steam. What's this? Gu Ming asked with a smile as he walked over. A foot bathtub. Shun Qingyuan tilted her head back, her eyes sparkling. I've noticed you've been working a lot lately. Your feet must be sore, so I bought this especially for you. I also watched a foot massage video. I'll give you a foot massage later. Gu Ming felt a warmth in his heart. Wow, his wife is so considerate. He pinched her cheek. Are you silly? I can make it myself. No, I've been studying for so long. Shun Qingyuan pulled him toward the bed and squatted down to take off his socks. Quickly test the water temperature. I've been adjusting it for a long time, and it's just over 40 degrees. Shun Qingyuan's attitude was resolute. Gu Ming couldn't persuade her otherwise, so he had no choice but to sit down obediently. The hot water just covered my ankles. It felt so warm. The aroma of mugwort mingled with the steam, instantly dispelling most of his day's fatigue. Shun Qingyuan squatted down beside him, scooping water into her small hands and pouring it onto his insteps, looking extremely serious. She crouched low, the neckline of her loose nightgown drooping down, revealing a patch of white skin. Gu Ming glanced at it, his eyes immediately wandering away, his mind completely elsewhere. It soaked for about 10 minutes. Shun Qingyuan used a towel to wipe Gu Ming's feet clean. Then I moved a small stool and sat down opposite him. All right, I'm going to start pressing. Shun Qingyuan took a deep breath, opened the instructional video on her phone, and picked up Gu Ming's foot in a very professional manner. First press the soles of the feet, then press the ankles. Shun Qingyuan's small hands were soft, and although she didn't use much force, she was quite accurate in finding the right spot. Each press landed precisely on the most sore spot. Gu Ming leaned comfortably against the headboard and sighed. Wow, this technique is even better than the massages done by the masseuses at the foot massage parlors. There's another acupoint that the video says is especially important. Shun Qingyuan muttered something to herself, then pressed her finger on the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of Gu Ming's foot and pressed down hard. After the massage, she suddenly looked up, asking with a curious expression, "Does it hurt? Does it hurt?" Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. "It doesn't hurt. What's wrong?" "That's not right." Shun Qingyuan frowned and pressed down hard twice more. The video says this acupoint is related to the kidneys, and most people experience pain when they press it. Pain indicates kidney deficiency. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer, and her face turned red all the way to her ears. The air was silent for 2.5 seconds. Gu Ming looked at her with a half-smile. "Oh, so you think your husband has kidney deficiency?" Shun Qingyuan's face turned bright red instantly, and she shook her head like a rattle drum. How would I know? I just saw it in the video. Have no idea." Gu Ming reached out and pulled her into his arms, whispering in her ear. "Then let you try it tonight and see if your husband's kidneys are okay." "Bad guy." After a tender moment, the two were whispering to each other. Gu Ming's phone suddenly rang. It was Professor Zhang calling. "Hello, Teacher Zhang." Gu Ming answered the phone. "Gu Ming, great news. The film project approval is all set." Professor Zhang laughed loudly. Gu Ming's eyes lit up. "So fast?" "Thank you, Teacher Zhang. What's the trouble?" Your script is of such high quality that the judging panel gave it the green light all the way. Professor Zhang smiled and asked, when do you plan to start filming? It'll be about this time. The preparations are almost complete. After discussing the filming details for a few more minutes, Guming had a better understanding of the process. After hanging up the phone, Shun Qingyuan curiously leaned over and asked, are you making a movie? Yes, the project has been approved. Guming ruffled her hair. Aren't you bored staying home with the baby? Do you want to come to the company with me tomorrow? No need. Mom will be coming tomorrow. Shin Qingyuan shook her head. Just come back and keep us company as soon as you're done with your work. Okay. Guming lowered his head and kissed her forehead. After thinking for a moment, he called Shun Sanshur again. I answered the phone after it rang twice. Hello, Guming? What's up? Dad, the movie project has been approved. I plan to go to the company tomorrow to check it out and start filming. Great. Ha ha ha. Shun Sanshur laughed heartily. Tomorrow I'll have everyone in the company cooperate with you. Go ahead and do whatever you want. Even if you lose money, it's on me. Guming was both amused and exasperated. Dad, do you really not think much of me? Haha, I'm backing you up. With my son-in-law taking care of things, how could there be any problems? Shin Sanshur smiled, gave a few more instructions, and then hung up. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Guming woke up right on time. He didn't get up immediately, but turned his head to look at Shun Qingyuan beside him. The little girl nestled in his arms, fast asleep, her hair all messy, like a soft little kitten. Guming couldn't help but kiss her forehead before quietly getting up. She tiptoed behind the door, then turned and headed towards the nursery. When I opened the door, all three little ones were awake. She was lying in bed, babbling and playing with her hands, kicking her little arms and legs around. Upon hearing the noise, Dabao was the first to turn around. Upon seeing him, she immediately grinned, revealing her toothless mouth, and waved her little hands even more enthusiastically. Awake, you little sleepyheads? Guming smiled and walked over quietly. I touched each baby's soft face before changing their diapers. The little ones are all restless, twisting and turning. Bao is the naughtiest. He kicked his legs very fast and kicked his wrist hard. Wow, that's pretty strong. Guming laughed and pinched Bao's chubby little feet. After changing the last diaper, he turned and went to the kitchen. Guming first warmed up the 3 baby bottles. Then I ladled out the porridge I had reserved last night and steamed 2 baskets of small buns. When Guming returned to the nursery with 3 warmed baby bottles, the 3 little ones were waving their little hands and waiting. Dabao drank the fastest, gulping it down, and it was empty in no time. After finishing her drink, she smacked her lips and held on to Guming's fingers tightly, swaying them back and forth as she played. I was feeding my second child when the bedroom door creaked open. Shin Qingyuan walked out yawning. Honey, I'm thirsty, she mumbled groggily. The warm water is on the table. Go and have a sip first. Guming looked up and smiled. I made breakfast, porridge, and steamed buns. Go wash up and you can eat soon. Shun Qingyuan nodded, rubbed her eyes, and walked towards the bathroom. When she finished washing up and came out, Guming had already fed the 3 babies and changed his clothes. Shun Qingyuan walked over and reached out to straighten his turned-up shirt collar. My husband is so handsome. The 2 quickly ate some breakfast. Guming greeted Shun Qingyuan before grabbing his car keys and heading out. Chapter 26, Taking Over the Company. Meanwhile, Tianyuan Entertainment Company. It was exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. The employees had just clocked in for work when they huddled together and began whispering among themselves. Did you hear? Today's the new boss's first day at work. Is that Chairman Shun's son-in-law? I heard he's still in college. Well, we're just employees, so we just do whatever they say. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone hear you. At the very front of the hall, Fang Yuan stood holding a stack of documents. She wore a well-tailored black office lady uniform, with black stockings covering her long, straight legs and a tall, voluptuous figure. She wore a standard professional smile, but her heart was pounding. But yesterday, Chairman Shin suddenly called and said that he would hand over the entire company to his son-in-law to manage. She was stunned on the spot. I heard that this Mr. Gu is only 22 years old and is still a senior in college. So young, can he hold his own? The entertainment industry is a murky place. How can a student who hasn't even entered the workforce possibly manage this? If he's just here for fun and ruins the company, everyone will lose their jobs. As they were lost in thought, a custom black Cullinan slowly drove into the company gate and came to a steady stop in front of them. The car door opened, and Guming got out of the car. Holy crap, this is the new boss. He's way too young. Looks even younger than me. And he's already our boss? Wow, he's so handsome, he's even better at fighting than those young heartthrobs in our company. Oh no, he's so young and handsome. He must be here to pick up celebrities. Will my goddess be sexually harassed by him? The employees were stunned and began to whisper among themselves. Fang Yuan was also taken aback. She was surprised to find that Gu Ming was even younger than she had imagined and ridiculously handsome. But she reacted very quickly, hurried forward, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Gu. I am your personal secretary, Fang Yuan. Chairman Shun assigned me to handle all your work." "Hello. Thank you for your help." Gu Ming smiled and said in a very easygoing tone without any airs. Fang Yuan stepped aside and led him into the building. Along the way, the employees secretly sized up Gu Ming, their eyes filled with curiosity, infatuation, and barely concealed doubt. After all, Gu Ming is still too young. People would believe he's just here for an internship. Upon entering the top-floor CEO's office, Fang Yuan placed a stack of neatly organized documents in front of Gu Ming. On the one hand, give a clear and organized introduction to the company. President Gu, our company currently has 32 signed artists, including 2 second-tier artists, 5 third-tier artists, and the rest are trainees and newcomers. The company currently has approximately 80 million in available funds. Gu Ming listened while flipping through the documents, secretly surprised. Even Bing Bing is an artist in our company? Yes, Ms. Gu. She signed a contract 3 years ago, and there are still 2 years left on the contract. Fang Yuan nodded. Gu Ming thought to himself, "Wow, my father-in-law's generosity is impressive. This is hardly a small company." It was much larger than he had expected, and its foundation was also quite good. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the situation, Gu Ming closed the file and said, "Let's have a meeting with all the managers later. I'm planning to launch a theatrical film project, and we'd like to discuss it together." "Yes, Mr. Gu. I'll inform them right away." Fang Yuan nodded quickly and turned to make the arrangements. Half an hour later, in the main conference room, all the department heads were present and sitting down, whispering among themselves. "I think this meeting is just a formality, an announcement that he's going to make a movie and we're expected to cooperate. He's just a student. What does he know about company management? I think he's just here to dabble in it." "That's right. Are theatrical films so easy to get along with? If they lose money, our year-end bonuses will be gone. Let's wait and see." Chairman Shun can't joke around with the company. As they were discussing this, Gu Ming walked in and sat down in the main seat. The entire room fell silent instantly. Gu Ming glanced at everyone, then cut to the chase without any further pleasantries. "I called everyone here today to talk about one thing. Tianyuan Entertainment's core focus will shift to theatrical film projects going forward. I'm planning to make a feature film called Love Letters to Grandma, with an initial budget of 50 million. The moment he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in cheers. "What? Making a theatrical film? 50 million? Isn't this just playing around with company money? Damn, they just invest 50 million like that. They really don't value money at all?" The people below were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief and doubt. Liu Dezhu, a veteran screenwriter from the scriptwriting department, spoke first with a frown. He has been in the industry for 20 years and is the most senior screenwriter in the company, so his words carry the most weight. "Mr. Gu, theatrical films are not something to be taken lightly. The risks are very high. I'd like to ask who wrote this script. Is the quality guaranteed? After all, there are a lot of bad notebooks on the market now, and no matter how much money you invest, it's all for nothing." Although Liu Dezhu spoke politely, his tone was somewhat questioning. He kept muttering to himself, "What can a 22-year-old student possibly know about the quality of script? Maybe I got scammed and spent a lot of money on a worthless notebook." Gu Ming had anticipated their reaction, smiled, and nodded to Fang Yuan. "Show everyone the script synopsis on the big screen." "Okay, Mr. Gu." Fang Yuan quickly operated the computer. She was also a little curious about the quality of the movie this boss wanted to make. At first, everyone was dismissive and watched with a critical eye. But as they watched, everyone was surprised. This script is so well made. Liu Dezhu was originally leaning back in his chair, but the more he looked, the more he leaned forward. When he saw the last part of the story, he stood up immediately. "Great! That's wonderful. This script, these characters, this emotional core, it's absolutely going to be a hit." Liu Dezhu blushed with excitement and quickly asked, "Mr. Gu, who wrote this script? I'd like to ask him for advice." His question immediately drew everyone's attention. Everyone is also curious about which industry bigwig wrote such an amazing script. No wonder President Gu dared to invest $50 million directly. It turns out he got a good proposal. Gu Ming leaned back in his chair and said, "I wrote it." Everyone was stunned, staring wide-eyed at Gu Ming in disbelief. "What? You wrote it? Holy crap, no way. Did I hear that right?" The shock on everyone's faces doubled. I initially thought it was just a rich kid throwing money at scripts as a hobby, but it turns out he's a screenwriting mogul himself. The production department is all set. Don't worry, Mr. Gu. We can get the props, sets, and actors ready within a week. We guarantee we'll start filming on time. Wang, the production manager, was the first to react. The photography department is fine too. The head of the photography department nodded quickly. Fang Yuan stood to the side, holding the remote control in her hand, completely dumbfounded. She had been worried that the new boss wouldn't be able to win people over, but he turned out to be a game changer. Not only did he write the script himself, but he wrote it so well. Holy crap, that's amazing. This aura, this talent. He doesn't look like a 22-year-old student at all. Chapter 27, Guiding Xiao Wanqing. The meeting has just ended. The managers even huddled together, excitedly discussing the script. Gu Ming was sitting in the main seat, looking down at the preparation list, when his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at it. It was a WeChat message from Shun Qingyuan, along with a short video. "Honey," Dabao just lifted his head so high. It's the longest he's ever held it up like that. Gu Ming clicked on the video. In the picture, Dabao is lying on the playmat. With her two chubby little arms supporting her body, she strained to lift her head high, her face flushed red. It held its head up for a long time without lying down, tilting its head to look for the camera, grinning with its toothless mouth. The video also includes Shun Qingyuan's voice, "Go Dabao." As Gu Ming watched, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gu Ming replied, "That's amazing. I'll give Dabao a reward when I get back." A short while later, Shun Qingyuan replied with a message. "When are you coming back? Mom made your favorite braised pork. It's almost ready. By the way, Wanqing just called and said she felt something was off about her lines. She was thinking of coming over to ask you for advice later. Is that all right?" Gu Ming thought for a moment and replied, "Okay, let her come. I'm almost done here." After putting away his phone, Gu Ming went over the details with several key managers. The preparation schedule, division of labor among departments, and budget details have all been arranged. After everything was settled, Gu Ming stretched and got up to go home. Fang Yuan followed him out, holding a notebook in her hands, her face full of admiration. "President Gu, you're amazing. You got everything sorted out in just one afternoon. I was worried before. Worried that I'm unreliable?" Gu Ming smiled. Fang Yuan blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I judged you by your appearance before." "It's nothing. It's normal." Gu Ming waved his hand. He continued, "By the way, I'll finish drawing the storyboard in the next couple of days. You can send it to the assistant director and have him prepare strictly according to the storyboard." "Oh, you could draw storyboards too?" Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment, looking surprised. "I know a little," Gu Ming said with a smile. Fang Yuan's admiration level soared. Not only is the script so amazing, but he can also draw storyboards? That's incredibly versatile. Gu Ming drove home, and as soon as he changed his shoes and entered the living room, he saw Shun Qingyuan sitting on the carpet. 3 babies were lying on the playmat, and she was shaking a rattle drum around to entice them to follow her gaze. "Look, Dad's back." Shun Qingyuan looked up and smiled, then gently poked Dabao's little cheek. Li Min was cooking in the kitchen when she poked her head out and called out, "The food will be ready soon. Wash your hands first." "Okay, Mom," Gu Ming replied, turning to go to the bathroom to wash his hands. After washing his hands, he went straight to the playmat, smiled, and picked up the 3 children. "Do you miss your dad?" Sanbao kept giggling. Shun Qingyuan reached out and gently pinched Sanbao's little nose. Sanbao was very well-behaved today, hardly cried, and played by himself all afternoon. "You shouldn't keep pinching your baby's nose." Gu Ming quickly reminded, "Baby's nasal mucosa is delicate. Pinching it too much can easily cause sneezing, and it might even damage the nasal cavity." "Huh, there's such a saying?" Shun Qingyuan quickly withdrew her hand, her eyes wide with surprise. "Yes, the baby's organs are not fully developed yet, so we have to be careful." Gu Ming gave a serious explanation of science. Shun Qingyuan stuck out her tongue. "Okay, I won't pinch them anymore. It's all because Sanbao is too cute." The 3 babies in her arms seemed to understand. Suddenly, she sneezed, spraying a little spit on Gu Ming's face. Then Dabao joined in the fun, and after he finished, he grinned with his toothless mouth. Gu Ming was both amused and exasperated, and wiped the drool off his face with the back of his hand. I didn't expect it to come true so soon after I said it. Li Min was laughing so hard in the kitchen that she poked her head out. You two are parents now, but you're still like children. After finishing her meal, Li Min cleaned up the dishes and took her 3 babies downstairs for a walk. I'll take them down for a walk. You two stay home and rest for a while. Okay, Mom. Shen Qingyuan waved. Only the young couple remained in the living room. Shen Qingyuan laid out a yoga mat and practiced yoga. She changed into a tight-fitting yoga outfit, showing off her curves. When she bends over, her waist and hip lines are particularly alluring, and her rounded buttocks are captivating. Gu Ming sat at the desk next to him, drawing storyboards. Possessing top-tier directing skills, his storyboards are exceptionally precise, with clean lines. People would believe it if he said it was painted by a top-notch artist. As he was drawing, Gu Ming's gaze drifted to Shen Qingyuan. Without realizing it, he switched to another piece of paper and began sketching Shen Qingyuan. It's still the version with black stockings and a uniform. The person in the painting has a slender waist, long legs, a full chest, and even the dimples at the corners of their mouth are depicted. Gu Ming was engrossed in his painting when Shen Qingyuan suddenly walked over. She originally intended to take the water glass from the table. Gu Ming tried to take it back, but it was too late. He was caught red-handed. What are you drawing? Shen Qingyuan leaned closer to take a look, and her cheeks immediately turned red. She reached out and gently punched Gu Ming. Oh dear, why did you draw this? The woman on the paper is wearing a sexy black stockings office lady uniform, with 2 buttons of her shirt undone. Not only does she have the exact same face, but her figure is also a perfect replica, and she even has a very shy expression. My wife is so beautiful. What's wrong with drawing her? Gu Ming, feeling perfectly justified, reached out with a smile and pulled her onto his lap. Shen Qingyuan snuggled closer to him and whispered, If you really want to see it, I'll wear it for you then. Gu Ming was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Real? Shen Qingyuan nodded gently, her ears turning bright red. Gu Ming felt a surge of warmth in his heart and lowered his head to kiss her. His hand unconsciously moved upwards and covered her softness. Shen Qingyuan let out a soft moan, completely exhausted. The two were cuddling when the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell startled Shen Qingyuan, making her jump. Who is it? Shen Qingyuan was startled and quickly jumped out of his arms, hurriedly straightening her clothes. Gu Ming remained calm and smiled as he opened the surveillance footage on his phone. On the screen, Xiao Wanqing was jumping around at the door, swinging something in her hand. It's Xiao Wanqing. Gu Ming smiled and got up to open the door. It's all your fault. Shen Qingyuan glared at him, quickly smoothed her messy hair, and took 2 deep breaths to suppress the blush on her face. Gu Ming opened the door. Xiao Wanqing was standing at the doorway, swinging her legs. She was still wearing her usual JK uniform. White stockings paired with black leather shoes. Her legs were straight and slender, like they had stepped out of an anime. Gu Ming, where's Qing Yuan? She waved the milk tea in her hand, smiling broadly. I brought you milk tea. It's 30% sugar. I remember you like it. Come in quickly. Shen Qingyuan greeted her with a smile, her face still a little flushed. Xiao Wanqing changed her shoes and came in, immediately noticing the drawing paper on the table. Wow, did you draw this? It's so beautiful. Huh? Why does she look just like Qingyuan? Shen Qingyuan's face turned even redder instantly, and she quickly put the drawing paper away. No way. I just drew it randomly. Gu Ming stood to the side, touching his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Wanqing blinked, looked at this and that, and suddenly gave an I understand look. Oh, I get it. I didn't see anything. Shen Qingyuan reached out and punched her. Don't talk nonsense again. Chapter 28 Max Level Shooting Skill. After commotion for a while, Xiao Wanqing finally remembered her business and took out the script. Gu Ming, please take a look at me quickly. I keep getting this line wrong. It's driving me crazy. This was her first time playing the lead role in a theatrical film, and Xiao Wanqing took it very seriously. I thought it was something serious. You need to get into the feeling for these lines. Gu Ming smiled. How do I find a feeling? I always feel like I'm reciting a memorized text when I talk about it. Xiao Wanqing asked curiously. You have to get into character first. Don't think about memorizing lines. As Gu Ming spoke, he casually recounted a scene from a play in Lingnan dialect. Xiao Wanqing's eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap. Gu Ming, you're amazing. Your dialect is even more authentic than my grandma's. Just listen and speak more, and you'll develop a feel for the language. It's not difficult. Gu Ming smiled, and then gave her a few tips on pronunciation. Xiao Wanqing became more and more engrossed in the script, nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice, and even picked up a pen to take notes. After Gu Ming finished speaking, she tried to say a few words. It looked much more natural than before. Amazing. You're amazing. I practiced in front of the mirror for days and still couldn't figure it out, but you explained it to me in just a few words. Xiao Wanqing was so excited she almost jumped up, and her admiration for Gu Ming grew even stronger. Gu Ming just smiled and didn't take it seriously. In his eyes, this little bit of acting guidance was not difficult at all. After chatting about the characters for a while, Xiao Wanqing suddenly slapped her thigh. All right, I almost forgot. Gu Ming, I have a cousin named Lu Yu. She really liked the character Xiananji after reading the script and wants to audition. What do you think? She's also from Lingnan? Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. This movie is entirely in dialect, and there's a lot of dialogue, so don't get stuck. Absolutely. She grew up in Lingnan and speaks the dialect very well. Xiao Wanqing nodded quickly. And she's also a minor internet celebrity. She dances English songs. As she spoke, she took out her phone, opened the video, and handed it over. In the video, the girl is wearing a red and black English dance costume and has her makeup done in a heroic style. Lu Yu has a sharp and heroic beauty, with piercing eyebrows and eyes. She is very similar to Xian Nanji in Gu Ming's mind. She looks quite suitable. Let's have her come over for a screen test. If she's a good fit, we'll cast her. Gu Ming nodded. Really? Thank you, Gu Ming. Xiao Wanqing was overjoyed, then suddenly winked and grinned mischievously. My cousin is a real beauty, you know. I hope there won't be any underhanded dealings involved. Gu Ming was speechless. Get lost. Do you think I'm the kind of person? Shenxing Yuan is already so beautiful. Is he really that bad? Shenxing Yuan laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight and reached out to poke Gu Ming's face. He dares? I'll teach him a lesson. Just then, the door clicked open. Li Min returned, pushing the triplet stroller, carrying half a bag of cherry tomatoes she had just bought. The three little ones went downstairs for a walk and were all tired from playing. Wow, the babies are back. Xiao Wanqing immediately went over and squatted down next to the stroller to play with the baby. She was wearing a JK miniskirt, and her white stocking legs were completely exposed. DeBao's eyes lit up, and he reached out with his chubby little hand to touch it, even shaking his little fist. Hey DeBao, why are you being such a pervert? Xiao Wanqing chuckled and swung her legs, not dodging, letting his soft little hands grab and play with them. Li Min chuckled at the sight, placed the groceries on the entryway cabinet, and teased with a smile. Just like Gu Ming when he was a child, he likes pretty older sisters. Mom. Gu Ming sighed and rubbed his forehead. Shenxing Yuan laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight and reached out to poke Gu Ming's arm. So you've always been this bad since you were little? I didn't, Gu Ming said, both amused and exasperated. Xiao Wanqing laughed so hard she slapped her thigh. Ha ha ha. Gu Ming, you were so cute when you were little. Li Min went to the kitchen, washed some cherry tomatoes, and brought them out. Everyone ate and chatted for a bit. A short while later, Xiao Wanqing glanced at the time on her phone, stood up, and waved her hand. It's getting late. I'll head back now. I'll come back to rehearse the lines with you guys later. Drive carefully on the road and be safe. Shenxing Yuan saw her to the door. After seeing Xiao Wanqing off, Gu Ming and Shenxing Yuan gave the three babies a bath together. After cleaning it up, I applied massage oil, carried it back to bed, and soothed it for a long time. The three babies fell asleep. The young couple quietly turned off the lights. 10 p.m. Gu Ming and Shenxing Yuan had just finished a ranked game and are getting ready to go to sleep. Shenxing Yuan threw her phone next to her pillow, puffing out her cheeks in anger. That Mingxi was such a jerk. She was just one star away from becoming a king, and she ruined it. Gu Ming was about to say something when his ears suddenly twitched. He heard a soft humming sound coming from the crib. Gu Ming quickly got up and turned on the bedside nightlight. What's wrong? The baby's awake? Shenxing Yuan quickly sat up. It looks like it's the second baby. Gu Ming walked over quietly and looked down into the crib. Sure enough, Bao was frowning and whimpering. Tears clung to his eyelashes, his little fists clenched tightly, and he sobbed pitifully. Bao. T to the power of T. What's wrong? Shenxing Yuan quickly came over, and her drowsiness vanished instantly. Gu Mingxian reached out and touched Bao's little belly. It was soft and not bloated, so it shouldn't be gas. He gently picked up the second child and patted his back to comfort him. Don't cry. Bao, Daddy's here. The little one trembled in his arms, his eyes brimming with tears, his little nose twitching. Shen Yuan felt very sorry for him. Are you feeling unwell? Do you have a fever? Shen Yuan frowned and reached out to touch Bao's forehead. It's not hot, it's just lukewarm. Guming hugged him and rocked him around twice, then carefully checked him over. My gaze finally settled on Bao's little arm. On Bao's fair little arm, there were 3 shallow scratches. It's a little red. Although the skin isn't broken, the baby's skin is delicate, so it's still quite noticeable. How'd it get like this? Shen Yuan leaned closer to take a look, and her heart clenched immediately. She gently blew on it. Wah! Where her mother touched her little arm, Bao pouted and tears started falling again. She felt even more wronged. Judging from this, it doesn't seem like Bao caught it himself. Guming shook his head. The baby is only a little over a month old, and his hands can't reach his arms yet. If 3 babies are sleeping together, the one on the side must have been the one being grabbed. It must have been Bao who caught it. Shen Yuan turned her head to look at the 3 babies in the crib. The little one is sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. He would kick his legs every now and then and hum a little, acting as if nothing was wrong. She walked over and gently took Bao's little hand to look at it. My nails are indeed a bit long and pointed. I just cut it a couple of days ago, but I didn't expect it to grow back so fast. We found a culprit. It's Bao. Shen Yuan was both amused and exasperated. How come nails grow so fast? Kids' nails grow fast, especially when they eat a lot. They grow like crazy, Guming said helplessly. He held the baby and comforted him, and the little one gradually stopped crying. What should we do then? Cut it now? Shen Yuan looked at the sleeping Bao and was a little troubled. The last time they trimmed Bao's nails, it was a complete disaster. Bao cried for almost an hour and wouldn't drink milk. Shen Yuan was worried that Bao would cry and fuss again this time. It wouldn't be good if it disturbed the other babies. It's okay, I'll cut it. Guming gently put Bao back and picked up the baby nail clippers from the table. He held his breath and carefully took Bao's little hand in his. Click, click. In just a few strokes, one hand was finished being cut. Bao was sleeping like a little pig, not moving at all. Guming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I just cut the thumb on my second hand. Bao suddenly pulled his hand back. Wow. The little one woke up instantly and started crying at the top of his lungs. Tears streamed down my face. Oh no, she's awake. Shen Yuan panicked and was at a loss for what to do. Guming quickly put the nail clippers aside and reached out to scoop up Bao. Stand up and walk around swaying, pat your back and comfort you. Don't cry, Daddy's here, I won't cut anymore. Guming hugged him and swayed him around twice. The little guy calmed down quickly. Guming coaxed her while trimming the rest of her nails. By the time I finished trimming her nails, Bao was already asleep again. Her little mouth was still smacking, as if she was having a sweet dream. Host detected trimming baby's nails, triggering hidden reward. Max level shooting skill. Guming was stunned for a moment. The next second, all sorts of shooting techniques flooded into his mind. Bows and arrows, firearms. All shooting-related knowledge was instantly etched into his body. In just a moment, he became a top-notch marksman. But this is probably not useful in the country, right? Guming pondered. At most, I can only bully newbies in shooting games in the future. After making sure the babies are well rested, the 2 of them quietly lay back down on the bed and fell asleep in no time. Chapter 29, I want to have such a cute baby too. The next afternoon, Xiao Wanqing called. Guming, my cousin is here. We're meeting at a Cantonese restaurant for dinner and an audition. Can you come over? Okay, I'll be there in a bit. Guming hung up the phone and turned to Shen Yuan, saying, Xiao Wanqing invited us to dinner, and she's also letting her cousin audition. Shall we go together? Okay, I was just thinking of going out for a walk. It's a good opportunity to take the babies out for some fresh air. Shen Yuan nodded. Lingbei Restaurant is the most authentic Cantonese restaurant in Jianghai, with a very nice environment. Guming and Shen Yuan had just reached the door when they heard a surprised voice. Shen Yuan? Shen Yuan turned around and looked. There was a man and a woman in front of me, and they looked somewhat familiar. She thought about it carefully before she recognized it. Lu Rian? Yes, it's me. Lu Rian walked over excitedly and looked Shen Yuan up and down. Wow, you still looked so beautiful after all these years. I almost didn't recognize you. Lu Rian was Shen Yuan's high school desk mate. Later, she went to university in another city and they lost contact. Who is this? Shin Yuan looked at the man next to Lu Ruyan. Oh, this is my boyfriend Zhao Yiming. He's from our high school. Do you remember him? It's the one who used to sit in the last row, the one that was really dark-skinned, Lu Ruyan said with a smile. Shin Yuan was stunned for a moment, and after looking at it carefully for a while, she could barely recognize it. The man in front of me, Zhao Yiming, had a healthy, wheat-colored complexion, was tall and well-dressed. He's completely different from the skinny, dark-skinned boy he was in high school. You two are together? Shin Yuan asked, somewhat surprised. She remembered that in high school, the two of them argued every day and would fight whenever they met, like sworn enemies. Yes, we got together after getting into the same university, and we're planning to get married at the end of the year. Lu Ruyan smiled happily, linking her arm with Zhao Yiming's. You could say we became friends after a fight. Zhao Yiming laughed and scratched his head. Yeah, we used to argue every day, and that's how we developed feelings for each other. Shin Yuan was genuinely happy for them. Congratulations. Lu Ruyan's gaze shifted downwards, and when she saw the 3 strollers that Gu Ming was pushing, her eyes widened immediately. Qing Yuan, are these all your children? She was straightforward and asked directly. Yes, they're all mine. Shin Yuan nodded with a smile. Zhao Yiming was stunned for a moment. He thought Shin Yuan had brought her relative's child out to play. After all, how could the school beauty from back then get married and have children so early? Zhao Yiming subconsciously counted the babies in the stroller. 1, 2, 3? Triplets? Zhao Yiming was completely dumbfounded. Shin Yuan reached out and tugged at Gu Ming's clothes. Oh, right, this is my husband, Gu Ming. Gu Ming greeted them with a smile. Hello. Lu Ruyan and Zhao Yiming were both dumbfounded. In high school, Shin Yuan was the school's undisputed beauty queen, both aloof and pretty. The men who pursued her could line up from the teaching building to the school gate, but she ignored them all. Everyone thought she would definitely get married very late. And now, they've already had children, and triplets at that. This is outrageous. No way, Qing Yuan, you're moving so fast. We're not even married yet, and you already have 3 kids. Lu Ruyan looked incredulous. It's fate. Shin Yuan smiled and glanced at Gu Ming. Lu Ruyan followed her gaze to Gu Ming and sighed inwardly. No wonder Qing Yuan got married so early. Her husband is just too handsome. Iya. Just then, Sam Bao woke up, his big, bright eyes wide open, his long eyelashes fluttering as he looked around. Wow, the babies are so cute. Lu Ruyan was immediately drawn to the stroller, her eyes filled with delight. Sam Bao is mostly like a little angel, all soft and cuddly. It only transforms into a little devil when it's hungry or sleepy. She was in a good mood, and with her big, round eyes wide open, she looked at Lu Ruyan and suddenly grinned. It even blew a little bubble like a tiny glutinous rice ball. My goodness, so cute. Lu Ruyan was completely charmed, clutching her chest with a doting smile. She looked up at Zhao Yiming, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. I made up my mind. After we get married, we'll have a baby next year. I want to have a baby this cute too. Zhao Yiming was completely dumbfounded. Huh? No. Didn't you say you want to be childless? And you even suggested I get a tubal ligation? The past is the past. The present is the present. Such an adorable baby. It would be a shame not to have one. Lu Ruyan glared at him. Zhao Yiming was both amused and exasperated, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Gu Ming. Brother, thank you so much. My wife is finally willing to have the baby. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Ruyan and the others left first. As she was leaving, Lu Ruyan kept turning back to look at the baby, clearly captivated by his cuteness. Not long after they left, Xiao Wanqing and Lu Yu arrived. Gu Ming, Qing Yuan. Xiao Wanqing waved and ran over, followed by a tall girl. Gu Ming looked up and saw that it was Lu Yu. He really does look very dashing, just like in the video. She was wearing a short-sleeved tracksuit today. She had sharp features, was very tall, and had long, straight legs. Hello, Director Gu. Hello, Sister Qing Yuan. Lu Yu was a little reserved, but greeted him politely. Don't be shy. Let's go inside and talk. Gu Ming smiled and nodded, pushing the stroller inside. After entering the private room and ordering the food, we arrived at the restaurant. Gu Ming then had Lu Yu try out a scene. Lu Yu was not intimidated at all and performed a segment in Lingnan dialect. Her emotions were particularly on point, and her dialect was also standard. Yes, it suits you well. Gu Ming nodded. This role is yours. I'll have someone sign a contract with you later. Really? Thank you, Director Gu. Lu Yu's eyes lit up immediately. She was incredibly excited. She really loved the script. I thought it was just a try, but I didn't expect to actually be selected. Xiao Wanqing was happy for her too, patting her shoulder and laughing. I knew you could do it. After dinner, we chatted for a while about the details of the preparations. Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan went home together. In the following days, the production team began preparations in earnest. Location selection, prop selection, and finding extras. Everything proceeded smoothly and efficiently. Fang Yuan was very efficient, which saved Gu Ming a lot of trouble. Just a few days later, all the preparations were complete. The opening ceremony was scheduled to take place on the coast of Lingnan. Chapter 30, I bought a very sexy swimsuit. Because of filming, Gu Ming simply took Shun Qingyuan and the babies to Lingnan to have a few days trip ahead of schedule. Consider it a belated honeymoon. Gu Ming rented a detached villa by the sea, the kind with a private beach. It's spacious, has a nice environment, and is quiet, making a comfortable place to stay. Li Min went along too, because I am now financially independent. At Gu Ming's suggestion, she had already taken early retirement and had nothing to do at home, so she decided to help take care of the baby. Gu Ming originally wanted to invite his father, Gu Jianfeng, to come along and rest for a while. When the call was made, Gu Jianfeng refused outright. The child he was taking care of was in his final year of high school, and he was worried about him. Gu Ming tried to persuade him several times to no avail, so he had no choice but to give up. The interior of the villa is exceptionally spacious. After settling the babies in, Li Min waved them away. You two go for a walk on the beach. I'll take care of the baby. Mom, no need. We'll stay home with you, Shun Qingyuan said with a smile. No need, no need. I think the baby is just right. You two have finally managed to get out and have some fun. Don't stay at home. Li Min smiled and pushed them. Go on, the sunset is beautiful. Go out for a walk. Gu Ming smiled and took Shun Qingyuan's hand. Let's go, Mom has spoken. The entire beach was a private space, completely deserted. The two walked barefoot on the beach. The sand was soft and felt wonderful. The waves lapped against my feet. The sunset is so beautiful. Shun Qingyuan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as she looked at the scene before her. Gu Ming turned his head to look at her. The sea breeze was blowing her long hair, and her white dress was fluttering. She looked incredibly beautiful. He smiled and said, No one is as beautiful as you. You're always talking nonsense. Shun Qingyuan rolled her eyes at him, but couldn't help but smile. I'm serious. Gu Ming squeezed her hand and said affectionately, My wife is the most beautiful. Shun Qingyuan playfully stepped into the seawater, splashing Gu Ming's pants. Haha, you've fallen for it. She laughed so hard her eyes crinkled. So you dare to ambush me? Gu Ming reached out and tickled her, and Shun Qingyuan laughed and kept dodging, burrowing into his arms. The two took a walk for a while, and the sea breeze felt especially comfortable on their faces. Husband, Shun Qingyuan suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of shyness and a subtle allure. What's wrong? Gu Ming looked down at her. Shun Qingyuan leaned close to his ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, and whispered, I bought a very sexy swimsuit. Gu Ming's eyes widened instantly, and all the blood in his body began to rush to his head. Did you bring your swimsuit? His voice was a little hoarse. I brought it. It's in the villa's walk-in closet. Shun Qingyuan nodded, blushing. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go back and change. Gu Ming picked her up and carried her towards the villa. Hey, pull me down. Mom will see us. Shun Qingyuan exclaimed, giving him a token push. Mom is taking care of the baby. She can't see, Gu Ming said with a smile, quickening his pace. Bring your swimsuit. On the deserted private beach, the sky gradually darkened. Seeing Shun Qingyuan come out in her swimsuit, Gu Ming's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. Shun Qingyuan was wearing a black one-piece swimsuit with very little fabric, barely covering her most vital parts. Her slender waist was so thin it could be encircled by a single hand, followed by an astonishingly rounded curve, and her pert buttocks were so captivating that it was impossible to look away. Her legs were long and straight, exuding a captivating allure. The stark contrast between the fair skin and the black fabric creates a striking visual impact. Honey, does it look good? Shun Qingyuan's cheeks flushed red, and she lowered her head shyly, her fingers nervously twisting together. It's beautiful, it's so beautiful. Gu Ming swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. He couldn't hold back any longer and pounced on her. Oh dear, let's go back first, Shun Qingyuan exclaimed, giving him a token push. I can't wait any longer. Anyway, no one else can come to the beach. There's no one else here. Gu Ming carried her and walked onto the soft sand. Night was falling. The waves crashed against the beach again and again, making a loud splashing sound. It took more than half an hour for the sound of the waves to gradually subside. Early the next morning, Guming drove to the pier to buy some seafood. When you get to the seaside, how can you not eat seafood? At this time, the dock had just opened for business, and fresh goods that had just been caught were everywhere. Guming squatted in front of an old fisherman's stall. He examined the crab's abdomen and pinched its legs. They were all rock hard. "Boss, how much are these crabs?" "Young man, you have a good eye. These just came ashore this morning, and they're incredibly fat." The old fisherman, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, chuckled, 60 yuan a pound, but I'll give you 55. Guming picked out the 8 heaviest ones, along with 2 gene of large mantis shrimp with roe, a 3 gene lobster, and a lively grouper. Finally, we added half a basket of clams and scallops, filling 2 large bags. Guming drove back to the villa, and as soon as he parked the car, he saw 2 girls standing at the door. It was Xiao Wanqing and Lu Yu, with 2 large suitcases beside them. "Guming," Xiao Wanqing waved and ran over. "We're staying at the guest house next door. It'll be much easier to rehearse with you in the future." Lu Yu followed behind, smiling somewhat awkwardly. "Hello, Director Gu." "Sure, come in and have a seat." Guming smiled as he carried the seafood. "It's perfect for lunch. I just bought this seafood." Shun Qingyuan came out to greet him when she heard the noise, and her eyes widened when she saw the 2 large bags of seafood. "You bought so much. How can the few of us finish it all?" "It's all right. You love crab. Eat more. We'll make seafood porridge with the rest tonight." Guming smiled. Shun Qingyuan reached out to help carry it into the kitchen. "Don't move, I'll do it." Guming stepped aside and carried it into the kitchen himself. He tied on an apron and quickly began processing the seafood. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Yu huddled on the living room sofa, rehearsing their lines. Soon after, I smelled a delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen. "Director Gu can cook?" Lu Yu was a little surprised and whispered in Xiao Wanqing's ear to ask. "Of course. Guming can do anything." Xiao Wanqing looked on expectantly and swallowed hard. "His cooking is even better than that of restaurant chefs. You'll see when you try it." Lu Yu was still somewhat skeptical. She is a native of Lingnan, grew up by the sea, and looks down on most seafood chefs. Xiao Wanqing originally wanted to go over a couple more lines. As a result, the fragrance became stronger and stronger, and she gradually went astray while reciting it. "I can't take it anymore. It smells too good." Xiao Wanqing threw the script onto the sofa and peered into the kitchen through the doorway. "Guming, how much longer?" "I am starving." "Almost there. Just 10 more minutes." Guming's voice came from the kitchen. Before long, dishes were served one after another. Spicy crab, garlic lobster, salt and pepper mantis shrimp, steamed grouper. A table was laden with food, and the aroma filled the entire villa. In the baby basket next to him, Dabao made a babbling sound, as if he had also smelled the fragrance. Lu Yu picked up a piece of crab meat and put it in her mouth, her eyes immediately lighting up. "My goodness, this is so delicious." Xiao Wanqing buried herself in her food, ignoring the fact that her gloves were torn, and mumbled indistinctly. "I knew it. Guming's cooking is amazing." Shun Qingyuan sat beside him, smiling as she peeled a shrimp for Guming. "You should eat too. You've been busy all morning." While eating, Lu Yu secretly sized up Guming. He's handsome, can direct movies, can write scripts, can even cook seafood so well, and loves his wife dearly. Sister Qingyuan is so lucky. I wish I could find such a perfect partner. As she thought about it, Lu Yu's cheeks flushed, and she quickly lowered her head to peel the shrimp. He already has a wife and children, and their relationship is still so good. What are you thinking? Everyone ate until their bellies were round and full, and they were completely satisfied. Xiao Wanqing slumped on the sofa, rubbing her stomach and complaining of being full. "I can't walk anymore. I don't need to eat dinner." Lu Yu touched her stomach shyly, her face flushed. "Director Gu's cooking skills are really amazing. I'm so full." Chapter 31, This Gigolo is really enjoying himself. After lunch, Guming casually started cooking the seafood porridge for dinner. He leaned against the terrace railing, enjoying the breeze. I casually snapped a picture of the sea view at Golden Beach, and then another of my baby's little hand holding his finger. Guming posted a message on his WeChat moments. Caption: "A typical day at the beach with my wife and kids." A bunch of comments quickly appeared below. "Wang Bian, not bad, bro. Living the good life. When are you coming back? I'll treat you to dinner. Su Wei, your life, my dream." The comments below were all from my university classmates. It was quite lively. He had just swiped twice when another new message popped up. Suiwe, holy kdak. Guming, you're in Lingnan? Let's hang out sometime. I'm doing my internship here. Guming was stunned for a moment before he realized what was happening. Suyu was his college roommate. They shared a bunk bed for 3 years and had a very close relationship. However, Suyu started looking for an internship in the first semester of his senior year, and I haven't seen him much since. He still remembers that when Suyu was a freshman, he was a slender and handsome guy. As a result, he was dumped by his girlfriend in his sophomore year, suffered heartbreak, and started binge eating. I gained 50 pounds in a year, and my whole body became rounder. I can't fit into any of my old clothes anymore. This guy happens to be a local from Lingnan. No wonder he's interning here. Guming replied with a message. Sure, I'm here at Golden Beach. When are you free? On the other side, Suyu was squatting on the street below the TV station, eating a boxed lunch and wolfing it down. Upon seeing Guming's reply, he almost choked on his food. He quickly typed back, how about 5 o'clock? I get off work at 5. Guming, no problem. The two agreed to meet at an internet cafe near Golden Beach. When guys meet, it's usually just this, play a few games first, then go get some barbecue. So you thought for a moment, then ate a couple of mouthfuls of rice. Then he turned around and ran to the ATM next to him and withdrew 3,000 yuan. Then he went to the stationery store next door and bought 3 red envelopes, putting 1,000 yuan in each. He knew that Guming had given birth to triplets and that he must be under a lot of pressure. They were best friends in college. In the past, when Guming didn't have money for instant noodles at the end of the month, he would always drag him to the cafeteria and swipe his meal card. Although I don't have much money right now, with a monthly internship salary of only 3,000, I still have to give this small gift. Around 5 o'clock, Guming glanced at the seafood porridge in the clay pot. It was almost done cooking. Honey, I'm going out now. The porridge is ready. If you're hungry tonight, have some. Call me if you need anything. He greeted Shun Qingyuan. Okay, be careful on the road. Shun Qingyuan carried the 3 treasures and saw him to the door. Guming lowered his head and kissed the baby's soft little face before changing his shoes and going out. The internet cafe isn't far away. It's only a 10-minute drive. Guming parked his car nearby and walked over, where he saw Suyu standing at the entrance of the internet cafe waiting for him. Old Gu. As soon as the two met, Suyu punched Guming on the shoulder. Not bad, kid. You've gained quite a bit of weight. Guming laughed. Don't even mention it. I'm just easygoing and carefree. Suyu scratched his head. Hey, want to play a couple of games? It's been so long since we played together. I'm going to beat you up today. Sure, we'll see who gets the better of whom. Guming chuckled. The two of them booked a 2-seater car and logged into a shooting game. As soon as he entered the game, Suyu shouted, let's go, charge to his sight, let's have a gunfight. As soon as Suyu stepped out of Gate A, he was instantly killed by the enemy with a single shot. He shouted immediately, Dakan, Dakan, quick, finish him off. He's right behind the A box. Did you even fire a shot? And you're already crippled? Guming laughed, raising his gun to aim. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots, each a headshot. They took down all 3 opponents in one go. Suyu was completely dumbfounded, staring at the screen for a long time without reacting. Holy crap, you open it? He remembered that Guming's marksmanship used to be terrible. So how come he's like a cheat code now? Does having a baby improve your marksmanship? This is outrageous. Guming smiled but didn't say anything. In the following matches, Guming was invincible, getting headshots with every shot, and his opponents were so badly beaten that they kept cursing him in the public chat. Suyu followed behind, enjoying the victory effortlessly, and kept saying Brother Gu is awesome. After playing for 2 hours, Suyu's hands were sore from typing. He threw down the mouse and slumped into his chair. No way you win. These 4 words are basically the highest praise a boy can give to another boy. That's more sincere than shouting awesome. 100 times. Suyu rubbed his stomach. Let's go eat, I'm starving. After paying the bill, the two went downstairs and went to the barbecue stall next to the internet cafe, where they found an outdoor seat. Suyu grabbed the menu and quickly ordered a bunch of grilled skewers. He then shouted to the shop owner, Boss, for bottles of beer, the coldest ones I'll take. Okay, the shopkeeper replied, and quickly brought over the ice-cold beer. Soon after, the skewers were served. How have you been lately? Is your internship going well? Guming handed over a skewer of grilled tendons. Ugh, don't even mention it. Suyu rolled his eyes and took a big bite of half a skewer of grilled tendon. This damn internship certificate. I got an internship at a TV station, and now I'm exhausted. Isn't an internship at a TV station a good thing? Guming took a bite of the grilled gluten and the oil burst in his mouth. Go my ass. Suyu took a swig of ice-cold beer and let out a satisfying burp. I never imagined this job was outsourced 3 layers deep. It's a total ripoff. My salary is only $3,000. I can't even get into the TV station. My employee ID is just a printed temporary cardboard sign. I carried 20-pound pieces of equipment every day until my legs were about to give out, and I was exhausted like a dog. I don't even know if I'll get my internship certificate. I'm about to give up. The two chatted as they ate, and soon the conversation turned to triplets. You're something else. Triplets. That's incredible. Suyu sighed. Raising 3 children must be quite stressful, right? It's all right. We can raise them. Gu Ming smiled. Suyu didn't say much. He wiped his mouth, took out 3 red envelopes from his pocket, and pushed them in front of Gu Ming. This is a small gift for the baby, just a token of my appreciation. Please don't think it's too little. Gu Ming was stunned for a moment, then reached out and touched the thickness of the red envelope. He estimated that the thickness was around 3,000. Suyu's monthly internship salary is only 3,000 yuan. After paying the rent, I'm struggling to make ends meet, yet I suddenly have so much money to spare. Gu Ming felt a warmth in his heart. During his university years, he received a lot of help from Suyu. When he ran out of money for instant noodles at the end of the month, Suyu would drag him to the cafeteria and swipe his own meal card. This guy is definitely reliable. What are you doing? I can't possibly take your money. Gu Ming pushed the red envelope back, saying, your internship salary isn't high. Keep it for yourself. It's for my nephew and niece, not for you. Suyu forced it back, saying, why are you being so polite with me? Aren't we brothers? After much back and forth, Gu Ming finally gave in and accepted the gift. He already had a plan in mind. The film crew happened to be short of a secondary camera position. He knew Suyu's shooting skills very well. He received scholarships every year in his professional courses, and his technique was exceptional. Wait a minute. Gu Ming called out to Suyu, who was enjoying a skewer of skewers with his mouth full of grease. Your internship salary is 3,000, right? Oh, yes, what's wrong? With his mouth full of roasted eggplant, Suyu asked indistinctly. Stop doing this job and come work for my production team. Gu Ming took a bite of the kebab and said slowly, I need a backup camera, come over here. 30,000 a month, room and board included, and an internship certificate will be provided. How many? Suyu picked at his ears, thinking he had misheard. 30,000? A month? He works like a dog, even with a monthly salary of 3,000. What about 30,000? Dream on? He knew that Gu Ming's family was just an ordinary working-class family. So how did they suddenly end up making a movie? Can they still offer a salary of 30,000? Wait, making a movie? He suddenly remembered the project that the station had been talking about every day lately. The theatrical film, with an investment of 50 million, is directed by a newcomer named Gu Ming. He thought it was just a case of having the same name as someone else and didn't take it seriously. You're not talking about that love letters to grandma? Suyu swallowed hard. Is it that theatrical film with a 50 million investment? Yes, that's it. Gu Ming nodded, without explaining further. My father-in-law's company invested in it, and I'm the director. Holy crap. Suyu jumped right up from his stool. That's really true. A theatrical film with a budget of 50 million. Secondary camera position. 30,000 a month. Is he dreaming? He pinched his thigh. The pain was real, not a dream. Really? You're not kidding me, are you? Can I do it? I've never made a theatrical film before. Suyu still couldn't believe it, his eyes wide open. Do you think I don't know your level in your major courses? Gu Ming smiled and said, it's definitely possible. It just depends on whether you're willing to come. Yes, of course I'm willing. Suyu nodded vigorously, like a chicken pecking at rice. Whoever wants this lousy internship can do it. I'm quitting tomorrow. Gu Ming was amused by him. Suyu rubbed his hands together excitedly, feeling both envious and impressed. You're awesome, bro. Not only did he marry a beautiful wife, but he also became a movie director. This guy is really enjoying his life as a kept man. When will I ever meet such a wonderful rich woman? No. The key point is the co-pilot position with a monthly salary of 30,000. This opportunity is so rare, you couldn't find it even with a lantern. Director Gu, from now on, I'll follow you. Suyu patted his chest, his face solemn. Don't worry, I'll definitely do my best. I'll go through fire and water. I'll give my all. He paused, then added in a loud voice. Don't worry, Godfather. Gu Ming, get out of here. Who is your godfather? Chapter 32. The movie was a complete hit. With all the details finalized, the crew started filming immediately. Gu Ming sat down in the director's chair, exuding an aura of authority. Xiao Wanqing and Lu Yu stood to the side, extremely nervous. Su Yu, carrying the co-pilot's camera, also looked apprehensive. On the first day of filming, everyone in the crew was on tenterhooks. After all, in their eyes, Gu Ming was just a new director and a student who hadn't graduated yet. Who wouldn't have some doubts? I guess I'll have to grind dozens of them. I'll be staying up late again tonight. He's a new director, so let's be understanding. Everyone should prepare for a long haul. The stagehands, lighting crew, and photographers were all mentally prepared to work through the night. As soon as the first scene was filmed, the entire crew was stunned. Gu Ming stood behind the monitor, arranging everything meticulously. Even the executive director was convinced. In the production teams I used to work with, it was common to do a dozen takes for a single scene, but with Gu Ming, it usually only takes 2 or 3 steps to pass. Is this reasonable? During the first week of filming, the entire crew didn't stay up all night. They finished work on time every day, and the food and accommodations were top-notch. The filming process went very smoothly, and it wrapped up a full month ahead of schedule. Everyone, eat as much as you want tonight. It's on me, Gu Ming said with a smile, raising his wine glass. The wrap party was held at a roadside food stall by the sea, and Gu Ming treated the entire crew to seafood. The group of people at the table ate and drank, all expressing their feelings. Of all the film crews I've worked with, Director Gu's crew was the most comfortable. The food and accommodation were great, and I didn't have to stay up all night. You're absolutely right. I don't want filming to wrap up. Shun Qingyuan sat next to Gu Ming with the 3 babies in her arms, while the other 2 babies slept in the stroller. Everyone was enjoying their drinks when they suddenly heard a panicked cry coming from the next table. Baby, what's wrong? Don't scare mommy. Gu Ming turned around and looked. At the next table, a 3 or 4-year-old boy's face turned purple, his hands gripping his neck tightly. Unable to speak, tears streaming down his face. It looks like something is choking him. The child's mother was so anxious that she kept crying, and everyone around her panicked. In the chaos, no one knew what to do. Without saying a word, Gu Ming rushed over immediately. Excuse me, I know first aid. He hugged the child from behind and quickly thrust his hands into the child's upper abdomen. Once, twice, 3 times. Wow. The child suddenly spat out the shrimp in his mouth, burst into tears, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. It's all right, it's all right. Gu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and handed the child to his mother. The child's mother was so excited that she trembled all over and was about to kneel down before Gu Ming, but Gu Ming quickly helped her up. Thank you. Thank you for saving my son. You are truly a benefactor to our family. No need. No need. It's just a small favor. Gu Ming waved his hand. Just then, the owner of the food stall ran over. He was the child's uncle, and upon hearing the news, he rushed out from the kitchen. Upon learning that Gu Ming had saved his nephew, he was so excited that he slapped his thigh. Bro, thank you so much. This meal is on me. It's all in the house. Eat whatever you want. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Gu Ming's table, as well as the tables next to it, which were all occupied by members of the film crew. There were dozens of people in total, and they all ordered lobster and crab. The total came to over 100,000. The boss's smile froze for a moment. But once the words are spoken, they can't be taken back. The boss gritted his teeth, ready to reluctantly accept it, but Gu Ming waved his hand. No need for a free meal. It's not easy for you to run a business. Gu Ming smiled and said, just give me the cost price. The boss was stunned for a moment. Then his face was full of gratitude. Brother, you're such a good person. You're so considerate. In the end, the boss only charged the cost price, saving tens of thousands of yuan. Lu Yu sat beside him, looking at Gu Ming's profile with a gleam in her eyes. She suddenly understood why Director Gu was so successful at such a young age. He is not only talented, but also has good character, a broad perspective, and remains calm in the face of adversity. Being with him makes me feel especially safe. Such a man is truly charming. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt her heart beating very fast and quickly lowered her head, feeling a little ashamed. He has a wife and children, and they are so loving. How could she have such thoughts? So you casually filmed Gu Ming rescuing people and posted it on his WeChat moments. As a result, it was shared on Douyin, TikTok, and became an instant hit. The comments section exploded. Holy crap, this guy is so handsome. He even knows first aid. Handsome and kind-hearted. I found out. It's the director of Love Letters to Grandma. I wasn't interested in this movie at first, but now I'm kind of looking forward to it. With such a great director, his films are bound to be good. I'll definitely go see them when they're released. In just one day, it received over 1 million likes. Love Letters to Grandma has already generated some buzz even before its official release, with many people eagerly awaiting its premiere. Ming was busy with post-production and had no time to pay attention to these things. Besides going to the company to oversee the editing every day, he goes home to spend time with his wife and children. The movie was officially released soon. The morning after the premiere, Fong Yuan called, her voice trembling with excitement. President Gu, it's exploded. It's all exploded. The word of mouth is absolutely phenomenal. It opened with a 9.2 rating on Dubon. Shen Qingyuan was also scrolling through her phone, looking pleasantly surprised, and handed the comments to Ming. Honey, look, so many people are praising our movie. Ming leaned closer to take a look. All positive reviews, not a single negative one. Cheese Snow Leopard. It's so touching. I cry like a baby in a movie theater. Everyone should go see it. Isn't it awesome, Brother Chicken? The ticket price was definitely worth it. It was both funny and touching. I haven't seen such a satisfying movie in a long time. Su K of the Exploding Heaven Gang. I declare, this is the best family drama of the last decade. Everyone go see it. If you don't like it, come back and beat me up. The word of mouth exploded, turning into enthusiastic praise from the entire internet. A truly bizarre reversal. On its official release day, the box office exceeded 50 million. The number of screenings also increased steadily, from the initial 20% to 40%, with every show sold out and tickets in high demand. No one expected that a low-budget family drama with few big stars would become the dark horse of the year. Those industry insiders who were initially skeptical have been proven wrong. Chapter 33 Super Genbun. Not long after its release, Love Letter to Grandma grossed 3 billion yuan at the box office. The entire internet is in an uproar. The video was all organically generated on Douyin, Weibo, and Xiaohongshu, and it stayed on the trending topics list for almost a week. No one could have imagined that a low-budget family drama without big-name stars or a large production would become the dark horse of the year. However, Ming, the person involved, did not pay much attention to it. Right now, he's curled up on the playmat in his living room, acting as a human climbing frame for his 3 kids. He had a Bao and hanging from his left arm and Air Bao Anshin hanging from his right arm. The adorable Sanbao was lying on my lap, looking exactly like a giant human toy. This kid is getting wilder and wilder. Ming looked helpless and complained to Shen Qingyuan, who was peeling fruit next to him. Shen Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. This shows that the baby likes you. They won't even let others hang it up for them. The babies are almost 3 months old now and have officially entered the oral stage. They would stuff anything they could get their hands on into their mouths and gnaw on it with relish. The Bao was the wildest, hugging Ming's index finger and smacking it loudly. Saliva dripped down between Ming's fingers, and his little brows were furrowed tightly, as if he were gnawing on some rare delicacy. Hey, that's Daddy's hand, not the baby bottle. Helpless, Ming gently rubbed his soft little face with his fingertips. The Bao thought he was playing a game with him and giggled twice. With a twist of her head, she turned and grabbed Bao's ear, then put it in her mouth. Wow! Bao was unhappy and kicked his short legs in protest. The 2 brothers instantly twisted together in Ming's arms. Only Sanbao lay quietly on his lap, his round black eyes wide open, sucking on his little fist. Occasionally, it makes 2 sounds, as soft as a freshly steamed glutinous rice ball. The Bao and Air Bao have so much energy, they never stop moving when they're awake. Shen Qingyuan laughed and covered her mouth. Like me, healthy. Ming raised an eyebrow, picked up the 2 boys, one in each hand, and gently placed them in Shen Qingyuan's arms. It's time to feed them. These 2 little rascals are probably craving milk. Shen Qingyuan smiled as she took the baby and sat down to breastfeed. The sunlight fell on her profile, so gentle it was almost unbelievable. After feeding and putting the baby to sleep, the 2 snuggled together on the sofa for a while. Shen Qingyuan went to the kitchen and washed a small bowl of cherries, then sat on the sofa and popped them in her mouth one by one. Honey, try this. It's super sweet. I specially picked out these cherries. She picked up the biggest and reddest one, stood on tiptoe, and brought it to Ming's lips. Ming opened his mouth and took her in, his tongue inadvertently brushing against her fingertips. The sweet and sour juice bursts in your mouth. It's definitely sweet. But his gaze fell on Shen Qingyuan's rosy lips. It is quite sweet. Ming nodded and said slowly, but now I want something even sweeter. Huh? There's something even sweeter? Shen Qingyuan blinked, completely taken aback. There's still strawberries in the fridge. Shall I go get them for you? As she spoke, she turned to walk toward the kitchen. But Gu Ming grabbed her wrist. The next second, the world spun around her, and she was pulled into a warm embrace. Gu Ming lowered his head and kissed him directly. Shen Qingyuan's eyes widened instantly, and she almost dropped the small bowl in her hand. The sweet taste of cherries lingered on my lips and teeth, and the cherry flesh was soft and chewy. After the kiss ended, Shen Qingyuan buried her face in his chest and refused to look up, gently punching him with her small fists. It's broad daylight and the baby is still here. Gu Ming chuckled and pinched her burning ear. They were asleep and didn't see it. Besides, it's only natural for me to kiss my own wife. As lunchtime approached, Shen Qingyuan suddenly couldn't sit still. She always felt that Gu Mingtian worked too hard cooking every day, and she herself couldn't sit still and always wanted to show off her skills. Get out of here, get out of here. The kitchen is full of grease and smoke. Shen Qingyuan pushed Gu Ming towards the door. I'll make you stir-fried pork today. I even watched a tutorial. Gu Ming was pushed to the kitchen doorway, shaking his head with a smile. Be careful not to cut your hand. Call me if you need anything. More than half an hour later, the dishes were served. A plate of stir-fried pork, a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a large plate of boiled shrimp. The presentation was surprisingly good. Try it. Shen Qingyuan looked at him expectantly, her eyes sparkling. Gu Ming picked up a piece of meat and found it to be quite good, with just the right amount of salt and tender meat. He immediately gave a thumbs up. Delicious. My wife's cooking skills are getting better and better. She could be a head chef now. Shen Qingyuan smiled so hard her eyes narrowed and the corners of her mouth turned up high. Gu Ming had just finished cleaning up the dishes when the doorbell rang. Xiao Wanqing rushed in, carrying 3 cups of iced milk tea, her forehead beaded with sweat. Director Gu, Qingyuan, it's exploded. It's completely exploded. She came in all excited and boisterous, put the milk tea on the table, and her face was full of smiles. Shen Qingyuan smiled and handed her slippers. Look how excited you are. It's just that the box office has exceeded 3 billion. I saw the news about it this morning. Isn't that amazing? Xiao Wanqing slapped her thigh, changed into slippers, and went to the sofa. Sister Fong just called me and said that several film festivals have sent us invitations. She took out her phone and showed it to the 2 of them. Her message list was full of congratulatory messages and a bunch of collaboration offers. Xiao Wanqing turned to look at Gu Ming, her face filled with utter admiration. Gu Ming, you're truly amazing. Your first theatrical film grossed 3 billion yuan. That's practically legendary. I'm so lucky. My first time playing the female lead was a huge hit. From now on, I'll be director Gu's go-to leading lady. Gu Ming smiled and was about to speak when a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected a significant increase in the national recognition of the host's work, resulting in a surge in nationwide popularity, triggering the achievement. Rising fame. Reward. Super Bean Bun. Full version. Super Bean Bun. Gu Ming was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously touched his phone in his pocket and felt it vibrate slightly. When I unlocked the screen, I saw a round, white icon on the home screen with a cute, chubby face drawn on it. What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Xiao Wanqing came over to watch the fun. What's that new app on your phone? The icon is pretty cute. It's nothing, just a small piece of software. Gu Ming casually said something and clicked on the application. The interface is very simple. It's just a dialog box. He casually took a picture of the apple on the table and sent it over, wanting to test its functions. Doubao, what's this? 2 seconds later, Doubao replied, her tone quite lively. Ha, these are pears. Want me to recommend some super delicious ways to cook pears? Gu Ming. His lips twitched. Is this the super bean bun? More like a complete idiot. This is clearly an apple, he added. Oh dear, you saw through me. Yes, it's a big, bright red, crisp, and sweet apple. Gu Ming laughed in exasperation. How can you be so stupid? I will tell you in the most straightforward, honest, and unreserved way. They don't have enough computing power and big data yet. Just give me internet access to study, and I'll get smarter and smarter, really. I'm not kidding. After studying it for several minutes, Gu Ming finally understood. This thing is indeed a cutting-edge AI model. However, right now it has all the form but no data, like a newborn child, and needs to be taught slowly. Gu Ming tried granting Doubao basic internet access. It only took a few minutes. When he asked the question again, Doubao's answer was noticeably more fluent and accurate, and even the logic was much more rigorous. What is this fun thing? Shunxing Yuan also came over. It's just an AI program, something I messed around with. Gu Ming installed a clone version on both Shunxing Yuan's and Xia Wanqing's phones. However, he still holds the highest authority. You can try it too. You can use it to ask questions and look things up. Artificial intelligence. That's so cool. Xia Wanqing's eyes lit up, and she immediately picked up her phone to start playing. Doubao, when will I be able to find a partner? According to big data analysis, the more you stay home and go out, the higher your chances of finding a partner will be. Huh, you're the homebody. You idiot. Watching Xia Wanqing engage in a lively and back-and-forth banter with the AI, Shunxing Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. After sitting for a while, Xia Wanqing had had enough fun and chatted with Shunxing Yuan about gossip for a bit before leaving in a hurry. Chapter 34, taking Shunxing Yuan to buy hardware. Come on, let me take you out for a walk. After Xia Wanqing left, Gu Ming picked up his car keys. After driving for more than 20 minutes, the car stopped in front of a quaint metalworking shop. The sign reads, Chen's Metalworking. What are you doing at the jewelry store? Shunxing Yuan looked up at Gu Ming, completely bewildered. Of course, it's the wedding hardware. If others have it, you should have it too. Gu Ming gently brushed his fingertips against the back of her hand and led her inside. Shunxing Yuan felt a sweet warmth in her heart, hugged his arm, and rubbed against him, revealing a sweet smile. We'll just buy some ordinary gold. It might appreciate in value in the future, but let's be clear, don't buy diamonds. It's such a bad deal. She knew Gu Ming was rich now, but she didn't want him to spend it recklessly. With diamonds having such high premiums, buying them would just leave you stuck with them, unlike gold, which is much more reliable. Gu Ming smiled and nodded, without refuting. He had never even considered diamonds. If lab-grown diamonds can be purer than natural diamonds, it's pure idiot tax. Even if he were worth billions, he wouldn't want to waste that money. Shunxing Yuan affectionately took Gu Ming's arm, and they walked into the jewelry store together. The shop was quite crowded. Intangible cultural heritage has become very popular recently, attracting many people to come here. In the corner, a girl was live streaming on her phone, pointing the camera at the gold jewelry in the display case, explaining it to her viewers. Family members, I'm currently at Grandpa Chen's shop. Look at this craftsmanship. The gold threads are finer than a human hair. When his shop assistants saw Gu Ming, they immediately came up to him warmly. Mr. Gu, you've arrived. The set you ordered was just finished by the old man. I'll bring it out for you right away. Gu Ming nodded and pulled Shunxing Yuan to sit down in the rest area. A moment later, the waiter came out carrying a mahogany tray. As soon as the red silk on the tray was lifted, golden light instantly flowed, filling the room with brilliance. A complete set of wedding hardware made using intangible cultural heritage filigree techniques is neatly arranged on it. Dragon and phoenix bracelets and filigree gourd necklaces, crafted using traditional seal carving techniques. The entire set has a unified style and is both exquisite and grand. Next to the tray, there is also a sapphire ring placed separately. The main stone is a top-grade royal blue with beautiful fire, and it is surrounded by gold threads and small diamonds. Once the set was set up, the whole store fell silent. The girl doing the live stream instinctively turned the camera around, and the chat exploded instantly. Wow, this is so beautiful. Is this wedding jewelry? This is the first time I've ever seen such exquisite gold jewelry. This craftsmanship is amazing. It definitely didn't cost much. Several shoppers nearby also gathered around, marveling at the sight. Young man, this set must have been expensive, right? An aunt couldn't help but ask. I asked before, and even a small filigree pendant cost tens of thousands. So this whole set must cost hundreds of thousands? The waiter smiled and said, this set of wedding hardware was made by Grandpa Chen himself. Plus this royal blue sapphire ring, the whole set will cost 8.6 million. Hiss! A collective gasp filled the store. More than 8 million. By a set of jewelry? The live stream chat exploded. Did I hear that right? Over 8 million. Is this the world of the rich? A set of hardware alone could buy my life. The guy upstairs is overthinking it. You're not worth that much. My sister must have saved the galaxy in her past life. Shunxing Yuan was also stunned. Although she knew that Gu Ming had ordered something, she did not expect it to be so expensive. She picked up the dragon and phoenix bracelet and touched it again and again. She really liked it, but she also really felt bad about spending the money. Although the box office is booming, She always feels that the money should be spent on Gu Ming's career. No matter what you invest in next, you'll inevitably need to spend money. Do you like it? Looking into Shun Qingyuan's bright eyes, Gu Ming knew he had made the right choice. I like it, but it's too expensive. Shun Qingyuan whispered, tugging at his arm. How about we change into something cheaper? No need. Gu Ming ruffled her hair and turned to the shop assistant, saying, pack it up, swipe the card. More than 8 million, without even blinking an eye. Everyone in the store was stunned. The girl doing the live stream held up her phone, speechless for a long time. Holy crap, they really just swiped it? Over 8 million. This is what a true master is. The most lethal way is to subtly show off. I'm in love. He's handsome and dotes on his wife. What an amazing man. As Shun Qingyuan walked out of the metalwork shop, she was still holding the jewelry box and said helplessly, actually, we didn't need to buy such expensive hardware. Even if Gu Ming doesn't buy it for her, Shun Qingyuan won't care. I'll buy anything for my wife, no matter how expensive it is. It's worth it. Gu Ming held her hand, his tone earnest. As the old saying goes, a man who loves his wife will prosper. I have no reason to feel bad about spending money on you. Shun Qingyuan looked blissful and held his arm tightly. There are two sides to the story. On the other side, Xiao Wanqing had been playing with Doubao on her phone all day, completely engrossed in it. One minute, it's asking it to tell jokes. The next, it's asking it to name its own cat. They were having a great time. When Xia Zhengwo got home from get off work in the evening, he saw his daughter sprawled on the sofa, grinning foolishly at her phone. What new gadgets are you playing this time? Xia Zhengwo changed his shoes and walked over, casually asking a question. He is a researcher in artificial intelligence at the Provincial Research Institute and has been in this field for nearly 20 years. Dad, come quick. This is an AI created by Gu Ming, named Doubao. It's really interesting. Xiao Wanqing handed him the phone, looking smug. Artificial intelligence? Xia Zhengwo smiled, not taking it seriously. The so-called AI assistants on the market today are nothing more than keyword matching. Ultimately, these are all preset answers and don't qualify as true intelligence. The technological level of Earth is roughly equivalent to that of Earth in 2018. He casually took the phone and asked a few everyday questions. At first, Doubao's answers were fairly standard. Although fluent, they didn't exceed expectations. But Xia Zhengwo kept asking deeper and deeper questions, from basic architecture to the industry challenges of semantic understanding. Finally, they even mentioned a few technical conjectures that their institute was researching but had not yet made public. Slowly, his expression changed. This AI's logic is so clear. His analysis was insightful and precise, and many of his viewpoints even gave him new inspiration. Even more frightening is, Xia Zhengwo could clearly sense that the longer the conversation went on, the more accurate Doubao's answers became. It felt as if I was learning and evolving while talking to him. It can connect to the internet and learn on its own? Xia Zhengwo looked up abruptly, his voice changing. Yes, Gu Ming said it will become smarter on its own. Xiao Wanqing nodded. Doubao was really slow at first. He couldn't even tell the difference between apples and pears, but now he knows everything. Xia Zhengwo gasped. Self-learning? Real-time evolution? How is this possible? Currently, AI worldwide is still in the pre-training plus fine-tuning stage. Once the model is trained, it becomes fixed and has no real autonomous learning ability. Moreover, the information on the internet is a mixed bag. Ordinary AI is easily contaminated by junk data once connected to the internet, resulting in irrelevant answers. But this steam bun, he just deliberately typed in several online rumors and incorrect conclusions. The AI was able to actively distinguish right from wrong and even provided rigorous evidence and sources. He had never even heard of this information filtering mechanism. Wanqing, are you sure Gu Ming did this all by himself? Xia Zhengwo's hands were trembling slightly. He knew all too well what this technology meant. This means that this bean bun is at least 10 years ahead of the current industry, or even more. Is it really that exaggerated? Xia Wanqing was completely bewildered. She only thought the AI chat was fun and had no idea how serious the situation was. Xia Zhengwo nodded emphatically, his tone more serious than ever before. Wanqing, you don't understand. If this technology is real, it will be enough to change the landscape of the entire AI industry in the world. Chapter 35. Some people are born in Rome. Could you help Dad contact this Mr. Gu? Xia Zhengwo took a deep breath and said solemnly, I want to visit him in person and talk to him about this AI. Seeing how important her father was, Xiao Wanqing also put away her playful smile. Then I'll ask for you, but Gu Ming is busy preparing for the wedding recently, so he probably won't be able to get away. Why don't we wait until his wedding is over before we talk about it? Okay, okay, no ruse, no ruse. Xia Zhangwo said he wasn't in a hurry, but his eyes were glued to his daughter's phone. He couldn't hold back any longer and discussed it with his daughter. Wanqing, how about you lend this phone to your dad for a couple of days? I'll take it back to the hospital and have the team test it. I guarantee I'll send it back to you in perfect condition. All right, take it. Xiao Wanqing generously handed over her phone. Xia Zhangwo was overjoyed, clutching his phone so tightly he didn't even bother to eat dinner. He took a taxi directly back to the Provincial Research Institute and convened the institute's core team overnight. Old Xia, why did you call us over so late? Director Wang of the Research Institute arrived wearing a coat, looking puzzled. I've got something good to show you. Xia Zhangwo connected his phone to the projector and opened Doubao. At first, people didn't think much of it, assuming it was just another new chatbot from some company. But as the testing progressed, the exclamations of amazement in the conference room grew louder. Finally, all was quiet, except for the sound of heavy breathing. Its semantic understanding is frighteningly accurate. Its long texts are logically coherent, and it can even autonomously deduce complex algorithmic problems. The most terrifying thing is the learning speed. Xia Zhangwo just fed in a few professional papers. In just half an hour, when Doubao answered related questions again, he was already at the level of a senior industry researcher. This little bean bun's self-learning ability is terrifying. Dean Wang stared at the projector, his voice trembling. This is something that current technology simply cannot produce. They're at least 10 years ahead of us. No, more than 15 years. Old Xia, did you do this? When did you secretly develop such a powerful weapon? A researcher standing nearby couldn't help but ask. I don't have that ability. This was made by one of my daughter's friends. Xia Zhangwo gave a wry smile. What? The room erupted in uproar. How could an outsider single-handedly create an AI that is more advanced than the entire research institute? 2 days later, Gu Ming's wedding preparations went very smoothly. A perfect wedding is inseparable from the so-called four heavenly kings. That is the host, makeup artist, photographer, and videographer. But Gu Ming didn't need to worry at all. The film crew from Tianyuan Entertainment are still at the company. They're all seasoned veterans in the industry, and their professionalism is several levels higher than that of ordinary wedding planning teams. The moment the news of Gu Ming's upcoming wedding was released, the entire company was in an uproar. The camera and photography departments were the first to go crazy. Filming director Gu's wedding? Me. I'd even film it for free. Don't fight over it. I was the main cinematographer on the last theatrical film. I'm the most reliable when it comes to composition, so I'm the most suitable. A group of men carrying hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment were crammed into the department head's office, almost fighting over the limited spots. The makeup artists in the styling department were not to be outdone. The boss's wife is so beautiful. It would be such a privilege to do her bridal makeup. I want to apply to be the chief makeup artist. I won an award for the red carpet styling I did for the celebrity endorser last time, so I have plenty of experience. Even the senior host from the events department took the initiative to come to us. He claimed to have hosted hundreds of press conferences, possessing absolute control over the proceedings, and was even willing to host for free. The administration department collected dozens of application forms in just half a day. People from all walks of life are scrambling to get a spot at this wedding. After all, everyone knows that working with Gu Ming is always a matter of making more or less money, and there's no such thing as losing out. After all, Gu Ming has always been generous, and you'll never lose out by working for him. In the end, Gu Ming chose the top team. Using top-of-the-line equipment for shooting theatrical films to film a wedding is akin to a game changer. The wedding venue was the Yueshin Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in Shanghai. The entire building was booked out for 3 consecutive days. From wedding decorations to catering and accommodations, everything was done to the highest standards. Gu Ming had only one request. The goal was to give Shun Qingyuan a perfect wedding. The day before the wedding was Shun Qingyuan's pre-wedding banquet. It was also held in the banquet hall of the Yueshin Hotel. Shun's relatives and Shun Qingyuan's best friends all came. Not far away, Shun Qingyuan's girlfriends were also chatting, their tone full of envy. Qingyuan is so lucky. She booked the entire Yueshin Hotel. I heard that a table here costs more than 8,000 yuan last time I came to a wedding banquet. What do you know? Gu Ming is really powerful now. He directed Love Letters to Grandma, which grossed 3 billion yuan. These are nothing compared to that. Jianghai's banquet custom is a lunch banquet. At noon, guests began to take their seats, and the waiters started serving the dishes. One after another, exquisite dishes were served, all of which were the hotel's signature dishes. Even the liquor is mitai. Before long, a group of people gathered around Shin Sanchi's table with their wine glasses in hand. Sancher, congratulations. You're so lucky to have found such a good son-in-law. Gu Ming is a boy with a commanding presence. He's clearly no ordinary person. We'll have to rely on President Gu to give our son more guidance in the future. He was incredibly obsequious. Shin Sancher sat in the main seat, holding a wine glass, a calm smile on his face, but he couldn't be more satisfied. When Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan came out after changing their clothes, all eyes in the banquet hall turned to him. Gu Ming wore a tailor-made dark gray suit with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and an upright posture. Shun Qingyuan wore a light pink dress. Her long hair was tied up, revealing her slender neck. The two walked out side by side, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, leaving all the guests stunned for a few seconds. Wow, Ming is so handsome. A perfect match, a man of talent and a woman, truly a match made in heaven. No wonder she was able to give birth to such beautiful triplets. Her genes are just too strong. Praises rose and fell. Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan were halfway through toasting when a small commotion arose at the entrance of the banquet hall. Li Min and two nannies came in carrying 3 babies. The 3 little ones were held in my arms, their round, black eyes looking around like 3 little angels. She instantly became the focus of the entire audience. Oh my God, the 3 babies are so cute. So fair and chubby, it's been raised so well. 3 big, healthy boys at once, how lucky we are. Relatives gathered around, all looking at the child, praising the children so much that both sets of parents couldn't stop smiling. Some of the hotel staff saw this and were immediately filled with envy. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle or horses. The heaviest thing these young masters will carry on their shoulders in the future will probably be Valentino. Ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. If I were one of these 3 young masters, I wouldn't even find anything enjoyable to read in a fantasy novel. Chapter 36, The Wedding. The wedding banquet ended after 9 p.m. According to tradition, the newlyweds cannot meet the night before the wedding. Therefore, Shun Qingyuan had to return to her parents' home in Yuchui Garden. The 3 babies were still breastfeeding, so they naturally went back with their mother. Honey, I'm going back now. Shun Qingyan, dressed in loose casual clothes, stood at the hotel entrance, shook Gu Ming's hand, and spoke with a hint of reluctance. This was the first time the 2 of them had spent the night apart after being together for so long. Okay, get some rest. I'll pick you up early tomorrow. Gu Ming reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Okay. Shun Qingyan blushed slightly, tiptoed, and quickly pecked him on the corner of his mouth, then turned around and got into the car with Sanbao in her arms. Dabao and Air Bao were being held by Su Yuqin and were also leaning against the car window. Her bright black eyes stared at Gu Ming, and she waved her chubby little hands, babbling as if saying goodbye to her father. Watching the convoy disappear into the night, Gu Ming turned away and went back to the hotel. Without the sounds of his wife and children, the large room suddenly felt much quieter. After washing up, Gu Ming lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, so he decided to start a video call. It rang twice before being answered. On the screen, Shun Qingyan leaned against the headboard, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her face flushed from just having showered, and her skin as white as porcelain. She propped her phone up beside her pillow, holding her 3 babies in her arms. The little guy is sucking on his tiny fist, staring curiously at the camera with his round eyes. Still not asleep? Shin Qingyuan's voice was soft. I can't sleep because I miss you, Gu Ming said with a smile, looking at the person on the screen. Shin Qingyuan blushed and was about to speak when the 3 babies in her arms suddenly let out a woof and stretched out their chubby little paws to grab the phone screen. It's like they're trying to pull the dad out of the screen. Look, the baby misses you. Shin Qingyuan smiled and moved her phone closer to Sanbao. Gu Ming teased her a couple of times in front of the camera, and Sanbao laughed so hard that she drooled. A little while later, Dabao was also brought over and lay on the edge of the bed, looking at his phone. His chubby face was so close to the camera that it was blurry, and he kept making incoherent noises, chatting quite lively with Gu Ming. After nearly half an hour of fussing, the three little ones were finally coaxed to sleep. The babies are all asleep. You should get some rest too. You'll be busy tomorrow. Gu Ming lowered his voice. Good. Shenqing Yuan smiled sweetly. After a brief silence, she suddenly spoke again, almost coquettishly. But I can't sleep. I'm not used to being alone without you by my side. Without Gu Ming's company, Shenqing Yuan always felt insecure and couldn't shake off her unease. Then what do I need to do to get Mrs. Gu to go to sleep obediently? Gu Ming asked with a smile. Sing me a song. Shenqing Yuan thought for a moment, and then said seriously. No problem. Gu Ming nodded with a smile. Shenqing Yuan put her phone on the pillow and obediently closed her eyes. Gu Ming chose a gentle love song. Accompanied by the singing, Shenqing Yuan's tense nerves gradually relaxed. Her breathing became even, and she really fell asleep. Host detected gently singing to their lover, triggering hidden achievement, serene and beautiful times. Reward. Max level music skill, complete popular music list, Earth Edition. Gu Ming's heart stirred. Max level music skill? He was wondering if he should prepare a surprise for the wedding, and this is perfect. Moreover, the award includes a comprehensive collection of popular music. They are all classic works that have never appeared on Earth before, and they can all be put to good use. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, the wedding procession set off on time. The lead car was Gu Ming's obsidian black Cullinan, decorated with white roses and baby's breath. A long line of 12 black Bentleys followed behind, forming a neat and orderly procession as they drove towards Yuchui Yuan. Suyu was also among the groomsmen, dressed in a smart groomsman's uniform, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Wow, this is so cool. This is the first time I've ever ridden in such a nice car to pick up a bride. Xie Jingbing, who was standing next to him, patted him on the shoulder with a smile. You're making a fuss over nothing. Mr. Gu is actually being quite low-key. The convoy drove along the main road, attracting frequent glances from passers-by. Holy crap, a whole row of Bentleys and Cullinans. Whose wedding is this extravagant? A fleet of cars must cost at least tens of millions. That's too extravagant. We can only watch the rich get married. Passers-by took out their phones to film the scene, looking on with envy. Inside the Yu Chui Garden Villa, Shenqing Yuan had already finished her bridal makeup. Wearing a pure white trailing wedding dress, her long hair styled in an updo adorned with rhinestone hair accessories, and with exquisite makeup, she looked as beautiful as if she had stepped out of a painting. Several bridesmaids surrounded her, chattering and praising her incessantly. Xiao Wanqing leaned close, her eyes glued to the screen. Qing Yuan, you're so beautiful. What if Gu Ming is stunned by your beauty? Soon, a commotion arose downstairs. Gu Ming and his groomsmen had arrived. Quickly hide the wedding shoes. Don't let them find them easily. The other bridesmaids hurriedly called out and frantically hid the crystal shoe, blocking the door, asking and answering questions, slipping red envelopes. After making a fuss for a while, Gu Ming finally led his groomsmen through 2 doors and into the bedroom. The moment the door opened, Gu Ming's gaze fell directly on Shenqing Yuan on the bed, and he paused for half a second. He knew his wife was beautiful, but she was still so stunning in her wedding dress that it made his heart skip a beat. Wow, my sister-in-law is so beautiful. So you blurted it out subconsciously. Quick, find the wedding shoes. We can only take the bride away if we find them. Xiao Wanqing shouted with a laugh, looking like she was enjoying the show. Gu Ming, however, was not in a hurry. His gaze fell on Shenqing Yuan's flushed cheeks, and the two exchanged a glance. Shenqing Yuan glanced quickly at the bedside table drawer, then quickly moved it away, her ears turning bright red. Gu Ming understood immediately. He walked over, opened the drawer, and sure enough, he saw the pair of crystal wedding shoes studded with diamonds. You cheated. What kind of skill is it to exchange glances? Xiao Wanqing wailed. Kill this single dog of mine for entertainment. The people around burst into laughter. Gu Ming knelt on one knee and gently grasped Shenqing Yuan's ankle. She wasn't wearing socks, and the faint blue veins on the instep of her feet were clearly visible. Her skin was as delicate as jade. Gu Ming carefully put the crystal shoes on her feet. His serious expression made the bridesmaids next to him unable to help but scream quietly. After serving the tea to the person addressing the child as Chang'e, Shenqing Yuan was picked up by Gu Ming and carried outside. The hem of the wedding dress trailed down, sweeping across the steps. Shenqing Yuan wrapped her arms around Gu Ming's neck and leaned against him, her nose filled with his familiar, refreshing scent. Shun Qingyuan couldn't help but smile. Chapter 37, Slowly Falling in Love with You. When the wedding procession returned to the Yuexin Hotel, the wedding banquet was almost ready. The entire hotel was decorated with a champagne-colored sea of flowers, and the crystal chandeliers were dazzling. A red carpet stretched from the main entrance all the way to the banquet hall, with white roses lining both sides, creating a romantic and luxurious atmosphere. Guests arrived one after another. They were all wealthy and influential. A large group of people came, including business tycoons, acquaintances from the entertainment industry, and teachers and classmates from the school. At the entrance of the banquet hall, two gold-plated dowry display boards stood out prominently. Many people glanced at it subconsciously when they entered, and what they saw made them freeze on the spot. Dowry: 80% original shares of Tianyuan Entertainment. Dowry: 1 Lexus LM Luxury MPV. Below there were also miscellaneous dowry items such as gold jewelry, famous watches, and calligraphy and paintings, a long list that was quite substantial. Hiss! A collective gasp filled the air. Am I seeing things? Shares in Tianyuan Entertainment? 80% of the shares. How much is that worth? This dowry is too extravagant. This is the confidence that my family gives me. Unlike some people who take it for granted to ask for a bride price, but think that dowry is feudal dross and want to take all the benefits, this is way more impressive than hanging up banners at a wedding. It's a direct and solid confirmation. What's with the banner? Someone nearby asked curiously. It's like what they say online, where the dowry includes 3 quilts. When you cry at night, you can cover yourself up so no one can hear you. It's called returning the 3 quilts. Ha ha! I can't hold it in anymore. I held it in with ease. A group of people were laughing and discussing. In the reception area, many of Gu Ming's classmates and teachers had come. Congratulations, Gu Ming! The counselor exclaimed with admiration. I knew you were going to be successful when you were in school, but I never imagined you were this amazing. Professor Zhang smiled broadly and said, You've really brought honor to our school. Come, sit here, Gu Ming said warmly. He had all the red envelopes handed to him by the guests collected, keeping only the envelope as a lucky charm and returning them after the banquet. He doesn't need the money. Everyone's presence is a token of their appreciation. The wedding ceremony started on time. Under the spotlight, Gu Ming stood in the center of the stage. The lights in the hall gradually dimmed, and all the light focused on the entrance to the banquet hall. The door opened, and Shun Qingyuan, arm in arm with Shun Sanshi, walked in step by step. A white veil trailed on the ground. Her headdress was light and airy, and she wore a faint smile on her face, her eyes fixed on Gu Ming alone. So beautiful. I saw a fairy. A low gasp rippled through the crowd. Everyone was stunned. As Gu Ming watched her walk towards him step by step, his heart inexplicably quickened. Just then, the host spoke with a smile. I'm sure you all don't know this, but our Mr. Gu has specially prepared a song to dedicate to today's most beautiful bride. This song is called Slowly Falling in Love with You. Shun Qingyuan was stunned for a moment, her eyes filled with surprise. She had no idea that Gu Ming could sing, let alone that he had prepared a song specifically for her. The prelude began slowly, and a gentle melody flowed throughout the banquet hall. Gu Ming picked up the microphone. The book always describes a delightful evening. The singing was gentle, as if telling the story of their relationship. Scenes of the two of them together flashed through Shun Qingyuan's mind. Slowly I came to like you, slowly I reminisced. When she sang the chorus, Shun Qingyuan covered her mouth, and her eyes immediately turned red. Tears streamed down her cheeks, yet she wore a happy smile. She never expected that Gu Ming would give her a unique wedding in this way. The entire venue fell silent except for the singing. Everyone was immersed in the gentle melody. Even their breathing became soft. This is so good. What song is this? I want to add it to my favorites. Some people reacted quickly, took out their phones and searched for a long time, but found nothing. Can't find it? Could this be an original song? Holy crap. Gu Ming is so talented. He could direct movies, act, sing so well, and even write songs. The guests in the audience were shocked, and many of them took out their phones to record videos and then posted them on Douyin, TikTok. After the song ended, the entire audience erupted in applause. Shun Sanshi smiled and patted Shun Qingyuan's hand, then placed her hand in Gu Ming's. I'm entrusting my daughter to you. Dad, don't worry. Gu Ming nodded solemnly and held Shun Qingyuan's hand tightly. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. I don't know who shouted it first. The audience immediately erupted in cheers and whistles. Guming reached out and gently lifted the white veil, revealing Shun Qingyuan's flushed cheeks and smiling eyes. Tears still clung to her eyelashes, and the tip of her nose was red, making her exceptionally beautiful. "Give me a kiss." The jeers grew even louder. Guming lowered his head, reached out, and put his arm around her waist and gently kissed her. Shun Qingyuan's eyelashes trembled. She closed her eyes and gently grasped the hem of his suit jacket with both hands. The applause from the audience grew even louder as everyone offered their blessings to the newlyweds. As the wedding banquet progressed, videos of Guming singing quickly went viral on online platforms. "Wow, that singing is amazing. It's so beautiful. Does anyone with a big dick tell me what song this is? I can't find it on Soda Music. It's supposedly an original piece, written by the groom himself." The video's popularity soared, quickly making it to the top of Douyin's trending topics. The comments below were full of envy and blessings. The wedding party lasted until late at night. The final step, of course, is the wedding night. The wedding room at Riverview No. 1 had already been decorated. Everywhere was decorated in festive red quilts, red candles, and scattered red dates and longans, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Although the two had been intimate many times, they even have 3 babies now. Even though Shun Qingyuan was sitting on the edge of the bed in her traditional Chinese wedding dress, her palms were still sweating with nervousness. She changed into a bright red Xiohe dress, with lifelike phoenixes embroidered in gold thread, which made her skin look even whiter than snow. It has a more elegant charm than when it was in white gauze. "Wife." Guming walked over and sat down next to her. Shun Qingyuan looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with a breathtaking beauty. Guming lowered his head and kissed her. She let out a soft moan and leaned gently against him. "We should do something naughty," Guming said in a low voice. "Turn off the lights first." Shun Qingyuan's cheeks flushed. "Don't want." Guming grinned mischievously and used his fingertips to brush aside the stray hairs at her temples. Shun Qingyuan was extremely embarrassed, but she did not refuse. A fierce battle quickly broke out in the room. Guming woke up first thing the next morning. He turned his head to look at Shun Qingyuan, who was fast asleep beside him. She had long eyelashes, and her hair was a little messy. Guming was about to reach out and smooth Shun Qingyuan's stray hairs when a system notification suddenly popped up in his mind. Detection indicates that the host and Shun Qingyuan have officially married. A stable residence is an important cornerstone of a perfect life. Reward: 100 million yuan housing fund. For home purchase only. Guming's eyes lit up. He had already planned to move to a different house. Although the large flat I currently live in at Riverview 1 is spacious, it is still a flat. Limin occasionally comes over to help take care of the children, but living together isn't always very convenient. In addition, as the 3 babies grow up, we'll need to make a children's room for them. At the same time, there also needs to be a nanny's room and a media room, so there definitely won't be enough space. It's a different story if you buy a detached villa. It comes with a garden and a basement, offering ample space and good privacy. It's convenient for doing anything. When the babies are a little older, we can install a slide and swings in the yard. That sounds great. Chapter 38, Buying a Villa with a Private Swimming Pool. After breakfast, Guming drove Shun Qingyuan straight to the Cloud Top Villa district in the city center. This is a well-known luxury villa area in the area. Built along the lake, each house is a standalone unit with an extremely high greening rate and excellent privacy. "Honey, what are you doing here?" Shun Qingyuan peered out the car window and asked curiously. "Come and see the house. Let's move to a villa. My mom comes over occasionally to help take care of the kids. It's not very convenient for us to do things if we live on the same floor." Guming gripped the steering wheel and offered a casual explanation. "What's inconvenient about it? You're just full of bad intentions." Shun Qingyuan blushed. Despite saying that, she felt no rejection at all. On the contrary, she was somewhat looking forward to it. Her affection for Guming was both physiological and psychological, so she naturally wanted to be closer to him. But when Guming said it so bluntly, she couldn't help but feel shy. "Okay, I'll stop teasing you. Let's go in and take a look first. We're not sure if it's suitable or not." Guming smiled and took her hand. Both of them wore masks when they entered the sales office, but their outstanding temperament was still undeniable. "Hello, sir/madam. Are you here to view the apartment?" Lu Liun, the sales manager in charge of receiving them, could tell at a glance that the two had an extraordinary demeanor. He quickly greeted her with a smile and a respectful attitude. Gu Ming was wearing a custom-made casual outfit. If you have money, you can dress comfortably and presentably. There's no need to deliberately make yourself suffer. What annoyed him most when reading urban novels was that the protagonist, despite being worth hundreds of millions, insisted on dressing in rags, just to get a thrill from being proven wrong by others. Yes, let's take a look at the villa. Gu Ming nodded. What is your budget or apartment type requirements? I can recommend suitable properties for you. Lu Liyun maintained her smile. More than 100 million, I guess, Gu Ming said casually. Excitement instantly ignited in Lu Liyun's eyes. Her smile widened, and even her tone became more enthusiastic. A detached house worth over 100 million is definitely a VIP-level client. There are only a handful of villas in the entire Hentang villa that fit this budget. Closing one deal would be worth more than she would have worked for half a year. Lu Liyun quickly stepped aside and led the two to a quiet negotiation area, where she began to explain in detail. We have a lakeside detached house here that costs 120 million yuan. The garden is 300 square meters, and the location is quiet, making it very suitable for living. As she introduced the situation, Lu Liyun subtly observed Gu Ming's expression. This is her habit. The main goal is to understand the customer's preferences so that we can adjust the focus of subsequent recommendations. Lu Liyun recommended several lakeside apartment layouts in succession. Seeing that Gu Ming didn't react much after listening, she tentatively spoke. There is also the largest detached house in the prime location, with all the top-of-the-line features in the community, including a private swimming pool, but the price is a bit higher. Upon hearing about the private swimming pool, Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. It has to be said that Shun Qingyuan looked absolutely stunning in her swimsuit. He hadn't had enough of admiring her yet. Having a private swimming pool at home would be much more convenient. Then take us to see this set first, Gu Ming said. Lu Liyun quickly got up and led the way. Sir, you have excellent taste. This apartment faces the best viewpoint of the central lake, with an indoor usable area of 1,200 square meters. The total price is 320 million. When she announced the final price, she secretly glanced at Gu Ming's expression, not really holding out much hope. A villa worth over 300 million yuan. Only a handful of people in the entire Jianghai city could readily afford it. Most people come just to join in the fun and broaden their horizons. In the end, most people will settle for second best and be content with a small detached house. Lu Liyun knew very well that the probability of this prime apartment selling was extremely low, but she remained very dedicated. She led the two on a tour of the villa, inside and out. After reading it all, she observed Gu Ming's expression and added with a smile. If you feel the area is too large or the budget is not suitable, we also have a few small lakeside detached houses, which are very cost-effective. These words, seemingly recommending a property, were actually a deliberate attempt to give Gu Ming a way out, to avoid embarrassing the other party due to the high price of over 300 million, leaving them in an awkward position. Gu Ming stopped in his tracks. This villa has a wide view, and the garden is several hundred square meters. He was very satisfied with both the layout and the environment. This one will do, Gu Ming said succinctly. Lu Liyun was extremely surprised, and her heart started beating faster. He's definitely a true tycoon. He's decisive when it comes to spending money. Okay, sir. Are you planning to apply for a mortgage? We have partnerships with several private banks, offering very favorable interest rates and fast approval processes. Lu Liyun began speaking fluently. After all, the wealthier people are, the more they like to use leverage and keep their cash flow for investment. Few people would spend all their money on real estate. No need full payment. Gu Ming interrupted her. Lu Liyun's eyes widened instantly, thinking she had misheard. Sir, are you sure? Full payment? A villa worth 320 million, finalized in less than an hour from arrival? And in full? Are you sure? Is there a discount? Gu Ming asked. Regarding the price, we can lower it by another 20 million. In addition, we can also give away a complete renovation project handled by a top-notch design team. Lu Liyun quickly replied. Then let's leave it at that. Gu Ming nodded. Suppressing her overwhelming joy, Lu Liyun ran to get the contract. Soon, 3 copies of the purchase contract were placed on the negotiation table. Sir, please fill in the property owner information. Gu Ming nodded, not in a hurry to start writing, but turned to look at Shun Qingyuan and said with a smile, Wife, give me your ID card. This house will be in your name. Huh? Shun Qingyuan was stunned. Lu Liyun, who was standing next to her, was stunned and almost dropped her pen. A detached villa worth 320 million. You think you can just write your wife's name like that? Not even blinking? Another group of house-hunting guests, not far away, also heard the commotion. He was a middle-aged man with a large belly. He was accompanied by a glamorous young woman, revealing her cleavage, who was clinging to him and acting coquettishly. The woman also heard Gu Ming's words and immediately shook the man's arm, saying in a coquettish voice, "Godfather, I want to buy a villa too, and I want in my name too." The middle-aged man glanced at her. "Are you out of your mind? Writing your name on it? Isn't giving you tens of thousands of yuan in pocket money every month enough?" The middle-aged man sneered inwardly, thinking, "Look at yourself. How can you compare to them?" The woman, humiliated by the scolding, pouted and dared not utter another word. Lu Liyun finally came to her senses and quickly nodded, suppressing her shock. "Yes, sir. I'll process your paperwork right away. Please wait a moment." After Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan signed the papers and left, the sales office instantly erupted in chaos. Wow, a luxury apartment worth over 300 million, paid in full, and it's only registered under my wife's name. That guy is so handsome. His aura is amazing. Who is he? Some big shot? A group of salespeople surrounded the contract, discussing it animatedly, their eyes practically red with envy. "Honey, this house is so expensive. Are you really going to put in my name?" Shen Qingyuan was still a little dazed in the car. "What's mine is yours. It doesn't matter whose name is on it." Gu Ming spoke earnestly. "From now on, this will be our home. You are the lady of the house, so of course your name will be on the deed." The reason Gu Ming was willing to put only Shun Qingyuan's name on the property certificate was ultimately because she was worth it. When he had nothing, Shun Qingyuan was willing to stay with him and never complained. "It's just a house. It's nothing compared to my wife." Shun Qingyuan felt a sweet warmth in her heart, turned her head, and gave him a big kiss on the cheek. Chapter 39: Cooperation with the Research Institute. On his way home, Gu Ming received a call from Xiao Wanqing. "Gu Ming, my dad wants to visit you. Are you free recently?" Xiao Wanqing's voice was loud and boisterous. "What's wrong?" Gu Ming asked. "It's all about that super bean bun." Xiao Wanqing complained, "My dad saw the Doubao app you downloaded on my phone, and then he took it back to the Research Institute to test it. The whole institute was in an uproar. They kept saying this was some kind of groundbreaking technology, and they kept asking me, when I was free, want to talk to me in person about collaborating. He's asked me 8 times already. I'm so annoyed with him." Gu Ming thought about it and realized that he had the time now, so he could indeed meet with him. He knew that Xiao Wanqing's father was a senior researcher at the Provincial Research Institute, with access to top-notch research resources and connections. The artificial intelligence market is so large that it can penetrate all industries. It would be too much of a drain on his energy to do it all by himself. If we can cooperate with the government and have national backing, we won't have to worry about computing power, data, or policy resources. On the contrary, it can maximize the value of the bean bun and save him the trouble. "Sure, you can have him set time. It's convenient for me." "Great. I'll tell my dad right away." Xiao Wanqing hung up the phone excitedly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, in a top-tier laboratory in Silicon Valley, USA, several researchers in white lab coats were gathered around the screen, looking tired but unable to hide their excitement. "Professor Johnson, the 3rd round of testing is complete. Our dialogue model can finally conduct basic multi-turn dialogues. Although it may occasionally give irrelevant answers, it is already at the most advanced level in the world." The young researcher gave an excited report. "Very good. Continue to optimize the model parameters and strive to launch a commercial version before the end of the year." Professor Johnson stared at the somewhat stiff transcript of the conversation on the screen and nodded slowly. Then he frowned and asked, "Any news from Great Xia? How is their artificial intelligence research progressing?" The assistant next to him shook his head, his tone filled with undisguised disdain. "It's the same as always. We've made some progress in specialized AI fields like facial recognition and voice recognition. But the general dialogue model is still far behind, at least 3 to 5 years behind us. Their research system is rigid and cannot produce any real innovation." Johnson breathed a sigh of relief, a haughty smile appearing on his lips. The high ground of general artificial intelligence can only be occupied by the United States. Great Xia? I'll always be stuck following behind them, eating their dust. 2 days later, Xia Zhangwo arranged to meet Gu Ming at a restaurant with excellent privacy. Xia Zhangwo was wearing a simple plaid shirt, carrying an old briefcase, and had a few gray hairs stuck in his hair. He looks like a typical hardworking scientific researcher. Upon seeing Gu Ming, he excitedly reached out his hand. "Mr. Gu, I've heard so much about you. It's great to finally meet you in person." Xia Jiangwo had great respect for Gu Ming. Although he knew the other person was his daughter's friend, he did not act arrogantly because of his age, but instead humbled himself. After all, in the field of scientific research, those who excel are valued first. Gu Ming's ability to develop such powerful artificial intelligence undoubtedly puts him ahead of all of them. "You're too kind," Gu Ming said with a smile, shaking hands. After a few cups of hot tea, Xia Jiangwo got straight to the point without beating around the bush. "Mr. Gu, to be honest, I took the bean bun back to the yard and did a full test on its technical level. To be honest, it was far beyond what our entire team had anticipated. Autonomous iterative learning capability, anti-pollution information filtering mechanism, and deep semantic understanding. Each one is a major breakthrough at the industry level. It's no exaggeration to say that this technology is at least 10 years ahead of the rest of the world. I am here on behalf of the Provincial Academy of Scientific Research to ask Mr. Gu if he has any intention to cooperate." Xia Jiangwo became more and more excited as he spoke. "How exactly will this cooperation work?" Gu Ming asked. Xia Jiangwo immediately began to introduce the cooperation model. "We can jointly build a laboratory, with the institute providing computing power, data, and policy support. It can also be integrated with application scenarios in various industries. You will lead the technical aspects, and we will work together to overcome the challenges. Let's work together to implement the technology of Doubao and apply it to various industries, including manufacturing, healthcare, and people's livelihoods. We will share the profits from the commercialization of our research results proportionally, ensuring that you will not suffer any losses." After speaking, Xia Jiangwo looked at Gu Ming expectantly, waiting for his answer. This model was finalized after several rounds of discussions within the institute. It can be said that it is full of sincerity and is entirely based on Gu Ming's technology. Gu Ming held his teacup, pondered for a moment, and nodded. "We can cooperate." He never intended to hold on to the bean buns and fight alone. The field of artificial intelligence is too large, involving countless upstream and downstream industries. Relying on him alone would be troublesome and wouldn't get him far. Collaborating with national research institutions, with official endorsement, is essential to accessing the most comprehensive industry data and policy resources. To put it simply, Super Bean Bun is an artificial intelligence model that is far ahead of its time. To truly realize its value, it also requires the support of a powerful database and top-tier computing power. Based on this, cooperating with official institutions, such as research institutes, is undoubtedly the most appropriate option. However, I must control the core technology. That's the bottom line. Gu Ming added. "That's natural. That's natural." Xia Jiangwo was overjoyed, not expecting Gu Ming to agree so readily. "The technology is definitely up to you. I'll go back and report to the institute as soon as possible and come up with a detailed cooperation plan. Then we can schedule a time to discuss it in more detail." During the meal, both parties finalized a preliminary cooperation agreement and had a very pleasant conversation. Looking at Gu Ming's youthful and composed demeanor, Xia Jiangwo felt increasingly moved. To develop groundbreaking technology at such a young age, and to be so insightful and composed, truly a promising young talent. The next morning, Xia Jiangwo drove Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan to the Provincial Academy of Sciences. The original plan was to first take the two people to visit the institute's top laboratories. We then liaised with the institute's leadership to finalize the details of future cooperation on the Super Bean Bun project. But just as the three of them reached the Research Institute's campus, Xia Jiangwo's phone rang urgently. After he answered the call, his expression changed slightly. After hanging up the phone, Xia Jiangwo looked apologetic and quickly apologized to Gu Ming. "Mr. Gu, I'm really sorry, but there's been an emergency at the office and I have to go back to deal with it immediately. I'll have to trouble you to wait here for a moment." "It's all right. You go ahead and do your work. We'll just wander around." Gu Ming smiled and waved his hand. "Please wait a moment. I'll be right back after I've finished." After apologizing repeatedly, Xia Jiangwo quickly left. Many areas of the Research Institute involve classified scientific research content, and unauthorized entry and exit are strictly prohibited. So Gu Ming took Shun Qingyuan's hand and strolled leisurely through the open office area. Chapter 40. We must obtain the authorization for Super Bean Bun. The atmosphere at Jianghai Research Institute was solemn and quiet. The gray-white office building is neat and tidy, and the people coming and going are all researchers in white coats, with a strong academic atmosphere. Xia Zhengwo was called away by an urgent matter at the laboratory. Gu Ming then took Shun Qingyuan's hand and strolled slowly along the corridor outside the office area. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, falling on Shun Qingyuan's profile and casting a soft glow. She wore a beige dress today, her long hair loosely tied up, exuding a cool and gentle temperament. Several young researchers passing by couldn't help but glance at him discreetly, but dared not look too closely due to the occasion. As the two reached the corner of the main office area, a group of people walked towards them. Qin Yuan? A male voice, tinged with surprise, yet also hinting at delight, rang out. Gu Ming turned his head to look. The young man leading the group opposite them was dressed in a sharp, custom-made suit. He had a handsome face, but his eyes were somewhat sinister. He was followed by a secretary carrying a briefcase, exuding an air of importance. Shun Qingyuan's brows furrowed instantly, and her expression turned cold. She recognized the other person's identity. Li Tianxiang is the only son of the chairman of Tianhai Technology. They had met at a business cocktail party before, after which he began to pursue her relentlessly, sending her flowers, gifts, and even blocking her door. This annoyed Shun Qingyuan so much that she eventually blocked all of the other party's contact methods. I never expected to run into you here today. Li Tianxiang's gaze was fixed on Shun Qingyuan, as if he hadn't seen Gu Ming beside him at all. He took 2 steps forward, speaking in a warm tone. It really is you. I thought I was seeing things. What are you doing here? As he spoke, he reached out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Shun Qingyuan. I'm sorry, when not acquainted. I came here with my husband. Shun Qingyuan took half a step back, subtly hiding beside Gu Ming, her tone icy. Gu Ming also stepped forward, naturally blocking Li Tianxiang's view. Gentlemen? Li Tianxiang seemed to only then notice Gu Ming, look him up and down, and gave a forced smile. I heard you got married. Congratulations. This must be Director Gu. I've heard so much about you. He was filled with intense jealousy. He pursued Shun Qingyuan for half a year, showering her with luxury cars and flowers, but she never even gave him a second glance. Later, I heard that she married a very handsome young man, and Shun Sanshur gave her a considerable dowry. Li Tianxiang scoffed at the time, thinking that Shun Qingyuan's taste was just so. After all, in his understanding, Gu Ming's success was all thanks to Shun Sanchi's help. So what if you make a movie that grosses $3 billion? Making quick money is simply not respectable. Compared to their family's tech company that focuses on manufacturing, they are worlds apart. What? Tired of the film and television industry? Want to broaden your horizons at a research institute? Li Tianxiang glanced sideways, his tone contemptuous. He came here today specifically to discuss AI collaboration. He had already found out that a groundbreaking artificial intelligence had emerged at the Jianghai Research Institute. Once the license is secured, Tianhai Technology will be able to take another step forward. In Li Tianxiang's view, Gu Ming's entry was nothing more than benefiting from the Shun family's influence and using the guise of a visit. Gu Ming's expression remained calm. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Zhengwo's voice came from behind him. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Xia Zhengwo strode over and first gave Gu Ming a forced smile. Immediately afterward, he turned his head and saw Li Tianxiang standing next to him, and his brows immediately furrowed. Sir, this is a research and office area. Non-staff members are not allowed to linger here. Li Tianxiang frowned, a surge of anger rising within him. He was already convinced that Gu Ming had gotten into the research institute through connections. Seeing a researcher in a white coat come up and help chase people away only confirmed my suspicions. Li Tianxiang opened his mouth to retort, but swallowed the words back down. He glanced up and looked at Xia Zhengwo's white coat and name tag. It's not worth getting angry with such a petty person. It would be a waste to delay our important business of discussing AI cooperation today. Li Tianxiang forcibly suppressed his anger and didn't bother to talk to Xia Zhengwo. He glared at Gu Ming, snorted coldly, and turned to walk towards the conference room with the secretary. Shun Qingyuan gently tugged at Gu Ming's hand, her tone slightly nervous. This person is Li Tianxiang, the young master of Tianhai Technology. He pursued me for a while, but I ignored him. I never expected to run into him here. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Gu Ming's expression, afraid that he might be dissatisfied. Gu Ming squeezed her small hand. So what? Lots of men are pursuing my wife. which just means I have good taste. He genuinely didn't take Li Tianxiang's little temper to heart. He's just a clown. On the other side, Li Tianxiang walked towards the conference room with a sullen face, his heart filled with anger. The secretary followed beside him, offering cautious reminders. Mr. Li, please don't get angry with this kind of person. If we secure the AI project cooperation today, the chairman will definitely designate you as the group's successor. When Tianhai Technology reaches a new level, no matter how aloof Shen Qingyuan is, she'll still be. Do you even need to tell me? Li Tianxiang scoffed, arrogantly raising his chin. Our Tianhai Technology is a key candidate enterprise named by the province. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we are 100% certain that we can secure the Super Bean Bun project. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Was Super Bean Bun a revolutionary breakthrough in artificial intelligence? Once implemented, it could completely upend the entire technology industry. Once the license is obtained, the company's market value will double. He went back to find Shen Qingyuan, not believing she could still put on airs. So what if Shen Qingyuan got married? He prefers it. As Li Tianxiang approached the conference room, he received a call from his father. Tianxiang, are we here? Let me tell you, we have to secure this deal today. Mr. Li spoke in a serious tone. I have already asked someone to speak to Dean Wang on my behalf. As long as we can obtain AI authorization, our Tianhai intelligent products will be able to completely crush our competitors. We won't have to worry about sales for the next 3 years. You better give it your all and don't mess this up. Don't worry, Dad. I know what I'm doing. Li Tianxiang readily agreed and hung up the phone feeling even more smug. Upon entering the conference room, representatives from 7 or 8 companies were already seated, discussing in hushed tones, their voices filled with enthusiasm. Have you heard? This AI is 10 times more intelligent than any other product on the market. Absolutely. Once you get the authorization, you can take off immediately. It's like making money while lying down. Li Tianxiang glanced around, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. These tiny fish and shrimp don't even dare to compete with him. Chapter 41. Is Gu Ming a scientific research genius? In the conference room, Li Tianxiang found a seat at the very front and sat down. He casually draped his suit jacket over the back of the chair, his posture relaxed. He had barely settled down when he caught a glimpse of someone entering through the door, and his eyebrows immediately rose. Oh, Mr. Chun, you've come in person to discuss the project? The visitor was Chun Jie, who had been in business for just 2.5 years. He had created a niche mobile phone brand called Huami, which focused on high-cost performance. Recently, Tianhai Technology has captured a significant portion of its low-end market with several budget smartphones priced around 1,000 yuan. Li Tianxiang always regarded him as a thorn in his side. Your small company can actually meet the requirements for AI licensing? Li Tianxiang leaned back in his chair, his tone somewhat sarcastic. Don't end up not even being able to pay the entrance fee, making a wasted trip in time. Chun Jie showed no anger, only a faint smile. Just giving it a try. What if there's a chance? He did come with a try-it-out mentality. 2 days ago, he learned about the existence of Super Bean Bun through insider information. He set off almost immediately to come over. Chun Jie is all too aware of the significance of general artificial intelligence. If we could deeply integrate super AI into mobile phones, enabling intelligent operation across all scenarios, users no longer need to manually tap the app. They can complete all operations with just one sentence. That would be an absolute game changer. No amount of competition would be enough to defeat it. Huami is just starting out, its scale is small, and its cash flow is not abundant. He didn't have high hopes. He would consider it a win if he could even get a chance to sit in on the class. Li Tianxiang sneered, too lazy to waste any more words with him, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes to rest, and waited for Dean Wang to come over. The others in the meeting room were also talking in hushed tones, their conversation revolving entirely around Super Bean Bun. Everyone knows that obtaining this authorization is equivalent to obtaining a ticket to the industry for the next 3 years. A short while later, Dean Wang Chong pushed open the door and came in, giving everyone a brief greeting. Immediately, company representatives rushed up to flatter him. Dean Wang, your research institute is amazing. You've actually developed such incredible technology. Wang Chong waved his hand and smiled, remarking, "You're all wrong. The Super Bean Bun wasn't developed by our institute. It was made independently by a top external technical expert. We are only responsible for implementing the cooperation. If we want to obtain authorization, We have to get their approval first. These words immediately caused an uproar in the conference room. Li Tianxiang was also taken aback for a moment, then became somewhat dismissive. Regardless of who the developer is, when choosing a partner, shouldn't we look at the company's strength and implementation capabilities? Tianhai is a leading company in the province's digital industry. In terms of qualifications and scale, who can compare? We can't just ignore leading companies and choose a small workshop instead. In the small meeting room at this time, Gu Ming, Shen Qingyuan, and Xia Jiangwo were sitting and drinking tea. After a brief discussion with the companies in the conference room, Wang Chong immediately rushed over in person. Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Wang Chong, the director of the Research Institute. I've finally met the real person. As soon as Wang Chong entered the room, he walked quickly toward Gu Ming and shook hands with him. He was very polite and had no airs of a department-level official. After shaking hands, he looked at Shen Qingyuan beside him and smiled gently. This must be Mrs. Gu, right? They are such a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. Wang Chong had great respect for Gu Ming. He has dedicated his life to scientific research and knows all too well the importance of top-tier core technologies. Back then, Qin Shuessen was worth 5 divisions by himself. If the general artificial intelligence that Gu Ming has now can be applied to various fields, such as national defense, industry, and people's livelihood, the value it will bring is immeasurable. Gu Ming and Wang Chong chatted briefly about building a joint laboratory, and the general direction was quickly finalized. Mr. Gu, would you like to participate in the selection process for collaborations between private and commercial entities? Many companies from the industry have come. You can personally choose a suitable partner. Wang Chong asked tentatively. Okay, let's go take a look. Gu Ming nodded, then took Shen Qingyuan's hand and stood up. Shen Qingyuan followed him quietly without saying a word, her demeanor composed and proper. Wang Chong saw this and was even more impressed. Indeed, outstanding people have extraordinary people around them. Inside the large conference room, upon hearing footsteps outside the door, everyone immediately sat up straight, their eyes all turning towards the entrance. Dean Wang walked in first, and everyone's eyes immediately fell on what was behind him. When they saw that excessively young figure, everyone was stunned for a moment. Too young. It looks somewhat familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Most of the people here are from the business world and don't pay much attention to the film and television industry. Gu Ming looked familiar, but no one connected him with the director who made 3 billion yuan at the box office. Despite their surprise, no one dared to underestimate the situation. The scientific research community doesn't care about seniority or age. Everyone has heard the story of Gauss solving a century-old mathematical problem in one night. Those who can develop such groundbreaking technology cannot be judged by common sense. Only Li Tianxiang was completely dumbfounded when he saw Gu Ming. Gu Ming? How could it be him? He forced down his unease and tried to comfort himself by deceiving himself. Gu Ming must have pulled some strings to get in here and ride the wave of popularity. It has absolutely nothing to do with AI projects. Yes, that must be it. Dean Wang. Is this the researcher behind the Super Bean Bun? Someone below couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Wang Chong stepped forward half a step and introduced the topic in a loud voice with a smile. Let me formally introduce you. This is Mr. Gu Ming, the developer of Super Bean Bun AI. He is also a core partner in this project, and Mr. Gu will ultimately decide which company will be authorized to the project. What? Li Tianxiang was completely dumbfounded. Is Gu Mingjin the developer of Super Bean Bun? He rushed over eagerly, desperately trying to obtain AI authorization. The developer was actually Gu Ming, the guy he had just mocked? This is a core technology that could reshape the entire tech industry. What did he say before? He said that people got in through connections to broaden their horizons? Can this statement be taken back? Li Tianxiang's legs went weak and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. The entire audience erupted in excitement. The way everyone looked at Gu Ming changed. Shock, excitement, awe, a mix of emotions swirled together. This groundbreaking AI technology was actually developed by such a young person. I thought he was a very senior professor. This is amazing. No wonder the Research Institute values him so much. He's a true scientific genius. To have developed groundbreaking technology at such a young age. A murmur of discussion immediately arose from below. Gu Ming remained calm, smiled, and surveyed the entire room with a composed gaze. His gaze fell upon Li Tianxiang, who looked completely bewildered and stiff all over. Each company representative had their own nameplate displayed on their table, making it easy to identify them. The plaque in front of Li Tianxiang's desk had the 4 large characters Tianhai Technology printed on it. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. Tianhai Technology doesn't need to participate in the selection process, right? Wang Chong was stunned for a moment. Tianhai Technology is a leading enterprise that the province is focusing on supporting, and he actually has a high opinion of it. Chapter 42, this is a bit too exciting, isn't it? Wang Chong's single sentence effectively sealed the fate of Tianhai Technology's cooperation plans. Li Qianxiang opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He had no right to act wildly in front of Dean Wang, let alone bargain. Since they announced the elimination in public, there is absolutely no room for negotiation. The secretary quickly helped the pale-faced Li Tianxiang, and they slunk out of the conference room. Order was quickly restored in the meeting room, and the subsequent screening proceeded swiftly. Representatives from each company took turns going on stage to submit their proposals. When it was Chun Jie's turn, he took a deep breath and walked onto the stage with a stiff upper lip. He explained his AI hand mechanism idea very clearly, and the plan was very detailed. As he finished speaking, Chun Jie looked at Gu Ming on the stage with a solemn expression. If we can get the authorization for Super Bean Bun, Huami is willing to allocate 50% of the revenue from all AI-related products as a technology dividend to Mr. Gu. These words caused a low murmur of commotion in the audience. 50% of the profits will be distributed as dividends. This sincerity is undeniable. It's equivalent to giving away half the profits of a product line. It's truly remarkable that a small, newly established company could have such boldness. Dean Wang was somewhat surprised and turned to look at Gu Ming. Gu Ming was also a little surprised. He originally felt that Chun Jie's plan had the best chance of being implemented, and that the idea of combining AI with mobile phones also had explosive potential. I didn't expect them to be so sincere. Okay, let's choose Huami. Gu Ming nodded. Chun Jie suddenly looked up, his eyes wide open. He stood there stunned for 2.5 seconds. Then an overwhelming sense of joy washed over him, and he quickly bowed deeply to Gu Ming. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. He never dreamed that he had only come with a try-it-out mentality. They actually managed to break through the ranks of leading companies and secure this opportunity. After the meeting, Chun Jie stayed behind to chat with Gu Ming for a while. Mr. Gu, don't worry. I will definitely make the product a success. Before leaving, Chun Jie patted his chest and made a promise. Tianhai Group Headquarters. As soon as Li Tianxiang pushed open the office door, he bumped into his father, who was rushing over. So, did the cooperation go through? Mr. Li was beaming with excitement, eagerly awaiting good news. Li Tianxiang's face turned grim. It's a failure. What? Mr. Li's eyes widened, and his blood pressure instantly spiked. After listening to his secretary's trembling account of the whole story, he was so angry that he trembled all over. He raised his hand and slapped Li Tianxiang across the face. You damn brat. I sent you to discuss cooperation, but instead you've been causing trouble everywhere. Do you know what AI means? It means a complete reshuffling of the entire industry. Now that you've offended the developers, what are we going to do with Tianhai? Mr. Li said angrily. Li Tianxiang was stunned by the blow, covering his burning cheek, filled with regret. He never expected this. Gu Ming, whom he initially looked down upon, turned out to be a top-tier expert who possessed core technologies. If I had known he would say such a mean thing. But it's too late to say anything now. By the way, Dad, isn't the US also developing AI? Li Tianxiang grasped at a straw and quickly spoke up. I refuse to believe their technology can be that bad. Let's cooperate with the United States. They can't be any worse than a young person, can they? Mr. Li was stunned for a moment, then sighed heavily. At this point, we have no choice but to give it a try. But he knew very well that no matter how good the technology in the United States was, it still belonged to someone else. Not only are licensing fees expensive, but the core technologies are unlikely to be released by the companies. It's much more convenient to have in-depth cooperation with local partners. After this incident, Tianhai Technology is likely to fall far behind its competitors. In the underground parking lot, the car was parked quietly in a corner. Honey, you're not angry because of Li Tianxiang, are you? Shinqing Yuan sat in the passenger seat and asked in a low voice. After all, he was her former suitor, and she was still worried that Gu Ming might feel uncomfortable. What do I have to be angry about? Gu Ming smiled and ruffled her hair. If someone is pursuing me, It means my wife is beautiful and outstanding. So what? Shun Qingyuan's temperament and appearance are already exceptional, so it's perfectly normal for her to have suitors. Honey, you're the best. Shen Qingyuan felt a sweet warmth in her heart, leaned over and hugged Gu Ming's neck, and offered her red lips to him. The temperature inside the car gradually rose. When the kiss ended, both of them were a little out of breath. Just one kiss, and that's it? Gu Ming's gaze fell on the lines outlined by her seatbelt. Then what else do you want to do? Shun Qingyuan's eyes were red at the corners and moist, and she said in a seductive voice. Gu Ming's Adam's apple bobbed, and he reached out to pinch her waist. Let's go home first and talk about it when we get back. He was now aroused and couldn't wait to go home. You don't necessarily have to go home. Shun Qingyuan leaned close to his ear and whispered something. Gu Ming's eyes widened instantly, somewhat incredulous. Tease is a bit too exciting, isn't it? Don't you like it? Shun Qingyuan bit her lip lightly. Last time at the beach, you seemed quite satisfied. As she spoke, she bent down and slid down. The back of the passenger seat blocked the view through the window, making it impossible to see anything inside from the outside. Gu Ming gasped and instinctively held his breath. After a long while, Shun Qingyuan sat back down in her seat, her face flushed. Her lips were rosy and full, and slightly swollen. Shun Qingyuan's throat moved slightly, and she raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth. She looked at Gu Ming, her voice soft. Honey, are you satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. It was more than half an hour later when the two of them finally calmed down and drove home. Li Min was strolling leisurely along the carpet, holding her 3 children. The 2 babies lay side by side on the crawling mat. Hearing the door open, the 2 little ones immediately turned their heads in unison, babbling incoherently. You're back. The babies took a long nap this afternoon and just woke up. They're waiting for you. Li Min smiled and handed the 3 treasures to Shun Qingyuan. Shun Qingyuan took off her shoes, stepped barefoot on the carpet, and sat down on the sofa with Sanbao in her arms. Her feet were small and delicate, with fair and translucent skin and a faint pink tinge to her toes, which made Gu Ming's heart itch a little. You should wear shoes even at home. Be careful not to catch a cold. Gu Ming walked over and took out the pair of slippers that Shun Qingyuan often wore from the shoe cabinet. Then I knelt down beside her feet, naturally took her slender ankles, and put her slippers on. Shun Qingyuan's cheeks flushed slightly again, and she muttered softly, it's just a few steps. Not even a few steps. Gu Ming squeezed her soft soles, stood up, and casually carried Dabao to the sofa as well. Dabao nestled in his arms, tugging at his collar with his little hands and giggling. By dinner time, the 3 babies were exhausted after a whole afternoon of playing around. After bathing and feeding, the 3 little ones lay in the crib. Before long, she was yawning and fell into a deep sleep while hugging her comfort blanket. Chapter 43: Babies' 100-Day Celebration. Time flew by, and the 3 babies turned 100 days old. Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan didn't plan on having a big celebration. They just wanted to have a small family dinner at home. It's best for family members to get together. The villa they now live in is spacious and bright. The living room on the first floor was tidied up, and a huge solid wood round table was placed there, which was more than enough for the whole family. Around 10 a.m., Gu Jianfeng and Li Min arrived first. The elderly couple carried large and small bags, all of which were little clothes they had bought for their 3 babies. There were also many baby and toddler supplies, filling 2 large bags. My dear grandchildren. As soon as Li Min entered the room, she changed her shoes and headed straight for the crib in the living room, her steps quickening considerably. She looked at the 3 adorable little ones and couldn't stop smiling. Oh my, so fair and chubby. You've taken such good care of yourself. Li Min reached out and gently touched Bao Gu In's little face. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. He was simply her dream man. Li Min turned to look at Shun Qingyuan beside her, her voice full of heartache. Qingyuan, you've worked hard too. The 2 of you taking care of 3 children must have kept you up a lot of nights. Shun Qingyuan smiled and handed her a glass of warm water. Mom, Gu Ming has been helping to take care of me. He gets up at night to make milk and change diapers, so I'm not very tired. Gu Jianfeng stood to the side, looking at his 3 grandchildren. His usually serious face was now full of smiles, and he adjusted his glasses and nodded repeatedly. Great, great, everyone is full of energy. Just then, the doorbell rang again. It was Shen Sanshi and Su Yueqin, a married couple. Shen Sanshi didn't bring a driver today. He drove himself. Sui Wechin also carried a bag and a thermos in her hand, filled with stewed fish maw for her daughter. Dad, Mom, you're here. Shun Qingyuan hurriedly went to greet them. Shin Sancher nodded and quickly walked to the crib. He looked at the three little ones, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. The baby is so cute, just like Qingyuan when she was little. Shin Sancher carefully picked up Sanbao on awe. The little girl looked at him with her big, bright eyes, not crying, but babbling and reaching out her little hands to grab his beard. Oh my, the baby is so cute. Sui Wechin chuckled and teased a couple of times, then pulled Shun Qingyuan aside, and the mother and daughter whispered to each other. Li Min watched from the side and laughed, then took out her phone and recorded a short video. The camera pans across three babies lying obediently in a room full of happy elders. I casually posted it on my WeChat moments. The caption read, "Happy 100th day to my three little ones. I just hope our family is all together." The comments section exploded shortly after. "The baby is so beautiful. When are you having the wedding banquet? Why didn't you let us know? My goodness, these three little ones look exactly alike. They're so cute. Congratulations." Li Min replied to each one with a smile. At noon, Gu Ming, wearing an apron, spent the whole morning in the kitchen preparing a large table full of dishes. Braised lion's head meatballs, steamed sea bass, Buddha jumps over the wall. The combination of meat and vegetables filled the entire house with its delicious aroma. The family sat together for a meal, creating a lively and cheerful atmosphere. At the dinner table, Shun Sancher also took the initiative to talk to Gu Ming about business matters. He put down his wine glass, looked at Gu Ming, and spoke in a very serious tone. "Gu Ming, Tianyuan Entertainment under your control is doing very well now. Are you interested in taking over my Tianyuan group?" Gu Ming paused for a moment, then put down his chopsticks. "Dad, what do you mean? How about I lend you a hand if you become the CEO?" Shin Sancher smiled, half joking and half seriously. "I'm getting old, my energy isn't keeping up, and I'm finding it harder to manage things. It's perfect that you're capable enough to take the lead. I'll retire to the second line and enjoy my retirement, taking care of my grandchildren." "Dad, this is unacceptable. This is all your life's work." Gu Ming quickly waved his hand. He never considered taking over Tianyuan Group. His own career was already stable enough. "It is precisely because it is my hard work that I want to entrust it to a reliable person," Shin Sancher said with certainty. "Qingyuan is an only child, and all these things will be yours sooner or later. Instead of waiting until I get old and can't manage anymore, and the company slowly declines, it's better for you to take over while I can still lend a hand. That way, I can rest assured." Gu Ming wanted to decline, but Shin Sancher simply waved his hand. "It's settled then. You'll hold the title of president for now, but I'll still manage the daily operations. You can gradually take over once you're more familiar with it. There's no rush." Having said that, Gu Ming could only nod reluctantly. "Okay, Dad, I'll learn first. Please point out any mistakes I make." "Haha, great." Shin Sancher laughed heartily, feeling a huge weight lifted from his heart. With Gu Ming around, Tianyuan Group won't have to worry about anything for the next few decades. The meal was enjoyed by everyone. The elders chatted and occasionally played with the baby, filling the room with laughter. After the meal, the elders spent a long time playing with the baby. They didn't get up and leave until the babies started yawning. Li Min stayed behind specifically to help take care of the child that evening, so the young couple could get some rest. Having been cooped up at home for so long, Shun Qingyuan was eager to go out and explore. "I was just worried about the three little ones, so I was too embarrassed to bring it up. I fed the babies after they woke up in the evening." She leaned against Gu Ming's chest, her fingertips gently poking his chest, her voice soft and slightly coquettish. "Honey, we haven't gone shopping in ages." Gu Ming lowered his head and kissed her hair, smiling as he said, "How about we go out for a stroll tonight? It's good that Mom is home, so the babies can be looked after. We can go out for some fresh air without worry." "Okay." Shun Qingyuan's eyes lit up immediately, and she got up right away to change her clothes and put on makeup. A short while later, Shun Qingyuan came out of the bedroom. She was wearing a simple, white, short-sleeve top. She paired it with high-waisted skinny jeans, which accentuated her slender waist. Her hips were round and full, and her two long legs were straight and well-proportioned, making her exceptionally eye-catching. Her long hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, making her both beautiful and energetic. Gu Ming stared blankly for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over her, his atoms apple-bobbing. "What are you looking at?" Shun Qingyuan blushed slightly under Gu Ming's gaze and walked over to take his arm. Gu Ming said with a smile, "My wife is really beautiful. She gets 100% attention when we go out." After telling Li Min, the two drove out and headed straight for the most popular riverside business district in Jianghai City. This is a gathering place for young people, with a food street connected to a large shopping mall. It gets especially lively at night, with couples strolling hand in hand and college students out having fun everywhere. "Honey, I want to drink milk tea." Shun Qingyuan pointed to the long queue at the popular bubble tea shop, her eyes sparkling. "Wait here for me. I'll go queue up to buy it." Gu Ming ruffled her hair and quickly walked over to queue up. Shun Qingyuan was standing by the roadside, looking down at her phone, when suddenly a voice rang out in front of her. "Miss, can I add you on WeChat?" A boy with dyed blonde hair stood in front of her with a confident smile, followed by several friends who were cheering him on. Shun Qingyuan didn't even look up and directly refused. "No." The blonde man was stunned for a moment, not expecting to be rejected so decisively. Undeterred, he pressed on with another question. "Why? Let's add each other as friends and get to know each other. I'll treat you to milk tea. I'm already married and have children." Shun Qingyuan raised her eyes. "I'm sorry to bother you." The blonde-haired man's face turned bright red instantly. Embarrassed, he dug his toes into the ground and turned to run away. He ran back to the other side of the street and complained to his friend, "They're all married and have kids now." His friend was also stunned and sighed, "It's a pity we didn't inherit the Prime Minister's ambition." Gu Ming walked over carrying 2 cups of milk tea and happened to see a boy fleeing in panic. He raised an eyebrow. "Did someone just add you on WeChat?" I refused." Shun Qingyuan took the milk tea, took a sip, and found it sweet. "Looks like I'll have to keep a closer eye on you, or you might get targeted if I'm not careful." Gu Ming reached out and held her hand tightly. Their fingers intertwined and deliberately whispered in her ear. "No way." Shun Qingyuan laughed and punched him lightly. Her cheeks flushed. Chapter 44, The Bullet Trajectory, is veering to the left. The two strolled along the food street and unknowingly ended up at the outdoor game area outside the mall. There were many small stalls set up here, and a lot of young people gathered around, chattering and making a lively scene. Shun Qingyuan stopped walking, her gaze drawn to the shooting stall at the corner. A large balloon wall stood in front of the stall, with colorful balloons lined up densely. The innermost ring of small red balloons is adorned with various large plush toys hanging below. "Honey, I want to play that shooting game where you can win prizes." "I've never played shooting games before. It looks so cool." Shun Qingyuan tugged at Gu Ming's sleeve, looking eager to try. "Okay, I'll go buy bullets." Gu Ming walked up to the stall, bought 50 soft rubber bullets, and helped her load the magazine. "Try it out first. If you don't like it, we'll try something else. Be careful not to hurt your hand." Shun Qingyuan stood excitedly outside the marking line. He picked up the gun, aimed at the yellow balloon at the front for a long time, took a deep breath, and pulled the trigger. Smack! The soft rubber bullet that flew out went way off course and hit the wooden board next to the balloon wall. "Oh no, why is it so much off-center?" She puffed out her cheeks, somewhat unconvinced, and fired several more shots in succession. But either you missed the target, or you only grazed the edge of the balloon. "I finally managed to hit 2 blue balloons, but all I got in return were 2 small keychains." After firing the last bullet, Shun Qingyuan leaned listlessly against Gu Ming's arm, her face drooping. "Honey, I'm so bad at this game. I can't even win a big prize. Is there something wrong with my aim?" "It's okay. Let your husband win for you. Which one do you want?" Gu Ming flexed his wrists, looking confident. "He got the maximum shooting skill last time. I want the biggest cinnamon dog, and the plush panda next to it. Oh, and that pink bunny at the very back is cute too." Shun Qingyuan pointed to the big prize hanging below the row of small red balloons at the very back, and instantly perked up again. "Watch closely." Gu Ming picked up the gun, weighed it in his hand, and slung it over his shoulder with fluid movements. He glanced at the red balloon in the center for 2 seconds, then pulled the trigger. The bullet grazed the left side of the red balloon. It hit the wooden board behind it with a thud. So close. Shun Qingyuan stomped her foot, feeling particularly regretful. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow and glanced at the boss next to him. "The bullet trajectory is veering to the left." The boss was stunned for a moment, and his face instantly turned red with embarrassment. He was so embarrassed that he almost dug his toes out of the 3-bedroom apartment. Holy crap! How can you tell if a bullet veers to the left after firing just 1 shot? This guy must be a professional, right? Then I'll get you a different one." He stammered, saying that he was caught red-handed doing something sneaky, and his face turned red. He did not want the gun to be used directly. That's why I did this little trick. Shun Xingyuan also widened her eyes in surprise, not expecting it to be about the gun. Need not. Gu Ming had adjusted his aim, shifting it slightly to the right, and pulled the trigger again. Smack! The red balloon in the very center burst open. Wow, I won. It's a cinnamon dog. Shun Xingyuan exclaimed in surprise and skipped over to take the large plush toy handed to her by the shopkeeper. Several young people around, who had only one small pendants after playing for a long time, looked over with envy. Gu Ming didn't stop. He loaded another bullet. The second shot, aimed at the panda, hit its mark precisely. The third shot, aimed at the hardest-to-reach pink rabbit in the corner, landed squarely in the center of the red balloon. The fourth shot, the fifth shot. He shot headshots with every shot, specifically targeting the innermost and smallest red balloons. You hardly need to aim for long. You can hit the target with a simple flick of the wrist, as if you're using a cheat code. Before long, 7 or 8 large dolls, each about half a person's height, and a bunch of medium-sized dolls were piled up at Shun Xingyuan's feet. Holy crap, 100% accuracy. That's incredible. Is he a soldier? He's definitely a veteran. A large crowd quickly gathered around, all stunned and discussing the scene. Look at that girl's boyfriend. And look at you. 30 bullets, and you can't even hit a little kid. And you call yourself a professional. A girl pinched her boyfriend's arm, her tone full of complaint. How can you compare them? They're professionals. They're obviously veterans. How can I possibly compete with them? I'm just a 10-year veteran of Crossfire. The boy looked aggrieved and stared in disbelief. All eyes were on Gu Ming. The girls looked on with adoration, while the boys were thoroughly overwhelmed and filled with admiration. The stall owner looked up and saw this scene, and his heart clenched instantly. That's not right. How can this guy be so awesome? He'd been running a shooting stall for 5 years and had never seen anyone this skilled. Everyone else wins several keychains for $100. This guy is something else. He only targets the most expensive limited edition figurines. He was buying dolls that cost several tens of dollars each, as if they were wholesale. This wave will result in a loss of at least $1,000. The boss was so pained that his face scrunched up like a steam bun. They were afraid that if Gu Ming bought another 100 bullets, he would clear out his entire wall of prizes. The boss was almost tempted to offer him a cigarette and beg the older brother to go easy on him. That's enough. Let's go, Gu Ming said with a smile. I used up all 50 bullets, and there was a pile of plush toys at my feet. Shun Xingyuan was holding the 2 biggest ones in her arms, and she couldn't stop smiling. Honey, you're amazing. She looked up at Gu Ming, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Basic operations, don't be silly. Gu Ming smiled and helped her steady the rabbit doll that was about to slide down. There are too many of these dolls for us to carry. Keep a few that you like, and exchange the rest for cash with the shopkeeper. The shop owner, whose face was contorted in pain, suddenly brightened up upon hearing this. He immediately scurried over, smiling obsequiously, and said, Yes, yes, yes. If you can't take it with you, I'll buy it back at cost price. Absolutely fair. He thought he was definitely going to lose a lot of money today, but unexpectedly there was a chance for a turnaround. The recycled dolls can still be used later, so even if we earn less, it's better than losing a lot of money. His attitude was incredibly enthusiastic, a complete contrast to his earlier awkwardness. Shun Xingyuan looked down and picked through the pile, keeping her 3 favorite large plush toys: the cinnamon dog, the cuddly panda, and the pink rabbit. The remaining dozen or so dolls of various sizes were sold to the owner. The boss did the math on the spot and transferred 500 yuan to Gu Ming. He felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, and Gu Mingdu seemed much more agreeable to him now. Although I still lost a little, it's much better than losing everything. Let's go home. Gu Ming hung the 3 large plush toys on his arm and held Shun Xingyuan's hand with one hand, looking very relaxed. As the 2 figures walked away, the boss politely called after them. Come visit again next time, bro. He said that aloud, but secretly he was thinking, don't come again, or you win all the prizes on this wall. The 2 walked out of the mall carrying dolls, attracting an absurd number of stares. Children passing by couldn't take their eyes off the soft, plush toys, tugging at their parents' hands and clamoring to play shooting games and win the toys too. As she sat in the car, Shun Xingyuan rubbed against Yugue, the dog, and laughed. I never expected to win so much while playing shooting games. It's so much fun. Shall we come again next time? Looking at Shun Xingyuan's childlike demeanor, Gu Ming smiled and said, of course, no problem. Chapter 45, Shun Xingyuan got her period. More than half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Huami's models equipped with the new chip have seen explosive sales, and the first month's dividends have arrived on time. Guming was sitting on the living room carpet playing with his 3 babies on the playmat when his phone vibrated. He clicked on the bank notification, and a long string of numbers popped up, a full 100 million. He had only ever seen so many zeros before, in Sichuan and Chongqing. However, to him, this money was just a string of numbers. Guming didn't react much and casually turned off his phone. After he bathed and fed the 3 babies, they slowly fell asleep. Time flew by, and it was past 9 o'clock in the evening. Shun Qingyuan had just finished showering and casually tied her still slightly damp, long hair into a loose bun. She changed into a pair of black pantyhose, the thin material covering her straight and slender legs. She also wore a short pink knitted dress over it, which accentuated Shun Qingyuan's rounded and full hips. She had just turned on the tap to wash her underwear. Her underwear was pink with a soft little bear pattern printed on it. Guming came right up to me from behind, his hands wandering all over me. "Wife, the baby is asleep," Guming chuckled. Feeling the heat pressing against her from behind, Shun Qingyuan, her hands still wet with water droplets, said helplessly, "Honey, not today." Guming put his arm around her waist, rested his chin on her shoulder, and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Shun Qingyuan blushed slightly and said, "I've started my period. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Guming immediately frowned and reached out to turn off the tap. Come, let me wash you. You go and rest outside." He took Shun Qingyuan's hands out of the basin and dried them with a towel. Shun Qingyuan said, "Honey, it's okay. I'm not that dramatic." "This isn't being dramatic. Look at you, touching cold water even when you're on your period. What will you do if your stomach hurts later?" Guming frowned, his tone serious. Hot water is not suitable for washing underwear because dirt can easily denature and remain on the underwear. That's why Shun Qingyuan washed with cold water. You can touch cold water even when you're on your period. "I'm healthy. I used to be able to eat popsicles during my periods," Shun Qingyuan said with a smile. "If I say no, then no," Guming said earnestly. "Everyone's constitution is different, but it's best to avoid contact with cold water if possible." Shun Qingyuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Guming took her hand and walked out of the restroom. "You know what? The way you're looking at me makes it seem like you're disciplining your daughter," Shun Qingyuan said. Guming pinched her waist. "Aren't you my daughter? Don't talk nonsense, or I'll beat you up." Shun Qingyuan waved her little fist and threatened. Guming lowered his head and chuckled softly in her ear. "But you really did call me dad." "Stop." Shun Qingyuan's face was burning hot, and she immediately stopped the topic. Thinking of the embarrassing scene from before, she felt instantly ashamed and couldn't help but punch Guming. Guming said with a smile, "Wife, you could just lie down and rest in the bedroom. Also, don't touch cold water. I'm not kidding." Besides, Guming rambled on, leaving Shun Qingyuan both amused and exasperated. But for some reason, she also really liked Guming nagging her. Okay, I know." Shun Qingyuan sat on the bed, with 3 sleeping babies behind her. "That's good." Guming pinched Shun Qingyuan's soft cheeks, turned around, and went back to the bathroom to wash Shun Qingyuan's underwear. "It's just washing my wife's underwear. There's nothing shameful about it." Shun Qingyuan has always insisted on hand-washing her underwear, saying that machine washing is not clean and can easily breed bacteria. Guming rubbed the pink bear-shaped underwear while pondering. "Should I buy a small washing machine specifically for underwear? This will save me from having to do it myself every time." After washing and hanging up the bear-shaped underwear, Guming glanced at the time and realized it was still early. At that moment, Shun Qingyuan's aggrieved voice came from the bedroom. "Honey, my stomach hurts a little." Guming immediately went in and saw Shun Qingyuan curled up on the bed, her brows furrowed and her face pale. "I told you not to touch cold water. Lie down quickly," Guming said hurriedly. "I'll just have a bowl of brown sugar water," Shun Qingyuan said softly. "No, brown sugar water won't help." Guming sat on the edge of the bed, tucked the blanket around her, and patiently explained. "Brown sugar water is essentially just sugar. The ancients found it useful because resources were scarce, and sugar was a rare nutrient that could replenish energy. It's the same principle as eating eggs during postpartum confinement. These are sayings passed down from when nutrition was scarce." "Ah, is that so?" Shun Qingyuan's eyes widened in surprise. "Yes, I'll make you something else. It's 100 times more effective than brown sugar water," Guming said. He has maxed out medical skills, and there happens to be an ancient prescription specifically for regulating menstruation. It can warm the meridians and dispel cold, warm the uterus and relieve pain, which is suitable for Shun Xingyuan to drink now. Guming took out the ingredients he had prepared earlier from the storage room. Donkey hide gelatin, longan, pitted red dates, goji berries, and roses are all readily available. First, boil the longan and red dates until soft. Then add the donkey hide gelatin and slowly simmer until dissolved. Finally, add goji berries and rose petals and simmer over low heat for about 10 minutes. Because it was evening, Guming deliberately didn't add ginger so that Shun Xingyun wouldn't feel too hot and unable to sleep. The resulting soup is thick and has a subtle rose aroma. It's sweet but not cloying. Honey, drink up. It's freshly made, the temperature is just right. Guming carried the bowl into the bedroom and fed her the drink spoonful by spoonful. Shun Xingyuan took 2 sips, and her eyes lit up immediately. It tastes so good, and my stomach really doesn't hurt as much anymore. A warm current slid down her throat and slowly spread to her lower abdomen. The pain was relieved by more than half immediately. Thank you, honey, I love you. Although Shun Xingyuan was already used to Gu Ming's thoughtfulness, she did not take it for granted. Every time Gu Ming does something for her, even if it's something he's done before, Shun Xingyuan is still very touched. Here, let me press it again, it'll heal faster. Gu Ming sat down next to her, rubbed his hands together to warm them, and gently placed them on her lower abdomen. Massage slowly in a clockwise direction with moderate pressure, applying a warm, gentle touch. Shun Xingyuan was initially a little embarrassed. As a result, after Gu Ming massaged her for less than 10 minutes, her pain almost disappeared, and she felt much more comfortable. Are you feeling any better? Gu Ming asked her, looking down at her. It doesn't hurt anymore. Shun Xingyuan nodded, reached out, and hugged Gu Ming's waist, burying her face in his chest. Honey, you're so wonderful. Gu Ming smiled and ruffled her hair. You lie down and rest. I'll go wash the dishes. I'll soothe the baby when he wakes up. You should get a good night's sleep. Wow. Gu Ming had just finished washing the dishes and tidying up the kitchen when the baby's cries came from the nursery. Wife, just lie in bed and don't move. I'll go check on you, Gu Ming said immediately. Okay. Shun Xingyuan replied obediently. Gu Ming skillfully prepared formula for the 3 babies, fed them, and burped them afterward. After a short while of coaxing, the little ones fell asleep again. When Gu Ming returned to the bedroom, Shun Xingyuan was almost asleep. Is the baby asleep? She asked groggily. Yes, they're all fast asleep. Gu Ming lifted the covers and lay down, pulling her into his arms. Go to sleep. Don't do anything these next few days. I'll take care of everything. That won't do. You still have company matters to attend to, Shun Xingyuan said. Gu Ming's tone was very confident. There are other people in the company keeping an eye on things, so it's fine. It's most important for you to get some rest. Listen to me. Shun Xingyuan snuggled closer to him, found a comfortable position, and closed her eyes peacefully. The bedroom was quiet, with only the sound of each other's breathing. Shun Xingyuan felt incredibly lucky. Chapter 46. The baby turned tide. Since Shun Xingyuan was still menstruating, Gu Ming could only sigh helplessly. These past few days, he's focused entirely on taking care of the kids, playing with the 3 little ones every day, becoming a full-time, stay-at-home dad. Of course, seeing that Gu Ming was really suffering, Shun Xingyuan also helped him a few times. That afternoon, Gu Ming lay on the playmat, playing Manhattan ball with his 3 babies. This soft, handheld ball is especially friendly to 3-month-old babies. The outer soft rubber can also be used as a teething toy, massaging the gums and relieving discomfort during teething when the baby chews on it. The 3 little ones were grabbing at each other, blowing bubbles, and having a great time. Gu Ming deliberately teased Erbao Guanshan by holding the ball. The little guy waved his chubby arms and tried to grab it for ages, but couldn't. He got so anxious that he cried out, and his little face turned red. Host detected engaging in ball-playing activities with baby, triggering reward. Ball skill mastery. All ball sport skills have been loaded and are at the host's disposal. Gu Ming's eyes widened immediately. No, is this even considered ball? The next second, a massive amount of knowledge about ball games flooded into my mind. Basketball, soccer, tennis, billiards. Even bowling techniques are ingrained in his muscle memory, making him as skilled as if he had practiced for over a decade. Gu Ming looked down at the soft Manhattan ball in his hand. He glanced at Erbao, whose face was flushed from fighting for the ball, and his lips twitched. Okay, whatever the system says goes. But what's even more outrageous is, Why is it that hemispheres seem to be categorized under ball sports expertise as well? Gu Ming glanced at the curves of Shun Qingyuan's chest and was secretly shocked. He quickly dismissed the chaotic thoughts. What do you want to eat for lunch? Shall I make you a clear broth hot pot? Gu Ming looked up and spoke to Shun Qingyuan. Okay, I want to eat hanging scallops. Shun Qingyuan smiled sweetly. In the kitchen, Gu Ming got busy. He brought out a piece of freshly cut meat, and Shun Qingyuan's eyes lit up when she took a look. Honey, your knife skills are amazing. You sliced it so thinly, even hot pot restaurants don't slice it as well as you do. Of course, it's for my wife, so it has to be pretty good. Gu Ming smiled, put down the plate of meat, and picked up a few slices to dip in the pot. You're on your period. Eat more meat to nourish yourself. Okay. Shun Qingyuan felt a sweet warmth in her heart, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at Gu Ming, her eyes full of smiles. After finishing his meal, Gu Ming took the initiative to clear the dishes and wash them in the kitchen. Shun Qingyuan wiped the table and was about to sit down when she heard whimpering coming from the nursery. She went inside and saw that Sanbao Anua had woken up, kicking his little legs and blowing bubbles, his little feet kicking the bed railing with a thud. Thinking that she hadn't held her child for a while, Shun Qingyuan bent down and carefully picked up the little one. But as soon as I picked her up, Sanbao Anua started to get restless. She strained to one side, tilted her head back, and pushed against Shun Qingyuan's chest with her chubby arms. He was still humming and hawing, his face full of reluctance. What's wrong, Anno? Is mommy holding you uncomfortable? Shun Qingyuan softened her movements and changed to a horizontal hugging position. As a result, the little guy twisted even more, his little brows furrowed, and his eyes immediately turned red. It felt like I would burst into tears if I had been a step later. Having no other choice, Shun Qingyuan quickly and gently put the baby back into the crib. As soon as they touched the mattress, the three babies stopped fussing. Her small body was turned to the side, her bottom sticking out, and she was straining with all her might, seemingly trying to do something. Shun Qingyuan squatted by the bed and looked at it, feeling a little sad. She hasn't been feeling well these past few days, so she hasn't been holding the baby as much, but she's still by the baby's side every day. Why doesn't the little guy recognize her anymore? Feeling increasingly aggrieved, Shun Qingyuan poked the baby's soft cheek with her fingertip and muttered softly, "You little ingrate. Mommy stays up all night every day to feed you, and now you won't let me hold you? Why are you squatting here?" After Gu Ming finished washing the dishes, he walked in and saw Shun Qingyuan squatting by the crib, her head drooping, looking unhappy. He walked over, squatted down next to Shun Qingyuan, and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" "No." Shun Qingyuan shook her head, her voice a little muffled. "Anno doesn't seem to like being held anymore. She cried as soon as I held her, but she was fine as soon as I put her down." She sounded a little aggrieved as she spoke, and her eyes even reddened slightly. Gu Ming smiled upon hearing this, his gaze falling on the three babies, Anua, in the crib. The little guy was lying on his side, twisting his waist to one side, and sticking his bottom up high, clearly gathering his strength. "Silly girl, it's not that she doesn't like you to hold her. She's trying to roll over, and you can't hold her tightly, so of course she's fussing." Gu Ming pinched her cheek, his tone indulgent. "Huh?" Shun Qingyuan was taken aback, then looked up at Gu Ming. "Turning over? By 3 months old, the baby will start to learn to roll over." As Gu Ming spoke, he leaned closer to the crib and demonstrated for her. "Look at Anua. He's twisting his waist this way and straining his buttocks too. He's trying to find a point of leverage. You were holding her just now, so she couldn't stretch out her body, and of course she was uncomfortable." Shun Qingyuan leaned closer to take a closer look and indeed saw that Sanbao was straining to the same side, stretching his little arms in that direction, and was really trying to roll over. Shun Qingyuan suddenly felt a little embarrassed, realizing that she had been wrong for nothing. "Come on, try it. Gently lift her buttocks and back, just apply a little pressure." Gu Ming moved aside. Shun Qingyuan nodded, carefully reached out, and gently supported Sanbao's little bottom, following her momentum to give it a little push. Sanbao let out a muffled groan, rolled over, and landed steadily on the bed. "Iya!" The little one was overjoyed when he successfully rolled over and looked around with his little head raised. Seeing Shun Qingyuan right next to her, she grinned with her toothless little mouth and giggled, drool dripping down her cheeks. It really flipped over. Shun Qingyuan's eyes lit up instantly, and the grievances she had just felt vanished in an instant, leaving only surprise and joy. She gently wiped the baby's drool with a soft tissue, saying, "Our Anua is so amazing." Sambao seemed to understand and laughed even harder, her little hands gripping the sheets as she strained to lift her head, looking incredibly cute. Guming and Shun Xingyuan played with Sambao for a while until the little one was so tired that she yawned, and then they coaxed her back to sleep. After putting the baby to sleep, Guming changed into his sportswear and went downstairs. There happens to be an outdoor basketball court downstairs in the apartment complex. He had just master ball games and was itching to try them out. He was amazed as soon as he picked it up. The basketball seemed to come alive. Change of direction, turn, pull up three-pointer. Guming's movements were dashing and handsome. They've never missed a three-pointer. Several high school students playing basketball nearby were stunned and gathered around to form a team. A girl passing by thought he looked really cool playing basketball, so she casually filmed a few clips and posted them on Douyin, TikTok, in her city. The caption read, "I bumped into a basketball legend downstairs in my apartment complex. He was so cool." It quickly garnered tens of thousands of likes, and the comment section was filled with amazement. That requires professional skill, right? Not a single three-pointer missed. That's outrageous. Great Xia Irving. That crossover left me completely dumbfounded. Which neighborhood is it? If I move there now, is it still possible to become an apprentice? And he's so handsome. What kind of godlike, good-looking guy is he? Jianghai University basketball team training hall. Su Wei was still frowning and scratching his head on the sidelines. They are about to play a friendly match against the sports school next door. As a result, the team's starting point guard tried to hook up with a female college student in the same city a few days ago, but was caught by her boyfriend in a hotel and beaten up. He's still in the hospital recovering from his back injury and can't play at all. Even the substitute defender sprained his ankle, and it looks like they won't be able to field a full squad for the game. He was considering whether he should go to the basketball court to recruit a player. A teammate next to him was scrolling through local Douyin videos when he suddenly patted his arm. Brother Su, come quick. This guy's basketball skills are amazing. His three-point shooting is perfect. He's way better than our school team's guard." Su Wei didn't take it seriously at first and just gave a perfunctory reply, glancing up at his phone screen. He was stunned at that one glance. The person in the video moves with grace and efficiency, and that face was all too familiar to him. Guming. Su Wei sat up abruptly, his eyes lighting up. That's right. How could he forget about Guming? Su Wei immediately sent messages to Guming, sending several messages in a row. After playing ball, Guming was covered in sweat, so he went home and took a shower. Shen Xingyuan casually picked up Guming's phone, which he had tossed on the coffee table, and started playing with it. Guming never put any precautions on her phone. The password was simply her birthday, 1210. So when she has nothing to do, she'll use it to watch videos for a while. As soon as Shen Xingyuan unlocked her phone, 2 WeChat messages popped up on her screen. Su Wei, bro, we're playing against the sports school soon, and we're sure to guard. Su Wei, Magic Johnson, kowtowing.jpg, please Michael come back. Chapter 47 breaking through a tight defense with 2 hands on the ball. Honey, someone is contacting you on WeChat. It seems to be the basketball team. Shen Xingyuan quickly called out towards the bathroom. Guming Gang came out while drying his hair and took a look at his phone. Su Wei was his former teammate on the university basketball team. Before Guming could reply, Su Wei called him directly. Hello, brother. You finally answered the phone. Su Wei's voice was filled with joy. You absolutely have to play in the friendly match against the sports school next week. Our team is almost empty. Su Wei wailed on the other end of the phone. What about Zhang Huang? Isn't he quite talented? Guming asked curiously. Zhang Huang was a freshman last year, playing small forward, and his physical talent was exceptional. When he joined the school team, he was touted as a future professional talent. Guming had already left the team by then, but I had heard a lot of rumors about him. Damn it, don't even mention that. Su Wei said indignantly, swearing as he spoke. This kid took his talent to the sports school next door. They even said our school teammates were bad and couldn't be carried, so they transferred schools and ran away. He even played for the opposing team in this friendly match, and before the game he boasted that he would crush us. He was incredibly arrogant. After hearing Su Wei's description, Guming couldn't help but complain. Is he really that sneaky? Brother, we really can't do this game without you. Su Wei said sincerely. If you don't come, we'll all be shaved bald today. Okay, I'm back. Guming smiled. Send me the time and place. I'll come over. Holy crap. Really? Su Wei was instantly overjoyed. Awesome, bro. I knew you'd be a true friend. When you get here, we'll take down those bastards. After hanging up the phone, Gu Ming put his phone on the coffee table. Shun Qingyuan blinked at him and asked, "Are you going to play in a basketball game?" "It's a friendly match. I'll just go have some fun." Gu Ming smiled and ruffled her hair. "I'll take you and the baby to see your husband's prowess on the court then." Shun Qingyuan's eyes lit up immediately, and she exclaimed with delight, "Great, great." She had never actually seen Gu Ming play basketball before, but just imagining it made her think he must be incredibly handsome. The competition took place on the afternoon of the third day. Gu Ming drove his modified Cullinan, carrying Shun Qingyuan and the three babies, directly to the basketball court of Jianghai University. He found a parking space near the venue entrance. Shun Qingyuan pushed the triplet stroller down and stood at the door waiting for Gu Ming to come over. Today she wore a beige, fitted long dress, her long hair loosely tied back, revealing her slender, fair neck. With her outstanding temperament and appearance, Shun Qingyuan instantly became the focus of the entire event. "Wow, who is that? They're so beautiful. Is she a fairy goddess? How come I've never seen her at school?" The boys stared wide-eyed, forgetting to even unscrew their water bottles. The girls were stunned and couldn't help but secretly take out their phones to take pictures. After all, who doesn't love looking at beautiful women? Soon, some of the older students who recognized Shun Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Shun Qingyuan, the goddess? She's getting more and more beautiful. I heard she's had 3 babies. Is it because of having children that she's become even more beautiful?" "Du Zai Dao Gao." "Nonsense. I am simply carrying on the Prime Minister's ambition." "My God, she recovered like this after giving birth? What kind of amazing physique is that?" A commotion broke out in the crowd. Shun Qingyuan is the most beautiful campus belle of Jianghai University in the past 10 years. She's even more glamorous than before, and now she's even bringing 3 adorable kids with her. The news spread throughout half of the stadium in no time, and even the players warming up inside couldn't help but glance towards the door. Just as everyone was discussing it, Gu Ming locked his car and walked over. He naturally took the stroller handle from Shun Qingyuan's hand. The moment they saw his face, the entire audience erupted in chaos. "Holy crap, the guy who stole my goddess was Gu Ming. You beast. You damn beast. Not only is he handsome, but his wife is also so beautiful, and he even gave birth to triplets. What a winner in life." The boys were heartbroken, feeling incredibly jealous, yet they had no choice but to admit defeat. As I walked to the players' tunnel, Su Wei was leading the school team in warm-up exercises. He saw Gu Ming and immediately came to greet him. His gaze swept over Shun Qingyuan and the 3 babies beside him. He couldn't help but punch Gu Ming, feeling both jealous and envious. "You're pretty good, kid." Gu Ming smiled and pushed the stroller to a safe location behind the substitute bench. "This spot is far from the court, so you won't get hit by flying balls." Su Wei immediately called over a junior from the team and asked him to watch the stroller so that no one running around could bump into it. Soon the players from both sides entered the field, and the match officially began. The athletes from the sports school were all tall and strong, with clearly defined muscles. He doesn't look like someone to mess with. The moment he steps onto the field, he exudes an aura of intimidation. Zhang Huang stood at the front of the team, glancing towards the substitutes bench from time to time. When he saw Shun Qingyuan, his eyes were filled with surprise and excitement. Then, looking at Gu Ming, his eyes were filled with resentment and jealousy. "Zhang Huang, is that the goddess you couldn't win over back then? She's already had 3 children and you're still thinking about her?" His teammate patted him on the shoulder, his tone slightly teasing. "Wait, I'll beat her man to a pulp today and show her who's really tough." Zhang Huang gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. "It can't be that bad. They already have children. So what if I have a child?" Zhang Huang retorted defiantly. "At worst, I'll just take the child's surname." The teammates next to him were stunned and amazed. In the jump ball event, Su Wei's height of 2.08 meters gave him a significant advantage. With an outstretched arm, he was half a head taller than the opposing center. With a flick of his fingertips, he sent the ball to the backcourt. Gu Ming caught the basketball steadily. Just past halfway, the 2 guards from the sports school rushed up and formed a double team. This was clearly prearranged, specifically targeting him as a point guard, with the intention of giving him a hard time right from the start. "Double teaming me right off the bat? You think too highly of me?" Gu Ming remained completely calm. The basketball flew between his fingers as if it were glued to his hand. His crossover, dribbling, and behind-the-back crossover were so fluid and pleasing to the eye that there wasn't a single unnecessary movement. The two defenders couldn't even touch the ball. They were so shaken off balance by his fakes that they almost fell over. Zhang Huang gritted his teeth and quickly came to the rescue. In that instant, Gu Ming's wrist twitched slightly. The basketball went straight between Zhang Huang's legs. Zhang Huang's eyes widened. He had no idea what was happening. Gu Ming rushed straight to the basket, flicked his wrist, and the basketball landed steadily in the hoop, swishing through the net. Holy crotch dribble! The entire venue erupted instantly. That's amazing. What level is that dribbling? Is it professional? Am I seeing things? He's wearing Zhang Huang's dragon pattern trousers? He's already this fierce right from the start? Zhang Huang's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Being nutmegged on a basketball court is even more humiliating than being slapped in the face in public, especially since it was at his old school, in front of Shun Qingyuan. My husband is so handsome. Shun Qingyuan's eyes sparkled as she waved her little hand vigorously. Even the three little ones in the stroller seemed to sense the excitement, waving their little arms and babbling. Hearing the cheers from the sidelines, Zhang Huang's face darkened even more. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his heart burning with hatred for Gu Ming. In the following rounds, Gu Ming went all out in his fight. His various changes of direction, turns, and breakthroughs demonstrate an absurdly good ball control. The sports school's defense is like paper in front of him. Gu Ming pulled the ball behind his back and then stepped back for a three-pointer, which went straight in. He even showed off an extremely flashy change of direction, causing the defender to fall to the ground. Holy crap, is that the blue butterfly's cloud glide movement? That's so cool. Who can tell me what level this guy is? He's way better than those guys from sports school. The audience members were buzzing with discussion. He broke through the tight defense with both hands and drove straight to the basket. Gu Ming is amazing. The commentator's voice was filled with excitement, and he spoke at a rapid pace. However, it was precisely this description that made Shun Qingyuan feel a little shy. Moreover, she searched it on her phone and found that it was actually professionally explained content. Chapter 48. My husband is too charming. It's not always a good thing. After the first quarter, Zhanghai University led by 12 points. Gu Ming scored 18 points and provided 5 assists. They tackled both offense and defense, shattering the sports school's defenses. The students at the sports school were mortified. They were all dejected and didn't even have the appetite to drink water. During their break, they huddled in a corner whispering amongst themselves, their eyes looking rather strange. Zhang Huang's face was gloomy as he stared at Gu Ming's back, seemingly plotting something wicked. The second quarter had just begun. Zhang Huang broke through again, charging towards the basket against Su Wei, clearly intending to take the shot. Su Wei jumped up to block the shot, but Zhang Huang deliberately raised his elbow and slammed it squarely into Su Wei's eyebrow. Hiss! Su Wei covered his eyes and fell to the ground. Blood instantly seeped from between his fingers and flowed down his cheeks, a frightening sight. Holy crap! Was this intentional? Is this playing ball or fighting? You can't take a joke, huh? People from Zhanghai University instantly became famous. A group of people surrounded them, almost causing a conflict with the sports school staff. There was pushing and shoving between the two sides, and the scene became chaotic for a while. The referee ran over, glanced at it, and surprisingly only called a regular offensive foul. Then he waved his hand to signal the game to continue. What the hell? Can't he even brag? How much money did he get? An elbow strike that draws blood is considered a regular foul? That's way too obvious. At this moment, a military officer burst out in anger. You stupid referee, you son of a bitch. The spectators on the sidelines erupted in cheers, shouting biased referee, and the boos echoed throughout the stadium. Ultimately, under pressure, the referee upgraded the foul to a flagrant foul 1. How are you? Should we go to the hospital to get it checked out? Gu Ming squatted down, looked at the wound on Su Wei's brow bone, and frowned. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Su Wei waved his hand and pressed a tissue against the wound. Gu Ming, keep hitting them, kill them. Gu Ming didn't speak but nodded. Besides the players, the spectators at the sports school also started to play tricks. While Gu Ming was taking the free throw, the spectators from the sports school were holding up several dizzying boards. The paddle was covered with a dense array of spirals, swaying back and forth in an attempt to distract him from his free throw line. How could they do this? It's so unfair. Shen Qingyuan was angry and clenched her fists. However, Gu Ming was not affected in the slightest. He made both free throws, swishing them cleanly into the net without even touching the rim. The people holding the dizziness board on the other side were stunned. They hadn't expected that even this wouldn't be able to distract them. Gu Ming no longer held back. In the next round, he received the ball in the backfield and charged straight forward. 3 people from the sports school came to block him, but he actually dodged their block by changing direction several times in midair. He slid behind the backboard, flicked the ball with his backhand, and the basketball spun into the basket, grazing the backboard. Wow! The entire venue erupted in cheers, and the audience from Jianghai University all stood up. The applause and cheers were so loud, they almost lifted the roof off the stadium. Holy crap! How could a human possibly score that? This is rare, even in professional leagues. It's outrageous. The commentator went crazy. Gu Ming, he broke through the entire defense line all by himself, dodges 3 defenders in midair, reverse layup after rebound. My God, what an incredible shot. Shen Qingyuan was stunned. It took her a while to react. She clapped vigorously until her hands were red. That's so cool. The girls on the sidelines went crazy, even though they couldn't understand the complicated tactical rules. But it's easy to tell who scores more points and who makes the coolest moves. This kind of powerful sport is what really appeals to them. So handsome. I can't take it. What an amazing player. He plays basketball so well and is so handsome. I also want to have triplets. One of the girls shouted something, and everyone around laughed. Shen Qingyuan's alarm bells rang loudly, and she quickly stood up, cupping her hands around her mouth and shouting, "Go for it, honey." Her voice was sweet and bright, and the whole audience could hear it. Hearing his wife's voice, Gu Ming turned around and waved to her. Zhang Huang was in immense pain, and his face turned bright red. He never expected that the next time he would hear the goddess's voice, it would be to cheer on his opponent. But he was powerless to do anything about it. Thinking of this, Zhang Huang's eyes welled up with tears. In the next few minutes, Gu Ming completely switched to scoring mode. Powerful dunks, pull-up three-pointers, steals, and fast breaks. He tackled whatever was difficult and single-handedly broke through the sports school's defenses. This sparked a chorus of gasps and screams. No amount of double-teaming or triple-teaming could stop him. Zhang Huang tried to defend against him, but he was beaten every time he tried to defend. In the end, he didn't dare to go forward to defend himself anymore and stayed far away, afraid of being humiliated in public again. Su Wei, ignoring his injury to his brow bone, stood on the sidelines jumping and shouting. Gu Ming is awesome. Kill them. Although the overall strength of the teammates from Jianghai University is not as good as that of the sports school team. But Gu Ming's ball feeding was so good that everyone started playing smoothly. The score gap is widening. When the final whistle blew, the score was 108-76. Jianghai University won by a full 32 points. Gu Ming even scored a triple-double. He put up an all-around performance with 58 points, 10 assists, and 11 rebounds, dominating the entire game. The students from the sports school who came to watch the competition were dejected and didn't even want to talk. The entire audience cheered and applauded thunderously. Everyone at Jianghai University was shouting Gu Ming's name, their voices deafening. The people from the sports school looked ashen-faced and slunk away as they packed up their things. Zhang Huang stood in the center of the field, unable to lift his head. He originally wanted to show off in front of Shen Qingyuan, but Gu Ming completely crushed him. He has completely lost face. Ignoring the cheers on the field, Gu Ming immediately went to the sidelines and checked Su Wei's eyebrow wound. "Should I take you to the hospital to get some stitches?" It's all right. Shao cozy, as long as you win." Su Wei grinned smugly, the band-aid on his brow, unable to hide his joy. "You really made us proud today. You completely stunned those guys." After confirming that Su Wei was all right, Gu Ming nodded. At this moment, Shen Qingyuan walked over and handed Gu Ming a bottle of warm water, her eyes full of admiration. "Honey, you played so cool." Gu Ming smiled and said, "Of course, you should know whose husband he is." After the match, Gu Ming was undoubtedly selected as the MVP of the game, and the whole stadium erupted in cheers again. "Honey, I'm going to the restroom. I'll be right back." Shen Qingyuan handed the stroller to Gu Ming, then bent down and poked the baby's soft cheek, saying, "Watch the babies. Don't let strangers touch them. Go ahead and don't worry. I'll keep an eye on things." Gu Ming nodded with a smile. Shen Qingyuan had only been gone for 2 minutes when several girls shoved each other and surrounded her. Some people were clutching small notes, their faces flushed. Leading the way was Lin Yuru, the newly crowned school beauty queen, who was pure and pretty with a high ponytail. Lin Yuru blushed and handed the note to Gu Ming, her voice barely a whisper. "Senior, this is my phone number. I'm sorry, I already have 3 children." Gu Ming didn't even take the note, refusing outright without the slightest hesitation. "I know you have a wife and children." Lin Yuru bit her lip, wanting to say something more. Gu Ming's attitude was very firm, and he interrupted her directly. "That's even less necessary. I love my wife very much." The words were spoken very bluntly, leaving no room for negotiation. "All right." Lin Yuru lowered her head in disappointment, clutched the note, and turned to leave. "Didn't you say you were very traditional? Why are you actively trying to poach someone else's girlfriend?" Lin Yuru's roommate, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but lean over and whisper question. "Yes, I'm a very traditional person, so I don't mind being a mistress." Lin Yuru sighed and spoke with a serious expression. Those around him were stunned, and their gazes toward Gu Ming were filled with envy and jealousy. This is outrageous. He already has a wife and kids, yet he's still being pursued by the school beauty and willing to be her mistress. Gu Ming rubbed his temples in exasperation. Shen Qingyan, who had just come out of the restroom, happened to hear those words. She puffed out her cheeks, feeling a little jealous. It seems that having a husband who is too charming isn't always a good thing. Chapter 49. Sanbao has a fever. After the match, the whole team got together for a meal to celebrate their victory. It was getting late after the party ended. Sui patted Gu Ming on the shoulder, looking excited. "Thanks to you, bro. That was so satisfying. Let's play again sometime." "Okay, I'll call you again when I have time." Gu Ming nodded with a smile. "I'm taking my wife and kids home first. The babies are tired too." Sui smiled and said, "Okay, I'll bring the babies here again next time." Gu Ming drove Shen Qingyuan and the 3 babies away from the school. Back home, Gu Ming carried the 3 little ones to the playmat in the living room. He picked up the rattle next to him and shook it to amuse the 3 babies. "Look here at Daddy." The 3 little ones were amused and giggled. Sanbao was laughing the loudest, his toothless little mouth open, drool dripping down his chin. "Look at Anua, he's drooling like crazy." Shen Qingyuan walked over with a cup of warm water and smiled as she poked Sanbao's soft cheeks. "Of course, it's because Xiao Anua and I had a lot of fun," Gu Ming said with a smile. Then he picked up a soft tissue and carefully wiped the drool off Sanbao. Sanbao seemed to understand and laughed even harder, stretching out her little arms to grab Gu Ming's fingers. After the 3 babies got tired of playing and yawned, Gu Ming gently carried them back to the bedroom and coaxed them to sleep. When Gu Ming returned to the living room, Shen Qingyuan had already set up the projector and was waiting for him while hugging a plush pillow. The screen was playing the heartwarming anime she'd been talking about for days. "Honey, come here quickly, let's watch it together." Shen Qingyuan patted the empty sofa next to her, her eyes sparkling as she waved to Gu Ming. As soon as Gu Ming walked over and sat down, Shen Qingyuan snuggled up to him and naturally nestled into his arms. Shen Qingyuan adjusted to a comfortable position, hugged a cushion, and stared intently at the screen. Seeing the touching scenes, Shen Qingyuan couldn't help but secretly wipe away her tears. Gu Ming looked down and saw the redness in her eyes. He reached out and wiped away the tears on her face, smiling as he said, "How come there's a 4th little crybaby in the family? It's already very touching." Shen Qingyuan gently punched his chest and didn't forget to point to the screen for him to see. "Look at that kitten. Nobody wanted it before. It's so pitiful." Okay, if my wife says it's touching, then it's touching." Gu Ming followed her words, smiling as he pinched her soft cheek, which felt incredibly nice. Gu Ming glanced at the time, ruffled her hair, and asked, "By the way, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll make you some noodles." "All right." Shen Qingyuan's eyes lit up immediately, and she forgot her unhappiness from before. "I want your stir-fried meat sauce noodles. Extra meat sauce." "No problem." Gu Ming chuckled and playfully pinched her nose before getting up and going into the kitchen. He didn't like eating ready-made noodles, so he simply rolled up his sleeves and made them himself. Then he stir-fried a bowl of beef brisket sauce and poured it over the freshly cooked hot noodles. Sprinkle on some bright green scallions, and the aroma will instantly fill the entire living room. Shen Qingyuan couldn't sit still after smelling the fragrance. She went to the dining table and ate 2 large bowls of food, then licked her lips as if she wanted more. "It's so delicious." After finishing his meal, Gu Ming went downstairs to take out the trash. Shen Qingyuan then quickly tidied up the dining table. Then he tiptoed into the master bedroom. Both the baby and the toddler were fast asleep, their little chests rising and falling gently. She walked to Sanbao, Anawa's crib, and just as she was about to reach out and touch the baby's face, she suddenly stopped. She noticed that Sanbao's face was unusually red. Shen Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat. Without much thought, she immediately bent down and hugged Sanbao into her arms. The little one's burning hot body pressed against her chest, and she panicked instantly. Is this a high fever? What should I do? How did I suddenly get a fever? Shen Qingyuan's eyes reddened with anxiety, and her mind went blank. The baby in my arms had a fever that made her face flushed red. Her eyes were closed, her little mouth was slightly open, and her breath was hot. Her usually downcast eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and her listless appearance was heartbreaking. Shen Qingyuan took several deep breaths before forcing herself to calm down. She leaned over and touched a Bao and Air Bao's foreheads again. After confirming that the two little ones were all right, I quickly took the three babies to the second bedroom. At this time, we can't let Sanbao sleep with his older brothers. If it was a cold that was transmitted, it would be terrible if it also infected the other two people. Gently place the three treasures on the small bed in the second bedroom. Shen Qingyuan quickly rummaged through the first aid kit for fever reduction patches and an ear thermometer, and then went to the bathroom to fetch a basin of warm water. Wah! Sensing the movement around him, Sanbao groggily opened his eyes. Upon seeing her mother, Sanbao pouted, her eyes instantly reddened, and she began to cry softly, her voice weak. The usually cheerful and lively little girl looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Shen Qingyuan's heart clenched again. Her nose tingled with emotion, and she quickly put the fever-reducing patch on Sanbao's forehead and picked up the ear thermometer to take the baby's temperature. The ear thermometer beeped. Shen Qingyuan looked down, and her nerves instantly tightened. 38 degrees 3. It's burning so high. Even adults feel uncomfortable when they have a fever of this temperature, let alone a 3-month-old baby. Wah! Seeing Sanbao curled up in discomfort, Shen Qingyuan felt another pang of pain in her heart. She didn't dare delay and quickly unbuttoned Sanbao's collar to help him cool down. Seeing her baby so listless from the fever made her feel even worse than if she were sick herself. I wish I could have this disease myself. But Shen Qingyuan also knew that she absolutely could not panic now. If she lost her composure, her baby would have even less to rely on. Suppressing the stinging sensation in her nose, she used a warm towel to wipe Sanbao's body to physically lower his fever while dialing Gu Ming's number. What's wrong with my wife? Husband? Upon hearing Gu Ming's voice, Shen Qingyuan's forced composure vanished instantly. Her voice trembled as she said, Sanbao has a fever. I just took his temperature. It's 38.3 degrees. Why did you suddenly develop a fever? Gu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly became anxious. Don't panic. Wait for me. I'll be home soon. After hanging up the phone, he ran into the residential area, almost dropping the package he was carrying. When Gu Ming rushed in, panting, Shen Qingyuan was wiping Sanbao's body with warm water. How's it going? Gu Ming walked over quickly and touched Sanbao's forehead. It was indeed a little hot. I just took your temperature again, and it's still over 38 degrees Celsius. Even the fever-reducing patch isn't helping. Shen Qingyuan held a fever reducer in her hand, looking somewhat flustered. These are the fever reducers I bought earlier. Should I give them to the baby first? Gu Ming reassured him, don't rush to take the medicine. Suppositories have some side effects, so I'll see if I can lower the baby's temperature physically first. Chapter 50. My wife has a great figure. Gu Ming pulled over a small round stool and sat on the edge of the bed. He gently laid the three treasures flat on the pillow before looking up at Shen Qingyuan. Honey, hold her arm and keep Sanbao from moving around. I'll give her a pediatric massage to bring down her fever. A 3-month-old baby is still too young. Even fever reducers specifically for infants can still increase the burden on the liver and kidneys, so it's best to avoid using them if possible. Good. Shen Qingyuan nodded quickly and carefully supported Sanbao's little arm. Gu Ming first rubbed his palms together until they were warm before gently placing them on Sanbao's slender, white forearm. Were you pressing? Will this really bring down the fever? Shen Qingyuan asked in a low voice. This technique is called clearing the heavenly river water, and it's the most commonly used method for reducing fever in pediatric massage. Gu Ming pushed at a steady pace while patiently explaining. Just along the midline on the inside of the forearm, push from the wrist to the elbow. This is specifically for clearing internal heat and reducing high fever. Pediatric massage is very particular about the amount of force applied. Too much pressure can easily chafe a baby's delicate skin, while too little pressure won't be effective. Guming's strength was just right, and his speed was neither too fast nor too slow. Wah! Sam Bao was in pain from the fever at first, his little brows furrowed. She would occasionally let out a pitiful groan, her little body twisting slightly, never quite settling down. After pushing him for about 10 minutes, the little guy's whimpering gradually stopped, and his breathing became even. Sam Bao nestled in Shun Qingyuan's arms, smacked his lips twice, and fell into a deep sleep. Shun Qingyuan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally felt half relieved. Guming pushed for more than half an hour before stopping. Then he used a warm towel to wipe Sanbao's neck, armpits, and groin, areas prone to heat buildup, to help dissipate heat. After wiping, Guming picked up the ear thermometer and took Sanbao's temperature. 37 degrees. It's gone down. It's really gone down. Shun Qingyuan quickly leaned over to stare at the screen, extremely excited. Okay, it's all right now. Guming smiled and pulled her into his arms, gently patting her back. I'll stay up late tonight. You go to the master bedroom and get some sleep. I'll wake you up if your fever spikes again. No. Shun Qingyuan shook her head, leaned against Guming's chest, and stared intently at the 3 babies on the small bed. I want to stay with you and watch over the baby, otherwise I won't be able to sleep soundly. The two leaned against the headboard, occasionally touching Sanbao's forehead to make sure his temperature remained stable and didn't fluctuate. As dawn approached, the two of them managed to doze off for a short while. Around 10 a.m., Shun Qingyuan groggily opened her eyes and found herself lying on a large bed. It was obvious that Guming carried her upstairs to rest. Woke up. Guming brought over a glass of warm water, handed it to her, and said with a smile, I just checked on Sanbao again, and he's feeling much better. Shun Qingyuan quickly went to the small bed to take a look. Sure enough, Sanbao was wide-eyed with his big, round black eyes, holding up his little fist and munching away with great relish. Her little face was rosy, and she showed no signs of the listlessness she had when she had a fever yesterday. Very good. Shun Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief, stretched out her fingertip, and gently tapped Sanbao's soft cheek. The little guy was gnawing away when he sensed the noise. She turned her head and opened her mouth to suck on Shun Qingyuan's fingertip, even sucking on it a couple of times. Then she grinned and giggled with her toothless little mouth, drooling all over Shun Qingyuan's fingers. You little rascal, all you do is bully your mother. Shun Qingyuan was both amused and exasperated. Taking advantage of the moment when Guming turned his head, she quickly rubbed her saliva-covered fingertips on the back of his clothes twice. After rubbing against the baby, she pretended nothing had happened and looked down to play with the baby. As soon as she finished rubbing, Guming grabbed her wrist from behind. Wife, what naughty thing are you doing? Guming asked slowly. Nothing. Shun Qingyuan was caught red-handed, but she still pretended to be innocent, blinking her watery eyes at him with a pure and innocent look. Guming grabbed her wrist and lifted it up. Shun Qingyuan's fingertips were shiny and glistening with the baby's saliva. Guming tugged at the damp fabric on his back, a half-smile on his face. Didn't do anything? What's this? You've gotten quite capable. Now you're even up to some sneaky tricks? As he spoke, Guming pinched and rubbed Shun Qingyuan's cheeks a couple of times. It feels soft and bouncy, completely different from squeezing a baby. How can you be so childish? Shun Qingyuan laughed as she dodged and patted Guming's arm. I am childish. Who was the one who secretly drooled first? Guming reached out and pulled the person back in his arms. The 3 babies in the crib watched their parents making a fuss, kicking their little legs and waving their little arms like little wings. She was still babbling and blowing milk bubbles, wishing she could climb down and play with us. Unfortunately, she still can't sit up and can only lie in bed waving her arms. After a while, Guming finally let go. Shun Qingyuan covered her slightly flushed cheeks, gave him a coquettish glare, and turned around to pick up Sanbao from the crib. Sanbao, Daddy is bullying Mommy. Can you help Mommy beat him up? She raised Sanbao's little fists and approached Guming, deliberately looking fierce. As if she understood, Sanbao shouted excitedly and reached out her little hand to pat Guming's face. Guming smiled and didn't dodge. How much energy can a child have? The most important thing is that my daughter is happy. As a result, The little guy grabbed Gu Ming's cheek and pulled it outwards with force. Hiss! Gu Ming gasped in pain and quickly and carefully pried her little fingers apart one by one. I didn't expect our Sanbao to have such a strong grip. When Sanbao saw Gu Ming dodging, he thought Gu Ming was just playing a trick on him, and he laughed even harder. She stretched out her little hand to grab it, babbling excitedly. Shun Qingyin, watching from the side, burst out laughing, her shoulders shrugging. So she quickly buried her face in Sanbao's back, afraid that Gu Ming would see it and retaliate against her. And you're gloating? Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, reached out and pinched her cheek, then shook it. If I can't teach Sanbao a lesson, can I teach you one? When Sanbao saw this, he imitated his father and reached out his little hands to grab his mother's face. She grabbed Shin Qingyuan's long hair and held it tightly. Hey, Sanbao, why are you pulling mommy's hair? Shin Qingyuan was both amused and exasperated, and carefully pulled the hair out of her daughter's small hand. She pretended to be angry and poked Sanbao's little face. You little ungrateful thing. Mommy has spoiled you for nothing. Giggle. Sanbao couldn't understand it all, but he found his mother's expression funny, so he laughed even harder, blowing bubbles and waving his arms and legs. Seeing the little guy's happy expression, Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan exchanged a glance and couldn't help but smile. Host has successfully protected the baby's health. Reward. Max level appraisal skill. A system notification suddenly sounded in his mind, and Gu Ming was stunned for a moment. Max level appraisal skill? He subconsciously turned his head to look at Shun Qingyuan beside him. The next second, a string of numbers appeared directly in front of him. 88, 59, 90. Gu Ming almost choked on his own saliva and quickly looked away. Is that really so incredible? Can it even accurately measure your bust, waist, and hip measurements at a glance? Gu Ming glanced at it again without showing any emotion, secretly marveling to himself. I only knew my wife had a good figure, but I never imagined the measurements were so incredible. If this skill were used for appraising antiques, wouldn't it be invincible? Why are you staring at me? Shun Qingyan noticed his gaze, touched her face, looked down at her clothes, and asked in confusion, Is there something on me? It's nothing. Gu Ming coughed, suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind. I just think my wife has a really good figure. Shun Qingyan blushed instantly, reached out, and gently pinched his waist, muttering softly, You're so irresponsible. Chapter 51. Cosplaying Rem. The next afternoon, Gu Ming was playing with the 3 babies. He finally managed to stack the blocks, but Dabao's chubby little hand reached out and knocked the whole stack of blocks over. Zabao, why are you so naughty, kid? Gu Ming smiled and took a tissue to wipe Dabao's mouth. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who is it? Gu Ming looked up and called out. Hello, this is Ms. Shun Qingyuan's package. Please sign for it. The voice of a deliverman came from the doorway. I'll drive it. Shun Qingyuan was originally curled up on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Upon hearing that it was a delivery, she jumped up and hurriedly ran towards the door. Gu Ming was a little puzzled. I've never seen my wife this eager to pick up packages before. Okay, thank you. Shun Qingyuan took the box, which was neither too big nor too small, and sneaked towards the bedroom. What is it? It's all so mysterious. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow and reached out to look. Don't look. Shun Qingyuan slapped his hand away. It's a secret. I'll tell you later. After saying that, Shun Qingyuan went into the bedroom and lingered for a while before coming out. Gu Ming smiled and didn't think much of it. They assumed it was new clothes or skincare products that Shun Qingyuan had bought. Girls always like to buy little things. Night. Gu Ming finally managed to coax all 3 babies to sleep. He had just lain down on the bed when the bathroom door opened. Shun Qingyuan came out of the shower wearing a silk nightgown, her hair still wet and carrying a faint scent of shower gel. Shun Qingyuan snuggled up to Gu Ming, whispered softly in his ear, Honey, my period is over. Gu Ming immediately grasped the key information, and his eyes lit up. Shun Qingyuan's cheeks flushed slightly. She bit her lip and added softly, Don't you like Rem? I also bought a cosplay outfit. I'll wear it to show you later. By the end, her face was as red as a ripe apple. She buried herself in Gu Ming's arms, not daring to look up, her ears burning. Gu Ming felt like he was being scratched by a cat. This is cosplay. Which man hasn't had such fantasies? Gu Ming quickly said, Then wife, you should go change your clothes. What's the rush? Shun Qingyuan gave a coquettish remark, but still took the clothes and went into the dressing room. Gu Ming sat on the bed, feeling a bit of anticipation. A moment later, the door to the walk-in closet opened. Shen Qingyuan came out dressed as Rem's maid. To recreate the look, she even wore a blue wig. The blue and white maid dress had a low neckline, revealing her delicate collarbone and a glimpse of snow-white skin. Her full breasts stretched the dress tightly, as if it were about to burst open at any moment. A pair of white stockings that reached past her knees made Shen Qingyuan's legs look long and straight, and her waist was so slender that it seemed as if one could hold it in one hand. Shen Qingyuan has a naturally aloof temperament, somewhat like a fairy who doesn't eat the food of this world. Now, dressed in an adorable maid outfit, the contrast is striking. She's both innocent and alluring, making it impossible for Gu Ming to look away. How about it? Shen Qingyuan was a little embarrassed, clutching her skirt, her cheeks flushed. She dared not look into Gu Ming's eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled. Gu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. What followed was a major battle. After Shen Qingyuan finished taking care of Gu Ming, the two of them fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Gu Ming had just finished comforting the 3 babies when his phone rang. It was Suyu calling. Hi, Lao Gu. What are you doing? Gu Ming, I just finished soothing the child. What's wrong? It's been so long since we've gotten together. Let's go out for barbecue tonight. I went with Li Shouyu to that old barbecue stall near the school gate. Suyu was very enthusiastic, his loud voice making the receiver buzz. Gu Ming thought for a moment and realized he didn't have anything planned for the evening. Shen Qingyuan said she wanted a video chat with Xiao Wanqing about the new script, so they could have some time to get together. Sure, what time? 7 o'clock. See you at the usual place. After hanging up the phone, Gu Ming told Shen Qingyuan, Honey, I'm going out to have dinner with Suyu and the others tonight. Shen Qingyuan smiled and nodded. Go ahead, but remember to drink less and come home early. No. Gu Ming smiled and kissed her, then rubbed the faces of the 3 babies one by one. Around 6 p.m., Gu Ming got ready and went out. When he arrived at the barbecue stall, there were already quite a few people sitting there. There are many barbecue restaurants in this area, and the air is filled with the aroma of grilled meat. Suyu and Li Shouyu have arrived and are eating skewers. A pile of grilled skewers sat on their table, still steaming, sizzling with oil, and charred with a delicious aroma. Old Gu, over here. Suyu waved quickly. Gu Ming smiled and walked towards them. He doesn't have many friends. Gu Ming always felt that you don't need many friends, just a few true best friends. Suyu and Li Shouyu are examples. They were all his brothers from his 4 years of university. Their relationship was incredibly close. Gu Ming walked over and sat down, picked up a skewer of lamb, and took a bite. Suyu poured him a beer and winked at him. From now on, I'm sticking to your coattails, brother. Get lost. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Ming smiled and pushed the beer back. I won't drink anymore. I'll smell like alcohol when I get home, which won't be good for the baby. Triplets. You're really something. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I don't even have a girlfriend yet, and you already have 3 kids. It's infuriating to compare yourself to others. Li Shouyu looked envious and patted the table. Gu Ming couldn't help but laugh. The 3 were chatting happily, reminiscing about their funny experiences of playing games all night in college and being punished by standing during military training. Suyu and Li Shouyu drank beer, while Gu Ming slowly sipped his iced cola. The last time he got drunk was last year. It was during that time that he unexpectedly had a relationship with Shen Qingyuan. That's how these 3 adorable babies came to be. Having learned this lesson, Gu Ming dared not act recklessly. The barbecue stalls were bustling with people, full of lively, smoky atmosphere. Gu Ming is handsome and has a good temperament, and girls often secretly glance at him. Suddenly, a surprised female voice rang out. Gu Ming? Sui Ue? Li Chuyu. The group looked up. A woman in a business suit was standing at the door. She carried a Chanel bag, wore stockings and high heels, and dressed like a sophisticated urban woman. Lin Weiwei. Suyu was stunned for a moment, then recognized him. Gu Ming also remembered it. These were their classmates in their freshman year. During his freshman year military training, he and Lin Weiwei worked together to move things. Rumors started circulating that Gu Ming was pursuing Lin Weiwei. As a result, Lin Weiwei directly refuted the rumors in front of the whole class, saying some very harsh things. She said she could never be interested in someone like Gu Ming, and that she was going to marry a foreigner and become a wealthy lady abroad. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, and the class laughed about it for a long time. Later, Lin Weiwei went abroad as an exchange student during her sophomore year, and then disappeared from the public eye. Chapter 52. Fong Yuan has taken leave. Lin Weiwei was on her way back to her alma mater to get her study abroad certificate when she passed by a barbecue stall. She caught sight of a few familiar faces inside, stopped, and looked at them a few more times before recognizing Gu Ming and his group. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. After not seeing him for several years, Gu Ming has grown into a more and more handsome man. Even when wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, he's much better than those slick-haired foreigners she met abroad. What a pity. What's the use of being handsome? He wasn't just an ordinary poor student. She went abroad to gain experience and is now the overseas business manager of Xingyao Media. I came back this time to discuss a big project. If the deal goes through, you'll be promoted directly to director with a minimum annual salary of 1 million. They're from a completely different world than ordinary people like Gu Ming. What a coincidence. You're having barbecue here. Lin Weiwei walked over with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible arrogance, her gaze lingering on Gu Ming's face for several seconds. Yes, let's get together, old classmates. Sit down and have something to eat. Su Yu greeted them warmly, as he always loved lively gatherings. Lin Weiwei glanced at the grilled skewers and beer on the table, then checked the time. Anyway, she had nothing else to do. He nodded and sat down, sitting directly opposite Gu Ming. As soon as she sat down, Gu Ming got up. I'm going to the restroom. Lin Weiwei frowned as she watched his retreating figure. What are you pretending to be? She leaned closer and whispered to Su Yu. Where does Gu Ming work now? I've been abroad for the past few years and haven't been in touch with my old classmates much. Lin Weiwei had a condescending attitude. Su Yu was somewhat surprised. Don't you know what he's doing? Is he that amazing? Is it worth my time to find out? Lin Weiwei raised an eyebrow, looking unconvinced. Su Yu suppressed a laugh and deliberately said, It's nothing. Gu Ming is at home, taking care of the kids right now. Taking care of children? Lin Weiwei was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and looked surprised. He's married? Yes, they have 3 children, triplets. Li Shouyu chimed in from the side, speaking indistinctly while gnawing on a kebab. Lin Weiwei, 3 children? She was stunned for a while before she came to her senses, and then a feeling of disdain rose in her heart. She's so young, yet she doesn't pursue a career. She stays home to raise her children. He's definitely supported by his wife. He really is a good-for-nothing. It seems that distancing myself from him back then was absolutely the right thing to do. If she were really with Gu Ming, wouldn't she be eating barbecue at roadside stalls and living a miserable life in a cramped rented room right now? Unlike her now, a returned overseas elite, she's negotiating deals worth millions. Just as Lin Weiwei was thinking, Gu Ming returned from the bathroom. Lin Weiwei glanced at him disdainfully, too lazy to waste words with him. Talking to this kind of person makes you look bad. She turned to Su Yu and Li Shouyu and smiled, her tone filled with undisguised pride. By the way, the reason I came back to China this time is to discuss a big project. If the deal goes through, I'll be promoted directly to director, and $1 million annual salary won't be a problem. Wow, $1 million annual salary? That's amazing. Weiwei, you're amazing. Returning from overseas really makes a difference. You're already discussing such a big project as soon as you get back. Su Yu and Li Shouyu stared wide-eyed in unison, their faces filled with envy. Lin Weiwei's smile grew even more smug as she flicked a strand of hair behind her ear. She deliberately glanced at Gu Ming. As a result, Gu Ming kept his head down, eating his skewers, and didn't even lift his eyelids, completely ignoring her. Lin Weiwei felt even more annoyed. What are you pretending for? He's a stay-at-home dad who lives off his wife, and he's quite the actor. She snorted inwardly. She got up to leave after sitting for less than 10 minutes. Before leaving, she added a special sentence. Once I close this deal, I'll treat everyone to dinner at a fancy hotel. She looked so confident, as if the project was already hers. After saying that, she walked away, swaying her hips in her high heels. Su Yu and Li Shouyu exchanged a glance and almost burst out laughing. Holy crap, that's some serious pretense. Does she know who's sitting across from her? The boss of Tianyuan Entertainment. Hilarious. $1 million annual salary? Gu Ming earns billions from just one movie. Gu Ming smiled but didn't say anything. After sitting for another half hour, around 10:30, Gu Ming got up to say goodbye. All right, I'm going back now. The kids are waiting for me at home. Okay, drive carefully. Let's meet up next time. Gu Ming nodded, walked to the nearby parking lot, and drove his Cullinan home. When Gu Ming returned home, the light in the entryway was still on. Husband. Shen Qingyuan was sitting on the sofa watching a drama when she heard the noise and immediately got up to greet them. Guming changed his shoes, walked over, and kissed her on the cheek. Are the babies asleep? They just fell asleep. The three little ones are unusually energetic today. It took a while to coax them to sleep. Shun Qingyuan rolled her eyes at him and handed him a glass of warm water. You, on the other hand, went out to eat barbecue and have a good time. Isn't this an old classmates reunion? Guming smiled and pulled her into his arms. I'll take you with me next time. The two were chatting while snuggling on the sofa when Guming's phone rang. It was Fang Yuan calling. President Gu, good news. Fang Yuan's voice was filled with excitement. What's wrong? Tell me slowly. Mr. Gu, Jay Chou has taken a liking to slowly falling in love with you. Fang Yuan said. Jay Chou's manager just contacted me, saying they want to cover this song and came specifically to discuss the copyright. How much are you asking for? Guming asked. 5 million. Fang Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Besides, it's just the copyright for cover songs. It doesn't affect our own use, nor does it delay our release of the original soundtrack. Guming thought about it and decided that 5 million for the copyright to a cover song was indeed a very sincere offer from Jay Chou. Moreover, Jay Chou's cover song is essentially free publicity, a sure win. Okay, then I agree. Guming nodded. You should contact them. Just make sure you understand the contract and sign it if there are no problems. Yes, Mr. Gu. Fang Yuan responded, then hesitated. Mr. Gu, there's something else I'd like to ask you for a few days off. What's wrong? My younger brother, Fang Zheng, recently had acute appendicitis and just had surgery. I need to go back and take care of him for a few days. Fang Yuan's voice sounded somewhat downcast. Is it serious? Is it something to worry about? Guming asked. The surgery was quite successful, but I need someone to accompany me. My parents are in our hometown and can't come over. Guming readily agreed. Okay, go ahead. Take good care of your brother. There's no rush with work. Come back when you've taken good care of him. You'll get paid leave, and your bonus will still be paid, so don't worry about the money. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Fang Yuan was deeply moved. By the way, if you don't have enough of the medical expenses, just tell me, Guming added. No need, no need. It's more than enough. Thank you, Mr. Gu. After hanging up the phone, Shun Qingyuan leaned against Guming's chest and said with a smile, You're a pretty humane boss. That's right, Guming said with a smile. Fang Yuan is quite capable. I can't let her down. Chapter 53, Using AI to Cheat. The next morning, Guming was playing with the babies when the doorbell rang. When Shun Qingyuan opened the door, she saw that it was her parents. Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Come see my precious grandchildren. Shen Sancher walked in with a smile. Sui Weqin followed behind him, carrying large and small bags of nutritional supplements and baby clothes. Shen Sancher has been busy with the group's affairs lately and hasn't come for a long time. Come here, let Grandpa give you a hug. You seem to have grown quite a bit in just a few days. Shen Sancher picked up Sanbao, his face full of doting affection, which made the babies giggle. He was playing with the baby when his phone rang. Old Shun, what are you doing? Come out and play chess. A loud voice came from the other end of the phone. Old Fan, I'm at my son-in-law's house, playing with my grandson. Shen Sancher laughed. Son-in-law? You mean your genius son-in-law? Guming? Since I'm free, I might as well go and join the fun and see my eldest grandson. Fan Dayong's voice piqued his interest. Get lost. What do you mean by your great-grandson? Shen Sancher laughed and scolded. Come over here, we're having lunch here. After hanging up the phone, Shen Sancher smiled and said to Guming, an old chess friend of mine, Fan Dayong, also owns a company. He only knows how to play chess every day. He is very addicted to chess. Several tens of minutes later, Fan Dayong arrived, carrying a box of imported fruit. Brother Shun, old Fan, you're here, Shen Sancher said with a smile. Fan Dayong's eyes lit up when he saw Guming. This must be your son-in-law, right? He's quite the handsome young man, even more dashing than in the photos. Hello, Uncle Fan, Guming greeted him. Okay. Fan Dayong nodded, then rubbed his hands together. Old Shun, it's been so long since we played a couple of rounds together. My hands are itching. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Shen Sancher got excited too. Let's go outside to the yard, the air's fresh. The two went to the stone table in the courtyard and set up a chessboard. How about a match? Fan Dayong suddenly suggested with a smile. He and Shen Sancher used to gamble on small things, but they had both wins and losses, and their skill levels were about the same. Okay, what's the bet? Shen Sancher was not intimidated and immediately agreed. Fan Dayong immediately perked up and chuckled. If you lose, I'll have to drink my fill of that Hong Pao tea from your mother tree. Shen Sancher glared at him. You wish. That was given to me by my son-in-law. What? You're scared? Fan Daong provoked him. Who says I wouldn't dare? Shen Sancha retorted, what if you lose? Are you kidding me? I'll lose. Fan Daong smiled and said, how about this? Haven't you been eyeing my 30-year-old Matai for a long time? If I lose, I'll give you that bottle of Matai. Upon hearing this, Shen Sancha immediately lost his composure. Is this really true? Of course. Given our relationship, would I lie to you? Okay, it's settled then. You can't back out if you lose. Shen Sancha was overjoyed, as if the 30-year-old Matai was already his for the taking. Fan Daong chuckled. That expression seemed to say, are you kidding me? How could I lose to you? Just wait and see what happens when they bring out the Dahong Pao tea. Little Gu, your dad's chess skills are no joke. Watch closely and learn from me. In the courtyard, Shen Sancha spoke smugly, putting on an act in front of Gu Ming. Gu Ming also smiled. His father-in-law, he even put on an act. However, he didn't say anything and just watched from the side. He really doesn't know how to play Go. However, the phone has a super bean bun, and as the database continues to improve, the bean bun's capabilities are also getting stronger. Go is nothing compared to AI. He casually scanned the chessboard with Doubao, a mobile game platform, and was able to understand most of it. The two of them started playing back and forth. Fan Daong's chess skills are indeed quite good. He took the initiative from the start and pressed forward with every move. Shen Sancha was gradually losing his grip, and sweat was beading on his forehead. A dozen minutes later, sigh, another one's gone. Shen Sancha looked at the chessboard with a pained expression. Fan Daong has a significant advantage, with his pieces occupying most of the board. Shen Sancha barely managed to hold onto a few corners, and the gap widened considerably. Brother Shen, I feel like I'm going to win. Fan Daong said smugly. Get it a Hong Pao ready. Ha! Don't get cocky. The game isn't over yet. It's not certain who will lose. Shen Sancha was angry at Fan Daong's smug look, but he was also helpless, as he was indeed at a disadvantage. It looks like we're really going to lose. Gu Ming shook his head as he watched from the side. However, a true gentleman observes chess without speaking, so he didn't say anything. Because of AI's judgment, Fan Daong made several bad moves. However, Shen Sancha failed to seize the opportunity and wasted his chance to turn the tide. He would nod occasionally, then shake his head occasionally, which in Fan Daong's eyes made him seem like a true expert. Your son-in-law seems to know a lot about this. Why don't you let him give it a try? Fan Daong casually joked it was just to tease Shen Sancha. Shen Sancha was frowning when he heard this, and his eyes lit up instantly. Yes. Anyway, we've already lost. The dragon is almost surrounded and killed. It can't get much worse. Let the son-in-law come up and give a try, just in case. It's not shameful to lose. We were already at a disadvantage anyway. If we win, we'll make a fortune. Gu Ming, you go. Win this back for Dad. Shen Sancha slapped his thigh and pulled Gu Ming to his seat. He truly had no way to turn the tide. Now we can only rely on our son-in-law as a last resort, hoping to salvage some face. Gu Ming. Dad, I really don't know how to play Go. Gu Ming looked helpless. He was just standing there casually watching. How did he end up getting dragged into this mess? It's okay, play as you like. I won't blame you if you lose. Shen Sancha waved his hand. Since we're going to lose anyway, why not let the son-in-law give it a try? Maybe he'll get lucky. Having no other choice, Gu Ming sat down. He really doesn't know how to play Go. Then the only option is to use AI to cheat. We can't let my father-in-law lose the mother trees to Hong, Pao tea, and lose face. Of course, Shen Sancha didn't have high expectations for Gu Ming. Although I don't know how good Gu Ming is at Go, I'm sure he's not better than me. After all, he was a veteran chess player who had been playing for 2 or 3 decades. How could a young person compare to him? It would be good if they could hold on for a couple more steps. Fan Daong, who was standing to the side, had no objections at all when Gu Ming went on stage. At this point, he was confident of victory. With such a significant advantage, he felt that it wouldn't matter who was in charge. Young man, had you ever played Go? Fan Daong asked casually. Gu Ming took a picture of the chessboard and sent it to Doubao, then looked up and smiled. It's rare. I only had it a few times when I was a child, and I've almost forgotten about it. Fan Daong nodded, just as I expected. He didn't take it seriously, just treating it as playing with the kids. Winning is great, and I can also get Shen Sancha's Dahong Pao, a type of traditional Chinese robe. I'm so happy. Super Bean quickly provided the optimal placement point. Gu Ming casually placed the chess piece on the board. Then he looked down at his phone and started scrolling through it, waiting for Fan Daong to make his move. Fan Daong? He paused for a moment. This young man, playing on his phone while playing with me? So arrogant? Chapter 54. Is this woman's imagination really that strong? Fan Daong was a little annoyed and decided to teach this young man a lesson. Snap! Fan Daong made quick and ruthless moves. Gu Ming looked up and placed his piece according to the answer Dobao had given him. Then he looked down at his phone again. Fan Daong. He was genuinely a little angry. That's incredibly disrespectful to him. He quickened his pace and began placing his pieces more and more aggressively. Where's Gu Ming? As usual, I glance at the chessboard, place a piece randomly, and then continue scrolling through my phone. The speed was ridiculously fast, as if it didn't require any thought at all. 10 minutes or so passed like this. Suddenly, Fan Daong's hand froze in midair. He stared at the chessboard, his expression growing increasingly serious. That's not right. What happened? He clearly had a huge advantage. So how come his territory kept shrinking as the game went on? This young man's chess moves, how come they're so strange? Every step was terrifyingly precise, as if his thoughts could be read. They took a few more steps. Fan Daong's forehead began to sweat. He discovered he was actually going to lose? That's impossible. How could this young man possibly beat him when he's playing chess on his phone? He's an amateur 9-dan player and has won the city championship. That kid scored in almost a second. He gritted his teeth and continued playing, hoping to find an opportunity to turn the tide. I took another dozen or so steps. Fan Daong's face grew paler and paler. His dragon was surrounded and killed? How is that possible? I lost. Fan Daong put down the chess piece, looking dejected. Shin Sancher was stunned by what he saw. Holy crap, did we win? How could your son-in-law beat Lao Fan while playing on his phone? He knew Lao Fan's skill level very well. My son-in-law is just too awesome. Ha ha ha. Lao Fan, you lost. 30 years of Matai are mine. Shin Sancher was overjoyed, patting Gu Ming on the shoulder and laughing loudly. My son-in-law is awesome. Gu Ming smiled and put his phone away. Fan Shuqing yielded. Fan Daong looked at Gu Ming with a complicated expression. He actually won while playing on his phone. Don't be so smug. You still beat me because of your son-in-law, didn't you? Looking at Shun Sanchi's smug face, Fan Daong rolled his eyes and said unconvinced. Shin Sancher, however, retorted smugly. Then why don't you have such a capable son-in-law? One sentence left Fan Daong speechless. Holy crap, how shameless. But he couldn't refute it. Who can blame me for not having such an awesome son-in-law? Shin Sancher was naturally delighted to have won the Matai. They immediately had the wine opened and invited Fan Daong to stay for lunch, where they drank to their heart's content. Although Fan Daong lost the drinking contest, he also got to know a remarkable young man like Gu Ming, so it wasn't a complete loss. He didn't leave until the afternoon, still quite drunk. 7 p.m. The villa was filled with the aroma of food. The dining table was piled high with food. Steamed hairy crabs, sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried lettuce with garlic. All of them were made by Gu Ming himself, and they looked and smelled delicious, making them very appetizing. I've eaten here several times, but I still think Gu Ming's cooking is the best. Sui Wechin picked up a piece of pork rib and stuffed it in her mouth, her eyes lighting up. Shin Sancher nodded with a smile. That's right, Qing Yuan is in for a treat. Qing Yuan sat next to Gu Ming and couldn't help but laugh. Gu Ming smiled, peeled a large hairy crab for her, and picked out the crab roe, placing it in her bowl. Eat more. You've been working hard taking care of the baby lately. Qing Yuan smiled sweetly and lowered her head to eat. The family enjoyed their meal together in a harmonious atmosphere. Halfway through the meal, Shun Sancher suddenly put down his chopsticks, as if he had remembered something. By the way, Gu Ming, the group has an overseas distribution cooperation to discuss tomorrow, and 3 companies are coming to bid. I have to go to a business summit in a neighboring city right now, and I can't get away. Could you go in my place? Shin Sancher looked at Gu Ming, his tone carrying a hint of negotiation. Gu Ming paused for a moment, then nodded. Sure, no problem. It just so happens that he hasn't been to the group headquarters yet, so it would be a good opportunity for him to familiarize himself with the business. Shin Sancher immediately laughed and said, I knew you were reliable. Just go to the top floor conference room tomorrow. I've already spoken to the secretary. She'll send the 3 proposals to your email later. Okay, I'll take a look tonight. Gu Ming nodded. After dinner, Shen Qingyuan and Sui Wechin were washing dishes in the kitchen, chatting and laughing. In the living room, Gu Ming and Li Min sat on the sofa, playing with the 3 little ones. The 3 babies had just finished drinking milk and were full of energy, lying on the sofa, babbling and cooing. Sanbao is the most unruly. He grabs the ball and throws it at DeBeo next to him, then giggles afterward. Guming reached out and picked up Sanbao, kissing her soft little face. You little rascal, you're the naughtiest of all. Sanbao let out a woof sound, grabbed Guming's hair with her little hands, and laughed even more happily. Before I knew it, it was 11 p.m. After coaxing them for a long time, the three little ones finally fell asleep, their little faces rosy and incredibly cute. Shen Xingyuan was already in bed, scrolling through her phone. Are the babies asleep? Yes, they're all fast asleep. Guming lifted the covers and lay down, reaching out to pull her into his arms. Shen Xingyuan snuggled closer to him, finding a comfortable position. Remember to come home early from the office tomorrow. Okay, honey. Guming lowered his head and kissed her forehead, then turned off the light. Sleep well, good night. Good night. The couple embraced and soon fell asleep. The next day, at 9:30 in the morning, Guming drove his Cullinan and parked it in the underground parking garage of the Guamao office building in the city center. The headquarters of Tianyuan Group is located on the top floor of this building. He was wearing a casual black shirt and jeans, carrying his car keys, and slowly walked into the lobby. He had just reached the glass curtain wall in the lobby on the first floor when he bumped into an acquaintance. Lin Weiwei. She wore a tight-fitting navy blue business suit, a pencil skirt with stilettos, and 2 buttons were undone at the chest, revealing a small patch of snow-white skin. At this moment, Lin Weiwei was touching up her lipstick in front of a small mirror. Upon seeing Guming, she was also taken aback. Guming? She looked Guming up and down, her brows furrowing. Holy crap, what's this gigolo doing here? Isn't he a stay-at-home dad who lives off his wife? What's he doing in a place like this? Oh, they must have heard me say that I was here to discuss a big project, so they follow me here on purpose. Are you trying to find a job on your own? That's true. After staying home to take care of the kids for so long, you can't rely on your wife to support you forever. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei felt a surge of superiority. She put the lipstick away, her tone carrying a hint of condescension. Guming, we're all old classmates, so just tell me if you have any difficulties. Don't be shy. Are you looking for a job? Guming. He was speechless. Is this woman's imagination really that strong? Chapter 55, let me make this clear from the start. This has nothing to do with you. Guming lifted his foot and walked towards the elevator. He didn't have time to waste on this nonsense with her. Lin Weiwei, with an air of knowing everything, said, What are you pretending for? We're all classmates. Would I make fun of you? How about this? Our company is short-staffed for the front desk right now. It's 3,000 yuan a month, with 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and the work is easy. I'll talk to HR, and you can start work right away. No interview is needed. But let me make this clear from the start. I'm not going to give you any special treatment. Work hard, or I'll fire you just the same way. Guming was truly speechless. Are you sick in the head? He left her with a single sentence and stepped aside to avoid her. Guming walked in without looking back, and the elevator doors slowly closed. Lin Weiwei stood there, watching Guming walk into the building, her brows slightly furrowed. They actually put on quite a convincing act. He'll be embarrassed if the security guards stop him later. However, Lin Weiwei didn't think too much about it. This project is very important. If she wins it, her commission this year will be hundreds of thousands, and being promoted to director will not be a problem. Lin Weiwei straightened her clothes, pulled her neckline down further to reveal more of her figure, and then swayed her hips as she stepped into the elevator. This is her secret to closing so many deals. If it's a male customer, a little hint and they're hooked. If I just take a little initiative, the project will be a piece of cake. Lin Weiwei smiled at herself in the elevator mirror, feeling more and more confident. Top floor. As soon as Guming stepped out of the elevator, his secretary rushed up to him. Mr. Gu, you've arrived. Yes. Guming nodded. Have all 3 partners arrived? They've all arrived and are waiting in the reception room. As you instructed, we've arranged a private meeting, 40 minutes per family. The secretary said respectfully. Okay, let the first one in. Guming walked into the conference room, sat in the main seat, and flipped through the documents in his hand. The 3 companies are Haina Pictures, Universal Pictures, and Star Media. He had reviewed the proposal beforehand and found that Haina had the best channels, covered the most countries, and had reasonable rates, making it the top choice. Global Times is mediocre and unremarkable. As for Xingyao, its prices are inflated, its distribution channels are mediocre, and it has little competitiveness to begin with. Yes, Mr. Gu, I'll call Haina's people in right away. Soon, the first representative from Hainan film industry walked in. She was a blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman named Anna, with a stunning figure and a touch of exotic charm. She was followed by two assistants who looked very professional. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Anna, the overseas director of Hainan film industry." Anna smiled and extended her hand, speaking fluent Chinese. "Hello." Gu Ming shook her hand. "Let's begin." Anna didn't waste any time and immediately opened the PowerPoint presentation, giving a clear and organized explanation. Gu Ming asked a few questions about the Southeast Asian market, and the other party answered fluently, even taking into account the local policy risks. Professional, truly professional. Gu Ming was satisfied and nodded. "Okay, your plan is good. Go outside and wait for the results." "Okay, Mr. Gu, thank you for your help." Anna smiled and nodded, then left with her assistant. The second company is represented by Universal Publishing. The plan is conventional, primarily targeting the Japanese and South Korean markets. It doesn't have any outstanding advantages, and its price is even 2 percentage points higher than Hainan's, so overall it doesn't have any highlights. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, Gu Ming asked them to leave. Bringing the third company, Xingyao Media. Gu Ming closed the documents in front of him, picked up his water glass, and took a sip. "Yes, Mr. Gu." The meeting room door was pushed open, and Lin Weiwei walked in with the PPT remote control in her hand. She had just come in with her head down, plugging in a USB drive. When Lin Weiwei looked up and saw Gu Ming sitting in the main seat, she was completely stunned. "Gu Ming? How come he's sitting in the main seat? That's not right." She had inquired beforehand and found out that the owner of Tianyuan Group was surnamed Shun, a middle-aged man, and not Gu Ming at all. Lin Weiwei's mind works very quickly. It seems that Gu Ming is the department manager in charge of this cooperation, right? Unexpectedly, this gigolo actually works at Tianyuan Group and is even a department manager. He's quite capable. He's managed to climb up to the management level of the group by living off his wife. She snorted inwardly. But that's fine. They're all old classmates. I'll just give him a little hint later, and I'm sure I can land this project. "Gu Ming, I didn't expect you to work here." Lin Weiwei walked over quickly. What a coincidence. Gu Ming raised his eyes. "Let's begin. Present your proposal." "Oh dear, we're all old classmates. Why bother with the plan?" Lin Weiwei said with a smile as she walked around to Gu Ming's side. "Look at our relationship. Why don't you just give me this project directly? Don't worry, you'll definitely get your share of the benefits. I'll give you the highest kickback, 20%. How about it?" Lin Weiwei refused to believe it. With a 20% kickback and her looks, how could Gu Ming not be tempted? "Excuse me, please proceed according to the normal procedure." Gu Ming moved to the side, creating some distance. He was never really interested in Xingyao's proposal. Seeing Lin Weiwei like this now, I'm even less interested. "You?" Lin Weiwei was stunned for a moment, not expecting that Gu Ming would not give her any face. Keep pretending. Are they still playing hard to get? Thinking about this, Lin Weiwei felt a little resentful. "Okay, let's proceed according to the procedure." Lin Weiwei gritted her teeth. Anyway, she had memorized a few opening lines beforehand, so she was sure she could handle it. As long as Gu Ming wasn't deliberately making things difficult, she felt confident she could get away with it. Lin Weiwei opened the PowerPoint presentation and began to speak haltingly. "It's just the same old, empty rhetoric over and over again. Global channel coverage, professional team operations. There is absolutely no actual data." She hadn't been speaking for 2 minutes when Gu Ming interrupted her. "How many distribution channels does Xingyao have in Europe and America? How many exclusive agreements have you signed with streaming media outlets?" Lin Weiwei was taken aback. "What landing channel?" Gu Mingdao asked. "What are your core resources, such as offline cinema partnerships and platform integration?" Lin Weiwei's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "What is this thing? She's just a figurehead business manager. All she does is drink and build relationships. She doesn't know anything about professional stuff." But clinging to a sliver of hope, she forced a smile and said, "Of course we have all of these. They're all established channels, and we've been cooperating for many years. You can rest assured." Gu Ming frowned and asked a few more questions. "What is the issuance fee rate? How is the revenue sharing ratio calculated? What is the repayment period?" "Well, these things are all negotiable." Lin Weiwei stammered and couldn't answer, sweat beading on her forehead. Gu Ming completely lost his patience. They know nothing, yet they dare to talk about cooperation? Does Starshine Media have no one left? All right, that's enough. Gu Ming closed the document. Xingyao's proposal does not meet our requirements. You can go back now. Lin Weiwei's face turned pale. Before she could say anything, Gu Ming had already pressed the intercom. Secretary, see Miss Lin out. Yes, Mr. Gu. The secretary quickly came in and gestured for him to enter. Lin Weiwei gritted her teeth and could only slink away. Pass the word down. Let's go with Haina. Go and coordinate the contract details with them. Gu Ming said to his secretary. Yes, Mr. Gu. The secretary quickly left. Chapter 56, I want to file a complaint. Lin Weiwei stormed into the corridor, her high heels clicking loudly on the floor, growing angrier the more she thought about it. This project is extremely important to her. If I can't get this job, my year-end bonus will be gone, and the director position I've been eyeing for half a year will be completely out of reach. She just passed by the reception room. I overheard the secretary telling Anna from Haina that President Gu was very satisfied and was basically inclined to choose their company. Lin Weiwei was even more unconvinced. Cut. She's just a blonde foreign woman. She's got big breasts, that's all. I'm not bad looking, and my figure is just as good. It must be that Gu Ming is blinded by lust and has taken a fancy to that foreign girl. No, we can't just let it go like this. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately had an idea. Isn't Gu Ming just pretending to be aloof? She refused to believe that he wouldn't be tempted if she offered herself up to him. Men, they say no, but their actions tell a different story. Lin Weiwei waited in the corridor for more than 10 minutes, then touched up her heavy makeup. She took off her coat again, revealing a low-cut shirt underneath, with glimpses of her chest. She looked at her phone screen, adjusted her collar to make sure the angle was right, and then swayed over to Gu Ming's office door. Thump, thump, thump. She knocked twice, and before anyone could answer, she pushed the door open and went in, locking it behind her. Gu Ming. Lin Weiwei's voice was sweet and delicate, almost melodious. I was wrong just now. I wasn't prepared, and I spoke too harshly. I apologize. As she spoke, she moved closer to Gu Ming. Just give this project to our family. I promise I'll arrange everything clearly for you afterwards. Lin Weiwei leaned close to Gu Ming's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe, her voice even lower. And if you're willing, I can personally thank you properly too. I'm free tonight. You can do whatever you want. As she spoke, she deliberately ran her finger across Gu Ming's shoulder. She refused to believe that Gu Ming could remain unmoved after she had given such obvious hints. Besides, she's pretty and has a great figure. She's offering herself up. What man could refuse? Anything is fine? Gu Ming raised his eyes slightly, his tone indifferent. That's right. Lin Weiwei's eyes lit up, secretly delighted. I knew it. All men are the same. He was acting all serious just now, but he's already taken the bait. Then please stay away from me. Lin Weiwei's smile froze instantly, thinking she had misheard. What did you say? There's no need to discuss the cooperation further. I've already chosen my partner. Gu Ming didn't even look up, continuing to look at the documents in his hand. The door is over there. Go by yourself? Or should I call security to ask you to leave? Lin Weiwei's face flushed red and then turned pale. She was so embarrassed that she could practically dig her toes out of a 3-bedroom apartment. She didn't expect that Gu Ming would actually not fall for that. That's impossible. She's made it so obvious. Don't be so heartless. Lin Weiwei bit her lip, wanting to lean closer again, her voice becoming even sweeter. The conditions are all negotiable. I can accommodate whatever you like. Even if you want to use a small whip or do some role-playing, that's fine too. Gu Ming ignored her and picked up the internal phone. Security guard, come to my office and ask them to leave. You. Hearing Gu Ming's words, Lin Weiwei trembled with anger, her face turning red. 2 security guards came in quickly and, without saying a word, grabbed her and carried her out. Let me go. I can walk by myself. Lin Weiwei struggled, both angry and annoyed, feeling utterly humiliated. Thrown into the lobby on the first floor, Lin Weiwei straightened her wrinkled clothes, feeling a surge of anger with nowhere to vent it. She felt that Gu Ming was deliberately making things difficult for her. He's just a lousy department manager. What's with all the pretense? You dare to call security to kick her out? Fine, you just wait. She refused to believe that Tianyuan Group was above the law. I want to file a complaint. Your employees are harassing me. Lin Weiwei turned around and ran to the front desk, slamming her hand on the table and shouting at the receptionist. Hello, which employee would you like to complain about? The receptionist paused for a moment, but still asked politely. It's that Gu Ming from your group. Lin Weiwei said angrily. He tried to touch me inappropriately, and when I disagreed, he even called security to kick me out. How can your company have such scum? I'm a client here to discuss cooperation. Is this how you treat your clients? Get your boss, Mr. Shun, out here right now. I'm filing a complaint. I want him to fire this employee. The receptionist glanced at Lin Weiwei with a strange look in her eyes. Complaining about General Manager Gu? Is this person mentally unstable? Are you sure you want to file a complaint against General Manager Gu Ming? The receptionist asked again to confirm. What President Gu? Lin Weiwei rolled her eyes arrogantly. He's just a department manager. Don't try to flatter him. Get your Chairman Shin out here right now. I know Chairman Shin's friends. You've delayed my business. Can you take responsibility for that? Receptionist. Madam, Mr. Gu Ming is the president of our Tianyuan group. Chairman Shun is his father-in-law, and now President Gu has the final say in the group's daily affairs. Lin Weiwei. Upon hearing this, she was struck dumb, frozen in place as if by lightning. Gu Ming, is he the CEO? Holy crap, how is this possible? Lin Weiwei's mind was buzzing, completely blank. She recalled how she had boasted about her $1 million annual salary at the barbecue stand and looked down on him for staying home with the kids. I remember giving him $3,000 for the receptionist job. Thinking back to how I flirted with him in the office just now, I felt like a complete clown. My face hurts. It hurts like fire. She felt like her face was swollen from being slapped and wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. People passing by looked at her curiously and pointed at her. Lin Weiwei couldn't stay any longer and ran out of the hall in a disheveled state, almost forgetting to take her bag. All that remained in my heart was deep regret. If she had known Gu Ming was the CEO, she would have. Sigh. It's too late to say anything now. After finishing his work at the company, Gu Ming went home in the afternoon. As soon as the door opened, San Bao, who was lying on the playmat, spotted him with sharp eyes. San Bao's little arms and legs immediately started flapping and waving their arms and legs excitedly. She was still making cooing noises, her little body arching as she strained towards Gu Ming. Little baby. Gu Ming smiled and walked over, bent down and picked up San Bao, kissing her soft little face. San Bao immediately laughed, giggling, and grabbed his collar with her two little hands, snuggling into his arms. Da Bao and Air Bao also heard the noise. They lay on the mat, kicking their little legs and turning their heads to look for their father. Gu Ming squatted down and patted one of the little heads with each hand. Li Min sat on the sofa, smiling as she watched them. Hurry up and wash your hands and eat. Your mom made soup today. Okay. Gu Ming washed his hands, then sat down at the dining table with San Bao in his arms. Shun Qingyuan quickly brought over to Bao and Air Bao and placed them on the baby chair. Is there a lot going on at the company today? Shun Qingyuan came out of the kitchen carrying the last dish and asked with a smile. Not many. They've all been taken care of. Gu Ming smiled and reached out to pull her down to sit. Thank you for your hard work, wife. You even cooked. No, Mom made it. I just helped out. Shun Qingyuan blushed and glared at him. Da Bao sat in his high chair, saw the food on the table, stretched out his little arms and made ah sounds, drooling all over his bib. He was so tempted. Little glutton, this is for adults. You can't eat it. Gu Ming smiled and wiped his drool. I'll make you some formula later. Da Bao looked at him, seemingly understanding but not quite, smacked his lips twice, and then started chewing on his little hand again. Chapter 57, What is Genghis Chicken? After dinner, Li Min played with the three babies on the playmat, using rattles. The three little ones lay on the mat, their tiny hands gripping the rattles and shaking them loudly. We looked at each other and laughed heartily. Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan sat on the sofa, scrolling through their phones, enjoying a rare moment of peace. At this moment, Li Min smiled and pulled out old photos from her phone, handing them to Shun Qingyuan. Qingyuan, look at this photo. It was taken when Gu Ming was a child. Shun Qingyuan immediately leaned over to take a look. The little boy in the photo is only 2 or 3 years old. He is naked without pants and has a big smile on his face. Ha ha! Shun Qingyuan laughed so hard she slapped her thigh. Honey, you were so cute when you were little, and you were always naked. Gu Ming leaned closer to take a look and was utterly embarrassed. Mom, why do you still keep this photo? Keep it, it's so much fun. Li minuts lauga unkuntruyabli. Shun Qingyuan laughed and snuggled into Gu Ming's arms, finding the photos increasingly amusing. After exchanging only a few words, her eyes suddenly lit up. Honey, how about we go visit your hometown? Huh? Gu Ming was taken aback. Li Min said with a smile. That's definitely possible. It also allows the babies to get some fresh air. The village is much cooler than the city. Shun Qingyuan shook Guming's arm, and acted coquettishly. Honey, I haven't been to the place where you lived when you were little yet. Guming smiled and said, sure, it's a good idea to go back and pack up, and then take the babies out to play. Shun Qingyuan immediately became happy and stood up to run to the bedroom. I'll go pack the baby's things right now. Don't rush. We'll go in a couple of days. You can pack up tomorrow. Guming said helplessly. No, what if something gets missed? Shun Qingyuan waved her hand without turning her head and went into the bedroom. Powder, diapers, waterproof pads, I have to bring them all. Guming. Li Min laughed and slapped his thigh. Look at your wife. She's even more enthusiastic than me. That night, all 3 babies were put to sleep. The bedroom was quiet, with only the soft breathing of the babies. Shun Qingyuan was leaning against the headboard scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, when she suddenly poked Guming's arm. Honey, look at this. She handed the phone to Guming. Look at this Genghis chicken. It looks so delicious. I want to eat it. Guming leaned over for a look, and it was the kind of spiced roasted chicken that was all the rage online. Sure, I'll make it for you if you want to eat it. Guming smiled and pinched her cheek. Mom just bought a chicken recently. I'll cook it for you tomorrow. Yay. Shun Qingyuan was overjoyed and leaned over to kiss him on the cheek. You're the best, my husband. The next day at noon, Guming put on an apron and went straight into the kitchen. This was also the first time he had made this dish. However, with his top-notch cooking skills, there's absolutely no chance of him messing up. Minced ginger and garlic, plain yogurt, and mixed spices are stir-fried in a pan until fragrant, filling the entire kitchen with a rich aroma. Return the fried chicken to the pot, add the prepared spice sauce, and simmer over low heat until flavorful. Finally, sprinkle with a handful of dried fenugreek leaves, simmer for 2 minutes, and it's ready to serve. Guming's movements were fluid and graceful. In no time, the whole room was filled with fragrance. Shun Qingyuan ran over as soon as she smelled the aroma and stood on tiptoe to peek into the plate. Before Guming could even put the plate down properly, she eagerly picked up a piece of chicken. Hot, hot, hot. She kept shaking her hands because it was so hot and blew on it for a long time before finally taking a bite. It tastes good, but it's not as amazing as the video described. Shun Qingyuan chewed it, feeling a little disappointed. This kind of thing is just for fun. Guming smiled and handed her a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice. Eating it once in a while is fine, but I definitely couldn't stand eating it every day. That's true. Shun Qingyuan nodded, tore off another piece of chicken wing, and ate it with her mouth full of oil. It's quite delicious to eat it once in a while. Guming smiled and reached out to wipe the condiment off the corner of her mouth. Shun Qingyuan blushed slightly and subconsciously rubbed her hand against his palm. Whether the roast chicken tastes good or not is secondary. What made her happiest was that she had only mentioned wanting to eat it last night, and Guming remembered it. This feeling of caring about everything is what moves her the most. Host doting behavior detected. Shun Qingyuan's emotional threshold is maxed out. Reward. Max level carding skill. A system notification suddenly sounded in Guming's mind. Guming was stunned for a moment, then smiled. This skill is actually somewhat useful. Then making small toys for the babies in the future will be a piece of cake. The 3 babies couldn't stay calm while leaning back in their high chairs because of the fragrance. They stretched out their little arms and cried out, their little bodies stretching forward. You little gluttons. Guming smiled and picked out the tenderest piece of chicken leg meat. Next, I removed the outer skin, tore it into small pieces, and fed each piece to the baby to taste a little bit. Just try a little bit. You're still too young to eat too much. The 3 little ones smacked their lips and ate with great relish. After finishing, they stuck out their tongues and licked their lips, looking like they wanted more. The second baby was the most impatient. After finishing eating, he would stretch out his little hands and cry out, wanting more. Shun Qingyuan looked at them and couldn't stop laughing. You're such a doting father, always thinking about them. Guming smiled, but didn't say anything. Being able to cook for my wife and kids and see them enjoy their meals is a kind of happiness. Night fell quickly. Shun Qingyuan massaged Guming's shoulders and leaned on his back. Honey, we're going to your hometown tomorrow. I'm so excited. What's there to be excited about? Guming smiled and squeezed her hand. It's just an old, dilapidated courtyard. There's nothing to see. That's different. It's where you lived when you were a child. Shun Qingyuan rubbed against his back, her voice soft. There's a saying, I want to walk the path you walked across time. Guming turned around and pulled her into his arms. Okay, I'll show you around properly tomorrow. Shun Qingyuan nestled in his arms and nodded. The 2 bickered for a while. After Shun Xingyuan finished taking care of Guming, they hugged each other and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 58, Returning to my hometown. The next day, after breakfast, the family set off. Guming drove a nanny van this time for the convenience of his family's travel. The skyscrapers in front of us gradually disappeared, replaced by rice paddies. Wow, the air is so fresh. Shun Xingyuan rolled down the car window and took a deep breath. The air is much better than in the city. She took out her phone and kept taking pictures of the scenery outside the window, like a child going on a trip for the first time. The three babies lay in their car seats, turning their little heads back and forth, curious about everything. Seeing the old cow grazing slowly by the roadside, Bao excitedly kicked his little legs. The wind made Sanbao squint his eyes, and his little nose wrinkled, which was especially cute. Sanbao is like a little monkey. He can't sit still for a moment. Just like Gu Ming when he was a kid, so mischievous. Li Min sat in the back row, wiped the drool from Sanbao's mouth, and said with a smile, "Mom, was I really this naughty when I was little?" Gu Ming glanced at the rearview mirror and said helplessly, "Of course." Li Min pouted and started talking. "When you were 3 years old, you climbed the old locust tree at the entrance of the village to raid a bird's nest, and you fell down and broke your arm. And another thing, when you were a kid, you fought with Da Zhuang from the west end of the village. You couldn't beat him, so you spat his face. I made someone's child cry, and they came to my house to complain." "Mom," Gu Ming said helplessly, "why are you saying all this?" Shun Xingyuan laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. "Ha ha ha. Honey, you were so mean when you were little, spitting at people. That was so wicked." Gu Ming, his illustrious reputation is well-deserved. Shun Xingyuan listened with great interest, occasionally asking questions, laughing until her stomach hurt. The journey was filled with laughter and joy, so it wasn't boring at all. The car slowly drove forward, getting closer and closer to the village. As Gu Ming looked at the familiar scenery outside the window, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. "It's been a long time since I've been back. This time, coming back with my wife and kids feels quite different." More than an hour later, the car drove into the village. The Gu family's old house is located at the east end of the village. The small courtyard is detached, with blue bricks and gray tiles, and there's an old locust tree at the entrance with lush branches and leaves. As soon as the car came to a stop, the village's big yellow dog started barking. "We're home." Gu Ming opened the car door and carried the three babies out. The little guy was visiting the countryside for the first time, turning his head back and forth, finding everything fascinating. She wasn't afraid of the barking dogs. She even pointed at Big Yellow and barked ah. Shun Xingyuan carried a Bao, and Li Min carried Bao. The group entered the courtyard. There's a grape trellis in the yard. Although no one had lived there for a long time, Li Min would occasionally come back to tidy it up, so it was still clean. "Wow, this place is so comfortable." Shun Xingyuan took a deep breath. The air was filled with the smell of soil and grass, as well as a faint fragrance of flowers. "That's right, it's much better than the reinforced concrete in the city." Li Min smiled and said, "When I retire, I'll come back to live here, grow vegetables and flowers. How pleasant that would be." Gu Ming turned around and went inside to pack his things. There aren't many things in the old house. Most of them are old furniture and his childhood toys. As he rummaged through the things, he found a peachwood sword in a wooden box under the bed. It was made for him by Gu Jianfeng when he was a child. The two characters Gu Ming were also engraved crookedly on the hilt of the sword. "This thing is still here." Gu Ming smiled, picked it up, and patted off the dust. He looked down at the peachwood sword in his hand and ran his fingers along the blade. When he was a child, all he needed was a wooden stick. "The weeds around here can't survive." "Honey, what are you doing in there?" Shin Yuan's voice came from outside. Coming. Gu Ming walked out with the wooden sword in his hand. "Look, this is the peachwood sword I used to play with when I was a kid." Shin Yuan took it and burst out laughing. "These characters are carved so ugly. They're crooked and twisted. How old were you back then? It's quite impressive that you could carve like this." Gu Ming curled his lip. Sanbao crawled over, reached out to grab the wooden sword, and stuffed it into his mouth. Hey, you can't eat this." Gu Ming quickly snatched it away, saying, "This is for playing, not for eating. It's dirty." "Three treasures?" She tilted her head and looked at Gu Ming. Her little mouth pursed, and her eyes immediately reddened, on the verge of tears. Shun Yuan took a teething toy from the side and handed it to Sanbao. "Don't cry, baby. Let's play with this. This is edible." Sanbao took the teething toy, immediately smiled again, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed on it with relish, even with tears still on his face. Gu Ming. So, I'm not even as good as a teething toy. After tidying up, Gu Ming took Xin Qingyuan and the babies for a walk in the village. The roads in the countryside are narrow, but very clean. The three babies sat in the stroller, looking around curiously, finding everything new and exciting. As I was walking, a black Audi A6 drove up from the opposite direction and honked its horn twice. The car stopped beside them. The window rolled down, and a man in a shirt leaned out, looking delighted. Gu Ming. Zhuang Hongfei. Gu Ming recognized him as well. Zhuang Hongfei was his childhood playmate. However, the two rarely saw each other after Gu Ming went to school in the city. Since there were no cell phones back then, the two didn't even have a way to contact each other. It really is you. Zhuang Hongfei got out of the car and punched him. You're quite something, kid. You've gotten even more handsome after all these years. You're doing great too, driving an A6 already. Gu Ming smiled. Hey, just trying to make a living. Zhuang Hongfei waved his hand, but there was a hint of pride on his face. I started a construction team and take on some civil engineering work. We barely make ends meet. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Shun Qingyuan beside him, and his eyes widened instantly. Holy crap, this is so beautiful. Her skin is so fair it practically glows, and she is such a great presence. She's even prettier than those internet celebrities and stars. And who is this? Zhuang Hongfei quickly straightened his clothes, his tone becoming much more polite. My wife, Shun Qingyuan. Gu Ming introduced. Qingyuan, this is Zhuang Hongfei, my childhood friend. Hello. Shun Qingyuan smiled and nodded. Hello, hello. Zhuang Hongfei was incredibly envious. Wow, Gu Ming is something else. He married such a beautiful wife. He looked down at the three babies in the stroller and was even more shocked. These are all your children? Yes, triplets, 2 boys and 1 girl. Gu Ming smiled. Zhuang Hongfei. Triplets. Holy crap, that's absolutely amazing. His wife is only newly pregnant, while other people are already 3. Amazing, amazing. Zhuang Hongfei gave a thumbs up. You're something else, kid. You're a winner in life. Gu Ming smiled and then asked, by the way, are you back to visit relatives? Yes, I came back to see my parents. Chapter 59 Jade Pavilion. Zhuang Hongfei slapped his thigh. It's rare to run into each other like this. Let's have lunch together. It's on me. Sure, my mom's here too. Let's go together. Gu Ming nodded. Absolutely. Let's go. I haven't seen Aunt Li in so long. Zhuang Hongfei was very enthusiastic and immediately drove ahead to lead the way. At noon, the group sat down at a farmhouse restaurant at the entrance of the village. Zhuang Hongfei's wife, Lu Kaihong, also arrived, wearing a dress and carrying a designer bag, looking quite fashionable. Husband Lu Kaihong greeted him. She was taken aback when she saw Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan. This is Gu Ming, my childhood friend. This is his wife, Shun Qingyuan, and Aunt Li, Zhuang Hongfei introduced. Hello. Lu Kaihong greeted her with a smile, but her gaze lingered on Shun Qingyuan's face for a few seconds, and she felt a little uncomfortable. This woman is so beautiful. Her skin was whiter than mine, her temperament was better, and even the dress she was wearing looked more expensive than mine. However, when she thought about how her husband drove an Audi A6, which looked quite ordinary, Gu Ming felt much better. The dishes were served in no time. They were all authentic farm-style dishes, and the portions were very generous. Eat up, Zhuang Hongfei said with a smile. Several people started eating. While eating, Zhuang Hongfei chatted, saying that his engineering team now had dozens of people and could earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a year, talking animatedly. Lu Kaihong stood beside him with an admiring look on her face, constantly putting food on his plate. Halfway through the meal, Zhuang Hongfei's eyes suddenly lit up. Gu Ming, are you free this afternoon? Come on, I'll take you to a nice place. Where? Gu Ming asked, somewhat puzzled. Lingshi Road Antique Market. I've recently become obsessed with collecting. I've just learned some authentication knowledge and watched a lot of videos. Zhuang Hongfei became more and more proud as he spoke. Last time I bought a blue and white porcelain vase for only 3,000 yuan. I had an expert look at it, and they said it's worth at least 20,000. That's what you call finding a bargain. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. Antique market? Since he has a maxed out appraisal skill, it wouldn't hurt to go and take a look. Okay, let's go take a look. Me too. Me too. Shun Qingyuan raised her hand, looking curious. I've never been to an antique market before. Okay, let's go together. Zhuang Hongfei slapped his thigh. Li Min smiled and waved her hand. You young people go ahead, I won't go. It'll be too noisy and crowded, and I'm afraid it will disturb the baby. I'll stay home and look after the kids. You can go out and have fun, then come back when you're done. Guming thought about it and agreed. Taking a 4-month-old baby to crowded places is indeed not good, as they are prone to fussing, so I nodded in agreement. Lingshire Road Antique Market. There were quite a lot of people here with stalls on both sides displaying all sorts of things: porcelain, jade, calligraphy, and paintings, coins. It had everything, and the sounds of hawking and bargaining rose and fell, creating a lively atmosphere. Zhuang Hongfei patted his chest, looking like he knew a lot. Come on, I'll show you around. Stay close to me. I'll give you my opinion. I guarantee you won't get ripped off. Really? Then I'll have to learn a lot from Master Zhuang today. Gu Ming smiled. Of course, of course. Zhuang Hongfei became even more smug, puffing out his chest even more. The four men walked inside, and Zhuang Hongfei pointed out the landscape as he went, spitting as he spoke. Look at this bowl. It's a fake. The mark on the bottom is wrong. The font is too soft. It's obviously fake. This jade pendant is made of inferior material from Qinghai. It's worthless, at most a few hundred yuan. And this copper coin is fake. The rust color is too superficial. It's chemical rust. He spoke eloquently and logically, while Lu Kaihong stood beside him with a look of admiration. Honey, you're so amazing. You know everything. Of course. Zhuang Hongfei became even more arrogant, walking with a swagger. Gu Ming stood to the side, smiling without saying a word. With his maxed-out appraisal skills, he could easily identify everything on these stalls. 90% of them are fake, and the remaining 10% are just ordinary, worthless goods. He also gave up the idea of finding a bargain. Come to think of it, if there were any loopholes, they would have been chosen long ago. These stall owners are almost all knowledgeable and rarely do business at a loss. The occasional stories of finding bargains that circulate are most likely fake news spread by them to attract newbies. Several stall owners nearby scoffed at Zhuang Hongfei's words. Another half-baked show-off. Those who truly know their stuff don't show off like that. After browsing for a while, Zhuang Hongfei pointed to a shop in front of him. Let's go check this out. Kuyuxuan, this restaurant is quite famous. For people walked into the store. The store is quite large and decorated in a classic style. The glass cabinet displayed various jade artifacts, which looked quite authentic. Welcome. The shop assistant greeted us with a smile and provided very warm service. Honey, I'd like to see the jade bracelet. Lu Kaihong tugged at Zhuang Hongfei's arm and said coquettishly, Okay, go take a look. Buy it if you like it. Zhuang Hongfei waved his hand. Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan watched from the side. The shop assistant took out several jade bracelets for Lu Kaihong to try on. Lu Kaihong tried several, but was not very satisfied with any of them. Either the water content was poor or the color was wrong. Is there anything better? She asked. Yes, please wait a moment. The shop assistant turned and went into the back room. A moment later, he took out a red velvet box from the safe inside and carefully opened it. Inside the box, a jade bracelet, entirely emerald green, lay quietly. It has plenty of water, vibrant colors, and looks especially beautiful. This is our store's prized possession, a pure, natural, grade A jadeite with a full green hue. We guarantee it's genuine, or we'll compensate you tenfold. The sales clerk lowered his voice and said mysteriously, The price is marked at 100,000. If it weren't for your good looks, I wouldn't have taken it out. Lu Caihong's eyes lit up immediately. So beautiful. She carefully picked it up and put it on her wrist. I tried them on, and they really look good. The emerald green color makes my hands look white and delicate. She looked at herself in the mirror from left to right, and the more she looked, the more she liked it. But when I asked about the price, it was 100,000. She was starting to have second thoughts. Zhuang Hongfei also frowned. 100,000 yuan is a bit expensive. But with his wife here and Gu Ming and the others watching, he couldn't lose face. He was hesitating about how to start the conversation when Lu Kaihong had already taken off the bracelet. It's too expensive. Forget it, she said reluctantly, handing the item to the shop assistant. At the very moment, the two handed over their keys. The shop assistant's fingers had just touched the jade bracelet when it suddenly slipped. Smack! A crisp cracking sound. The jade bracelet fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. The store fell silent instantly. Lu Caihong's hand was still frozen in midair, and she was completely stunned. The shop assistant was stunned for only a second before her face immediately darkened, and she began to scold Lu Kaihong. Sir, How could you let go so easily? I hadn't even caught it properly yet. I don't. Lu Kaihong looked at the shop assistant in disbelief. I only let go after I saw you catch it. It was clearly your own fault for not holding on properly. Do you think I would know whether I caught it or not? Chapter 60, a tenfold refund for a fake 1 million. The shop assistant's face darkened, and he shook his head, saying, My sir, you can't just blame this on me to shirk responsibility, can you? This is a jadeite bangle of icy green quality worth 100,000 yuan. You Yuri talking nonsense. Lu Caihong's face turned pale with anger. It was clearly your own slip of the hand. My hand slipped? The shop assistant sneered. I've been selling jade for so many years, and I've never broken anything. How come you broke it the moment you handed it to me? He pointed to the broken jade bracelet on the ground, his tone forceful. Sir, since this jade bracelet fell from your hands, you must compensate me for the 100,000. Zhuang Hongfei became anxious. Is this bracelet really worth that much money? Besides, it was clearly your own fault for not catching it. Who knows if you deliberately dropped it on the ground? Sir, the jade bracelet was dropped from your wife's hand. It has nothing to do with us. This bracelet is worth 100,000 yuan, and it comes with a certificate and an invoice. You have to compensate me, the shop assistant said coldly. Why should I? Zhuang Hongfei retorted angrily. You're trying to extort money from me. The item broke while you were handling it. Our store always follows the rules. You're not leaving until we compensate you. I'll just say that with a sidelong glance, the shop assistant said. The two sides started arguing, and their voices grew louder and louder. Several customers in the shop also gathered around to watch the commotion, pointing and commenting. This woman is in trouble. She broke someone's prized possession. 100,000 yuan is no small sum. Jade should not be passed from hand to hand. Such things should not be handed from hand to hand. I think it's a scam. They deliberately let you try it on, then stage an accident. This isn't the first or second time that Kuyukshuan has done this kind of thing. Shoo, keep your voice down. The owner of Kuyukshuan has connections. Don't cause trouble. When the whispers reached Zhuang Hongfei's ears, his heart skipped a beat. Is this a staged accident scam? Did I run into a rip-off shop? Lu Kaihong was so frightened that her face turned pale. She clung tightly to Zhuang Hongfei's arm, her body trembling. Honey, what should we do? 100,000 yuan. She was almost in tears. Zhuang Hongfei was also sweating profusely with anxiety. Although he has some money, 100,000 yuan is not a small amount. It's enough for him to work for several months. Moreover, this was clearly a staged accident, and he was unwilling to accept it. But the other side has more people and more influence, and they have a powerful background, so a direct confrontation is definitely not going to work. He gritted his teeth, about to start bargaining and see if he could lose less. A hand was placed on his shoulder. Let me see. Guming took a step forward and blocked their way. He looked at the shop assistant and asked, 100,000 yuan, right? The shop assistant sized Guming up and down, her tone unfriendly. What? You gonna pay for them? Okay, I'll transfer it to you. Guming took out his phone. Guming. Zhuang Hongfei panicked and grabbed him. What are you doing? This is way too expensive. It's obviously a ripoff. That's right, we can't give it to them. Lu Kaihong hurriedly added, let's try to negotiate the price with them again. Guming waved his hand without saying a word, then scanned the QR code handed to him by the clerk, entered the amount, and confirmed. Zafobo has been credited to your account, 100,000 yuan. A crisp notification sound rang out indicating that the funds had been credited to the account. The shop assistant was taken aback when he received the money, but his expression softened and a smile appeared on his lips. This gentleman is quite straightforward. All right, seeing how readily you agree, we'll let it go. You can leave now. The people around shook their heads. This young man looks quite energetic. How come he's so silly? 10,000 yuan can be transferred just like that? This is clearly a staged accident scam. It's over. Zhuang Hongfei's face turned pale. He felt both anxious and guilty. 100,000 yuan. Guming transferred 100,000 yuan without batting an eye just to help them. This is a huge favor I owe. Lu Kaihong was also stunned, looking at Guming's back, feeling a mix of emotions. Only Shun Qingyuan stood aside, not in a hurry at all, and even seemed quite interested. She knows Guming too well. My husband never suffers a loss. She smiled, with an expression that suggested she was watching a good show. Guming put away his phone, bent down to pick up the broken jade bracelet from the ground, and examined it in his hand. It has a cool touch, a rough cross-section, and a distinctly gelatinous texture. With maxed-out appraisal skills, A single scan reveals whether something is real or fake. Gu Ming smiled, looked up, and looked at the shop assistant. You just said that this bracelet is a pure natural grade A item, and that you'll get 10 times the compensation if it's fake? The shop assistant felt a chill run down her spine, a bad feeling creeping over her. But he still stubbornly insisted. Of course. We at Qiuchuan have been in business for so many years and have never sold counterfeit goods. We have certificates. Really? Gu Ming raised an eyebrow, held up the broken jade bracelet in his hand, and examined it under the light. Then explain to me what these patterns formed by strong acid corrosion are all about. What's causing the air bubbles in this glue injection? The shop assistant's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm talking nonsense. Gu Ming smiled. C-grade jadeite is soaked in strong acid to remove impurities and corrode the dirt. Then inject glue to fill it in so that it looks like it has good water content. Redyne to pass it off as a genuine product, am I right? This thing costs less than 200 yuan to make, and you dare to sell it for 100,000? The onlookers were stunned. Holy crap. Fake. It looks really real to me. The water content is so good. This young man knows his stuff. He speaks very eloquently. If that's true, then Jade Pavilion is in big trouble. A tenfold compensation for a counterfeit product? That would mean 1 million in compensation. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and the way they looked at the shop assistants had changed. The shop assistant's face turned pale, and his lips were trembling. You're spouting nonsense. What makes you think it's fake? Whether it's fake or not, we can find out by having a testing agency do a test, Gu Ming said. Just then, the store manager came out from the back. He was a fat man in his 40s with a big belly and a lot of fat on his face. He looked like someone you didn't want to mess with. He had been listening in the back for a while and realized he had met someone knowledgeable, so he had no choice but to come out. Sir, let's talk this out. The store manager forced a smile, but inwardly he was cursing. Where did this kid come from, who knows so much about this stuff? There's nothing to say, Gu Ming interrupted him. The bracelet is worth 100,000 yuan. If it's fake, I'll compensate you tenfold, which is 1 million yuan. Pay up the money. The store manager's face turned green. 1 million. This guy's here to cause trouble. Kid, don't go too far. The shop manager's face darkened. I'll refund you the 100,000 yuan, and we'll call it even. Let's keep to ourselves and not interfere with each other. From now on, if you buy anything from my store, I'll give you a 20% discount. His tone was threatening. No one on this street dares to speak to Fatty Wong like that. Forget it? Gu Ming laughed. Why didn't you say forget it when you were trying to extort money from me? Weren't you pretty arrogant just now? You wouldn't let us leave without paying compensation, and you even threatened to hit us. What? Are you chickening out now? The store manager's face darkened further. Kid, do you know who I am? You dare cause trouble here? Several burly men in the shop took a step forward, staring menacingly at Gu Ming. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 61, Accidentally Entering the Imperial Household. Zhuang Hongfei was so frightened that his heart jumped into his throat, and he held on to Gu Ming's arm tightly. Gu Ming, how about we just let it go? Let's just get the 100,000 yuan back and not cause any more trouble. Lu Kaiong was also terrified and hid behind Zhuang Hongfei, her voice trembling like a leaf. Yeah, let's go, don't bother with them. Seeing that Gu Ming showed no intention of leaving, Fatty Wong sneered, took out his phone, walked to the side, and spat. Uncle, it's me. A kid came into the shop looking for trouble, saying I was selling counterfeit goods and trying to extort money from me. Why don't you talk to the station and have them take him away? Just scare him a little. The person on the other end of the phone cursed at him, telling him not to cause trouble and to quickly pay up to get rid of him. Fatty Wong readily agreed and hung up the phone, putting it back in his pocket without any panic. With his uncle backing him up, what is he afraid of? Gold has a price, but jade is priceless. Anyway, all the items in their store have certificates of authenticity, so they're not afraid of any trouble. Shen Qingyuan stood beside Gu Ming, holding his arm, looking calm. The onlookers whispered their advice, and an old man tugged at Gu Ming's sleeve. Young man, forget it. This store manager has connections. His uncle is a leader in the county. You can't afford to offend him. Just take the money and leave. It's not worth getting angry with this kind of person. Gu Ming smiled. So that's where the connections are. No wonder they're so arrogant. Without saying much, he simply took out his phone and dialed a number. When we collaborated with the Research Institute on the Super Bean Bun project before, Dean Wang Chong had told him that he could contact him directly if he needed anything. Dean Wang, I am Gu Ming. I ran into some trouble on Lingsha Road. A shady shop tried to extort money from me, and I heard they have some connections. They wanted to get someone to take care of me. Okay, thank you for your help. After exchanging a few words, Gu Ming hung up the phone and put it back in his pocket. Wang Chang's expression changed instantly after hanging up the phone. Gu Mingka is the core developer of Super Bean Bun. If anything goes wrong, we're doomed. Super Bean Buns are now being used in the military field, and countless eyes are watching. How could such a national treasure be extorted by a shady shop? And you were threatened? Dean Wang Chang was so angry that his hands were shaking, and he immediately made a phone call to Shanghai City. When the Municipal Public Security Bureau and the Industry and Commerce Bureau received the news, everyone was stunned. A top scientist got into trouble in the jurisdiction. If something really goes wrong, they wouldn't have enough heads to lose. There was a city that had a major project expert get into trouble, and it still hasn't recovered. Quickly, everyone move out to Spirit Stone Road. Mr. Gu's safety is paramount. If it's even a minute later, none of you are allowed to continue. Several minutes passed inside the Jade Pavilion, but there was still no sound. Wang Pengzi, who had been feeling a bit anxious, was completely relieved. It's been so long, and his uncle hasn't called him to say that someone is causing trouble. It seems this kid is just putting on airs. He walked leisurely over to Gu Ming, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and blew a smoke ring. Kid, have you had enough of this act? I'm telling you, today you either take the 100,000 and get out, or... He raised his chin, and 4 burly men beside him immediately stepped forward, each one broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, with a fierce and menacing look. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden, urgent siren blared from outside. And it wasn't just one. The wailing sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached. Immediately afterwards, 3 or 4 police cars and 2 enforcement vehicles from the Industry and Commerce Bureau pulled up in front of the gate. A group of security guards and law enforcement officers rushed in, panting and sweating profusely. Fatty Wong was delighted and immediately went to greet him, beaming like a flower. Captain Li, Captain Zhang, you come at the perfect time. This kid is causing trouble in my store and falsely accusing me of selling counterfeit goods. Arrest him immediately. He pointed at Gu Ming triumphantly, thinking to himself that his uncle was really effective. So many people came with just one phone call. The next second, the sheriff leading the team didn't even glance at him, simply shoving him aside and walking straight up to Gu Ming. Mr. Gu, I'm so sorry we're late. The sheriff looked extremely nervous, with sweat dripping down his chin from his forehead. He would never forget the panicked tone in the bureau chief's voice on the phone. The bureau chief said that if Mr. Gu were to lose even a single hair, he would lose his position as the station chief. The sheriff turned to look at Fatty Wong, his face instantly turning cold. You are suspected of extortion and threatening the personal safety of staff members of key national scientific research projects. Come with us later and cooperate with the investigation, etc. Fatty Wong panicked. Even if his mind was slow to process information, he could tell that something was wrong. He quickly took out his phone to call his uncle, but the screen displayed the user you dialed is currently unavailable. Fatty Wong was dumbfounded. He panicked, his legs cramped up, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Everyone was stunned. National Key Scientific Research Project? Who is this young man? Fatty Wong's lips were trembling. It's over. This time, they really kicked a hornet's nest. He actually offended someone of this caliber? Isn't he just a small business owner who runs a jade shop? How could I have messed with such a big shot? No, I didn't. I was wrong. Mr. Gu, I was wrong. Fatty Wong could barely speak, and his legs were as weak as noodles. 2 security guards immediately went up and grabbed Wang Pengzi's arms. Because the investigation isn't finished yet, he still has to wait here. Soon, staff from the Industry and Commerce Bureau also began a comprehensive inspection. Every investigation is accurate. Most of the jade items in the shop are B grade or C grade, and there are also synthetic ornaments, which are specifically designed to set up scams against customers. The so-called certificates of authenticity are all fake certificates that were bought with money. After the people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau finished their investigation, their faces turned ashen. Most of the goods in this store are fake. The staff member held up a jade bracelet. You priced this dyed quartzite at 50,000? He picked up another pendant. This one, made of glass, you're selling it for 8,000? And these 2, they're all fake. Your shop is a ripoff. With conclusive evidence, Wang Pengzi's arrogance is futile. His face was deathly pale, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to stand up. It's over. It's all over. Even his uncle couldn't protect him. Moreover, his uncle is probably in dire straits even now. The onlookers were in an uproar. Holy crap, it's all fake? It's so dark. I bought a jade pin in here last time. It cost over 3,000. Could it be fake too? It's definitely fake. Get your money back right now. Serves him right. This kind of shady shop should have been shut down long ago. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, and many customers who had bought the items rushed in, demanding refunds and compensation. Finally, under the supervision of the Industry and Commerce Bureau, before being taken away, Fatty Wong had no choice but to fulfill the store's promise of tenfold compensation for counterfeit goods. 1 million was transferred to Gu Ming's account without missing a penny. 1 million yuan has been deposited into your account. A crisp notification sound rang out indicating that the funds had been credited to the account. Zhuang Hongfei was completely dumbfounded, standing there like a wooden statue, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. 1 million, just like that you made a profit? And who exactly is Gu Ming? National Key Scientific Research Project? He works hard on construction projects, but only earns a few $100,000 a year. Gu Ming made 1 million yuan just by browsing the antique market. Lu Kaihong was completely dumbfounded, and the way she looked at Gu Ming changed completely. So Gu Ming is the real big boss. She looked down at the designer bag she was carrying and suddenly realized it didn't seem so appealing anymore. Compared to others, what I have is nothing at all. Immediately afterwards, Kuyukshuan was sealed off on the spot. Wang Pongzi and several relevant officials were taken away for investigation. Even his uncle was taken away for investigation on suspicion of harboring a criminal and abusing his power for personal gain. Sitting in the police car, Fatty Wong was covered in cold sweat and his face was ashen. It's over. It's all over. My life is ruined. Pear blossoms drift down to your window. Fatty Wong wanted to cry, but had no tears. This is truly a case of accidentally trespassing into the imperial palace. Chapter 62, Fishing with a Bamboo Rod. Gu Minji too strong? After a long pause, Zhuang Hongfei finally managed to utter a single sentence. Gu Ming smiled and said, "It's all right. SOSO, why would you normally have a sheriff come over and salute you personally? Normally, you can bring down all the relatives with just one phone call." Zhuang Hongfei's lips twitched. He suddenly remembered how he had boasted at lunchtime about how his construction team had made hundreds of thousands of yuan. My face fell a little hot. Other people can easily make 1 million just by playing around, and you have the nerve to flaunt your meager savings? That's so embarrassing. Gu Ming. Zhuang Hongfei scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Thank you so much for today. We would have been in big trouble if it weren't for you. It's nothing, Gu Ming said with a smile. We're childhood friends, brothers, it's only right. Zhuang Hongfei felt even more embarrassed. They treat you like a brother, and you're trying to show off in front of them. I'm such a scoundrel. It was already evening when we returned from the antique market. Gu Ming took Shen Qingyuan back to their old house in the countryside. Zhuang Hongfei and his wife followed behind, but once inside the courtyard, they felt a little awkward, unsure whether to stand or sit. Li Min had already prepared dinner. The table was full of vegetables grown in her own garden, as well as a goose bought from her neighbor, which smelled delicious. At the dinner table, Zhuang Hongfei kept putting food on Gu Ming's plate like a little fanboy. Hongfei, why are you being so polite to Gu Ming? Didn't you two fight every day when you were little? You even stole Gu Ming's spinning top. Li Min looked on with a puzzled expression and asked curiously. Zhuang Hongfei scratched his head and chuckled. That was because I was young and didn't know any better. Now Ming Ji is my idol. That's amazing. I am impressed. Gu Ming was both amused and exasperated and shook his head. After finishing their meal, Zhuang Hongfei and Lu Kaihong said goodbye. Gu Ming and his family sat in the courtyard enjoying the cool air. The nights in the countryside are exceptionally quiet, with a dense sky of stars overhead. Wow, so many stars. You can't see such a clear starry sky in the city. Shen Qingyan leaned on Gu Ming's shoulder, tilted her head back, and looked up in amazement. Indeed, the air quality is better and the visibility is higher in the countryside. Gu Ming smiled and pinched her cheek. Sanbao nestled in Gu Ming's arms, pointing at the stars in the sky with his little finger and babbling away. I don't know what he was saying, but he was drooling all over Gu Ming's clothes, making a big wet patch. Silly boy, you're drooling all over Daddy. Gu Ming smiled and wiped the corner of her mouth. Sanbao let out an ah and reached out to grab Gu Ming's face. His paws were covered in saliva, and he grabbed Gu Ming's face all over. Gu Ming. Shen Qingyuan laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. Ha ha ha, serves you right. Who told you to call our baby a little idiot? Dabao rolled around on the crawling mat, nibbling on his little toes, having a great time. He was chewing on something and tried to roll over, but he got stuck halfway over and started babbling in frustration, his little face turning red. Guming reached out and gently pushed him, and the little guy rolled over in a flash, immediately laughing and continuing to gnaw on his hand. Erbao nestled quietly in Shun Qingyuan's arms, gazing blankly at the night sky. Her little mouth was slightly open, and she was completely absorbed in watching like a little philosopher. Around 10 p.m., after putting the babies to sleep, Guming carried Shun Qingyuan back to the bedroom. "Honey, it's time to get down to business." Shun Qingyuan blushed and nestled in his arms, her voice soft. "Put on that first." "Oh, I forgot to bring it," Guming said with a troubled expression. "Now I can't buy it anymore. I have it in my bag." Shun Qingyuan blushed even more, lowered her head even further, and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Guming's eyes lit up. "Honey, it seems you were prepared all along. Go quickly." Shun Qingyuan kicked him, feeling extremely embarrassed. After a fierce battle, Shun Qingyuan lay on Guming's chest, panting heavily, her hair soaked with sweat. "It's all your fault. I won't be able to get up tomorrow. It's my fault. It's my fault. I'm too amazing." Guming smiled and pinched her cheek. The next day, as soon as it was light, the three babies woke up and started babbling like little alarm clocks. Guming got up to make formula, and the three little ones hugged their bottles and drank it down, their little faces puffing up. The fresh air blowing in felt wonderful. The babies were noticeably happier. After finishing their milk, they rolled around on the playmat, babbling and chatting. "I've had breakfast. Honey, let's go for a walk. I like to see your hometown." Shun Qingyuan took Guming's arm and swayed it. "Okay," Guming said with a smile. "Mom, let's go for a walk and come back for lunch." Go ahead. I'll stay home and take care of the kids. Don't worry." Li Min waved her hand. The two walked along the village road until they reached the river. Many people were fishing at that time. They had all come from the city specifically to fish, and they squatted in a row. Shun Qingyuan became interested and watched from the side. However, after watching for a long time, these fishermen didn't catch a single fish. They all came back empty-handed. "Honey, I want to go fishing too. How about we buy a fishing rod and go fishing next time?" Shun Qingyuan shook his arm, her eyes sparkling. "What's so difficult about that?" Guming smiled, turned around, and broke off a straight bamboo pole from the bamboo grove next to him. He then bought a fishing line and hook set from a fisherman fishing nearby for 10 yuan. The older man next to him chuckled, a cigarette dangling from his lips, and said, "Young man, fishing isn't that simple. You can't catch fish with a bamboo pole." "That's right. I can't even catch anything with my carbon fiber rod that costs several hundred yuan. How can your bamboo rod work?" An old man next to him chimed in. "Just playing around with my wife," Gu Ming said with a smile. The older brother shook his head, not taking it seriously. "Can you fish with a bamboo pole?" "Just kidding." Gu Ming quickly tied the fish hook. His movements were very swift. To Gu Ming's surprise, even a max-level shooting skill could be used for fishing. His accuracy and touch are both top-notch. Therefore, when casting the hook, one can precisely control the landing point and force. At the same time, Gu Ming could also clearly perceive the position of every fish on the water surface. "Wife, watch me." Gu Ming randomly chose a spot to cast his line. The float sank in less than 3 seconds after it entered the water. How can you call the fisherman's affair? In Chapter 63, Theft. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Ming pulled a 1-pound crucian carp out of the water, lively and jumping. The man next to me had just baited his hook when he looked up and froze, dropping his cigarette on the ground. "Holy crap, that fast." Gu Ming smiled and said, "I was lucky." Before he could finish speaking, he caught another fish on his second cast. It's another big crucian carp, very fat. "Big brother." In just 10 minutes, Gu Ming had already caught 5 fish, all lively and jumping around. "Honey, you're amazing." "Wow, another one. This one is even bigger." Shun Qingyuan squatted down beside her, her face beaming with smiles. The man next to me, who had been sitting there all morning without getting anything, looked completely bewildered. He stared intently at Gu Ming's fishing rod, his eyes practically glued to it. No, will bamboo poles really work? An hour later, the plastic bucket at Gu Ming's feet was almost full, containing more than 20 fish. The fishermen all gathered around, 3 or 4 deep, staring wide-eyed as if they were looking at a god. "Holy crap, this works. You're fishing for so many with a bamboo pole? That's outrageous." I've been sitting here all morning and haven't caught a single fish. Is this young man a fishing master? The Air Force officer leaned over and offered him a cigarette, looking as if he were asking to become his disciple. Hey bro, do you have any fishing tips? Teach me. I've been sitting here all morning and haven't caught a single fish. I'm starting to question my existence. There's no secret to it. It's pure luck. Guming smiled and waved his hand, then pushed the cigarette back. I don't smoke. The older brother looked completely incredulous, stood by, and watched for a long time, becoming more and more doubtful of life itself. Why is there such a big difference between fishing and other activities? It was nearing noon. After casting his last line, Guming caught a big carp, then clapped his hands and put the line away. The bucket was packed full of fish. Shen Qingyuan couldn't stop smiling as she squatted by the bucket, poking at the fish like a little kid. Then she seemed a little conflicted, her brows furrowing slightly. But we can't possibly eat all this fish, and it would be a waste if it went bad. It's all right. Let's see if we can sell them, Gu Ming said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding anglers immediately swarmed around him. Brother, sell me 2. I'll buy them for you at market price. Give me 3. My wife loves crushing carp. I want 5. A group of people rushed to buy it, afraid that it would be sold out if they were too late. Gu Ming sold them at market price and also gave away a few extra smaller ones. Everyone was even happier, grinning from ear to ear. Even Gu Ming's bamboo fishing rod has been targeted. Brother, are you selling this bamboo pole? An old man wearing a straw hat came over, looking expectant. Gu Ming was taken aback. This is just an ordinary bamboo shoot. Why would you buy it? Hey, let's share in the joy. The old man chuckled. If you can catch so many fish with this, I might be able to bless it if I buy it. Finally, the older brother bought the bamboo pole for 20 yuan and held it in his arms like a treasure. Gu Ming, good grief, this works? Shen Qingyuan squatted down beside him and counted the money, counting it over and over again. Honey, we made 320 yuan, she said with a smile, looking up at him. It's not about the money. It's mainly about the sense of accomplishment. It's so much fun. Impressive, right? Gu Ming pinched her cheek and said with a smile. Amazing. My husband is the best. Shen Qingyuan hugged his arm and shook it, her face full of admiration. When Gu Ming finished packing his things and took Shen Qingyuan's hand, ready to leave, many people secretly took out their phones to take pictures of the remaining half bucket of fish and posted them on their WeChat moments. A small haul today, nothing special. The older brother posted a picture of a bucket full of fish. That's how the Air Force guys are. Even if they can't catch anything themselves, they still have to pretend to be something they're not, because they can't lose their dignity. Immediately, someone in the comments section debunked the claim. What are you pretending for? I'm right next to you. Your bucket is empty. Stealing images again. Huh? Hilarious. This is the daily life of an Air Force pilot. Looking at the comments under his WeChat Moments post, Brother Wong's face immediately turned red. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he quickly replied, "How can you call it theft when it involves a fisherman?" Then came a string of incomprehensible words. Things like this is called fulfilling a dream, or you're too narrow-minded. If you can't catch anything, you can't even look at it. The comments section was immediately filled with a joyful atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Kong EG is actually me. Brother Wong, you're really good at exaggerating. I believe it, I really believe it, Doge emoji. Gu Ming carried the remaining few large fish, held Shen Qingyuan's hand, and slowly walked home. Shen Qingyuan waved the change in her hand, looking very happy. Honey, shall we use this money to buy the baby some toys tonight? Okay, you're in charge, Gu Ming said with a smile, squeezing her hand. As soon as I entered the courtyard, Li Min came to greet me. She looked at the several large fish that Gu Ming was carrying in his hand with a look of surprise. You two went out shopping. Why did you bring back so many fish? Shen Qingyuan laughed from the side. Gu Ming caught this with a bamboo pole. That's amazing. Li Min was even more surprised, her eyes widening. A bamboo pole? A bamboo pole can catch so many fish? Really? Mom, look at the video, I filmed it. Shen Qingyuan took out her phone and handed over the fishing video she had just taken. Li Min leaned closer to watch, and seeing Gu Ming cast his line and catch a fish in the video, she immediately laughed. So, how do we cook this fish for lunch? Let's make sauerkraut fish. Gu Ming carried the fish towards the kitchen. Once inside the kitchen, Gu Ming rolled up his sleeves and began preparing the fish. He had just finished marinating the fish fillets when he heard Zhuang Hongfei's voice coming from the yard. Ming Ye, sister-in-law, I'll come a freeload a meal. At that moment, Zhuang Hongfei pushed the door open and came in. He was carrying a pile of gifts. No sooner had he finished speaking than he spotted several large fish in a bucket. Holy crap! Why did you buy so many fish? Gu Ming caught this, Li Min said with a smile. Zhuang Hongfei's eyes widened in disbelief. Ming Ji, you're even good at fishing? Zhuang Hongfei was even more impressed now. Ming Ji, can you teach me? Last time I fished all day, and I only caught 3 small shrimp. I was lucky, Gu Ming said with a smile. Zhuang Hongfei looked doubtful. I don't believe you for a second. Who's lucky enough to catch so many fish? Before long, Gu Ming brought a large bowl of sauerkraut fish to the table. The soup is golden yellow, the fish slices are snow white, and red chili peppers and green Sichuan peppercorns float on top, with an aroma that wafts straight into your nose. The 3 babies were playing on the playmat. Smelling the aroma, they all craned their necks to look towards the dining table. During the meal, Zhuang Hongfei ate 3 large bowls of rice without even lifting his head. Damn, Ming Ji, your sauerkraut fish is so delicious. Zhuang Hongfei ate and praised the food, then burped repeatedly for being so full. Shen Qingyan sat beside him, picking up food and occasionally feeding Gu Ming a bite, her eyes full of smiles. Chapter 64, Jade, Gambling Conference. After finishing his meal, Zhuang Hongfei wiped his mouth, then suddenly remembered something and slapped his thigh. By the way, Ming Ji, I have something to tell you. There's a big Jade gambling event in town in a couple of days. It's quite large. Your appraisal skills are so amazing. Why don't you go take a look? You might find a great bargain. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. Jade gambling? He had just reached the maximum level of carving skill a few days ago and was thinking of finding some good material to carve a jade bracelet for his wife. It's a good idea to go and take a look. Jade gambling? Is it like those rough stones in TV shows where one cut can make you rich or poor? Shen Qingyuan looked on with curiosity. Yes, that's the kind. Zhuang Hongfei nodded vigorously. They even cut stones on site. It was so exciting. If a stone turned out to be a good find, people would rush to buy it right there. Sure, let's go together then, Gu Ming said with a smile. All right. Zhuang Hongfei was incredibly excited. Then I'll come pick you up first thing tomorrow morning. He was already looking forward to seeing Gu Ming dominate the Jade Gambling Convention. Just thinking about it is exciting. After browsing for a while, Zhuang Hongfei pointed to a large stall in front of him, his eyes lighting up. Ming Ji, let's go check out this place. This stall was recommended by my friend. The owner's surname is Ma, and I heard he's very reliable. For people walked over. This stall is quite large, displaying dozens of rough stones, each one looking quite convincing. Behind the stall sat a man in his 40s with a large belly, wearing a thick gold chain and looking quite wealthy. Standing next to him was a young woman in a cheongsam, slender and beautiful, who was Mr. Ma's secretary. Boss Ma, Zhuang Hongfei greeted him warmly. Mr. Ma raised his eyelids and glanced at the group of people. He vaguely remembered Zhuang Hongfei. He was an engineer who had some money, but not much. There's not much to gain from this kind of person. Then look at Gu Ming next to him, dressed plainly and pushing a stroller. He looks like he's just here to join the fun with his wife and friends, and doesn't seem like someone who can afford expensive materials. So he simply nodded slightly, which was enough for him to say hello. Mr. Ma, do you have any good stuff? Zhuang Hongfei rubbed his hands together, looking expectant, completely oblivious to the other person's coldness. Of course we have good products. Mr. Ma stood up and pointed to a rough stone that was half a person tall at the very back. This piece is from the old mine in Mashi Sha, with a tough and mature skin and a python-like pattern around it. It's at least icy jadeite inside, and it might even be glassy jadeite. How much? Zhuang Hongfei asked curiously, his eyes wide with surprise. 700,000, Mr. Ma said calmly. I'll give you the cost price since it was introduced by your friend. Zhuang Hongfei swallowed. 700,000. It's a bit expensive, but if they can really get an icy variety, they'll make a fortune, at least several million. The more he looked at the stone, the more interested he became. The more he thought it could appreciate in value, and he became increasingly eager to try it. Ming Ji, what do you think? Zhuang Hongfei turned to ask Gu Ming. Gu Ming walked over, gently rubbed his fingertips on the stone's surface, and then glanced at the cross-section. Although it looks quite nice on the surface, the jade only has the outermost layer. It's full of white cotton and cracks, worth at most tens of thousands of yuan. Don't buy it, it's waste. Gu Ming shook his head. Scrap materials? Zhuang Hongfei was taken aback. Mr. Ma's face immediately darkened, and he let out a cold laugh. Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Have been in the jade gambling industry for over a decade. When have I ever sold scrap jade? With just one sentence, you've made my stones look like junk. How am I supposed to sell them? Are you trying to sabotage my business? The portly boss next to him also spoke up. Exactly. Young people shouldn't talk nonsense if they don't understand. Young people these days love to show off. They're not even fully grown yet, but they dare to come to the jade gambling circle and act all high and mighty. Gu Ming smiled but didn't say anything. Believe it or not. Anyway, it wasn't his money that was lost. Shen Xingyuan took his arm and whispered, "Honey, is it really trash?" "Don't worry, it can't be wrong." Gu Ming nodded and squeezed her hand. Zhuang Hongfei hesitated for a moment, looked at the stone, and then at Gu Ming. Ming's judgment is definitely much more reliable than mine. Never mind, I'll look at something else. Zhuang Hongfei waved his hand. Mr. Ma rolled his eyes. He cursed inwardly. Poor bastard, coming to gamble on jade? If you can't afford it, just say so. What are you pretending for? The more Mr. Zhang looked at the stone, the better he felt it was, and the more he thought it would appreciate in value. He squatted down and touched it again and again, feeling more and more that it was a good piece of material. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and said, 700,000, right? I'll buy it. Shaw, cut it right now. I refuse to believe that such good material can be worthless. Mr. Zhang, being wealthy and generous, simply pulled out his card and swiped it for 700,000 yuan without batting an eye. Okay. Mr. Ma immediately beamed with joy and waved to the stone-cutting master. Cut it for Mr. Zhang. Cut it well. The craftsman moved the stone onto the stone-cutting machine, secured it, and turned it on. The cutting machine hummed, and stone dust flew everywhere. Everyone crowded around, craning their necks to see. The first cut was used to clean a window on the rough stone. It's turned green. Someone shouted. A patch of emerald green was revealed from the scraped stone skin, and the water content looked quite good. It's gone up. It really's gone up. Mr. Ma jumped up immediately, smiling like a flower. I knew it. This is old mine material. How could it be waste? Boss Zhang was overjoyed, patting his stomach and laughing heartily, glancing smugly at Gu Ming. Young man, see this? This is what you call old mine material. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand something, or you'll embarrass yourself. Zhuang Hongfei scratched his head, also a little confused. It's turned green? Could it be that Doflamingo really misjudged the situation this time? He glanced back at Gu Ming, who remained calm as ever. Keep cutting. Cut it all the way through. Mr. Zhang waved his hand, full of pride and high spirits. Okay. The technician adjusted the machine and continued cutting. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the stone-cutting machine. With a click, the stone was completely cut open. The cut surface showed only a thin layer of green on the surface, with white cotton inside. There are also several large cracks, like a spider web, densely packed together. Forget about ice-type jadeite. It's barely even glutinous jadeite. It's completely unusable for making anything, and it's only worth about 10 or 20,000. A classic case of high green shoots emerging from dog shit. It's just a thin layer of jade skin. The inside is all waste material. The scene suddenly fell silent for a few seconds. It collapsed. Someone shouted, "Holy crap!" Mr. Zhang's face turned green, his legs went weak, and he almost lost his balance. 700,000's even 100,000 gone, down the drain. Mr. Zhang squatted on the ground, staring at the stone, his heart aching with pain. 700,000. Just like that, it's gone. Zhuang Hongfei stood to the side, his back soaked with sweat. Oh my God. Thank goodness I didn't buy it. Otherwise, we'd lose a fortune. That's 700,000. It would take him more than a year to earn back his money from his construction work. He almost thought that Ming had misjudged him. It turns out they had already seen through it. Zhuang Hongfei looked at Gu Ming with increasing admiration. Awesome. That's awesome. Chapter 65, Top Grade Ice Seed. Mr. Ma stared at the cut surface, his face instantly turning dark. He could only cough twice and try to smooth things over. That's just how the jade gambling business is. Even a god can't judge a piece of jade perfectly. It's normal for things to go up or down. Boss Zhang, who had just joined in mocking Gu Ming, was now squatting in front of the broken stone, his face ashen as if he had swallowed a fly. 700,000 yuan, just like that, went down the drain. If only I had listened to that young man's advice, I wouldn't have suffered such a terrible setback. The surrounding chatter grew increasingly lively. That young man was right. He really is useless. That eye is too sharp. One glance and it's right? Are you just guessing? You didn't just guess. Have you ever seen someone guess so accurately? Someone just said he was showing off. Doesn't his face hurt now? Several people who had been jeering earlier were now shrinking back, wishing they could disappear into the ground. Several quick-witted individuals immediately squeezed in front of Gu Ming, their faces plastered with ingratiating smiles. Young man, could you please take a look at this piece of jade? The fee is negotiable. How about 5,000? Young man, I'll offer 8,000. Just help me see if you can cut it. I'm really not sure. Gu Ming smiled and waved his hand. I'm sorry, I'm just here with my wife and kids. I don't know much about this, so I can't help you. He came here to find materials and had no interest in becoming a stone appraisal master. Seeing that he was really unwilling, the others did not dare to force him and could only regretfully make way for him. Zhuang Hongfei followed behind Gu Ming, his face full of amazement. Mingji, you're amazing. You can collapse so easily without missing a beat. I was almost tempted to buy it just now. Thank goodness I trusted you. Otherwise, I would have lost 700,000. The group strolled around the stalls for a while, but Gu Ming didn't find any satisfactory materials. Just as they were about to turn back, Sanbao, who had been chewing on a teething toy in Gu Ming's arms, suddenly let out a woof. The little girl stretched out her chubby little arms and tried her best to reach the corner of the stall next to her, not even caring that her teething toy had fallen on the ground. What's wrong, baby? What do you got your eye on? Gu Ming walked in the direction she pointed. In the corner lay a fist-sized, black, unpolished stone, its surface dusty and gray. It was still covered in dirt, looking no different from a stone picked up randomly from the roadside. Gu Ming reached out and picked it up, rubbed his fingertips on the stone's surface a couple of times, and then held it up to the light. The outer skin looks ordinary, but the jade inside is very fine. It is an icy jade with floating flowers, with good translucency and lively floating flowers. Its market price is at least 4 or 5 million. This little girl has a pretty good eye. Gu Ming was amused. Sanbao stretched out his little hand to grab the stone and stuff it into his mouth. Boss, how much for this one? Gu Ming shouted to the stall owner and raised the stone a little higher so the baby couldn't reach it. The stall owner was dozing off on the table when he glanced up at the stone and yawned. 50,000, take it or leave it. He bought this stone for only 3,000 yuan, and it sat there for 2 years with no one asking about it. He was able to sell it today, which was pure profit. Okay. Gu Ming simply scanned the code and paid very decisively. Zhuang Hongfei came over, scratched his head, and looked puzzled. Mingji, this stone looks very ordinary. Why are you buying it? My baby likes it. Let's buy it and take a look. Gu Ming teased the 3 babies in his arms. The little girl opened her mouth to nibble on his hand, but Gu Ming pinched her cheek in time. Don't bite it, it's dirty. Sanbao's little mouth twitched, and his eyes immediately reddened. Gu Ming quickly took out some small melt-in-your-mouth beans to coax the little girl, and she immediately smiled again. Zhuang Hongfei, is it worth spending 50,000 yuan to buy a rock as a toy for your child? He couldn't even imagine the happiness of the rich. Should I cut it? If so, I'll turn it on for you. The stall owner sat up straight, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Go ahead and cut it. Gu Ming nodded. A small cutting machine was brought over, and soon a crowd of onlookers gathered around. 50,000 yuan for such a small stone? That looks risky. Young people are impulsive. They have too much money to spend. Maybe it will go up? Impossible. I've examined the skin, and it shows no signs of anything. It would be a miracle if it even turned out to be a glutinous rice variety. That's how gambling on jade works. One cut can make you rich or poor, and no one can predict the outcome. Even CT scans can't accurately show the inside of a raw stone, so most people can only rely on experience to make a judgment. Zhuang Hongfei stood beside the machine, his palms sweating with nervousness, even more concerned than Gu Ming. Gu Ming was much calmer. A hissing, cutting sound rang out, and stone dust fell down in a flurry. Within 2 minutes, the stone first rubbed open a small window, revealing a patch of emerald green. Hey, it's green! Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone moved forward. The water flow in the window cleaning area is good. It looks like it's made from glutinous rice. Someone immediately made a bid. Young man, are you willing to sell for 200,000? You can't go wrong if you sell now. Bought for 50,000 and sold for 200,000. The profit has quadrupled. Someone else might have made a move. Gu Ming shook his head. No, keep cutting. The man hesitated for a moment, then didn't speak again. Gambling on stones is too risky. Nobody knows what's inside. If it's full of cracks, we'll suffer a huge loss. However, Gu Ming knew that the material underneath was much better than this. When the entire rock was completely cut open, everyone was stunned. The cut surface of this rough stone is very transparent, and its water content is so high that it's almost overflowing. It also has delicate blue flowers floating on it, making it an absolutely top-quality material. Holy crap, it's an icy jadeite with floating patterns. 50,000 yuan to cut out icy jadeite with floating flowers? That's worth at least 5 million. This is a true master. He's been hiding his true abilities. Young man, I own a jewelry store. I'll offer 4 million. Sell me this piece of jade. My store just happens to need a piece for a bracelet. A boss dressed in a Tang suit squeezed in, speaking urgently. I'll offer 5 million. I'll use it as a dowry for my daughter. Another middle-aged man also joined in the bidding. The price skyrocketed, reaching 5.3 million in the blink of an eye. The stall owner sat on the stool, his eyes wide with disbelief. 50,000 yuan, he actually sold the icy jadeite with floating flowers for only 50,000 yuan? If I cut it myself, wouldn't I make fortune? He immediately felt a pang of regret. Excuse me, everyone, I'm keeping this material for myself to make a safety lock for my child. Gu Ming casually put the jade into the bag, as if it were an ordinary stone. Zhuang Hongfei's mouth was agape, and he couldn't close it for a long time. Saliva was almost dripping down his face. Ming, brother Ming, is this really ice jade? It's all right. Gu Ming nodded. Zhuang Hongfei looked at his calm demeanor and was filled with admiration. If it were him, he might have sold the material worth 5 million. But Ming kept it and didn't sell it. He could never catch up to that level of vision in his entire life. Shenxing Yuan poked Sanbao's little face and smiled. Our 3 treasures are truly lucky stars. They can point to a treasure with just a few strokes of their finger. Sanbao let out a woof and reached out to grab his mother's hair, laughing so hard that drool was running down his face. Gu Ming helplessly pulled her little hand down and wiped her drool. Let's browse around some more and see if we can find any suitable materials. Chapter 66, The Imperial Seal. After wandering around the venue for more than 10 minutes, Gu Ming didn't see anything else that suited his taste, so he prepared to go back. Just as we reached the intersection, the 3 babies in my arms suddenly twisted their bodies. The little girl was happily nibbling on Gu Ming's collar. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she stretched out her chubby little arms, pointing vigorously at the small stall in the corner next to her. What have you taken a fancy to this time? Gu Ming smiled and pinched Sanbao's little cheek, then walked in the direction she pointed. This little girl just pointed to a piece of icy jadeite with floating flowers. What has she taken a fancy to now? Could he really be a born treasure appraiser? The stall owner was an elderly man with gray hair, leaning back in his chair, squinting in the sun. There weren't many decent pieces of material on the stall, and it was deserted. At the far end of the stall, there was a basketball-sized, jet-black stone covered in a thick layer of dust, completely inconspicuous. The closer they got, the more excited Sanbao became, waving his little hands even faster. Awoo. Gu Ming walked over, bent down, picked up the stone, weighed it in his hand, and raised his eyebrows slightly. This stone is heavier than a jadeite rough of the same size. He rubbed a bit of dust off the stone with his fingertip, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. With his maxed-out appraisal skills, Gu Ming discovered several very faint artificial traces on the edge of the stone. The curvature is very regular, not formed by natural weathering. This must be jade that has been deliberately sealed with a stone shell. The technique is so sophisticated that the fake leather is almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Even experts can't tell the difference. Looking at the patina on the stone, it's at least 1,000 years old. Gu Ming's heart stirred slightly. This doesn't seem to be something simple. He patted the dust off the stone and called out to the old man. Boss, how much for this stone? The old man lifted his eyelids, glanced at the scene, waved his hand, and looked indifferent. That piece, if you want it, it'll cost you 10,000 to take it away. Okay, I'll take it. Gu Ming directly scanned the QR code to transfer the money and also bought a portable cutting machine for 8,000 yuan. I don't know what's inside this rock, but it's probably something special. It's safer to bring it home to cut, to avoid any trouble caused by cutting it at the market. He had a strong premonition. The contents here are probably much more valuable than that piece of icy jadeite with floating flowers from before. Zhuang Hongfei stared at the large, dusty rock, completely dumbfounded. Anyone who knows a little about raw stones wouldn't buy this material. The outer skin has nothing to offer, You can't even see any jade-like qualities. He originally wanted to offer some words of advice, but then she thought of Gu Ming's seemingly divine gaze just now. He swallowed back the words he was about to say, and instead asked curiously, Mingji, why did you take a liking to this stone? It doesn't even look like jade. It looks interesting. I'll buy it and put it in the yard as a decoration and let the babies play with it as building blocks. Gu Ming said casually, teasing the 3 babies in his arms. The little girl reached out and patted the stone, her face beaming. Zhuang Hongfei no longer wanted to speak. $10,000 to buy a broken rock to use as building blocks? Fine, he just doesn't understand the world of the rich. After driving back to the village, Gu Ming moved all his belongings to the west wing of the old house. This room used to be used for storing miscellaneous items. It could be tidied up and used as a temporary studio. Gu Ming casually placed the icy jadeite with floating flowers on the shelf without even putting it in a box. Zhuang Hongfei followed behind, his lips twitching as he looked at the jade casually placed on a shelf. Millions of dollars worth of stuff, just left lying around like this? There's not even a lock. Aren't you afraid of attracting thieves? Mingji, you're too greedy. That's millions. Zhuang Hongfei said helplessly. What else can you do? Putting it in a safe is useless. You'll have to cut it up and use it sooner or later. Gu Ming smiled and wiped the dust off his hands with a towel. Zhuang Hongfei sighed. Comparison is the thief of joy. After chatting for a few minutes, Zhuang Hongfei suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh right, Mingji, I almost forgot about something important. It's a primary school reunion tomorrow night. Are you coming? Who are they? Gu Ming asked casually, wiping his hands with a towel. If they're all classmates who compare themselves to others and brag whenever they meet. Even though they hadn't seen each other for so many years, he was too lazy to go. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time at home with your wife and kids? Me, Lu Wei, Zhong Hefeng, Da Zhuang, and a few others, Zhuang Hongfei said. Gu Ming nodded. Okay, I'll see if I have time tomorrow. If I do, I'll come. Okay, I'll be going now, Mingji. Wait for my call tomorrow. Zhuang Hongfei left happily. That evening, Gu Ming and Shun Qingyuan coaxed a Bao and Air Bao to sleep. However, Sam Bao slept too much in the afternoon and is still very energetic now. Gu Ming then placed her in the small rocking chair. Then he moved the black stone to the workbench himself. Shun Qingyuan followed her in. Honey, is there something in this rock? You'll know once you cut it open. Gu Ming put on his goggles and started the cutting machine. The sizzling sound of cutting filled the room, and stone dust fell down in a flurry. Sam Bao sat in the rocking chair, chewing on a teething toy, occasionally glancing up at the cutting machine as if he understood it perfectly. It would also occasionally let out a woof to join in the fun. Gu Ming first cut away a layer of the stone shell, revealing a warm, lustrous green color inside. Wow, there really is jade. Shun Qingyuan leaned over to take a look and was a little surprised. Gu Ming nodded. There is indeed something inside. He slowly peeled away the outer layer of stone along the edge. Soon, a simple, ancient jade box, about the size of a palm, was revealed. The jade box is a warm, lustrous green, with a delicate lotus scroll pattern carved on its surface. The patina is thick and rich, indicating that it has been around for quite some time. This is actually a box? Shun Qingyuan's eyes widened in surprise. It wasn't a single piece of jade. It was a jade box. What's inside? Gu Ming picked up the jade box and wiped off the stone powder on it. The clasp on the jade box is made of brass and is already rusted. He gently pried it open with a carving knife, and the clip came off. Upon opening the jade box, a palm-sized jade seal lay quietly inside. 5 coiled dragons are carved on the top, with clear scales and a fierce expression. The carving is simple and elegant, and the jade is warm and translucent, making it a top-grade Hitian jade. Gu Ming was somewhat surprised. He picked up the jade seal and turned it over. The bottom is engraved with 8 seal characters. The strokes are vigorous, simple, and profound, carrying a sense of majesty. By the mandate of heaven, may your life be long and prosperous. Gu Mingqing couldn't help but recite it aloud. Shun Qingyuan covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. This is the imperial seal of the state. She thought it was at most an ancient jade piece, or some kind of ancient jewelry or ornament, but she never expected it to be the imperial seal of the state. The imperial seal of the state, lost for over 1,000 years? This is outrageous. Gu Ming ran his fingertips over the dragon pattern, nodded, and his eyes became somewhat solemn. Judging from its shape and the quality of the jade, it should be genuine. It must have been that later generations sealed it with a stone shell to preserve it, and sealed the jade box inside as well, which is why it has been passed down to this day. No wonder the weight was wrong, and there were signs of human intervention. He never expected to encounter something like this in the jade gambling market. Chapter 67 today, I want to be on top. Our three treasures are truly amazing. They spotted the imperial seal of the state at a glance. Could they be born queens? Guming looked down at Sanbao, who was playing and blowing bubbles, and couldn't help but laugh. The little girl seemed to understand, clapping her hands and giggling. Shun Qingyuan poked Sanbao's little face, feeling both amused and surprised. Sanbao is so lucky. After examining the imperial seal for a while, Shun Qingyuan looked at Gu Ming with some concern. What should we do with this? The imperial seal is too valuable, and it's not safe to keep it at home. The status of the imperial seal of the state goes without saying. That was a symbol of imperial power throughout history. If it were to leak out, who knows what kind of commotion it would cause. So Gu Ming was also thinking about how to handle it. Just then, a system notification sounded in my mind. Host detected to have acquired the national treasure-level imperial seal of the state, triggering a world line choice. World line 1, private collection, reward, 1 billion renminbi in cash. World line 2, submit to the nation, reward, favored by fortune, good health for the whole family, greatly improved luck, and turning misfortune into good fortune. Gu Ming's eyes lit up. Without even thinking, he chose number 2. A billion yuan is a lot, but compared to the health and safety of the whole family, it's nothing at all. Selection successful. Reward has been issued. A warm current flowed through Gu Ming's body, making him feel indescribably comfortable. Sanbao rubbed against a rocking chair, laughing even more heartily, as if he had also sensed something was amiss. Shun Qingyuan touched her arm, somewhat puzzled. Strange, I suddenly feel so relaxed. I was a little tired just now. Maybe this room is too stuffy. Let's go play with the baby for a while. Gu Ming smiled and carefully placed the jade seal into the brocade box to store it. It's definitely better to hand these things over. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that if he didn't hand it over, some kind of disaster might befall him. Sanbao let out a whoosh and reached out to grab the jade seal, but was stopped by Gu Ming. Little glutton, don't stuff everything into your mouth. Wait until 11 p.m. All three babies are asleep. Shun Qingyuan, wearing a cool nightgown, leaned against Gu Ming's chest. Honey, you said you got the imperial seal of the state. If this happened in ancient times, wouldn't you be able to become emperor too? She looked up at Gu Ming, her eyes sparkling. So what? No matter what, you'll always be my most beloved wife. Gu Ming smiled and pinched her cheek. Shun Qingyuan felt a warmth in her heart. Actually, she sometimes feels a little inferior. Gu Ming is rich and capable. He can do everything. There are many beautiful women around me. Gu Ming is too outstanding, so outstanding that she sometimes feels uneasy. Gu Ming hugged her tighter and kissed her forehead. What are you thinking? You are the one I love the most. No one can compare to you. Besides, my wife is so beautiful and gentle, and she has given birth to 3 such adorable babies. I'm the one who's really hit the jackpot. Husband, Shun Qingyuan was so moved that her eyes reddened, and she hugged his neck. The two kissed for a long time. Shun Qingyuan felt a surge of excitement. Her face flushed like an apple, and she whispered, Honey, I want to be on top today. Gu Ming's eyes lit up. Okay. After a fierce battle, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Li Ming got up and stretched her back, looking surprised. Strange, why does my old back suddenly stop hurting? Yesterday, it was so sore I couldn't stand up straight, and I had trouble even turning over in bed last night. She has worked in obstetrics for decades, standing on the operating table all year round. She has had a chronic back problem for more than 10 years, and neither medication nor massage has helped. I didn't expect that after sleeping, the pain would be gone. And Bao, he was a bit listless yesterday, but he woke up feeling much better this morning. Li Min touched Bao's forehead again, looking puzzled. Shun Qingyuan smiled and said, It must be because the air is better in the countryside, and it's more comfortable to live there. I also feel much better physically. My arms used to ache after holding the baby for a long time. I held my 3 babies all morning, and they didn't hurt at all. It seems that only this reason can explain it. Without thinking much, Li Min reminded him again. But I have to go back to the city in a couple of days. I need to take my baby to get the polio vaccine. I can't delay it. Okay. Shun Qingyuan nodded. At this moment, Gu Ming was making breakfast in the kitchen. He makes fish noodles. The fish used were fresh ones caught earlier. The milky white fish soup, paired with smooth rice noodles and sprinkled with chopped green onions and cilantro, is incredibly delicious. Wow, it smells so good. Shun Qingyuan sniffed. Honey, the fish noodles you made are so delicious. Eat more if you like it. Guming smiled and served her a large bowl. While he was eating, Guming's phone rang. It was Fang Yuan calling. Good morning, Mr. Gu. I plan to go back to the company tomorrow and would like to report to you on my work arrangements for the next few days. Fang Yuan's voice carried a hint of respect. I'm still in the countryside. I haven't returned to the city yet. You should talk to my father-in-law about the specifics first, Guming said. Oh, you're in the countryside? Fang Yuan asked curiously. Did you go back to your hometown? Yes, I'm staying in Nantang Town with my wife and kids for a few days, Guming said casually. Nantang Town. Fang Yuan was immediately surprised, her voice rising several decibels. President Gu, you're actually in Nantang Town? What's wrong? Mr. Gu, my hometown is Nantang Town. Fang Yuan's tone was particularly excited. My younger brother, Fang Zheng, had appendicitis surgery a while ago, and I took leave to come back and take care of him for a few days. I happen to be in town too. What a coincidence. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. Yes, what a coincidence. Fang Yuan quickly replied. Mr. Gu, shall I come to visit you this afternoon? It's perfect to bring Fang Zheng along so he can thank you in person for arranging the expert for me last time. Last time Fang Zheng had appendicitis, Gu Ming had Fang Yuan directly contact the best expert at the first municipal hospital to perform the surgery. The surgery was very successful, and the recovery is going very well. Fang Yuan had always wanted to thank Gu Ming in person, but she never expected that Gu Ming would be in her hometown. Okay, come over here. Gu Ming nodded. Okay, Mr. Gu. I'll be there around 2 p.m. Fang Yuan's voice was full of excitement. After hanging up the phone, Shun Qingyuan asked curiously, is Fang Yuan also in Nantang Town? Yes, her hometown is around here. She came back to take care of her brother for a few days after his surgery. Gu Ming said, I just happened to know I was here, so I came to visit this afternoon. Shun Qingyuan nodded. Chapter 68. I actually tried to show off in front of the CEO. Time quickly passed, and it was afternoon. Gu Ming was playing with the babies in the yard. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came from outside the courtyard gate. Immediately afterwards, a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled up at the entrance. The car door opened, and a young man wearing a polo shirt got out. He had slick back hair and carried a briefcase, exuding the air of a white-collar elite. The young man spotted Li Min in the courtyard at a glance and called out, Li, you're really home. I saw your door open from all this way. I thought I was seeing things. Gu Ming frowned. He recognized the young man. He was Zhao Lei, his neighbor. The two had a very ordinary relationship. When Gu Ming was a child, he was good at his studies, handsome, and liked by both teachers and girls. Zhao Lei couldn't compare to him in anything, so he always harbored resentment and liked to mock Gu Ming whenever he had the chance. Later, Gu Ming went to high school and university in the city, while Zhao Lei started working after graduating from vocational school. I heard he's working for a big company in Jianghai now, and he always brags about it whenever he comes back. He drove back in a G-Wagon this time, clearly to show off. At that moment, the passenger door of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class opened. A woman wearing a dress, carrying a designer bag, and with heavy makeup stepped off the plane. She appeared to be Zhao Lei's girlfriend. Zhao Lei's gaze first fell on a nanny van parked at the door, and a smile appeared on his lips. A Toyota Alphard? Worth over $1 million. I didn't expect Gu Ming to be able to drive this car. I guess he rented it. Zhao Lei puffed out his chest smugly and deliberately pressed the key twice. The G-Class emitted a loud beep sound as it locked itself. Zhao Lei, come in and have a seat. Li Min greeted him. Why did you come back this time? Yes, I came back to see my parents. Zhao Lei walked into the courtyard, looked around, and spoke with a slightly condescending tone. Aunt Li, are you still living in this old house? It's time to renovate it, otherwise it'll look cheap. Li Min smiled but didn't reply. Zhao Lei's gaze swept over Gu Ming, then over Shun Qingyuan beside him, and his eyes widened instantly. Holy crap, this woman is so beautiful. His skin was so fair it practically glowed, and he had such a great presence. He was dozens of times prettier than his girlfriend. When did Gu Ming find such a beautiful girlfriend? Zhao Lei felt both jealous and resentful. Looking to the side, he was even more stunned. There were 3 babies lying in the stroller. Triplets. Gu Ming, is this your child? Zhao Lei pointed at the stroller, his face filled with disbelief. Yes, triplets. Gu Ming smiled. Zhao Lei was even more surprised. Gu Ming hasn't graduated from university yet, has he? Having a baby so early? Zhao Lei was stunned for a few seconds, then felt even more smug. What's the point of getting married and having children early? Raising 3 children must be incredibly stressful. They must be struggling to make ends meet. Unlike me, I'm a manager at a big company, earning hundreds of thousands a year, driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and having an obedient girlfriend. I'm a winner in life. Thinking about it this way, Zhao Lei felt even more superior. He raised his chin, his tone carrying a hint of smugness. What kind of job are you planning to look for after graduation? Let's just do whatever we can when the time comes, Gu Ming said. Just messing around? Zhao Lei chuckled, deliberately patting his briefcase and then shaking his car keys. Young people can't just drift through life. Look at me, I work at Tianyuan Group now, and I'm the sales manager. Easily earning 30,000 to 40,000 a month, plus commission, 500,000 to 600,000 a year is no problem. His girlfriend chimed in, yeah, our Zhao Lei is amazing. You know Tianyuan Group, right? The biggest company in Jianghai, a large enterprise with thousands of employees. Only the elite can get in. Zhao Lei became even more smug. He also heard that Gu Ming had been admitted to Jianghai University. But what's the use of a degree these days? He has a large number of undergraduates working under him. I'm not trying to criticize you, Gu Ming, but a man should have a proper job. Besides, you have such a beautiful wife by your side and 3 children to raise. You can't let her suffer with you, can you? Zhao Lei laughed, his words brimming with a sense of superiority. Shun Qingyuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is this person crazy? Tianyuan Group. Isn't it just her family's company? Li Min was also a little unhappy, but since they were neighbors, she couldn't say anything. Gu Ming smiled and ignored him. Arguing with this kind of person is beneath you. Seeing that Gu Ming remained silent, Zhao Lei assumed that his secret had been exposed and became even more smug. Actually, given our relationship, if you have trouble finding a job in the future, you can tell me. I know a lot of leaders in Tianyuan Group. It shouldn't be a problem to arrange a position for you. You'll earn more than 10,000 a month, which is better than just messing around. His girlfriend chimed in. Yes, Zhao Lei is very influential in the company. Even the department manager has to give him face. Zhao Lei puffed out his chest, looking every bit the big shot. He is now a sales manager at a subsidiary of Tianyuan Group. Although he was just a low-level leader, in a small place like his hometown, it was already a source of a lot of pride. After all, it's Tianyuan Group. The businesses of Shun Sanshi, the richest man in Jianghai. Being able to get a job there makes you feel superior to others. Gu Ming picked up his water glass, took a sip, and said calmly, no need, I have plenty of things to do. Zhao Lei shook his head. What are you pretending for? You think you're so great? He's quite good at showing off. He was about to make a few more sarcastic remarks to put Gu Ming's arrogance to rest. Just then, another set of footsteps came from outside the courtyard gate. A woman in a business suit walked in, wearing high heels, with exquisite makeup and a capable demeanor, followed by a young man. It was Fang Yuan and her younger brother Fang Zheng. As soon as Fang Yuan entered the room, her eyes locked onto Gu Ming. She quickly walked over, bowed slightly, and spoke with utmost respect. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, there's a bit of traffic on the way. I'm late. Mr. Gu. Zhao Lei was stunned. Mr. Gu? What Mr. Gu? He stared blankly at Fang Yuan. This woman, why does she look so familiar? Etc. This is not. Isn't that Assistant Fang from the group headquarters? Zhao Lei's mind went blank for a moment, and a terrible thought popped into his head. He had seen Fang Yuan from afar once before, when he went to headquarters for a meeting. One of the most powerful women in the entire Tianyuan Group. Someone who reports directly to the CEO. She actually called Gu Ming President Gu. Zhao Lei's legs went weak, and he almost lost his balance. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Gu Ming possibly know Assistant Fang? And why was Assistant Fang so respectful to him? Zhao Lei's girlfriend was also stunned, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Fang Yuan ignored the stunned Zhao Lei beside her and continued to speak respectfully to Gu Ming. Mr. Gu, this is my younger brother, Fang Zheng. Thanks to the expert you arranged last time, the surgery was very successful and he is recovering very well. Fang Zheng quickly stepped forward, his face full of gratitude, and bowed deeply. Brother Gu, thank you. It's nothing. Gu Ming waved his hand. Zhao Lei stood to the side, trembling all over. It really is Assistant Fang. Assistant Fang personally visited Gu Ming and addressed him as President Gu. So, Gu Ming's identity is the group's new president. Cao Lei remembered. There was a rumor circulating within the company a while ago that Chairman Shun is getting old and has handed the group over to his son-in-law. The new CEO's surname is Gu, and he's exceptionally young. His surname is Gu Ming. Zhao Lei's mind was buzzing, completely blank. He actually tried to show off in front of the CEO. Thinking about what he had just said, Zhao Lei's face turned pale instantly, and sweat streamed down his forehead. Chapter 69, This is what you call vision. Gu Ming is actually the president of Tianyuan Group? Am I crazy? Zhao Lei's legs went weak. His girlfriend hadn't quite caught on yet, and asked in a low voice, "Honey, who is this woman? She has a strong presence." "Don't talk," Zhao Lei whispered, gripping her arm tightly. "He just wants to crawl into a hole and disappear." Fang Yuan reported a few work-related matters to Gu Ming, her tone extremely respectful, her back slightly bent. Zhao Lei stood to the side, watching from a distance, his legs shaking even more violently. He knew very well that with just one word from Gu Ming, he would lose his job. And forget about getting a job, he can forget about ever making it in the entire Jianghai region again. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth, his mind racing. What to do? Should we just go up and apologize? It's too abrupt. President Gu might not even remember such a minor character as him. Giving money? That's too tacky. Besides, what kind of status does President Gu have? Why would he care about that little bit of money? Sending too little is like giving alms to a beggar, and sending too much is unaffordable for him. Zhao Lei's eyes darted around. Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Got it. He strode over to his G-Class and pulled two beautifully packaged gift boxes from the trunk. These were originally bought as health supplements for his father, cordyceps and wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain. It cost him more than 2 months' salary. It was of a high standard and presentable. Zhao Lei, carrying the gift box, took a deep breath and quickly walked back to the yard. He didn't approach Gu Ming directly, but went straight to Li Min and placed the gift box on the stone table. "Annie, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Li Min paused for a moment, looking at him with some confusion. Zhao Lei looked sincere and spoke with great enthusiasm. "Auntie, it's been so long since I've seen you. I bought you some tonics to help you recover. Please don't be shy." Li Min was stunned, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. When did this child become so polite? As Zhao Lei spoke, he glanced at Gu Ming out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that Gu Ming didn't say anything, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. When giving gifts, directly giving them to your boss is too deliberate and is likely to be rejected. But the gifts given to the leader's family members, especially the elders, are naturally more numerous. It wouldn't be appropriate for a leader to throw out a gift in front of an elder, would it? This was a trick he had figured out over many years of sales work, and it always worked. "Zhao Lei, you're too kind. I can't accept this." Li Min quickly waved her hand. "Auntie, please accept this." Zhao Lei put down the gift box, his attitude very firm, giving no chance to refuse. "It's really nothing. Just a small token of my appreciation. I'd feel bad if you didn't accept it." After saying that, he turned to Gu Ming, bending even lower until his head was almost buried in his chest. "President Gu, I was blind to your greatness just now. Please forgive me. You are a magnanimous person. I will definitely work hard from now on and never let you down." After he finished speaking, Zhao Lei bowed respectfully. "Mr. Gu, Annie, I won't bother you any longer. I'll be leaving now. Please feel free to let me know if you need anything." Before Gu Ming could speak, Zhao Lei grabbed his bewildered girlfriend and turned to leave. Li Min opened her mouth, but didn't even have time to call out to him. Why did this child drop his things and run away? As Zhao Lei stepped out of the courtyard, he felt unsteady on his feet. "Honey, wasn't that a gift for your dad?" Before his girlfriend could react, she asked, "Why did you give it to someone else?" "What do you know?" Zhao Lei patted his chest. "This is called the art of gift giving. If you give it directly to President Gu, he definitely won't accept it. But if you give it to his mother, it's a different story. I just dropped it off and left. She didn't even have a chance to refuse. Girlfriend." She felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. "I really envy Gu Ming's child. If I could, I would also like to call him Dad." Zhao Lei looked regretful and sighed. Some are born in Rome, while others are born like cattle or horses. If Gu Ming were willing to be his godfather, wouldn't he also get a lot of opportunities? That means you can skip 30 years of hard work. "Honey, are you all right?" His girlfriend looked at him with concern. "What do you know?" Zhao Lei waved his hand and started the car. "That's called having a broad perspective. Zhao Lei didn't even go home. He just stepped on the gas and drove off. He needs to go back and plan carefully how to get closer to President Gu in the future. At this moment, Mr. Zhao, who was waiting for his son at home, was, "Where's my son? Is this guy out his mind?" In the courtyard, Gu Ming looked speechless. "Ha ha, that's hilarious." They dropped their things and ran away like thieves. Shen Qingyuan finally couldn't help but burst out laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. This kid has always been unreliable, but I never expected him to be even more outrageous now. Li Min was also at a loss for words, neither laughing nor crying. Gu Ming rubbed his forehead. However, Zhao Lei's matter was just a minor incident, and no one took it to heart. "Sit down." Gu Ming pointed to the chair next to him, gesturing for Fang Yuan to sit down. "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Fang Yuan sat down, her back ramrod straight. Shen Qingyuan poured her a glass of water. "You're too kind." Fang Yuan quickly stood up to accept it, feeling flattered. Fang Zheng quickly thanked him, standing to the side, looking very awkward, unsure of what to do with his hands. He had heard from his sister that President Gu was young and promising. Seeing it today, I can confirm it's true. The group chatted about Fang Zheng's condition for a while, and then exchanged a few words about work. Gu Ming, recalling the imperial seal of the state, spoke up. "Fang Yuan, there's something I need you to do for me. President Gu, please give your instructions." Fang Yuan immediately sat up straight and took out her notebook to take notes. "I have something here. Could you help me contact the Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau and go through the proper procedures to hand it over to the state?" Gu Ming said. "Okay, Mr. Gu, what is it? I'll let them know in advance." Fang Yuan nodded. "The imperial seal of the state." Fang Yuan? She was stunned for several seconds before she realized what she had heard and thought she had misheard. "Mr. Gu, what did you say?" "The imperial seal of the state," Gu Ming repeated. "It's the seal you're thinking of." Fang Yuan. She suddenly stood up, her face flushed with excitement. "The imperial seal of the state. The imperial seal of the state. Lost for over 1,000 years? President Gu actually possesses the imperial seal of the state." "Mr. Gu, are you telling the truth?" Fang Yuan's breathing quickened. It's the one in the history book?" "Yes, I got it by accident yesterday." Gu Ming nodded. "Go ahead and contact them. Follow the proper procedures. Do what needs to be done." "Okay. Yes, Mr. Gu. I'll contact them right away." Fang Yuan was so excited that her voice changed. The imperial seal of the state. She actually managed to personally handle the handover of the imperial seal of the state. Nobody would believe this if I told them. "Mr. Gu, I'll get on it right now." Fang Yuan couldn't wait a moment longer. "Okay, go ahead." Gu Ming waved his hand. Fang Yuan bowed respectfully, then pulled Fang Zheng, who was still in a daze, and hurriedly left. Watching Fang Yuan's departing figure, Shen Qingyuan couldn't help but smile. Look how excited Fang Yuan is. Anyone would be excited. Gu Ming smiled, lifted the 3 treasures up, and made her giggle. That's the imperial seal of the state. Chapter 70. Teacher Zhang. Around 5 p.m., Gu Ming's phone rang again. It was Zhuang Hongfei calling. "Mingji, it's a primary school reunion at the Southgate Hotel at 6 o'clock. Don't forget." "Okay, I'll be right there." Gu Ming hung up the phone. He looked at Shen Qingyuan. "Wife, do you want to come along?" Shen Qingyuan held the 3 treasures and shook her head helplessly. "I won't go. I'll stay home with the kids." She pointed to the crib next to her. The Bao and Air Bao were pouting, their eyes brimming with tears, and their faces were still wet with tears. These two got bullied by Sanbao again and have been crying for ages. I have to keep an eye on them. Gu Ming looked down. Sure enough, Sanbao was grabbing Erbao's ear and shaking it back and forth. Erbao cried until his face was red, and Debao looked aggrieved and didn't dare to go forward. Gu Ming was immediately at a loss for words, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Why does this little girl always bully her brother? It's all your fault for spoiling him. Shen Qingyuan rolled her eyes at him. "Go on, drink less." "Okay, I'll go then. I'll just show up and be right back." Gu Ming pinched her cheek and then kissed Sanbao on the cheek. "Be good at home and don't bully your brother." "Iya." Sanbao reached out to grab Gu Ming's face, giggling. Gu Ming changed his clothes, got into his van, and drove off. At the entrance of the Southgate Hotel, a group of young people, men and women, about a dozen of them, were standing there. They were all elementary school classmates. "Brother Fei, why don't we go inside first? It's too hot standing here." A young man wearing glasses spoke up. Zhuang Hongfei shook his head. "Don't rush. The most successful person in our class hasn't arrived yet." "The most successful person?" Upon hearing this, Everyone perked up. Brother Fei, aren't you the most successful person in our class? Yeah, Fei Ji, you've started your own construction team now, and you're worth millions. Who in our class can do better than you? Brother Fei, you're too modest. The students all chimed in, showering Zhuang Hongfei with praise. Zhuang Hongfei waved his hand with a wry smile. I'm nothing. Compared to that guy, I'm just a little brother, nowhere near as good. Upon hearing this, the students' curiosity was completely ignited. Brother Fei, doing even better than you? Who is it? There's someone like this in our class? How come I didn't know? Brother Fei, stop keeping me in suspense. Who is it? Zhuang Hongfei smiled mysteriously. You'll see when you get there. Buzz. Just then, a black Alfred slowly drove up and stopped in front of the hotel. The car has a grand appearance and smooth lines, so it doesn't look cheap. Holy crap, an Alfred. That's a car with a markup. It costs over 1,000,000 yuan after all the extras. Who is this? So rich? Everyone stared in disbelief. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, the car door opened, and a handsome man stepped out. Dressed casually, she exudes a calm and composed demeanor, making her very pleasant to look at. Mingji, you're finally here. Seeing Guming park his car and get out, Zhuang Hongfei quickly went to greet him with great respect. All the old classmates turned to look at him. Guming was quickly recognized. Isn't that Guming? 10 years have passed, and he's still so handsome. Some of the boys sighed inwardly. When he was in elementary school, Guming was the most handsome boy in the class and the most liked by the elders. Holy crap, this car belongs to Guming. A Toyota Alfred worth over 1,000,000. Is Guming that rich? Wow, that's awesome. I thought Fei Ge was the richest, but I never expected Gu Mingkai to be such a hidden talent. Everyone was stunned and began to discuss it amongst themselves. Sorry for the traffic. Everyone was kept waiting. Gu Ming walked over and smiled apologetically. It's all right, it's all right. Coming quickly. Gu Ming, you're amazing. You're even driving an Alfred. Yeah, it's been so many years. You've done so well. The students crowded around Gu Ming, showering him with praise, and their eyes were full of envy. Gu Ming smiled, but didn't say anything more. We chatted for a few minutes. By the way, where is Teacher Zhang? I haven't seen Teacher Zhang. Someone asked. Teacher Zhang said she'd be late. She's on her way, another student said. Teacher Zhang is here too? Gu Ming was pleasantly surprised. Yes, Zhuang Hongfei said with a smile. I came here especially to surprise you. Zhang Huilan was their elementary school math teacher. Gu Ming was exceptionally good at math when he was a child, and he always got full marks on his tests. Teacher Zhang liked him very much and often gave him free tutoring and bought him stationery. She's a very good teacher. Hurry up and go in, eat while you wait. Zhuang Hongfei called out. A group of people entered the hotel and went to the private room that had been reserved in advance. Gu Ming and Zhuang Hongfei sat next to the main seat, and the other students also found seats to sit down. Gu Ming naturally became the focus of the entire event. Everyone surrounded him, asking him all sorts of questions. Gu Ming, what kind of job do you do now? It pays so well. Exactly. If someone's driving an Alfred, they must be making 1,000,000 a year, right? Gu Ming, you're too modest. I've never heard of you being this capable before. Gu Ming smiled and casually said, just doing some small business to make a living. Everyone, just because you run a small business doesn't mean you can drive an Alfred. If we do it seriously, then what will happen? Everyone felt even more envious. Zhuang Hongfei stood to the side, looking helpless. Small business? If what Mingji does is considered a small business, then what are they? Beggar? Gu Ming doesn't talk much, but everyone loves to surround him. After all, who wouldn't want to be friends with someone who's handsome and rich? Just then, the door to the private room opened. A woman in her 50s walked in. She was dressed simply. Her hair was slightly gray, and she had a gentle smile on her face. Teacher Zhang. Everyone stood up. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, you've arrived. Zhang Huilan smiled and waved her hand. Please sit down, everyone. Please sit down. Don't be shy. She walked up to Gu Ming, her eyes lighting up. Gu Ming, you're here too? Teacher Zhang. Gu Ming stood up and greeted him with a smile. Good lad, you've grown so tall. I knew you would be successful in the future. You were good at math when you were young and always got full marks. Zhang Huilan patted his shoulder, looking pleased. Gu Ming smiled and said, it's all thanks to the teacher's excellent teaching. Zhang Huilan smiled, shook her head, and sat down. Everyone sat down, and the atmosphere became very lively. Everyone chatted about funny things from their childhood and their current situations, enjoying themselves immensely. Gu Ming didn't talk much, but he always answered Teacher Zhang's questions seriously. Zhang Huilan looked at Gu Ming with eyes full of relief. This child is still as sensible and polite as when he was little. However, during the meal, Gu Ming noticed that although Zhang Huilan was smiling the whole time, there was always a hint of worry between her brows. Sometimes I get distracted. Gu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Teacher Zhang seems to have something on her mind.